In the dead of night, a dire warning blared, heralding unimaginable peril. Straight ahead lay the raid boss, with the system strongly recommending a party of 10 players for the attack. But facing down that monstrous beast right now was just a single player, the level 100 Xie Yu. Even though the boss's level was a big fat question mark, Xie Yu was supremely confident he had more than enough firepower to take it down all by himself. The second it spawned, the monster unleashed its ultimate move, and the pressure it gave off was absolutely insane. And yet on the flip side, Xie Yu looked as calm as a cucumber. If his opponent was going to come at him with no holds barred, well, he saw no reason to play nice either. And so Xie Yu fired up his most ludicrously powerful skill, Impulse. And just like that, with one single move, he completely vaporized the monster, clearing the stage in spectacular fashion. That's right, everything you just saw was happening inside an online game. And the character Xie Yu is actually our main protagonist, Xie Yu, a 20-year-old in the real world. In the game, he's a god-tier beast of a player admired by all, a true Manhwa hero. But in real life, Xie Yu is a total slob with none of that divine godly aura to be found. He had just cleared the stage when his phone started buzzing. Xie Yu answered the call only to have his eardrums nearly shattered by the sheer panic blasting through the speaker. Hey, this is bad, how can you be so relaxed? Our new class president is demanding that you show your face in class tomorrow. Xie Yu thought it was some kind of life or death emergency, but after hearing the news, he just let out a cold scoff. He'd been skipping class for over a year. Even the head teacher couldn't wrangle him, so what the heck was some newbie class president going to do? Hearing Xie Yu's completely unbothered tone, the person on the other end of the line lowered their voice. So yeah, with just one hit, he completely obliterated the monster, clearing the stage like it was nothing. And yup, what you just witnessed was all taking place inside an online game. The epic character Xie Yu is none other than our protagonist Xie Yu, a 20-year-old in the real world. In the game, he's a god-tier player, the kind of legend you'd read about in a hit manhwa. But in reality, Xie Yu is a complete and utter slob. Not a trace of that divine aura to be found. He'd barely finished his victory lap when his phone started vibrating. Xie Yu answered, and his eardrum was immediately assaulted, nearly punctured by the panicked voice on the other end. This is a disaster. How are you still so calm? Our brand new class president is demanding you show your face in class tomorrow. Xie Yu thought it was some kind of actual catastrophe. But after hearing the news, all he did was let out a cold snort. He's been ditching class for over a year, for crying out loud. If the head teacher can't rein him in, what the heck is some new class president going to do? Hearing that completely nonchalant tone, the person on the other end softened their voice. Fine, fine. Look, if you need anything from now on, just come straight to me, okay? Just go already. I'm already eternally grateful you people haven't cut off my electricity. Now beat it. Xie Yu quickly shooed his guest out and slammed the door shut. Only when he was finally alone did he let his mask drop, revealing a look of pure bewilderment. His face screamed 4 simple words: "I can't believe this." Was trying to find the right words to comfort him. Hey you, I know what happened a year ago. He was a huge blow to you, but before he could even finish that sentence, Xie Yu roared, "That's enough," and just like that, the conversation was cut short. He slammed the phone down, then proceeded to smash the poor device onto the table for good measure, just as the guy on the phone had said a year ago. Xie Yu had been dealt an absolutely devastating blow. It was the very reason he'd transformed from a young man brimming with energy into the disheveled mess he was today. Xie Yu couldn't stop himself from looking to his right, where a photo of that beautiful girl still sat on his desk. He clutched the picture to his chest, his heart aching as if it were literally bleeding. Why, Xie Yu thought to himself, why wasn't she the one who survived? And what am I, the one who got her killed, supposed to do to keep on living? Now, at this moment of absolute despair, Xie Yu's phone screen suddenly lit up. He assumed it was that same friend calling back to bug him, but who would have guessed it was actually a notification from a game. "Congratulations. You have become a player in the final game. We wish you a pleasant gaming experience." For a second, Xie Yu had no clue what was going on. He was pretty sure he hadn't downloaded any game with a name that ominous. But before he could even react, A brilliant blue light shot out from his phone's screen, and then it completely swallowed Xie Yu's body. His information was rapidly digitized and then appeared on a flashing status window right in front of him. This is some serious Manhwa stuff right here. It read that his current HP was 250 with his MP at 150. His four main attributes, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, all started at a measly 5 points each. On top of that, he had a starting balance of 50 points. Xie Yu was at a complete loss for words. He felt like he was either falling for some kind of elaborate scam or he was just straight up hallucinating. But right at that moment, a voice spoke out. A voice suddenly rang out from the phone. Attention player, you may use your accumulated points to exchange for absolutely anything you desire. We wish you well, farewell. Xie Yu couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist on the table, roaring. Absolutely anything, don't think you can fool me with this fictional nonsense. This sounds like some cheap plot from a manhwa. You can't fool me. If you can really trade for anything, then go ahead and convert all my points into cold hard cash. Points successfully exchanged. That voice, it actually responded to him. A moment later, Xie Yu received a notification that a whopping 50,000 yuan had just been deposited into his account. This was the kind of plot twist that leaves you absolutely speechless. Xie Yu stood there completely dumbfounded, right up until someone started pounding on his door, like they were trying to break it down. Xie Yu had no idea who'd be looking for him in the middle of the night, but he went to open the door anyway. The second it creaked open, he was hit with a verbal tsunami. Xie Yu, you listen to me and you listen good. If you don't cough up the rent money to yours truly today, then pack your junk and get the hell out of here. And look at this place, what have you done to my apartment? It's filthy, it stinks. It's basically a pigsty. All right, it's just money, isn't it? Xie Yu snapped back, completely fed up. He then immediately transferred 30,000 yuan right to his landlady. That covered the 3 months of rent he owed, plus an advance payment for the entire next year. The moment the money hit her account, the landlady's attitude did a complete 180 and she was suddenly all smiles. Oh, my little Sai, did you come into a fortune? I always knew you were no ordinary person, you know. From now on, if you need anything at all, you just let me know, okay? Just get out of here. I'm already grateful enough you haven't cut my power yet. Just please leave. Xie Yu practically shoved her out and slammed the door shut. Finally alone, he could process what had just happened. The money he'd transferred to the landlady, it actually went through. Which means that game is 100% real. A wild thought suddenly flashed through Xie Yu's mind. He snatched up his phone and asked the system a question. If I can really exchange my points for absolutely anything, then what about bringing someone back from the dead? After a quick check, the system instantly replied. Xie Yu's current point balance was a big fat 0. Bringing the dead back to life was in fact possible, but it would cost a whopping 100 million points. That number sounded completely insane, but for Xie Yu it was a ray of hope. If he could really bring his mother back, then no matter what the price, he would pay it without a single shred of hesitation. Just then a loud noise erupted from outside. When he opened the door, an absolutely unbelievable sight was waiting for him. The esteemed class president his friend had just mentioned turned out to be none other than his landlord, the one who collects his rent. Before Xie Yu could even react, the girl was already dragging him outside. And just like that, he was unceremoniously hauled off to school. It was a huge price, but it opened up a path of hope for Xie Yu. He didn't care how many points he had to earn, all that mattered was that once he had enough, his Yu Yi could come back to life. Just like that, Xie Yu couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. It had been so long since he'd been able to cry, but right now he was sobbing like a little kid. After he cried his heart out, Xie Yu shot to his feet, blazing with newfound determination. Is that all? Just 100 million points, he thought. He would definitely earn them all soon enough to bring his Yu Yi back. Immediately after Xie Yu received a special mission, he accepted in a heartbeat. He was absolutely itching to start racking up those points. And so Xie Yu began to tackle a series of absurdly random tasks, from cleaning the streets to earn a single point, to tidying up the school grounds for a measly 2 points. But the most ridiculous mission of all was when the system ordered him to go clean the girls' restroom for a pathetic 5 points. Even though he had a strong feeling the system was just messing with him, for the sake of the points, Xie Yu charged into the girls' restroom anyway. The result was pretty much what anyone would expect. He got the daylights beaten out of him by a group of female students inside who thought he was a pervert. This whole scenario felt like a gag from a comedy manhwa, and so he slaved away at these missions for days on end just to scrape together 100 points. At this rate, 100 million points seemed a galaxy away. That witch! She wanted to see the look of hope on Xie Yu's face. Looks like Xie Yu has been taking this whole game a bit too lightly, even though the grind for points was anything but a walk in the park. As long as he could hit his target and save Wu Yi, Xie Yu felt that everything he'd gone through today was totally worth it. After grinding out a whopping 50 quests, Xie Yu even snagged himself a lucky draw ticket, but he decided to pocket it for now. His logic save it for a rainy day, and maybe just maybe he'd pull something even better. Right now though, Xie Yu had one thing and one thing only on his mind, finding more ways to rack up those precious points. As he was walking and scrolling on his phone a classic recipe for disaster, he had the misfortune of stepping on a comically slippery banana peel and going flying. And talk about bad luck. A girl just happened to be walking right in his path, and his faceplant just so happened to land smack dab into her ample assets, sending her tumbling. The moment he processed the gravity of the situation he'd just created, Xie Yu scrambled to his feet and backed away a good 10 meters, babbling non-stop, "I'm so sorry. It was an accident." But surprisingly, she didn't seem angry at all. In fact, she had this look of pure enjoyment on her face before she started teasing Xie Yu. "Wow, for a little chubby guy, you've got some serious heft to you. Sorry, I'm so sorry. It was a complete misunderstanding." Xie Yu kept on apologizing, all while trying to pinch his nose shut to stop the classic manhwa nosebleed from erupting. That's when she slowly got to her feet, but instead of brushing it off, she demanded that Xie Yu compensate her for the emotional distress he'd caused. "Compensate you how?" Xie Yu asked, feeling a pang of guilt. That's a good question. How should you compensate little old me? Let me think about it for a second." She paused dramatically for a few seconds, and then a wicked grin spread across her face. "How about you just hand over all the points you've got on you to yours truly?" The moment she mentioned points, it clicked for Xie Yu. He instantly realized she was just like him model. He may have gotten the system, but it seems his opponent is a whole lot craftier and more skilled than he is. Because before Xie Yu could even react, she used her skill to activate an isolation domain. It was like an unbreakable barrier trapping them inside a massive area around them. What is going on? Why did the sky turn purple? Xie Yu was in a total panic. This was obviously the first time he'd ever seen an isolation domain. While he was still reeling, completely clueless about what was happening, that cunning girl had already drawn her weapon and suddenly attacked Xie Yu from behind. He had absolutely no way to resist or defend himself, and she landed a direct hit, severely wounding his left arm and leaving him unable to fight. In stark contrast to the agony he was feeling, his opponent seemed absolutely ecstatic to see him bleed. "Your blood is full of fat, too. You really are a delicacy, my little piggy, aren't you?" Xie Yu gritted his teeth against the pain and stumbled back a few steps. He wanted to try and negotiate with this psycho to save his own neck. "Wait, you're a player in the final game too. Shouldn't we be working together to clear missions and live in peace?" But hearing this, his opponent just burst out laughing. "Live in peace? You're way too naive." Then she suddenly closed the distance to Xie Yu and reached up to scratch him under the chin, as if teasing a pet, sending shivers down his entire spine. "Since you're so clueless, let your big sister here teach you a little something. Hunting down other players and stealing their points? That's the real way to play this game. Only a fool would obediently go around doing missions." The more she talked, the paler Xie Yu's face grew. This wasn't some friendly adventure manhwa, he realized. These past few days, he'd only been focused on grinding missions. Used her skill to activate an isolation domain. It was like an unbreakable barrier trapping the vast space around them. What in the world is this? Why did the sky turn dull purple? Xie Yu was in a total panic. This was clearly the first time he'd ever seen an isolation domain, while he was still reeling completely clueless about what was happening. That cunning girl had already drawn her weapon and launched a surprise attack, missions grinding away tirelessly for every single point. But hearing what she said today, well, Ziyu's entire worldview shattered into a million pieces. And that psycho chick, she looked like she was thoroughly enjoying his terrified expression. Come on now, she cooed, compared to doing all those silly little missions. Wouldn't it be better to just be defeated by me and become one with your big sis? Even though he was scared out of his wits, Xie Yu wasn't about to just roll over and accept his fate. He told her that he still had incredibly important things to do, so he couldn't exactly afford to kick the bucket here. But he also knew there was no way in hell he could beat the woman in front of him. His only option was to turn tail and run for his dear life. Xie Yu sprinted with every ounce of strength he possessed, screaming, "Help me," at the top of his lungs. Then up ahead he saw a guy, and thought he'd finally found his lifeline. "Dude, call the cops for me. Someone's trying to kill me." Xie Yu barreled toward the man at full speed. But just when he thought he was about to grab hold of that hope, he phased right through the guy, completely defying all the laws of science. Xie Yu tried again, just to be sure, and confirmed that he absolutely could not touch the other person. The man was standing right in front of him, plain as day, but he might as well have been a hologram, an augmented reality projection that wasn't really there. Just then the crazy girl caught up from behind. She casually advised Ziyu to save his breath. All his efforts were completely pointless because he was currently trapped inside her isolation field. It was an alternate dimension laid directly on top of the real world, a classic Manhwa trope where only players could enter, which meant, right now, absolutely no one could save him. Once this big sis has set her sights on her prey, she sneered, "There's no way they can escape." As she spoke, she raised her weapon. Xie Yu was pretty sure this was it. He was a goner. Just like that, her blade-like claws had plunged straight through his body. He couldn't even fight back. The agony was infinitely worse than the gash she'd left on his arm earlier. The moment she yanked her weapon out, Xie Yu's heavy body collapsed to the ground in a heap. Seeing this spectacle only seemed to thrill her even more. It was like this psycho had a twisted obsession with murder. Xie Yu lay in a rapidly expanding pool of his own blood. His life was draining away fast. All he could hear were the incessant beeps and warnings from his system. His heart was critically damaged and death was imminent. But Xie Yu refused to accept it. He couldn't just die like this for no good reason. He had only just discovered a way to bring Yu Yi back to life. There was no way in hell he was kicking the bucket now. Suddenly, his phone lying nearby let out a single ping. It was a low battery warning notifying him that it was about to shut down. But that's when an idea sparked in Ziyu's mind. He yelled out, "System, I want to use my lucky draw reward." His sudden shout actually made the psycho flinch. The game, however, registered Ziyu's voice command without a hitch. The prize lottery system immediately fired up. Ziyu had no clue what he was going to get. But this was the only straw he had left to grasp. All he could do was roll the dice and hope for the best. The prize wheel materialized right before his eyes. The pointer began to whirl. A tidal wave of hope surged through Ziyu. His would-be killer, on the other hand, just let out a contemptuous laugh. "Oh, so it's just that lottery system with the abysmal drop rates. I'm dying to see what pathetic prize you pull. What's it gonna be, a lucky bag or a VIP membership card? Ha ha ha." And so she stood back to enjoy the show. She wanted to watch Ziyu bleed out nice and slow. Meanwhile, Ziyu poured every last ounce of his hope into that spinning wheel like a desperate protagonist in some dramatic manhwa. He had to live. At the very least, he had to survive long enough to save Yu Yi. The pointer spun slower and slower, finally landing on a golden space. "Congratulations, player. You have received a hidden reward, the Demon King summoning card." The woman standing over him was slightly taken aback. She couldn't believe he actually managed to hit a hidden prize. But she wasn't too bothered. After all, the guy was on his last breath anyway. and then plunge him back into despair. That's why for the moment, she decided not to just finish him off. The needle on the lucky spinner began to slow to a crawl. Xie Yu was praying with all his might that he'd land on a prize that could get him out of this mess. Heck, even a simple healing potion would do the trick, but the needle finally came to a stop on the thanks for playing space. Xie Yu's world came crashing down while that psycho woman was cackling like she'd just won the lottery. Ha ha ha. Just as I expected, it seems. Even the heavens themselves have given up on you. Xie Yu collapsed once more. It was over. All hope was lost. But just as he had completely abandoned all hope, the needle twitched. It turns out the wheel hadn't come to a complete stop. It didn't land on thanks for playing after all, but on the prize right next to it. Receive special equipment. Congratulations, player, you have received special equipment. The system notification rang out, and at the same time, the game's logo materialized above Xie Yu's head. That woman was absolutely gobsmacked. She'd been playing this game way longer than he had, but she'd never even heard of something called special equipment. Not wanting her prey to slip through her fingers, she immediately lunged toward Xie Yu, intending to land a fatal blow before his body could recover. But this time she wasn't going to get her way. A powerful beam of blue light shot down from the heavens right onto the spot where Xie Yu lay. The surrounding area was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and sand, completely blinding that crazy woman. But for some reason, she was starting to get a very, very bad feeling about this. And as it turns out, her gut feeling was spot on. Because in the next instant, she was on the receiving end of a counterattack from Xie Yu. And it was overwhelmingly powerful. If it weren't for her seasoned combat reflexes, allowing her to dodge back in the nick of time, she would have definitely been toast. Is this the power of special equipment? She muttered through gritted teeth. This Manhwa power-up was insane. From within the dust cloud, Xie Yu emerged holding his new gear, the Devouring Blade. And that wasn't all. He was also granted a one-time full status recovery. The wounds on his left arm and over his heart had vanished completely. Looks like the heavens weren't ready for our boy to kick the bucket just yet. Across from him, the woman was looking seriously ticked off, and she immediately started running her mouth. You're just some newbie who stumbled into the game. So what if you got a powerful weapon? You really think you can beat me? Keep dreaming, pal. You're going to die by my hand and soon. But Xie Yu couldn't be bothered to listen to her garbage. He was too busy focusing on the new power coursing through his body. Man, this power felt absolutely incredible. He felt like he could do anything. Seeing Xie Yu just ignore her, the woman got even more furious. She let out a roar and charged right at him. Now, a weapon like that isn't something you can use easily. But of course, Xie Yu didn't know the meaning of fear anymore. In fact, he was feeling supremely confident, certain that with this special piece of gear in his hands, blowing his opponent away would be a piece of cake. The moment she heard the words, blowing away, that psycho burst out laughing. It was as if she'd just heard the funniest joke in the entire world. Her maniacal laughter just wouldn't stop, which actually started to put Xie Yu on edge. A moment later, his opponent spoke again. This is why I say you're so naive. You think this is just some video game where you can win just by having good gear like in some manhwa? Well, then allow me to give you a little taste of how terrifying this game can really be. Stop underestimating people. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Xie Yu roared back, raising his new weapon at the same time, ready to throw down with his opponent. As the crazy woman lunged forward, he swung that devouring blade of his, but somehow she smoothly dodged the sword's path, then vanished and reappeared like a ghost. Right behind him, Xie Yu didn't have time to process how in the world his opponent managed to dodge that. Instead, he just raised his blade again, but tough luck, just like every other time. His blade couldn't even get close to her. Xie Yu was starting to get seriously pissed, so he just started flailing his sword around like a lunatic, which of course was exactly the result this psycho was hoping for. She advised Xie Yu to just give up, saying that with his current skill level, trying to wield a massive greatsword like that, well, hitting her was pretty much a pipe dream. At the same time, she also gave Xie Yu a little heads up, telling him to take a look at himself because he'd just acquired some fancy new body art. Taking her advice, Xie Yu finally noticed that all over his body, there were now 4 fresh claw marks. According to her, those claws of hers could leave special little imprints on her opponents. After she lands enough hits, they would bloom like roses. And right as the words left her mouth, the claw-shaped marks all over Ziyu's body exploded in perfect unison. Even though his wounds had already healed completely, having a super healthy body doesn't exactly help you withstand 4 consecutive explosions going off right on your skin. Xie Yu had to struggle just to jab his devouring blade into the ground, using it as a crutch to stay upright. Seeing that our boy still hadn't collapsed, the psycho just got even more excited, a classic Manhwa villain move. If it had been any normal person, her last barrage of attacks would have knocked them out for good. But Xie Yu was just so incredibly stubborn, which made her twisted little heart crave torturing him even more. With that, this madwoman unleashed one final ultimate attack. If Xie Yu couldn't dodge this one, he was definitely a goner. The problem was, his entire body was now in so much agony he could barely even twitch. But because he still had that grand mission to earn 100 million points and resurrect Yu Yi, there was no way in hell he could fall here. And so, fueled by that sheer force of will, Xie Yu managed to hoist the heavy blade in his hands. And for this very reason, if Xie Yu couldn't dodge it, it was really game over. And his body-mind, Yu was still in so much pain, he was practically paralyzed. But he still had that little goal of earning 100 million points to bring back Yu Yi. So collapsing right here was absolutely not on the agenda. And so with that incredible willpower, Xie Yu lifted that sword high into the air. It was all for this reason, that Xie Yu lifted the blade in his hands. Yeah, you get the picture. He charged toward his opponent. The system registered that his spiritual power and synchronization rate with Xie Yu's equipment had reached 100%, and just like that, the devouring blade had been upgraded into the full Devourer armor. The armor set quickly materialized around Xie Yu, and with it he unlocked a special skill called Overload Mode. This mode boosts all his attributes by draining his life and energy. Well, he was already backed into a corner. Xie Yu had absolutely no reason not to activate this skill. And then another blinding aura of light appeared, completely enveloping Xie Yu. Every single time this dude is on the brink of death, it's like he's pulling a magic trick. He sure has a lot of stunts up his sleeve. The woman scoffed in amusement, completely oblivious that in the very next second, she was about to get completely wrecked. From the center of that brilliant light, Xie Yu burst out decked in a full suit of brand new armor. He swung the devouring blade in his hand, and then brought it down with immense force. That crazy woman was utterly stunned by the sight before her. It looked like a scene straight out of a manhwa. At first, she managed to dodge, but she quickly realized that Xie Yu's speed was already way faster than before. And what's more, he was still getting faster. It didn't take long at all for him to completely dominate the pace of the battle. And this time, Xie Yu successfully slammed his opponent to the ground. She was flattened on the floor, her entire body trembling in pain. Her expression was a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. What is this? What in the world is happening? How did you turn into this? She screamed. Why is this happening to me? Because you've been pouring all of your life force. Or right into my sword, Xie Yu answered coolly. You're spouting nonsense. His words provoked her so much that she shot back to her feet, desperate to show Xie Yu the real difference in their power. But Xie Yu was no longer the useless chunky guy who was so sluggish just moments ago. In this fight, she was the only one who was ever going to lose. She hadn't even realized when she'd walked straight into Xie Yu's domain. Because he'd been swinging his blade around wildly at the start, its energy had already spread to every last corner of the room. He had taken a serious beating from her just moments ago, but now it was time for her to get a taste of his ultimate finishing move. Why don't you feel the wrath of the blade in my hand? As he spoke, Xie Yu raised his sword, but instead of slicing directly at his opponent, he slammed the blade forcefully into the ground. This was the epic final skill he planned to use, a classic manhwa finisher. The energy from the devouring blade spread out instantly, becoming an invisible net that surrounded that woman entirely. It was only then that she started to feel fear frantically begging for her life. She even shamelessly promised that she would submit to him, letting him do whatever he wanted with her. But listen, even if she was a supermodel, Xie Yu couldn't have been less interested. He didn't hold back in the slightest, causing the entire building to quickly collapse. And just like that, the crazy woman was buried beneath the rubble, paying the price for her own arrogance and cruelty. Having overexerted himself, Xie Yu promptly fainted. After who knows how long he thought he saw the anxious face of Yu Yi, relentlessly trying to wake him up. Hurry up and wake up. Before Ziyu could even process whether this was real or just a dream, she turned and walked away, only to be slammed into by a truck. At that moment, a suffocating panic gripped his heart, jolting Xie Yu awake. His heart was racing and he was drenched in sweat. Right, it was just a dream. This same nightmare had haunted him more times than he could count. Xie Yu groggily tried to recall what had just happened. After he defeated that psycho woman, he had collapsed right on the spot. That woman he had collapsed right on the spot. That woman he had collapsed right on the spot. Ugh, my phone's ringing. Again. Xie Yu glanced at the screen. Of course it was that pest Wang Bo. With a sigh he had to answer. Wang Bo's voice, as loud as ever, blasted through the speaker, practically rupturing his eardrum. Xie Yu, dude, we've got a problem, a big problem. The class prez just said that if you don't show your face in class soon, she's gonna report you to the school and have you expelled. You absolute buffoon, can't you lower your voice even a little bit? Xie Yu roared back, and for the record, I'll have you know, this Xie Yu would rather drop dead out here on the streets than ever. But the rest of his defiant speech got stuck in his throat. Xie Yu froze mid-rant because right in front of his face, a brand new notification had just popped up. An F-rank entrance to an underground city is about to appear near Rujiang University. Slaying the boss of this F-rank dungeon will grant a small number of integration points and experience rewards. Back on the phone, Wang Bo started to panic at the sudden silence. Hello, dude, why'd you go quiet? Say something, man. He kept pressing. Buddy, you gotta bounce, I'm heading to school, right now. See you there in a bit. And with that, Xie Yu slammed the hang-up button. He scrambled out of the small alleyway. Man, that psycho woman had beaten him so badly he'd completely lost his bearings. As soon as he hit the main street, Xie Yu felt like something was off. Specifically the way people were looking at him. Every single passerby, man or woman, was giving him the absolute weirdest looks. At first, Xie Yu had no clue why. But then he happened to walk past a large mirror and it all clicked. The young man staring back at him was lean and sharp, with a handsome, well-defined face. It was so dramatic that Xie Yu couldn't even believe he was looking at his own reflection. He had no idea how he'd suddenly gotten so slim. The whole thing felt like some kind of bizarre dream. Xie Yu kept pinching his own cheek, and the very real sting of pain was a sharp reminder that, nope, this was not a dream. How in the world did I suddenly lose so much weight? Xie Yu stared at his reflection, completely baffled. Then a memory flashed in his mind, the words that crazy woman had said yesterday. Killing her would grant 5 integration points. Could this be related to that? Xie Yu quickly forced himself to calm down. He couldn't just stand here gawking at himself all day. First things first, he had to get to the school gate. As he broke into a run, he pulled up his own personal attribute panel to take a look, just like in some kind of leveling manhwa. Constitution 1.5, Speed 1.3, Spirit 1.2. Abilities none, Skills none. Integration points 5. The base stat for a normal adult in every category is 1. Even his highest stat, Constitution, was only a measly 1.5. No wonder that psycho lady nearly beat him into a pulp yesterday. This pain feels way too real to be a dream. Right on cue, the system quickly sent a notification to explain exactly what he was wondering about. As it turns out, all of Xie Yu's body fat had just been used as fuel to activate the devouring sword. So that's what it meant by igniting life energy. Talk about a 2-for-1 deal. And he didn't even have to step foot in a gym. A new warning chimed in, loading the initial model requires a massive amount of energy. If the player uses their life force as a substitute, again, there is a high probability of death. Whoa, the system sent yet another notification. Looks like the price for taking this shortcut to load the model was no joke, but what really caught Ziyu's attention was the specific wording of the warning. He still wasn't used to this whole real-life manhwa system, so he figured he'd take his time to learn its quirks. For now, though, he pushed that thought aside. His clothes were so tattered they were basically unwearable. There was no way Ziyu could just waltz into school like this, so he used 1 point to exchange for a basic set of clothes, then headed to Rujiang University. The moment Xie appeared on campus, he immediately caught the attention of all the female students. They'd never seen a heartthrob of this caliber at their school. Every single one of them looked absolutely smitten. As for Xie Yu, who had been used to his slovenly lifestyle for the past year, suddenly turning into a campus idol was a lot. Getting showered with compliments everywhere he went. Well, he'd be lying if he said he wasn't enjoying it. But that little ego boost didn't last long. After all, he had more important things to do. Ziyu found a bench and sat down, thinking carefully. It was about time. He started learning the ropes of this game. Otherwise, he might just run into more crazy players like that unhinged woman again. You wouldn't have enough extra lives to make it through. So the first thing Ziyu did was get the system to pull up his stats. A status window popped up right in front of him, looking like something straight out of an online game or maybe a classic system manhwa. Right now, Ziyu was only level 2 with his max HP at 300 and his max MP at 170. His strength and constitution were both at 7 points, spirit at 5 and agility at 6. On top of that, he had 3 unassigned attribute points, just waiting to be used, and his total accumulated points clocked in at a nice 99. Yu wasted no time spending those 3 free stat points, dumping 2 into strength and the last one into agility. For a beginner just starting out in this game, it was a pretty safe build. The only problem, his accumulated points hadn't budged one bit. Xie Yu then remembered what that psycho lady had screamed at him earlier, that if you kill another player, you get to swipe all their points. So judging by his current score, it looked like he'd only defeated her, not actually, finished the job. Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was glad she was still breathing because honestly, he really wasn't mentally prepared to add murderer to his resume just yet. Alright, next up, a little gear inspection. And the first item on the list was, of course, that sweet devouring blade of his. It was an upgradable piece of gear that boosted his attack power by a solid 30 points. The blade's 2 skills were pattern download, which worked by absorbing different kinds of energy to give the user a temporary stat boost, and the other skill, energy eruption, allowed him to simultaneously attack in multiple directions at once, with the weapon dealing a whopping 200% physical damage. The skill descriptions were super detailed, and they confirmed what Xie Yu was already thinking. The pattern download skill did indeed consume energy. What's more, it seemed only a unique energy-based life form like himself could actually fuel it. But Xie Yu had a gut feeling that this skill wasn't quite as simple as it looked on paper. Yeah, there was definitely more to it than that. Way, way more. Of course, that theory still needed to be tested, to be proven, and just as that thought crossed his mind, a basketball suddenly rolled to a stop right at his feet. A moment later, Xie Yu heard someone shout, "Hey, you over there, could you toss the ball back to us?" It was a couple of guys from the basketball team. Without giving it a second thought, Xie Yu scooped up the ball, took a little run up, and let it fly. Who knew his strength was now off the charts? The ball shot off like a cannonball, completely shattering a corner of the backboard before vanishing into the distance. The guys and girls on the court just stared, their jaws collectively hitting the floor. Holy crap, what was that? The ball went through the backboard. Did anyone see who the heck that was? I think he already took off that way. Xie Yu hadn't exactly anticipated that outcome either, so he made a very, very swift exit. You've got to be kidding me. If just 9 points of strength can do that, he thought, then I've become seriously terrifyingly strong. But Xie Yu had no time to worry about a rogue basketball because just then the system pinged him with a brand new notification. An F-class underground citadel was about to activate, and it suggested that Xie Yu enable the auto pathfinding feature. Well, obviously, he had no reason to refuse. He hadn't realized this game, which felt more like a real-life manhwa, Every day even had an auto pathfinding feature, pretty convenient. All he had to do was follow the direction of the arrow and it would lead him straight to that underground citadel. What Xie Yu didn't expect, however, was for the arrow to point him directly to the women's restroom. This place again, he screamed internally. I'm starting to think this game has some seriously weird preferences. But hey, a quest is a quest. Xie Yu glanced left then right, making absolutely sure the coast was clear. He then tried to reassure himself, I'm not a pervert. I'm just doing everything I possibly can to bring Yu Yi back. All right, deep breaths. Xie Yu took a big gulp of air and then he opened the door. Phew, thankfully the coast was clear. The arrow was pointing him toward a closed bathroom stall. Xie Yu was utterly confused with the way it was pointing. Don't tell me the secret entrance to the underground fortress is the freaking toilet, right? Xie Yu could only pray that wasn't the case, as he opened the stall door to confirm for himself. But who would have guessed? The stall was occupied. The split second their eyes locked, the girl inside let out a blood-curdling scream, and Xie Yu was instantly petrified. His opponent frantically pulled her pants back on, then stood up, gritting her teeth with a murderous glare. Xie Yu desperately wanted to explain that this was all a giant misunderstanding. But before he could even stutter out a word, the girl whipped out her weapon and brought it down on him, delivering a hit that nearly sent him to the next dimension. I heard there was a creep lurking around campus, but I never thought I'd catch him red-handed, she seethed. So allow me to give you a little gift as a public service. Besides, after this, you'll just have to chug a memory loss potion, and you won't remember a thing. Just look at that blazing fury on her face. If you told Xie Yu she was about to relieve him of his family jewels, he would have believed you. Heck, this girl seemed even stronger than that crazy woman from before. Facing off against such a powerful enemy, our boy was in some seriously deep trouble. Wait, hold on, this isn't what you think. Xie Yu pleaded for his life while scrambling away, but his opponent wasn't exactly in a listening mood. The system, however, detected that a duel between two players had officially kicked off and it automatically activated an isolation field. This finally made the girl pause for a second, realizing that Xie Yu was also a player in this messed up death game. But that realization didn't stop her. If anything, it made her even more excited. She seemed thrilled that he was a player, because now she could just go all out. Xie Yu could only cry on the inside at this insane manhwa plot twist. You just escaped one crazy woman, and now you've provoked another she-devil. At this point, there was only one thing to do. Go all out, so Xie Yu pulled out his gear, figuring he'd just have to beat her first, and explain everything later. You reek of a complete newbie. Where in the world do you get the nerve to think you can beat me? The girl asked with utter contempt. Xie Yu could tell she was incredibly strong, but you never know. Until you try, right? What if he could actually pull off another miracle win against all odds? Just like last time, his opponent, hearing his bold words, got extremely excited. She charged forward first, aiming for a quick and decisive victory that would put him firmly in his place. Compared to the crazy woman from before, this girl was on another level. The sheer pressure she exerted forced Xie Yu to constantly fall back, but right at that moment, the system sent out another notification, announcing that the underground citadel had opened and all players in the vicinity of the entrance would be automatically pulled inside. And just like that, both Xie Yu and the girl were sucked into the portal, although he really didn't want to be stuck with this violent woman in the slightest. They were pulled deep into the gateway, which then sealed shut, as if it had never been there at all. The method of teleportation to this citadel was absurdly rough, leaving Xie Yu, who already suffered from vertigo, completely dazed and seeing stars, and what was even worse was the very compromising position he and the girl landed in. Once again, Xie Yu, though completely by accident, had managed to get way too close for comfort. The result? This time he earned a punch that nearly knocked his jaw clean off. After picking himself up and taking a good look around, Xie Yu discovered that this forced entry dungeon was called the Abandoned School. And wouldn't you know it, it looked just like an underground version of their own university campus. This entire manhwa is just one wild ride, and this was a first for Xie Yu, conquering a fortress teeming with monsters like this. So it was only natural he was feeling a little on edge. As for the girl, after getting sucked in here and witnessing Xie Yu's entire gallery of priceless expressions, she finally put two and two together. Hold on, you came into the women's restroom. Just to clear this fortress, Xie Yu silently praised the heavens that she finally understood his plight. If he had to carry around that creepy pervert label any longer, he could jump into the Yellow River, and it still wouldn't be enough to wash away the stain on his honor. You're just a little chick and you want to clear this place by yourself. Do you have a death wish or something? The girl asked again. Aren't you here by yourself too? Xie Yu shot back. Don't you dare compare me to a total rookie like you. I'm here to gather rare materials. Just look at that high and mighty attitude. Xie Yu was so mad he was practically stomping his feet, thinking, so what if you're high-level big deal? But even though this girl's words were a bit trading, she didn't seem like a bad person. Since she had misunderstood Xie Yu before, she decided to give him a crash course on some essential knowledge every newbie should have. Right, what's your current level? She asked. When Xie Yu admitted he was only level 2, the girl let out another snort of pure, unadulterated disdain. Then she pointed to the monsters milling about and explained that the color of a monster's name indicates its danger level, a classic feature in any good manhwa. For example, this steel claw wolf with a yellow name is a monster far, far beyond what Xie Yu could handle. In other words, if he had really come here alone, he would have been surrounded and absolutely demolished in under 3 minutes. In her eyes, however, monsters like the steel claw wolf posed absolutely no threat. And she wasn't just all talk either. In a flash, the girl snapped into combat mode. And as for Xie Yu, he got a front row seat to the show. He got a front row seat to her power, and let me tell you, this girl single-handedly took on a whole pack of ferocious monsters. Turns out she had a skill called Feng Huan Kan Yun. Once she activated this skill, it was like unleashing a tornado. The sheer force it generated wiped out an entire wolf pack of more than a dozen beasts. Xie Yu was just standing on the sidelines watching this whole thing go down. And when he saw that, he couldn't help but be completely blown away. Holy crap, she's a beast. But just then, a steel-clawed wolf tried to pull a fast one and ambush the girl from behind. Without even thinking, our boy screamed a warning for her to be careful, and then charged in himself, using his devouring blade to knock the creature away. Unfortunately, the amount of damage Xie Yu actually managed to do was, pretty much zero. Meanwhile, all the girl had to do was swing her weapon once, and she successfully took down a monster. The power gap between them was just embarrassing, and he couldn't help but feel totally ashamed of himself. As for the girl, even though she was verbally trashing Xie Yu for being a total noob, she also realized that his heart was in the right place. My name is Shen Yun Zhao. What's yours? She actually took the initiative to introduce herself. I'm Xie Yu. The second he said his name, Shen Yun Zhao's whole expression changed. She thought to herself, Xie Yu, no way, the coincidence can't be that perfect, can it? A moment later, Xie Yu received a party invitation from the level 8 Shen Yun Zhao. She said he looked so pathetic that she'd graciously take him under her wing to farm some experience points. However, the party invitation also made it perfectly clear that the loot distribution would be decided entirely by the party leader. This was basically just a fancy way of saying she wanted Xie Yu as her personal unpaid gopher. Even so, he had to grit his teeth and hit accept. Hey, it's a classic power leveling scenario straight out of a manhwa. You gotta take what you can get. Alright, now you just take that little heart of yours and fill it with overwhelming gratitude for the favor. This young lady is showing you, and hang back to leech off my kills. A heart overflowing with gratitude for the favor. This young lady is showing you, and hang back to leech off my kills. Experience points, but if you dare cause any trouble, watch it or I'll slice you up too. Shen Yunjiao said arrogantly. Man, this girl's temper was something else. But Xie Yu had no choice but to suck it up. I mean, what could he do? He was a measly level 2 while she was a whopping level 8. Even so, Xie Yu wasn't the type of guy, shameless enough, to just sit back and leech EXP, so he still stuck close to Shen Yunjiao swinging his blade. whenever he got the chance dealing whatever measly damage he could. At least it looked like he was helping with the grind. It wasn't long before he dinged level 3, bagging another 3 free attribute points. He was leveling up faster than the MC of a power fantasy manhwa. Xie Yu immediately dumped all 3 points into his strength stat. As soon as he did that, he noticed the name of the sharp-clawed lizard in front of him had changed color. This meant that after his little power-up, the threat level of these monsters had gone down. Looks like it was finally time to fight for real. Fired up by this, Xie Yu started fighting with way more gusto. The two of them steamrolled their way through the fortress, finally arriving at the boss's lair, placing the boss on the lowest floor of the fortress. This game's system sure has a flair for the dramatic. Huh, Shen Yunjiao muttered. Just as the words left her mouth, something gooey and sticky plopped right onto Xie Yu's shoulder. He quickly flicked it off, starting to whine. What the hell is this thing? It's disgusting. Shen Yunjiao glanced at the slimy puddle on the floor and explained that it was a slime. They're usually parasites living inside higher-level monsters to leach nutrients, she said, and they're not aggressive, so there's no need to waste our time. Here. She forged ahead, and Xie Yu followed close behind, and there they were, face to face with the boss. A level 5 Venombone crocodile with a staggering 10,000 health points. A monster with a pink name, and holy cow, look at the size of that thing. Xie Yu was just standing there, completely gobsmacked, but Shen Yunjiao, she wasn't scared in the slightest. Stop screaming your head off over there, she snapped. If you're scared, just stand still like a good boy and don't move a muscle. This lady will take care of this monster for you in a jiffy. Her sheer arrogance clearly ticked off the poison bone crocodile. It immediately opened its maw and hacked up several purple fireballs, each one packing a horrifying punch. But Shen Yunjiao wasn't about to be outdone. She dashed forward, activating her flowing shadow flash skill, creating countless afterimages of herself all over the place. She completely bamboozled the monster's senses, making it impossible for it to land a single hit. The moment she closed the distance, Shen Yunjiao launched herself high into the air, then brought her weapon down with tremendous force. With just one single epic strike, she cleaved the poison bone crocodile clean in two. Xie Yu couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. This girl might be a little on the violent side, but damn, she was seriously impressive. Shen Yunjiao figured that was the end of it. But just as she turned around to lead Xie Yu out of there, a whole swarm of creatures suddenly dropped from the ceiling, a ton of adhesive slimes. They immediately formed a sticky goo, fusing the two halves of the crocodile's corpse back together. Watch your back, Xie Yu screamed at the top of his lungs. But by the time Shen Yunjiao whipped her head around, the boss had already been resurrected by the slimes like something straight out of a horror manhwa. And because she'd completely let her guard down, Shen Yunjiao took a direct hit in a vital spot. After its little revival, the poison bone crocodile seemed even more ferocious than before. And Shen Yunjiao, after taking that hit, was instantly paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. Xie Yu realized she'd been poisoned and frantically activated his own skill. He managed to scoop her up into his arms and dodge the next wave of attacks from the boss. But let's be real, our boy was still way too weak. Using his skill just once already had him gasping for air. Are you okay? Xie Yu asked, his voice laced with worry. The guy she was crushing on, who knows if it was because they were so close, but Shen Yunjiao suddenly thought Xie Yu looked devastatingly handsome, and her cheeks started burning up without her permission. I'm not gonna die, but it looks like I've been hit with some kind of paralysis poison. I can't move a muscle. Staring down the ferocious poison bone gator, Xie Yu had a sinking feeling this thing was way too strong. Nothing like a monster you'd find in an F-rank manhwa dungeon. Shin Yinkyo had also heard that the higher-level dungeons had a nasty habit of being unpredictable, often spawning ridiculously powerful monsters with strength that was completely off the charts. And based on their current predicament, it looked like they had just hit that unlucky jackpot. She just never imagined their luck could be this rotten. At a time like this, instead of just whining about so-called luck, maybe she should use her brain and come up with a way to actually beat this overgrown lizard. Just then, Xie Yu gently set Shen Yunjiao on the ground, standing alone to face the poison bone gator, as it stomped ever closer, but the girl just thought he was being completely delusional. Right now, their only option was to run. There was no way in hell Ziyu was a worthy opponent for a monster of that caliber. Of course, Ziyu knew he was outmatched, but trying to escape. While carrying a completely paralyzed Shen Yun, Jiao was basically a non-starter. His only option was to stay and face this boss head-on. Besides, he'd already tried punching way above his weight class against that crazy woman before, right? Who's to say he couldn't pull off a miracle? A second time, the situation was beyond dire. But Ziyu's insane optimism was enough to make Shen Yunjiao shudder. And through it all, his main thought was still to lure this monster a little farther away from her. After all, in her current state, Shen Yunjiao didn't stand a chance of escaping. The only problem, there was one variable completely outside of Ziyu's control, and that was the monster with its... For a creature of its size, that thing was shockingly fast. Way faster than he'd anticipated, and its attack patterns were on a whole other level of terrifying. Xie Yu raised his devouring blade, desperately trying to parry the relentless assault. "Watch your back!" Shen Yunjiao suddenly screamed. Turns out somehow that monstrous beast had already circled around behind him. It threw open its blood-red maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, ready to swallow Ziyu whole. Thanks to Shen Yunjiao's warning, Xie Yu managed to scramble backward just in time. He might have avoided getting chomped in half, but he still took a direct hit from the beast. It was just a single blow, and yet Ziyu felt like all of his internal organs had just played a violent game of musical chairs. Before he could even process the agony, the venomous bone crocodile was charging in for another attack. This time its fangs sank deep into his left shoulder. He fought back with everything he had, refusing to become its next meal. But the sheer difference in power was just too immense. The beast flung him backward like a rag doll. His HP bar at this point had plummeted to just 150, out of a maximum of 500. Sensing that Xie Yu was on his last legs, the venomous bone crocodile pressed its attack even more ferociously. Shen Yunjiao watched him get tossed around again and again, her heart pounding with anxiety. But the infuriating part was, there was absolutely nothing she could do to help. In the blink of an eye, Ziyu went flying once more, his health now in the critical red zone at a measly 50 HP. This was proving to be way harder than any action manhwa he'd ever read, especially for a guy whose only prior combat experience was clicking a mouse. Now the game had become terrifyingly real. His brain could keep up with the fight, but his body had absolutely zero real-world combat experience. Xie Yu lay flattened on the ground, his body screaming in agony as if every single rib had been shattered. And the venomous bone crocodile. Yeah, it wasn't about to call a timeout for him. This time the monster switched tactics, launching its next attack by spitting a glob of toxic fluid. A wave of dizziness washed over Ziyu. He watched the creature loom ever closer, a crushing sense of despair settling in his heart. Is this it? Am I really going to die here? And with that, Xie Yu's consciousness began to fade away. Despair started to creep in. Was this really the end of the road for him? But just then, a light bulb went off in his head, a crazy idea that might just be the one lifeline he needed in this whole mess. Seeing that the toxic bone alligator had finished its poison-spitting temper tantrum and was now charging straight for him, Xie Yu shakily forced himself to his feet and muttered, "Looks like I finally found a way to get out of this alive." Seeing his stubborn refusal to just lie down and die, Shen Yunjiao was an absolute nervous wreck. Let's be real, Ziyu's body was so beat up, it couldn't possibly take another hit. Just one more blow and he'd definitely be pushing up daisies, but this time Ziyu looked like he had an ace up his sleeve. As the monster lunged in close, opening its jaws to take a big old bite out of him, Ziyu's battered body somehow miraculously dodged, and then he leaped high into the air before shooting down like an arrow and bringing his devouring blade crashing down on the toxic bone alligator. The monster lost 100 HP from that single strike. Even Shen Yunjiao was completely floored to see Ziyu actually manage to wound it. As for Ziyu, his gamble had paid off. He was right as long as he could still move. His trusty blade could definitely still find its mark after taking that hit. The toxic bone alligator looked absolutely furious. It let out an enraged roar, and then renewed its assault with even more ferocity. But it seemed Xie Yu had figured out his opponent's attack pattern because he was now dodging with relative ease, all while launching a barrage of counterattacks. All right, you've had your fun, now it's my turn. Time to die. He charged forward and finally brought his prey down. Shen Yunjiao's jaw was on the floor. She couldn't understand how Xie Yu had pulled this off. It was like a scene out of a crazy manhwa. I mean, with his current level, he shouldn't have been able to even keep up with the toxic bone alligator's speed at all. Now that the danger had passed, Xie Yu finally had a moment. Turns out taking down that monster wasn't exactly rocket science. Sure, it hit like a freight train, but its attack patterns were laughably predictable. Just the same few moves on a loop. For any poor soul standing 30 meters or more away, it would hawk up a nasty ball of poison right from its gut. Get within 10 to 30 meters, and it would trigger a quake attack that sent its opponent flying. Then just as Xie Yu was on his way down, it would lunge in for a massive bite. And if you were brave or stupid enough to get within 10 meters, the venom-boned alligator would unleash a furious flurry of claw attacks. The swipes were blindingly fast. But if you paid just a little attention, you'd spot the rhythm in its rage, and could dodge it all. Xie Yu was feeling pretty darn pleased with himself. He figured this so-called difficult game was a total joke in the end. Child's play for a genius gamer like him. The venom-boned alligator's entire playbook was laid bare, making it nothing more than a giant scaly punching bag for him to slice and dice as he pleased. And yet it still took him a solid 2 hours to whittle its health bar down to a measly 4,927 HP. Just when he thought victory was in the bag, the boss's HP bar suddenly flashed a menacing red. The venom-boned alligator was going berserk again. The color instantly drained from the faces of both Xie Yu and Shen Yunjiao as pure terror set in. Right on cue, a system alert popped up, warning them that the boss's HP had dropped below 10%, activating its self-destruct mode. Xie Yu was absolutely livid. He had busted his butt to get this far. Who in their right mind gives a boss a self-destruct move? If he ever met the developers behind this ridiculous manhwa, he swore he would personally introduce their faces to the pavement. But first he had to figure out what to do with the ticking time bomb in front of him because its entire attack pattern was about to change. Had already changed. Not only was it faster, but the sheer lethality of every single attack had also been cranked up to 11, making it a nightmare for Xie Yu to defend himself. With all his experience, he knew that even if this monster was going berserk, it still had to follow some kind of attack pattern. But what on earth was that pattern? With his health bar looking this pathetic, he sure as heck couldn't afford to face tank another hit just to find out. And then all of a sudden, the monster completely lost interest in Xie Yu. It whipped around and started charging in the opposite direction. But hold your applause, because this was not good news. Because the direction that monster was heading was right where Shen Yunjiao was sitting. She was still under the effects of the boss's paralyzing poison, so she could only watch helplessly as it thundered toward her, completely unable to move. The color drained from Shen Yunjiao's face. It was then that the regret hit her like a ton of bricks. She felt so foolish and arrogant, assuming that since this was just an F-rank dungeon, she wouldn't need to buy any extra gear before waltzing right in. And now all Shen Yunjiao could do was watch as the poison bone croc raised its claws to send her straight to the respawn screen. In that split second, she was certain it was game over for her, and that Xie Yu probably wasn't getting out of this alive either. But then the unthinkable happened. In that life-or-death moment, Xie Yu dove forward, using his own body to shield Shen Yunjiao from the monster's claws. The claws pierced straight through his heart, and yet the absolute madman just smiled as if it was no big deal. You and her, you're a bit alike. I can't just stand by and watch a girl like you die. In front of me, not again, Xie Yu said, coughing up a huge mouthful of blood. Shen Yunjiao's eyes went wide in utter disbelief. But what she didn't know was that this wasn't some reckless heroic act straight out of a manhwa. Oh no, our boy was making a calculated all-or-nothing bet. It seems Lady Luck was smiling on our boy once again. Because after that absolutely fatal heart-shattering blow, the system detected an anomaly and automatically activated. A brand new template download. A smirk crept across Xie Yu's face. Looks like his all-or-nothing gamble paid off. Just like that, the system began to automatically devour, the life energy pouring out from his own wound. And as Shen Yunjiao stared in absolute horror, his body began to undergo a radical transformation. Even the claws of the poison bone crocodile were shattered to pieces by the colossal power, erupting from within Xie Yu's body. The upload process was ridiculously fast, and when the light faded, Xie Yu had reappeared in a completely different powered-up form. What a classic manhwa moment. His HP was now down to a single solitary point, and yet the sheer power he was radiating was enough to send even the mighty poison bone crocodile into a full-blown panic. This time, when faced with the monster's attack, Xie Yu didn't show a single trace of fear. Instead, he simply swung his blade, which now pulsed with 120% of its original power. And when the devouring blade came crashing down, it unleashed a shockwave so massive that even the hulking poison bone crocodile couldn't keep its footing. So this must be the legendary technique you read about in every action manhwa. The 1/9999. Witnessing this entire spectacle, Shen Yunjiao's jaw had already hit the floor and started digging a trench. She simply could not wrap her head around how Xie Yu was capable of pulling something like this off. But hey, whether she understood it or not, the job was officially done. Xie Yu had successfully obliterated the underground citadel, and the sweet rewards were already being deposited into her account. The 30-second countdown until their teleportation out of this place officially began. And right on cue, that's when the exhausted Xie Yu finally collapsed backward. Who knows how long it was before Xie Yu groggily woke up. The very first thing he saw was the face of Yao Yi. You have to wonder if that last battle exhausted him so much that it knocked a few screws loose in our boy Xie Yu's head. Wu had completely forgotten one tiny insignificant detail: Wu Yi was already dead. So acting on pure unadulterated instinct, he lunged forward for a hug. Wrapping his arms around her, Wu Yi, oh thank goodness, I can finally see you again, and for his troubles, Xi Wu was promptly punted by his long-lost love straight into a wall. And why, you ask? Because that wasn't Wu Yi, it was Shen Yun Jiao. You absolute pervert, she seethed. I should have just left you to rot back at the city. And just like that, the fury of this fiery demoness was back at full throttle. Sorry, I got the wrong person. Xi Wu scrambled to beg for his life and was then frankly a little shocked to find himself still breathing. But after his brain rebooted, he realized something was off. The feeling of activating his transmission mode this time felt different from before. So like any good manhwa protagonist, Xie Wu whipped out his phone to check the stats on his devouring blade. Lo and behold, he discovered the weapon had learned a brand new skill: devour and transform. Its effect: after the weapon snacks on some special energy, it undergoes a transformation. The weapon's level had also synced up perfectly with Xie Wu's, and it could even learn new skills on its own. Now that was a seriously awesome upgrade. On top of that, the skill description for his transmission mode had also gotten a complete makeover. The fine print now explained that the skill worked by absorbing various elemental energies to temporarily supercharge the user's attributes, with every 1% providing a one-fold power increase. Xi Wu didn't even have a second to nerd out over this game-changing info before Shen Yunjiao cut in. What are you muttering about over there? Nothing, Xi Wu quickly deflected. So where are we? Anyway, Shen Yunjiao explained they were in a hotel, because there was no way in hell she was bringing a guy like him back to her place. But hey, since he did save her life, the room fee was of course on the great Miss Shen's tab. She also laid out his reward for the mission, which included 300 points and 1 essence crystal. She'd used up all her points to save Xi Yu, so the essence of that croco fish was all hers. Xie Yu, however, couldn't have cared less about that, because a far more pressing matter was currently occupying his mind. Where are my clothes? Please don't tell me you were the one who changed me. The moment he finished that sentence, Shen Yunjiao's face turned beet red. Well, who else was going to do it? If you weren't literally on death's door, I wouldn't have had any interest in stripping you down just to bandage your wounds, trust me. So where are my clothes then? Xie Yu pressed on. They were soaked in blood. I tossed them. I bought those with my hard-earned system points. Xie Yu cried out in despair. In the end, Shen Yunjiao still had to compensate him with a brand new set of clothes. With Xie Yu's wounds now stable, he learned that he had been out cold for 5 whole days and nights. Shen Yunjiao commented that 5 days was actually a miracle, because if it weren't for her points, an injury like his would have been completely impossible to heal. The thing that really stuck in her mind, though, was the insane power of that final sword strike Xie Yu unleashed. It was like a scene from an action manhwa. I'm incredibly curious, how in the world did you pull that off? Well, faced with Shen Yunjiao's pointed question, Xie Yu's brain went into overdrive to fabricate a story. He started spinning a yarn for Shen Yunjiao. He spouted some total nonsense about how he thought he was about to check out for good. But then suddenly he saw this flash of brilliant light. After that, he claimed he wasn't really sure what he did. He just vaguely remembers passing out. It wasn't that he wanted to lie. It's just that even he didn't fully grasp the devouring blade yet. So he definitely wasn't about to spill the beans to an outsider. On her end, Shen Yunjiao could easily tell that Xie Yu was lying through his teeth. But it's not like they had a working relationship, or were even friends. So if the guy didn't want to talk, she wasn't about to force it out of him. Seeing her expression sour, Xie Yu immediately scrambled to change the subject. He mentioned that since he'd been asleep for 5 days, his wounds must be a lot better now. Shen Yunjiao took the cue and told him it was time to get moving. After all, she had only waited this long for him to wake up. Hearing that, Xie Yu didn't dare waste another second. You know, that suddenly makes me think of something. Back when you first started this whole Manhwa game, did any other players try to, hunt you down? You've been hunted before. Shen Yunjiao asked, her eyes wide with shock. Yeah, once, but I turned the tables and kicked her butt instead. Xie Yu replied, completely clueless as to why Shen Yunjiao's face had suddenly turned dead serious. She suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Xie Yu by the shoulders and giving him a good hard shake, before demanding that he pull up his game interface right now. The second Xie Yu opened it, a map of the city popped up. Shen Yunjiao took one look at it and let out a heavy sigh. The game map? I knew it. You never turned it off, did you? Xie Yu was completely baffled, having zero clue what was going on. Isn't this a totally normal feature? I mean, being able to use the map to check quests or find entrances to city buildings is super convenient, right? He never expected Shen Yunjiao to absolutely chew him out for it. You absolute moron, you're gonna get me killed. If that's all it did, I wouldn't say a word. But this map has another much more dangerous function. It searches for nearby players. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Do you get it now? She said, frantically yanking the hotel curtains shut. And that's when the gravity of the situation finally hit Xie Yu like a ton of bricks. His location had been broadcasting this entire time, even though it only shows a general area they'd been holed up in here for so long, that it was almost guaranteed some players with less than noble intentions had already locked onto them. And as it turns out, her fears were spot on. They hadn't been targeted by just one person, oh no. First up was a level 8 player named Shui Jiying. Then a pair of brothers, the level 5 Great Rogue Knight Qin Feng, and the level 5 Shadow Dance Sword Qin Yu. But that's not all. There was someone even more terrifying lurking about. A level 9 player from the Xie Yu guild with the ID Kong Xing. And to a guy like that, our two protagonists were nothing more than a couple of juicy targets. Hurry up and turn it off. Xie Yu frantically fumbled to shut it down. But of course, a system message popped up. Cannot exit map while in a combat state. Damn it. The enemy has us locked. Get ready to fight. I'll take the main door, you cover the window. Shen Yunjiao commanded, and Xie Yu scrambled to obey. The words had barely left her mouth when a dark figure burst through the window. Shen Yunjiao whipped her head around just in time to see a man dressed in black. wielding a long blood-red blade. It turns out hunting other players is a whole lot more thrilling than grinding mobs. Inside a nearby house, Xie Yu and his companion were ducked down behind a door. Yun Zhao frowned and hissed, "Sniper 9 o'clock. He's a veteran player just like me, level 8. He's the reigning champion of the rookie tournament in this zone." Sure enough, just as she said, a glint of light flashed from the building across the street. The sniper Xie Yu couldn't get a visual on Xie Yu and his friend. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Their position vanished. Heh, looks like the newbie has finally caught on. Back in the house, Yun Zhao frantically yanked the curtain shut, her voice urgent. "There have to be other players lying in wait around here. This is a real pain in the ass." Xie Yu, completely bewildered, asked why everyone was so damn obsessed with hunting newbies. Yun Zhao explained it slowly, as if to a child. Most rookies choose to tackle the underground city dungeons. They're loaded with points, and if they die, every single point on them, along with all their gear drops for whoever takes them down. You get way more points from ganking a newbie than you do from farming monsters, especially one that's been grinding in the underground city. Some people do it for the points and the loot, and others, they just get a thrill from the hunt itself. A classic trope in this kind of manhwa. Hearing this, Xie Yu's face twisted into a scowl of disgust. Hunting? That's just messed up. Yun Zhao's expression turned dead serious, which is exactly why I'm leaving. I have no intention of becoming their next target just because I'm with you. Sure, Xie Yu had saved her once, but she just saved him right back. As far as she was concerned, that made them even. And with that, she turned on her heel to walk away. She barely made it 2 steps before Xie Yu grabbed her arm. Yun Zhao spun around, her patience completely gone. "What do you want now? I am not dying with you." Xie Yu just arched an eyebrow, a sly grin spreading across his face. "I just wanted to say, I've got a plan, which is why I'm leaving. I refuse to be hunted down by those psychos because of you. Even though you saved me once, Xie Yu, I just returned the favor, so we're square." And with that final word, she turned to storm off. But she'd barely taken 2 steps before Xie Yu grabbed her again. He yanked her right back. Yun Zhao's patience finally snapped. "What could you possibly want now? I told you I am not dying with you." But Xie Yu just arched an eyebrow with a confident smirk. "I just wanted to say," he said smoothly, "that I have an idea. Hey, not only can we get out of here in one piece, but we can even make a tidy profit on the side. You interested?" Hearing this, Yun Zhao's eyes went wide with astonishment. But in the end, she chose to stay. At the same time, the veteran players who were hunting our two protagonists, Xie Yu and his partner, noticed their location pings had suddenly vanished. Qin Feng's brow furrowed in suspicion. As he muttered, "Looks like they've switched off their location services." Qin Yu, who was trailing behind him cautiously, suggested, "Big brother, maybe we should just call it a day." But Qin Feng, brimming with that classic manhwa villain confidence, shot back, "I'm right here, what are you so afraid of? If our luck holds, we might just get a jackpot of points for killing him. You know, let's just search a little longer, we're bound to find him." But of course, the two of them had no idea that lurking in a dark corner someone was quietly watching them. It was Xie Yu. He reported to Yun Zhao through his earpiece. "I think I've made contact with our 2 friends. How are things on your end?" Yun Zhao replied coolly, "Our friendly neighborhood sniper is still looking for a target." Hearing that, Xie Yu let out a smug laugh. "Excellent, let's get this show on the road." The next second, he dramatically leaped out from his hiding spot and yelled, "Yo, were you two looking for me? This little stunt nearly made the Qin siblings jump out of their skins. But Qin Feng recovered in a flash immediately. Barking an order, "Found him, little sis, get into battle formation." Qin Yu quickly drew her sword, but her voice was trembling with panic. I'll try my best." At that exact moment, the Bloodwing Shadow also saw a sign of energy flaring up in the distance. He chuckled with glee. "There you are. Looks like tonight's stakeout wasn't a waste of time after all." Back on the ground, Xie Yu was sprinting for his life, practically screaming into his comms, "Xin Yun Zhao, what's the status? I'm about to run out of steam over here." Yun Zhao from her room watched the scene unfold in silence. After a long moment, She finally spoke. The sniper across the way is in position. The second you give him an opening, one wrong move and you're toast. Be careful. The two of them coordinated their attack just like that. One chasing one providing cover which was really starting to tick Qin Feng off. He immediately gave chase, aiming his gun arm right at Xie Yu. Qin Feng's voice came over the line cold as ice. What's your status over there? Sounds like you're in a bit of a hurry. Do you really think you can escape me? Xie Yu muttered in a panic as he ran. Because I absolutely did not see this coming. The words had barely left his mouth when a bullet came screaming toward him. At the exact same moment, Qin Yu lunged in with a vicious strike. Xie Yu desperately dodged, shouting indignantly. What kind of ridiculously overpowered feature is this? He complained while dodging another one of Qin Yu's attacks. Qin Yu's sword slammed into the wall right behind him. She landed gracefully on the ground. Her eyes fixed on Xie Yu as she spoke awkwardly. I'm sorry, but could you please hand over your points to us? Xie Yu didn't answer. He knew this was the moment. Sure enough, Crimson Shadow saw him break cover. But his scope wasn't just on him, it was also locked onto Qin Yu, who was standing right out in the open. Too bad Crimson Shadow couldn't have cared less. He smirked and said, "Bye-bye, newbie." Then he pulled the trigger. Qin Yu felt the killing intent wash over her, a classic Manhwa pre-death moment. But the shot was just too fast. She couldn't dodge in time. And it hit her square on. Seeing this, Qin Feng cried out in a panic. My sister! Qin Yu's health bar dropped like a stone. Qin Feng rushed to catch her, asking worriedly, Are you okay? Qin Yu winced and muttered, I'm fine. There's someone else in the building across from us. Qin Feng was stunned, stammering in disbelief. An accomplice. It looks like some guild is using a new player as bait. Trying to hunt us down, we walked right into their trap. Hearing that, Qin Yu said with a worried look, If we go after him now, we'll probably get ambushed by that other person. Don't you worry, we're not chasing them. Because I've already found their location. That sniper's gonna hit his mark. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he stared outside. Fine, let's take care of him first, he said coldly. Top floor of the building across the street, huh? The words had barely left his mouth before he opened fire. Xie Yu was baffled when he saw no one fall. He was completely lost. Wasn't that enough to take them down? No, that can't be right. But before Xie Yu could even process his confusion, a jolt of pure terror shot through him. Why? Because he saw a bullet flying straight at him. In the blink of an eye, the Qin siblings had arrived on the scene. Qin Feng's voice was like ice. I will never forgive anyone who dares to harm my sister. Qin Yu gave a slight nod in agreement. I'm ready, brother. And just like that, she launched into her sword dance. A storm of light beams from her blade, looking like something out of a crazy manhwa, shot straight towards Xie Yu. Watching the three of them fight from a safe distance, Xie Yu couldn't help but crack a smile. Yun Jiao, however, snorted coldly beside him. We barely managed to escape and you're already thinking about getting involved again. With a casual shrug, Xie Yu pouted and said, Hey, we already got out. No sense in jumping back into the fire pit. This time was way too dangerous. Let's just say we stick to the plan. Not only do we escape, but we also walk away with a little something. Besides, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Why not retreat for now and plan for the long game, huh? Lost in thought, Xie Yu glanced over at Yun Jiao. There's one thing I still don't get. What happens if you actually die in this game? But before he could finish, Yun Jiao slapped a hand over his mouth. She whispered urgently, logically speaking, we should have been out of this domain by now. But we're not completely out yet, which means it's an ambush. And sure enough, as soon as she said it, a chilling laugh echoed around them. Yun Jiao looked up in a panic. She and Xie Yu were completely surrounded. A gloomy voice descended upon them. Xie Yu, so you finally decided to show up. Do you have any idea? Because of you, I lost the only family I had left. The figure looked down on them from above, his voice dripping with venom. You're going to pay for that with your life. Hearing this, Xie Yu just furrowed his brow a little. Yun Jiao leaned in, whispering worriedly, Do you know this person? Xie Yu simply shook his head. Never seen him before. Then he added, You should go, don't worry about me. Backing away. Kong Shang squinted at the two of them and let out a booming, arrogant laugh. Heh heh, not bad, little lady. You're pretty sharp, I'll give you that. As for you, newbie, let me tell you something. There's no escaping this. For a split second, Yun Zhao's face showed a hint of panic. She couldn't believe she hadn't sensed his presence at all. Kang Shang raised an eyebrow at the pair, a purely malicious grin spreading across his face. But then Yun Zhao suddenly smirked and spoke up. After all that dramatic sneaking around, we still end up fighting head-on. The moment she finished speaking, she snapped into her combat stance, a long scimitar materializing in her hand. At the same time, Kang Xing kicked off from his perch and launched himself down below. With a loud thud, he made a classic Manhwa villain landing. Kang Zhang glanced up at Yun Zhao and her partner, letting out a cold snort. I originally thought I was only hunting one piece of prey, but who knew it'd come with a bonus prize, and a pretty decent one at that. Yun Zhao completely ignored him, looking over at Xie Yu and suggesting, "Your wounds just healed. Let me handle this guy." Hearing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but ask, anxiously, "Are you sure you can take him alone?" With a soft huff, Yun Zhao replied nonchalantly, "Well, there's only one way to find out, right?" And with that, she lunged forward, swinging her blade. Instantly, Kang Xing used his razor-sharp legs to parry the blow. His eyes were filled with nothing but contempt. The sharp clang of their weapons clashing echoed through the air repeatedly. The two were quickly locked in a stalemate. But it didn't last long. Kang Xing's leg swept viciously toward Yun Zhao's face, forcing her to stumble back in alarm. Seeing this, Xie Yu cried out in worry. "Ishan Yun Zhao, are you okay?" Kang Sang narrowed his eyes at Yun Zhao, sneering. "Not bad, you've got some power. But compared to me, you're not even in the same league." But Yun Zhao paid his taunts no mind. She didn't falter for a second, was secretly running the calculations. After a moment, she shot a look at Xie Yu with a proposal. "Power-wise, his level isn't that much higher than mine. If you can still pull off one of those slashes, like the one back in the underground city, then this dude is absolutely no match for us." Kang Xing, who overheard this, couldn't help but let out an annoyed snort. "Still got the energy for a little chit-chat, do we? Are you seriously underestimating me? You can't possibly think that all by yourself. You actually stand a chance of defeating me, can you?" The moment the words left his mouth, he charged forward like a madman. Yun Zhao didn't dare let her guard down, quickly raising her blade to defend herself. But just then, in a classic Manhwa move, Kang Xing suddenly planted his hands on the ground, and in the blink of an eye slid right past Yun Zhao, heading for the person behind her. Yun Zhao was stunned. It was only then that she realized his real target was Xie Yu all along. And sure enough, Kang Xing was making a beeline straight for Xie Yu. He roared with arrogance. "Sorry, pal, but you're going to have to die here today. And as for your points, they're going to provide me with a very nice and comfortable life." With that, he lifted his leg, aiming the razor-sharp tip of his boot right at Xie Yu. Seeing this, Yun Zhao screamed in terror. "Xie Yu!" But it was too late. A massive explosion erupted before them. But inside that cloud of dust and debris, it was Kang Xing who looked completely stunned, because Xie Yu had somehow drawn a long blade. And with a smirk, he shot back, "I think I'm the one who should be sorry. After all, I have no intention of dying here." He might talk a big game, but just blocking that one move was enough to send jolts of pain through his entire body. Seeing Xie Yu successfully block the attack, Yun Zhao charged forward with a vengeance. "Stop looking down on people." In an instant, a whirlwind of energy shot toward him. Kang King was horrified, his eyes shrinking in disbelief. He quickly swept his leg across Xie Yu's body, knocking him out of the way and then focusing all her energy on the tornado hurtling toward her. The guy just let out a cold snort and sneered, pathetically weak. The moment he finished speaking, Kang Xing launched. A sweeping kick and a cross-shaped slash materialized in midair. Then with incredible force it shot forward, tearing right through Yun Zhao's tornado, but it didn't stop there. It continued rocketing straight for her. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Seeing this, Xie Yu cried out in alarm. Yun Zhao, once she managed to steady herself, Yun Zhao answered, "I'm fine." But seriously, how could a skill that was supposed to cancel his out still manage to injure her? This dude was on another level. Just then, Kang Xing's lips curled into a smirk as he said, "I have to admit you two aren't completely useless. But before he could even finish his sentence, Yun Zhao cut him off with a cold huff. What's wrong thinking of surrendering? It's not too late, you know. This actually made Kang Xing laugh out loud. He pouted and said, I'm not really one for taking risks, but this current situation, it has a certain adventurous thrill to it, so I'd like to make a little business proposal to you two. Yun Zhao couldn't help but frown, saying dismissively, a business proposal. If that's just a fancier way of saying you want to give up, then sure, hand over all your points and I'll let you walk away. But Kang Xing just shook his head with a grin. No, the deal I have in mind is much better than that. All you have to do is stand still. Then you let me take care of Xie Yu. As for his points, Yun Zhao gets 60% and I'll just take a measly 40. How about it? This offer made Xie Yu's heart pound with panic. Yun Zhao, however, remained silent. Seeing his opening, Kang Xing pressed on with a grin, and as a little bonus, I'll even recommend you to join the Blood Moon Guild. At that, Yun Zhao's lips curved into a smirk. The Blood Moon Guild? You mean the top tier guild that's always topping the Manhwa rankings model? The top 10 spots on the leaderboard, huh? Now that's a pretty tempting offer. Without missing a beat, Xie Yu's face went sheet white, his voice trembling as he asked, You're not actually planning to sell me, are you? With a soft scoff, Yun Zhao coolly replied, If I sell you, what happens to those 300 points of mine? Do they just go up in smoke? Besides, when it comes to those guilds that do nothing but hunt down new players, I couldn't be less interested. Hearing this, Xie Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He'd almost been scared to death. But their biggest problem still wasn't solved. What in the world was he supposed to do? To defeat the monster standing in front of them? If he were in perfect condition, teaming up with Yun Zhao might give them a fighting chance of winning. But as it was forget about fighting, Xie Yu would be lucky not to drag Yun Zhao down with him. This Kang Sung guy's mind and his raw power were both absolutely terrifying. Just then, Yun Zhao spoke up, warning him, You better watch yourself. This guy is no pushover. Xie Yu gave a slight nod and replied, Got it. Kang Xing, however, wasn't giving up, continuing his little speech. Little lady, you should really think this through. In this crazy manhwa, the second you die, every single thing you own vanishes for good. Shut your mouth, Yun Zhao roared and then charged forward with ferocious intensity, but just as she did, a web of threads materialized in front of her, blocking her path and causing Yun Zhao to stumble back in alarm. When did these threads get here? They definitely weren't here a second ago, but the surprises weren't over. Behind her, a gaping hole suddenly ripped open, and from inside it, more threads shot out. Without warning, luckily Yun Zhao dodged them. She couldn't help but frown. What is this? At that very moment, Kang Xing dove down from the sky above, letting out a smug laugh. Little lady, I gave you a chance. Too bad for him, because before his blade could even touch, Yun Zhao Xie Yu had already lunged forward, parrying the attack with his own sword. He let out a cold snort. What am I, chopped liver? Kang Xing was shoved back by Xie Yu. Xie Yu glanced over at Yun Zhao and asked, Are you okay? Yun Zhao gave a slight shake of her head, hesitating. As she said, I'm fine, but they still have one more guy. Hearing that, Kang Xing just let out a smug little snort. Before long, a hand reached out from the hole in the wall, and a figure in a black cloak emerged. He spoke in a chilling tone, Cut the chatter. Let's kill them. Kang Xing shot a look at the newcomer, pouting with a smirk. Well, what a perfectly dramatic entrance, Ying Sha. Ying Sha remained completely expressionless, coldly suggesting, Let's make this quick. Xie Yu, at this point, was freaking out. He never expected there to be two of them. This manhwa showdown had the entire alleyway covered in webs, and their escape route was completely sealed off. Yun Zhao, however, spoke up pensively, 2 against 2. We basically have zero chance of winning. We have to figure out a way to take one of them out first. Be careful of the guy in the hood. We have no idea what he's capable of. Hearing this, Kang Xing burst out laughing, his tone dripping with contempt. He. Oh, watching that little glimmer of hope in your eyes fade into utter despair. This feeling is just divine. Let's go. Seeing him ramble on, Ying Sha cut in to remind him, stop monologuing, let's just kill them. Kang Xing's lips curled into a smirk. The next second, he shot forward. In the blink of an eye, Kang Xing had launched himself into the air. He cackled with glee. In that case, I'll just have to use this move. Right. After that, Kang Xing started spinning like a tornado. In midair, and before long, he had become a human Beyblade. Sharp blades even started jutting out from his body. Yun Zhao didn't dare let her guard down, quickly raising her sword to block. He's trying to end this. In one hit, isn't he? She thought. I'm not gonna give him that chance. But just as Yun Zhao braced for the attack, Kang Xing still wasn't. He kept pressing his advantage, forcing her back step by agonizing step. It was only then that it finally dawned on Yun Zhao what Kang Xing's real game was. He was trying to shove her right into that mysterious thread. The moment she figured it out, her face turned absolutely grim. She immediately yelled out, Xie Yu, get over here. Xie Yu answered the call in a flash, sprinting over to back her up. But he barely took 2 steps before Ying Sha materialized straight out of the wall. The shadowy figure let out a cold, disdainful scoff. What a nuisance! And with a flick of his wrist, he tossed something at Xie Yu. In the blink of an eye, a glowing triangle trapped the poor guy's feet. The energy surging from it completely locked Xie Yu in place. I can't move, he yelped, panicking as his body refused to budge. Seeing this from a distance, Yun Zhao couldn't help but let out an exasperated sigh. Guess if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. No sooner said than done, she began to activate her ultimate move. This was it, her last-ditch effort. After this, she'd be running on empty. Yun Zhao gripped her scimitar tightly and unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. Her ultimate skill, Blazing Titan, erupted into existence. A brilliant inferno raged forth, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Seeing this, Kang Xing immediately scrambled backward, his eyes wide with panic as Ying Sha rushed to his side to support him. Ying Sha commented coolly, "You are far too careless." Letting out a small grunt, Kang Xing replied with a cold tone, "I really did underestimate that woman. But just look at the state she's in. Both her health and her energy must be completely drained by now." And he was right on the money. Yun Zhao's health bar was flashing critical red in true Manhwa fashion. She shot a look at the still-trapped Xie Yu and said, "I'm at my limit. If you don't have another ace up your sleeve, then we might as well just lie down and wait to die." Hearing this, Xie Yu started to totally freak out. He had no idea what to do. He couldn't just pull off another one of those epic slashes he used back at the Citadel. But if he didn't, his attacks would be as effective as a wet noodle. But just then, I'm all out of juice. If you've got nothing left in your arsenal, then I guess we're just waiting for the game over screen. Xie Yu, hearing this, went into full-blown panic mode, completely clueless. He couldn't just whip out that legendary one-shot slash from the Citadel fight again. But without it, his attacks were basically useless. This whole Manhwa battle was going south fast. But right at that moment, he also rushed over to support him. An idea suddenly struck Xie Yu and he yelled out, "Yun Zhao, I need to borrow something from you." This understandably left Yun Zhao a little baffled. Just then, Kang Xing's sharp footsteps clicked closer. He sneered, "This is the end of the line for you. Whether I'm hunting underground monsters or picking off newbie players, I always make sure to target those who are one level below me. That way my victory is practically 100% guaranteed." But even with that advantage, Kang Xing always kept an ace up his sleeve. And his shadow kill was no exception. The more Kang Xing gloated, the more smug he became, letting out a loud laugh. "Oh, and you weren't wrong to be suspicious of me. My offer to team up earlier, just a little trick to lure you in. The moment you agreed, my shadow would have ambushed you from the side while your guard was down and finished you off nice and clean." He had to admit Xie Yu and his partner were among the most impressive newbies he had ever seen in a manhwa. Your skills and game knowledge are top-notch, but in the end, you're both still going to die by my hand. Because as of today, I am 100% perfect. Hearing this, however, Xie Yu just smirked. He spoke with a cool indifference. There's no such thing as 100%. Even a 1% chance is enough to turn the tables. And that's what makes things truly interesting. In an instant, Kang Xing's expression went dark. He snarled through clenched teeth. You naive little brat, acting all high and mighty with zero life experience. In his past life, Kang Xing never had a choice. But the heavens had granted him a second chance. So this time my life has to be 100% perfect. The moment the words left his mouth, Kang Xing charged forward. If everyone else's life was worth 100 points, then Kang Xing's was only worth 50. It was all because in his previous life he had been crippled in both legs. He knew he had no say in the life he was given. But fate had blessed him with a chance to live again. And that's why this time his life absolutely had to be a perfect 100%. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Xing lunged forward to attack. If other people's lives were scored a full 100 points, then Kang Xing's was a measly 50, all because he had been disabled in both legs. He cursed in frustration. What the hell is this cursed potion? Am I supposed to drink this and just wait to die? An accident left our boy Kang Heng with a nasty parting gift, 2 legs with 0 feeling. But did that stop him? Hell no, the man never threw in the towel. Even when he was completely gassed, Kang Heng was still in the gym pumping iron. Legs or no legs, the man was a workout machine. But no matter how hard he grinded, the world just refused to give Kang Heng a fair shake. His teachers figured a cripple like him had no business being in a classroom. Big shot companies took one look at him and said, sorry, we don't hire people who aren't fully assembled. The 2 words he probably heard most in his life, useless trash. No matter how much injustice this Manhwa world threw at him, Kang Heng clawed his way to success, step by painful step, all on his own. He took his 50% body and forged a 90% life. But there was always that last 10% of regret hanging over him. That is until this game crashed into Kang Heng's life. Suddenly, he had a shot to finally claim those last 10 points and make his life whole. And this time, he absolutely refused to let regret win again. Which brings us to now with Kang Heng unleashing a furious assault on Xie Yu, dead set on achieving his goal. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes, staring the guy down. It looked like he had no choice but to bet it all on one crazy gamble. Ring of Devouring, if my hunch is right, then activate. Without a second's hesitation, Xie Yu activated the Ring of Devouring. He whipped out the S-rank Devouring Energy Core. And in a flash, a tidal wave of immense power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Yun Jiao's jaw practically hit the floor. Her eyes went wide. Wait, that's the same reaction he had when we were underground. This guy, his devouring state is starting to activate, and it's already at 2%. Xie Yu bit down on his lip hard. The devouring state wasn't stable like a normal power-up. He had to keep it on a tight leash within the limits his body could handle. Before long, the activation rate surged to 15%. Ying Sha felt it instantly. The devouring state was kicking in. It was already at 2%. Xie Yu bit his lips so hard he could probably taste blood. This devouring state was dangerously unstable, not like a clean level up. He absolutely had to keep it under control within the limits of what he could endure. In no time at all, the activation level hit 15%. Ying Sha sensed the surge as the devouring state began to activate. It was already at 2%. Xie Yu bit down the unstable devouring state, threatening to go wild. Unlike a normal power-up, he had to keep this thing contained within the limits he could withstand. Before he knew it, the activation state was already at 15%, and Ying Sha felt it all. Seeing the situation spiral out of his control, the guy frantically yelled a warning, "This is bad." Wu Heng stopped now, but too bad. Wu Heng just kept charging forward like a freight train, roaring like a complete madman, "I will not allow anyone to meddle in my life. I'm going to use this 100% power to crush you into dust." At the same time, Xie Yu actually let out a small sigh of relief. It looked like his floating sword was transforming again. Instantly, he snapped into attack mode. Xie Yu's gaze became dangerously sharp. He announced in a voice colder than ice, "Allow me to give you a reality check. In this world, there's no such thing as a guaranteed 100%. In a flash, Wu Heng's razor-sharp legs crashed against Xie Yu's sword. The sharp clang of metal on metal echoed through the air. But Wu Heng refused to back down. He just screamed maniacally, "Die!" Xie Yu didn't yield an inch either, pouring all of his energy into the blade. Shockwaves of raw power pulsed through the air, and just moments later, a sky-shattering explosion ripped through the battlefield. A thick cloud of dust and debris filled the air, completely obscuring everyone's view. Yun Zhao muttered nervously, Is that guy gonna be okay? Yingsha, completely bewildered, stammered out. How can a newbie in this Manhwa possibly have that much power? When the dust finally began to settle, Xie Yu's figure slowly came into view. He staggered for a moment before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Wu Heng roared with triumphant laughter. Heh heh, I won. But the second the words left his mouth, a dark, chilling voice cut through the air. Oh, really? Sure enough, a moment later, spiderweb cracks began to appear all over his legs, accompanied by the sickening crackle of something breaking apart. Only then did Wu Heng finally realize his own body was riddled with deep cuts. He screamed in utter disbelief. How is this happening? I can't lose, I'm not supposed to lose. My perfect 100% life. But what could he do? Wu Heng crumbled into dust. Dust settles. A smirk played on Xie Yu's lips as he spoke. The old me. I used to play it safe, always so damn cautious. And because of that, I ended up losing. The most important person in my entire life. But this game gave him a second chance. So from now on, if there's even a 1% sliver of hope, I'm going all in, every single time. The sheer spectacle of it all was so mind-blowing. It left the shadow assassin lurking nearby completely bewildered. He could only mutter in disbelief. Kong Xing actually lost. Yun Zhao, on the other hand, was absolutely buzzing. She grinned, exclaiming, hot damn, that kid's barely even patched up from his last fight, and he's already pulling off a move that powerful. Not bad at all. And to punctuate her point, she gave Xie Yu a solid whack on the back. He couldn't help but shudder, whispering through gritted teeth, don't touch me. That assassin is still watching. I have to keep up the act a little longer. Hearing that, Yun Zhao was rendered absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, the shadow assassin was running some serious mental calculations to take down Kong Xing with a single strike. This Manhwa protagonist is just a rookie. How in the world could he possibly pull that off? Right now, he looks like a spent arrow, all flash and no follow-through. Should I make my move? But while he was hesitating, Xie Yu decided to crank up the bluff, shouting, Hey, lurking in the shadows like a creep isn't cool, you know. You want a piece of this or what? That taunt stopped the shadow assassin dead in his tracks. After a long moment, he finally whispered, not worth the risk. And with that, he slipped into a spatial rift. Moments later, he vanished without a trace. The very instant the assassin bailed, the world snapped back to normal. Xie Yu gasped in amazement. The building's back in one piece. The domain is gone. Yun Zhao gave a slight nod. Looks like our creepy friend has officially left the building. Only then did Xie Yu finally let his guard down. He collapsed onto the floor, letting out a massive sigh of relief. It's finally over. Thank goodness I managed to save that block of origin energy just in the nick of time. And just like that, a system window materialized right in front of them. Player eliminated. All of that player's points and supplies have been acquired. The moment Xie Yu saw those beautiful words, he let out a triumphant yell. It's loot drop time. He scrambled over to the box and flung it open, revealing an absolute arsenal of weapons inside, leaving Xie Yu completely speechless. He hugged a massive gun to his chest and cheered excitedly. Holy smokes, how did they even cram something this huge into such a tiny box? I'm rich. This gear looks seriously expensive no matter how you look at it. But just then, Yun Zhao decided to rain on his parade. About the points from the guy we just took down. Not only are you splitting them with me, but you also owe me tenfold for the energy I lent you, or you can pay me in equipment. Hearing this, Xie Yu's happy mood instantly vanished as he screamed, What? I fought for my life out there, and now you're demanding that much. Yun Zhao just scoffed and bonked Xie Yu on the head. Without me, you'd have been dead a long time ago, she said coldly. Now hand it over. Besides, you said you were borrowing my energy, and I get to decide the interest rate. Right on cue, a notification popped up in front of Xie Yu. Transfer 1,700 points to Yun Zhao. With his heart shattering into a million pieces, a tearful Xie Yu had no choice but to accept. He sobbed, mumbling to himself, "In real money, that's like $1.7 million. After those last two battles, Xie Yu felt like he really needed to rethink his approach to points. Lost in thought, he whispered under his breath. Speaking of which, if you can buy anything with points, can you buy attribute points? Yun Zhao gave a slight nod. Of course you can. But at your current level, it'll cost you 1,000 points for a single attribute point. And the price goes up the more you buy. For a new player, it's a terrible deal. Only high-level players with points to burn would ever do something like that. Hearing this, Ziyu's hope was instantly crushed as he screeched, "What? I nearly died twice, and now you're hitting me with an insane demand like that." Yun Zhao just scoffed, bonked him on the head again, and said in that same ice-cold tone, "Without me, you'd be a forgotten Manhwa character by now. Now pay up. And let's not forget, you said you were borrowing it, which means I set the interest rate." Immediately, that dreaded notification window appeared in front of Ziyu again. Transfer 1,700 points to Yun Zhao. His heart aching, Ziyu tearfully hit confirm, his wallet crying in agony. He choked back a sob, whimpering, "That's 1.7 million, gone. Just like that. Only the big guilds would dare to play like that. This game offers an insane amount of freedom. Solo players like them have to sink a ton of time into just figuring out their own builds. Take the path Yun Zhao is on, for instance. She uses meticulous analysis to craft her gear sets, preparing her for any and every possible scenario. She told Ziyu that he could do the same, follow his own instincts, and forge a winning strategy for himself. Hearing this, Ziyu nodded enthusiastically. "You know, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely something to chew on." While they were chatting, Yun Zhao finished sorting the loot. She chirped happily, "Alrighty, all sorted." At that, Ziyu's eyes practically started sparkling. "Awesome, let's see what kind of sweet gear we got." But his excitement lasted all of 5 seconds. His face fell, then twisted into pure indignant disbelief, because Yun Zhao had split the loot into two piles, one shimmering with high-tier gear and the other a heap of literal garbage. Xie Yu couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. "Are you kidding me? On what planet is it fair that I get stuck with all the busted secondhand junk? And what in the world is this roll of toilet paper?" The words were barely out of his mouth when a loud smack echoed through the air. Yun Zhao gave him a death glare. "Do not raise your voice at me. You should be grateful I didn't just take the whole lot for myself. Your debt to me still isn't paid in full, by the way. We'll settle the rest of your tab later." With that, she completely ignored Ziyu's sputtering and started gathering her pile of gear, talking as she went. Now who was it that said they could get good loot without running away? That little bit of Manhwa-style bravado almost got you permanently deleted. But after seeing as you did land the final killing blow on that enemy, Yun Zhao said she'd give him one little thing as a gift. And with that, she tossed a small vial over to Xie Yu. He fumbled to catch it, staring at the bottle with suspicion. "What the heck is this thing?" "It's called a suspended animation potion. For 30 minutes after use, it slows your heartbeat to a crawl and reduces all your stats by a whopping 90%. After reading the item description, Xie Yu's face was a mask of pure indignation. What in the actual hell? He read the label again. Suspended animation potion. 30 minutes after use, weakens heartbeat, reduces all stats by 90%. Xie Yu looked up from the bottle, his face screaming, "You have got to be kidding me. But, is there anyone even left here?" When Xie Yu looked up, Yun Zhao had already vanished into thin air. He let out a long, defeated sigh. Where did she go? Not even a "bye, Felicia." She just up and left like that. Didn't even tell Fang Sure she was bouncing. "I fought tooth and nail, nearly died a dozen times, and my reward is this pile of literal garbage?" Grumbling to himself, Xie Yu picked up a random rock to inspect it, muttering angrily under his breath. "I swear I could have picked a random pebble from the underground city, and it would have been more valuable than this junk." The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached and he started to sob dramatically. "In all my years of gaming, I've never faced such utter humiliation. This is the worst Manhwa plot twist ever." But just as he was wallowing in despair, the rock in Xie Yu's hand suddenly began to glow and something from inside popped out. He stared at it completely baffled, but it wasn't long before his eyes widened in absolute shock. A brilliant golden light erupted from the stone, growing brighter and brighter. And right on cue, the system notification chimed in. Player has obtained a rare item. Please check your inventory. Hearing this, Xie Yu practically screamed with excitement. Oh my god, finally my luck has turned. It looks like an egg. Does it hatch on its own, or is it artificially incubated? Don't tell me I have to sit on it myself to keep it warm. After poking at it for a while, he noticed the sun was setting. Xie Yu decided to pack up his loot and head home to experiment there. If something awesome hatches from this, then maybe this whole mess wasn't a total loss after all. The next morning, back at Xie Yu's place, he was lounging in bed, scrolling through his phone, and mumbling to himself. Man, that was a good night's sleep. It's nice to finally have a temporary break from the non-stop life-or-death battles of this crazy Manhwa world. All right, time to check out the spoils of war. He quickly pulled up his status window to take a peek. Xie Yu's current point total stood at 1,799. He had earned 3,400 points for defeating Kong Sing, but that sneaky Yun Zhao had made off with half of it. But the level gap for challenging stronger opponents has been bumped up by 3 whole levels. But this little trick is a last-ditch effort, only usable when I'm knocking on death's door. Yeah, probably shouldn't make a habit of that. Besides the strength stat, Xie Yu figured he should probably dump some points into sensitivity as well. And finally, there's this egg plus a few other pieces of gear he picked up. Xie Yu frowned for a moment, then poked the egg. It's called a crimson flame egg, a crescent-shaped little gadget that can set things on fire. After reading the description, Xie Yu just nodded to himself, muttering, okay, so this egg needs some kind of super specific 5-star hotel level condition before it'll hatch. For now, he decided to just let it be. With that, he moved on to check the equipment he'd received. Inside was a level 3 sword colored a depressing shade of gray. The item rarity in this game was pretty much the same as every other online game out there. The absolute bottom of the barrel is gray, followed by white, then green, blue, purple, and finally the glorious orange tier. After giving it a once over, Xie Yu had a pretty good handle on his new inventory, so naturally he decided to sell it all off. But Xie Yu figured this pile of junk wasn't really worth much anyway. And just as he thought, one item sold for a whopping 1 point. Next, he inspected another sword of a different level. This time, the item quality was green. Xie Yu paused, and instead of selling it, he decided to try dismantling it. A moment later, his eyes widened in absolute shock. The defense panel. What could it be? A wild possibility flashed through Xie Yu's mind, and he frantically scrolled back up to check. A second later, he threw his head back and burst out laughing. He knew it. This thing could devour other items. This manhwa is getting interesting. In no time at all, the devouring process was a success. Xie Yu cheered, holy cow. A defensive item with such a ridiculously game-breaking function, awesome, time to sell off. The rest of this trash, I'll just sell off the gear I get and then devour it. Xie Yu smirked, thinking, as long as it's a piece of equipment with a secondary stat, my own gear can devour it and convert it. Yeah, directly into my own attribute points. I gotta figure out a way to get my hands on more junk gear that has these secondary stats. He figured a game like this has to have some kind of trading market. I just need to find out where it opens. But before any of that, I need to rack up some more points. Just then, a notification window popped up right in front of Xie Yu. New quest available. Would the player like to view it? Seeing it, he beamed. Talk about perfect timing. Even though quest rewards aren't exactly a jackpot, at least they're safe. But when he saw the mission was to maintain perfect attendance at school and get points just for showing up, Xie Yu's expression immediately turned sour. He gritted his teeth and muttered, this damn system only knows how to screw with players. A little while later at Ruzhong University, as per the system's mission, Xie Yu was on his way to class. He sighed as he walked. I can't believe it. After all this, I'm still dragged back to school. What kind of OP manhwa protagonist has to do this? Just then, Xie Yu spotted a familiar figure. He muttered in surprise. There's no mistaking that goofy face. Without a second thought, he ran up and threw his arms around the young man. He shouted excitedly, Wang Bo, fancy meeting your sorry butt here. Wang Bo didn't recognize him at all and asked, confused, Who are you? Xie Yu winked and grinned, You don't even recognize me. Then again, I can't really blame you. I mean, who would have thought I'd have such a magnificent glow-up and become this devastatingly handsome the moment he heard Ziyu's voice? Wang Bo's eyes lit up. He gasped in shock. That voice! Could it be Xie Yu? Is that really you? As the guy started shaking him and yelling, Xie Yu got annoyed. That voice? Could it be Xie Yu? Is that really you? As his friend continued to shake him and shout, Xie Yu snapped, What the hell, man? When are you ever going to learn to use your inside voice and stop eating like a pig? The two of them strolled into the school cafeteria bickering as usual. Xie Yu grabbed a heaping plate of food and started inhaling it like a starving wolf. Wang Bo, sitting across from him, tried to chat between mouthfuls. You said you were coming back to school last time, but then you completely vanished. Wouldn't even pick up your phone. And dude, how did you get so skinny all of a sudden? Xie Yu just shrugged, barely paying attention. Eat less meat, more veggies. That's how you lose weight, right? Says the guy currently demolishing 2 chicken legs. Wang Bo was completely baffled. He sighed, exasperated. Then what in the world do you call that? Just then a beautiful melodic song began to play. The sound was new to Xie Yu. He raised an eyebrow, murmuring, What's this music? Wang Bo casually explained. Oh, right, you wouldn't know since you've been skipping class. That's our school's biggest rising star right now. It's not just the students, even the teachers are totally obsessed with her. She's honestly incredible. Xie Yu had to admit the song was a real bop. But why does her voice sound so damn familiar? Noticing his friend's curiosity, Wang Bo shot him a sly grin. Wanna meet the singer? Xie Yu eyed him suspiciously. You actually know her? And just like that, Wang Bo dragged Xie Yu off to a classroom to meet a certain female student. He announced with a flourish, reporting class president. The student you've been dreaming of day and night, Xie Yu, has arrived. Xie Yu looked at the girl standing before them and his face went completely stiff. Wait, isn't that Yun Zhao? And what is she wearing? This gentle, sweet-looking girl, compared to the absolute battle axe from yesterday who demanded 1,700 points from him. Are they seriously the same person? It's like she jumped out of a completely different romance, Manhwa. But as Ziyu scanned her from head to toe, he had to face the horrifying truth. The gentle maiden before him was indeed the same monster Yun Zhao from yesterday. What in the actual heck is going on? He muttered, totally bewildered. Seeing the whirlwind of expressions on Ziyu's face, the soul-hunting witch let out a smug little laugh. Hehehe, time to hand over that soul of yours. Ya little human. Xie took a very, very deep breath, and with that, Wang Bo couldn't care less. He quickly spun around and bolted. I've dropped him. Off at class prez, you better not forget. What you promised me, hearing that. The horrifying realization finally dawned on Xie Yu. He roared. In frustration, You son of a gun, you set me up. At that moment, Yun Zhao finally spoke. My getting an audience with you is harder than I thought, isn't it, Mr. Xie Yu? Xie Yu broke out in a cold sweat and started stammering. I was just wondering why the system wanted me to go back to school. Turns out it was for a quest, huh? Look, I'm here now, so if there's nothing else, I'll just head back to class and get ready for my next period, okay? Yun Zhao just scoffed, slamming Ziyu against the wall and questioning him with an icy glare. What's this, trying to run away? Jiyu frantically shook his head. Wouldn't dare, but in his mind he was thinking, you'd have to be crazy not to run every single time he met this woman. It was a one-way ticket to disaster, but just then, Yun Zhao spoke again, her tone as cool as ever. That quest equipment from last time I sold it. Already, this is your cut. Immediately, a message window popped up in front of Ziyu. You have received 5,000 points from player Shen Yun Zhao. Xieyu's eyes went wide in disbelief. With this many points, he could get his hands on a whole lot more low-level gear. With that thought, Xieye couldn't help but look over at Yun Zhao, feeling his stare. Yun Zhao got a little flustered and said, What are you staring at me like that for? Don't Get the wrong idea, those points were rightfully yours to begin with. She said that, but deep down, her heart was bleeding and her wallet was weeping. Xie Yu, completely oblivious, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Oh yeah, where did you sell the gear? Anyway, is there some kind of trading market or something?" Yunjiao slowly explained. There is in fact a trading market. It opens up for business every Thursday. Hearing this, Xie Yu's face lit up. A high roller like Yun Jiao, who only collects top-tier equipment, definitely wouldn't have the kind of stuff he was after. It looked like this Thursday he'd be heading to the trading market just like a protagonist in some leveling manhwa. So what's the deal? Xie Yu wondered, lost in thought. Just then Yun Jiao pulled out her phone and broke the silence. "Oh right, have you seen this news flash?" The headline was about a renowned disabled designer in the city, who had tragically been found dead. Seeing the name Xie Yu couldn't help but mutter in shock. "Is this?" Yun Jiao just gave a solemn nod, her voice dropping to a whisper. "That's right, it's Kang Xing, the very same one you utterly demolished last night." Xie Yu's brow furrowed in suspicion. "Then why are the police saying he took his own life?" Yun Jiao began to explain, her words slow and heavy. "Dying in the game leads to death in the real world. But the way you die, that can take many forms. The vast majority are ruled as suicides or freak accidents. Nothing that would make the general public suspicious." Hearing that, Xie Yu nodded. It was all starting to make a terrifying kind of sense. "Actually, after the very first time someone tried to hunt me down, I had a feeling this was the case. The rewards in this game are so incredibly generous. It only makes sense that the ultimate price would be the players' lives. But I have no intention of actively harming other people." Xie Yu was determined to fight this battle on his own terms. That he felt was the true dignity of a player in any thrilling manhwa. But if anyone dared to make Xie Yu their target, he would absolutely make them pay back tenfold. Yun Jiao couldn't help but let out a small laugh. "You know, I was actually worried about you. I came over here to offer some comfort. But it looks like you don't need it. So how about it, interested in partying up with me sometime? I know a few low-level underground dungeons. We could grind some levels for you." Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yu shook his head and flatly refused. "I'm going to have to pass on that for now. You said you love playing games, right? You know that getting a high-level player to carry you is the easy route. But taking the easy route always comes at a price." And with that, Xie Yu turned on his heel and walked away. He called back over his shoulder, his voice firm. "The moment you can't even be bothered to remember the game map is the moment you've lost the ability to think for yourself." But without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yu shook his head and flatly refused. "I'm going to have to pass on that for now. You know that getting a high-level player to carry you is the easy route. But taking the easy route always comes at a price." And with that, Xie Yu turned on his heel and walked away. He spoke with conviction. "The moment you can't even be bothered to remember the game map is the moment you've lost the ability to think. Brains fried in this life-or-death game, an empty head means a quick trip to the morgue." Later that evening, at Xie Yu's place, he was sprawled out. On his bed, his mind running a marathon. The trading market opens in just 4 days. I've got to seize this chance, grind out as many missions as possible, and rake in those points. And just as Xie Yu was deep in thought, the system chimed in with a brand new mission. A portal to the F-Class City Ghost Shadow Hospital is now open. Reward a cool 600 points plus 5,500 experience points. The moment Xie Yu read that, he shot straight up in bed. An F-Class City, huh? Perfect timing. A look of steely determination washed over his face. He muttered under his breath, his lips tight, "Just wait for me, Yu Yi. I swear I'll bring you back." A short while later, in some creepy dark forest, a single hand silently gripped the top of a crumbling old wall. And that hand belonged to none other than Xie Yu. Now you're not gonna believe this, but the guy who was pushing 90 kilograms just a few days ago was now scaling a 2-meter-high wall. Like it was nothing. It's the kind of glow-up you only see in a manhwa. With a single leap, Xie Yu was over and inside. Right in front of him, a shimmering portal appeared. Looks like the entrance was ready and waiting. Without a second thought, he plunged his hand right in. He had no clue what kind of city he was about to get himself into this time. Moments later, Xie Yu stepped through the gate. He muttered nervously, Don't tell me this is gonna be a horror theme. And of course, Murphy's Law kicked in right on cue. This time, the underground city was a creepy as heck hospital. Xie Yu couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. I wonder if the point shop sells an item that can seal this big jinxing mouth of mine for good. With that thought, he turned his attention to the skeleton sitting right in front of him. It wasn't moving, and the door behind it was completely blocked. But hey, there was another open door right next to it. Xie Yu's brow furrowed in thought. Two paths again. Is one right and one wrong? Or are they both traps? Xie Yu stared intently at the skeleton before him. It remained perfectly still, and the path behind it was a dead end. However, to the side, another doorway stood wide open. Frowning, Xie Yu thought to himself, two passages, one right and one wrong, or are both of them trouble? An important item. After a moment of deep contemplation, Xie Yu decided, screw it, both doors probably lead to trouble anyway. And with that, he bolted right through the one that was already open. He drew his weapon and cautiously tiptoed deeper inside. But he barely got 2 steps in before he heard a rustling sound. He couldn't help but scoff. Seriously, you think that's enough to scare me? Your scare tactics are seriously lacking, my dude. But before Xie Yu could even finish his brave little speech, a loud clack echoed out. The door right next to him suddenly swung open, and a whole squad of demon nurses came pouring out. Their horrifyingly ugly mugs made Xie Yu jump back and let out a blood-curdling scream. Holy mother of... But before he could even finish his thought, the creepy nurses were already shuffling toward him. Xie Yu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down with a little pep talk. Okay, monsters that show up this early in the game are usually total pushovers. They're just perfect for some target practice after my recent level up. The moment he finished speaking, he swung his blade down with a vengeance. Boom! A massive explosion erupted right in front of him. The monster level in this E-rank fortress. Xie Yu felt he could totally handle this no problem. But hold on, that F-rank fortress he did with Yun Zhao last time, he couldn't even put a dent in those things back then. Could it be that the monsters in this whole Manhwa scale with the player's level? Does the game just automatically adjust the difficulty? If so, what's the point of even having a ranking system? Is it based on the overall difficulty of the entire fortress? Well, whatever the case, the difficulty of these guys was just right. This meant Xie Yu could safely use them to hone his combat skills. Attribute points can power up your body, sure, but if you can't properly control that power, it's completely useless in a real fight. He knew he couldn't keep relying on that overclocked state. That whole strategy of injure the enemy by 1,000 while taking 800 in damage. Yeah, who knew what kind of nasty side effects that could have down the line? As Xie Yu pondered this, he continued to swing his blade. In just a flash, 3 of the demon nurses were completely obliterated. Seeing them fall, he finally let out a sigh of relief. His body was gradually getting used to his newfound strength. He reminded himself not to get too dependent on that berserker state, that method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 while you yourself take 800 damage. Who knew what hidden dangers it possessed? As Xie Yu's mind raced, his blade was working overtime, and in the blink of an eye, 3 of the demon nurses were history. Seeing them hit the floor, he breathed a sigh of relief. His body was finally starting to adapt. And just like that, at that very moment, a clack, clack, clack sound echoed from behind. It was enough to make Xie Yu jump out of his skin. He whipped his head around and yelled, "Who's there?" But it didn't take long for Xie Yu to recognize the blurry silhouette up ahead. It looked an awful lot like Yu Yi. Without a second thought, Xie Yu bolted after it. "Hey, stop right there!" he shouted as he ran. But the figure had already slipped into a room, one tucked away in a hidden corner. Xie Yu charged in right after, but when he got there, he found absolutely no one. He pressed his lips together, muttering to himself, "What the heck am I even doing? There's no way that could have been Yu Yi. She's gone, and besides, there's absolutely no way she'd show up in a place like this." The thought sent a sharp pang of grief through Xie Yu's heart. He'd known Yu Yi ever since he was a little kid. They grew up together. Practically childhood sweethearts, really. As they got older, Yu Yi just kept getting more and more beautiful. To everyone else, she was the perfect, well-behaved girl. Talented in about a million different ways. But Yu Yi had a secret side aside that only Xie Yu ever got to see. He honestly thought they'd be best friends forever. But people were always whispering in Yu Yi's ear, telling her not to hang out with that fat ugly kid. And eventually, even Xie Yu himself started to believe it, that he wasn't good enough to be her friend. It all came to a head one day when Yu Yi asked him to hang out, and he actually turned her down. I've already got plans to run a dungeon with a buddy today. And so maybe some other time, Kay. Yu Yi, bless her heart, didn't suspect a thing. She just gave him a small smile, nodded, and said, "Okay, well, I'll just wait for you to be free then." Except, some other time never came. Right after that day, Yu Yi vanished without a trace. Thinking back on his past, Xie Yu couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. But this was no time for moping around. This wasn't some sad slice of life manhwa. He had to keep getting stronger no matter what. If he could just earn enough points. He was sure he could see Yu Yi again, and then finally, some other time would actually happen. With that thought fueling him, Xie Yu was about to... when of course the most bizarre thing happened right on cue. He continued deeper inside. There he spotted a heart resting in the bony hands of a skeleton in the corner. Xie Yu let out an exasperated sigh. "You've got to be kidding me. After all that fighting..." The key item was just sitting here on some random skeleton. But the monsters lying dormant on the beds were a dead giveaway. According to classic manhwa trap logic, the moment he touched that item, the whole room would spring to life. At the thought, Xie Yu couldn't help but let out a contemptuous smirk. "You think a cheap trick like that is gonna work on me? I'm not about to let you lot get the jump on me. The best defense is a good offense after all." With that, he immediately raised his blade, ready to take care of the bedridden freaks. Except, his blade clanked against some kind of invisible barrier. A system notification popped up, "Attack impossible." He couldn't help but blink in surprise. So there are restrictions. But that was fine. Xie Yu already had a plan B, so what if I can't attack them directly? He then grabbed some chains that were conveniently dangling from the walls and tied them all down. It didn't take long to finish the job. Xie Yu chuckled and, mission accomplished. With the goons all wrapped up, Xie Yu strolled over to the skeleton. He announced smugly, "Well, don't mind if I do." And just like that, he reached out and plucked the heart from its bony fingers. Instantly, one of the monster's arms twitched. The creature on the bed shot upright and began to shriek. Too bad for it, it was tied down tight. Xie Yu, completely unfazed, just laughed. "There we go, you're awake now. No need to shout." The monster continued to shriek, thrashing wildly to break free, but the chains held fast. Xie Yu cheerfully held up his prize. "You can scream all you want, pal. You're not getting out of that. The item's mine now. But hey, seeing as you're all in so much pain, how about I put you out of your misery?" Right after he brandished his weapon, ready to strike. In a flash, the monsters were reduced to nothing but dust. And just like that, his experience points shot up. Xie Yu happily pocketed the heart. At that exact moment, a system notification chimed in. "Congratulations to player Xie Yu for completing the hidden dungeon. Completion rate 100%. Rating SSS reward silver chest." Xie Yu was practically beaming. He chuckled, "Now, this is a refreshing experience." Just then, the system chimed in with another notification. "Congratulations, you have received a new title." Xie Yu was completely stunned. Wait, this game has a title system. 2. The title the system bestowed upon him was "Sir, You're Way Too Strong," which was practically designed to attract all sorts of unwanted attention. Xie Yu couldn't help but smirk. "Oh, we're playing it big, are we? How amusing. Giving me a title like that with zero gear is just pure trolling." Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment, somewhere in the city, a young woman had seemingly just gotten home. She was now sitting on a chair peeling off her stockings before a bath. She tossed them into the dirty laundry basket and stepped into the tub. This woman was none other than Yun Jiao. She soaked herself, feeling incredibly relaxed in the warm water, and yet, Yun Jiao's thoughts suddenly drifted to Xie Yu. She frowned, muttering to herself, "I wonder what that guy is doing right now." But just as quickly, another thought struck her. She scoffed internally. "Wait, why am I even thinking about him? That punk had the absolute audacity to reject my invitation. He can just drop dead for all I care." Little did Yun Jiao know Xie Yu was currently busy grinding monsters. After leveling up his combat, prowess was nothing to sneeze at and he was slaying beasts. With practiced ease, Xie Yu sliced the monster. In front of him, clean in two, Hai Long nodded in approval. Looks like you're getting used to combat. An instant later, the monster vanished, and a red crystal fell right into Xie Yu's hand. He grinned. Well, look at that. Seems this is the second key item. Excellent. Now I just need to find the final boss and fast. But at that very moment, a scene straight out of a thriller manhwa made Xie Yu's eyes narrow. He saw that blurry figure once again. This time it was the same familiar back that belonged to Wu Yi. Xie Yu roared in utter frustration, showing up looking like Wu Yi, over and over again. You got a death wish or something. But the figure just kept walking, showing absolutely no reaction. Seeing this only made Xie Yu more enraged. He charges forward, screaming, "What in the world are you?" And with that, he brings his blade crashing down, sending that ghostly image poofing into thin air, and blasting the wall right behind it to smithereens. Xie Yu barrels inside, absolutely fuming, and starts demanding answers. Why would you take that form? But just then, as if on cue, a couple of monsters decide to crash the party. In a fit of rage, Xie Yu just goes to town on them, slicing and dicing them into oblivion in a flash. But no sooner has he finished those two off, a whole new batch pops up, classic manhwa stuff. He grumbles under his breath, "Oh, for crying out loud. You guys always have the worst timing. Fine, let's just get this over with all at once." The moment the words leave his mouth, he unleashes the energy stored within his blade, which erupts in a blinding flash. A series of deafening booms echoes through the chamber. But at the same time, the ground starts to shake like it's in a blender, which understandably catches Xie Yu completely off guard. Before he can even process what's happening, the floor gives way and he plummets down with the debris. The next time he opens his eyes, Xie Yu finds himself in a completely different basement. He purses his lips, muttering to himself, "This castle is just full of surprises, isn't it? There's an entrance here, too." Then a sudden realization hits Xie Yu. He gasps, his eyes widening. Was that illusion trying to lead me here? With that thought, Xie Yu gets to his feet and looks up at the sign hanging before him. 4 characters stare back at him, Chamber of the Underworld. Xie Yu can't help but raise an eyebrow. Well, now this is interesting. A place only the dead can enter, huh? So that illusion led me here because it wants me to go inside. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xie Yu decides what the heck and steps inside. I mean, he has to see what's in there, right? But the moment he crosses the threshold, Xie Yu freezes in his tracks, his pupils shrinking in shock, because he's just walked into a massive cavern, and it's filled with dozens of swirling ghostly figures. He whispers in astonishment, "How is there a whole mountain cave under here?" And what's more, in total disbelief, he mutters, "How is there a whole mountain cave under here?" And on top of that, these monsters are a little different from the ones outside. A little too creepy for comfort. While Xie Yu was still trying to process this, a phantom charged straight for him. Not about to get caught slipping, Xie Yu gripped his blade, ready to face the enemy. He had to size this opponent up first. In a flash, Xie Yu swung his blade down, but it passed right through the ghostly figure. He yelled in astonishment, "My attacks have no effect." Before he could even recover from the shock, the phantom suddenly pulled out a weapon. And without so much as a grunt, it lunged at Xie Yu. That single strike wiped out half of Xie Yu's health bar, making his eyes bulge in utter disbelief. Xie Yu bit his lip hard, muttering angrily, "So I can't hit it, but it can hit me for more than half my health." With that, he decided running was the best option. Xie Yu turned tail and booked it like his life depended on it, finally making it back outside. He let out a huge sigh of relief, but when he looked back at the 4 words on the sign, Netherworld Crossing, he couldn't help but wonder out loud. Could it be that those monsters attacked me because I'm not dead yet? But why on earth would they design a zone where only dead people are allowed to enter? The logic feels like something out of a bizarre manhwa. Besides, how is a dead person supposed to keep playing? But then a light bulb went off in Xie Yu's head. Wait a minute, that thing I got earlier, it might just be the key. If I'm wrong, I'll get one-shotted the second I step in there. But I've got to risk it for the biscuit. With his mind made up, he pulled out the potion Yun Jiao had given him. and without a moment's hesitation, he drank it. Instantly, Ziyu's HP bar plummeted. This made him curse in annoyance. This potion is seriously messed up. I don't have an ounce of strength left. I feel like I'm about to kick the bucket for real this time. Xie Yu's body was trembling uncontrollably. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling absolutely miserable. Is this what it feels like to be a senior citizen? Just taking a single step is a struggle. Xie Yu's body just kept on trembling. Wiping away his sweat, he felt awful. Seriously, is this what old age feels like? Just taking one step was exhausting. His body was still shaking uncontrollably. Wiping away sweat, he wondered, is this what it's like to be old? Even taking a single step was, you're telling me I have to use up a lifetime's worth of luck for this. But hey, complaining gets you nowhere, so Ziyu finally plunged right in. All he could do was hope this sketchy potion wouldn't end up being his downfall. The very moment Ziyu stepped in, those ghostly figures started hovering right in front of his face. But that's all they did. They didn't make a single move. This sent a wave of euphoria through Xie Yu. Yes, the monsters scattered. It worked without a heartbeat. The monsters couldn't even be bothered to look at him. A little while later, Ziyu finally made it across the bridge, still trembling. He grumbled in frustration, after all that wasted time, that imposter is probably long gone by now. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Ziyu spotted a stream. He muttered in disbelief. I went through hell and back to get here. The fake Wu Yi got away and I didn't get any kind of reward. Just this pathetic little stream. But when he dipped his hand in, the water was surprisingly warm. Even more shocking, Ziyu's health bar actually started to regenerate, he shouted in amazement. It's healing me. This must be the fountain of life. So the end of death is the beginning of new life, huh? This is some top-tier manhwa logic. This is fantastic. And so Ziyu happily soaked himself in the spring, figuring it was fine to wash off the effects of the heart-stopping potion. After all, the exit was right up ahead. He wasn't afraid of running into those monsters again. But just then a voice suddenly called out, Ziyu, where are you looking? Hearing that voice, Ziyu froze his eyes, widening in shock. That was Wu Yi's voice. And sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Wu Yi's silhouette standing before him. Xie Yu gasped. Is it really you, Wu Yi? Wu Yi didn't turn around, speaking slowly. Xie Yu, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Xie Yu rushed towards him, his voice shaking as he stammered. Wu Yi, what's wrong with you? But Wu Yi slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. A look of pure panic washed over Ziyu's face. Before he could even process what was happening, Wu Yi turned her head to look right at him. Her voice was ice as she interrogated him. Xie Yu, why did you let me die? Xie Yu froze completely at a loss for words. Seeing his reaction, Wu Yi pressed on. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. The more she spoke, the paler Xie Yu became utterly unsure how to react. But Wu Yi wasn't about to stop. She continued her relentless questioning. If you had just walked back with me that day, I wouldn't have been hit by that car. I wouldn't have laid there in despair for 30 minutes. Before finally dying, Wu Yi declared that it was Xie Yu and Xie Yu alone who had killed her. Her words made Xie Yu's eyes turn bloodshot. He couldn't help but be dragged back into the past, remembering Wu Yi, the girl who went with him to buy birthday cakes. The same girl who was always by his side whenever he was down. Wu Yi was like his own little son, always pulling him by the hand to go on some silly adventure. But his own crippling insecurity and weakness made Xie Yu push her away. Time and time again. They were supposed to be childhood sweethearts, like something straight out of a romance manhwa. The more he thought about it, the deeper he sank into despair, collapsing to his knees on the ground. Xie Yu trembled, muttering to himself. She's right. If it weren't for me that day, you wouldn't have died. Even the doctor said that if you'd just been brought to the hospital sooner, you might have had a chance to live. It was me. I'm the one who killed you. Wu Yi stood before Xie Yu, her voice chilling and dark as she spoke. I will never ever forgive you for this sin. Now pay me back with your soul. As soon as the words left her mouth, she reached her hand out towards Xie Yu. He just sat there completely unresponsive. At that moment, Xie Yu was completely lost, replaying the tragic scenes of his own personal manhwa. But it wasn't long before Xie Yu snapped out of it. He grabbed Wu Yi's hand, and with a calm expression he began to speak. I'm sorry, Wu Yi, the person I used to be was insecure and weak and cowardly. I didn't even have the courage to face you properly. He took Wu Yi's hand in his. You don't either, if only I had been a little stronger back then. But in this world there are no if-onlys. There are no do-overs. But Xie Yu doesn't need any if-onlys anymore. Because he's just earned himself a chance, a real shot, to meet Yu Yi again in the real world. As he said this, a tearful smile spread across his face. This time I'm not going to run away. I'm going to get stronger. Grind for as many points as I can, and when that day comes, when I see you again, I'll be the one to atone for my own sins, okay? His heartfelt declaration left Yu Yi completely stunned. But a moment later, she broke into a gentle smile and nodded. Okay. The second she agreed, the arm that Xie Yu was holding so tightly began to fade away, and then her entire body started to turn transparent. Watching this unfold, fresh tears streamed down Xie Yu's face, flowing endlessly until Yu Yi had vanished completely from his sight. But just as Xie Yu was drowning in his sorrow, the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble, jolting him out of his misery before he could even process what was happening. Poof! He was back at the spirit spring, and the familiar robotic voice of the system echoed in his ears. Hidden quest complete, plus 1,200 experience points, plus 150 integration points. Xie Yu was floored. Wait, so that entire emotional manhwa scene was just one small part of this fortress. But his shock quickly soured into pure rage. What kind of sick, twisted game design is this? Pulling such a disgusting, manipulative stunt. Give me back my tears, you son of a... Unfortunately, the system was not the responsive type. Instead of a reply, the spirit spring itself began to glow. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow, muttering, "Don't tell me there's another reward." And what do you know, a moment later, a small goddess statue dropped right into his hands. He let out a yelp of excitement. Whoa, considering how much I had to go through to get this thing, its effect must be pretty OP. And with that, Xie Yu happily tossed the new item into his inventory, then looked toward the distant exit. He had a hunch. Or maybe he muttered, the exit is through that other side. But seriously, I really don't want to see any more of those ghosts floating around. But a quick glance at the map showed that the entire place had already been fully explored. Xie Yu had a pretty good idea of the final place he needed to go. And just like that, Xie Yu found himself right back at that creepy door from the beginning. He picked up the sword from that weirdo skeleton. As far as Xie Yu could figure, all he had to do was take the items he got from the two passageways and place them in their correct spots to trigger the boss fight. A classic manhwa setup, and he was all for it. He placed the heart he'd found into the skeleton's chest cavity, followed by the blood crystal. Xie Yu jammed it right in next to the heart, and in a flash, the skeleton suddenly twitched. Xie Yu wasn't even surprised. Knew it, he thought quickly, leaping backward as the skeleton thrashed violently against its chains. A moment later, the chains snapped clean off. With a loud clang, the skeleton's weapon slammed onto the floor. At the exact same time, that familiar mechanical system voice rang out again. The E-rank boss of the F-rank citadel has appeared. Xie Yu couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. This feeling, yep, this was going to be another grueling battle. But right at that moment, the skeleton abruptly opened its jaw. You tiny human, it boomed, making our boy nearly jump out of his skin. It can talk? The skeleton paid him no mind, its voice cold and uncaring. Have you come here to vanquish me? Xie Yu shot back casually, what else would I be doing here? Although, aside from kicking your bony butt, I do have one other piece of business. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a light bulb went off in his head. All knights have their own code of honor, and which means the goddess statue I just got might actually be useful. With that thought, Xie Yu chucked it forward. The skeleton snatched it from the air, and immediately its entire body began to tremble violently. It cried out in disbelief. This is the very thing I lost. You frail human, to think you'd actually bring it back to me. With that said, it suddenly swung its blade, startling Xie Yu into shouting, "The hell? I already gave you your stuff back, you still want to throw down?" But instead, its blade swung backward. The skeleton shattered the wall behind it, and slowly parted its jaw. "I shall open this path for you." Seeing this, Xie Yu let out a sigh of relief, but he still grumbled in annoyance. "Could we maybe try not talking?" In such dramatic pauses, seriously. Only this time no one answered him, because the skeleton's body had already begun to fade away. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in. "The E-rank boss of the fortress has been eliminated. Successfully discovered the fortress's hidden boss." Xie Yu was stunned, muttering with a frown. "A hidden boss, huh? So all those hidden quests before Anna were just to activate this thing." A moment later, a whooshing sound echoed from the massive hole in the wall. But the moment he laid eyes on the so-called hidden boss, Xie Yu's pupils shrank to pinpricks, because the person standing there was none other than Yu Yi. So that's how it is. From the moment he stepped into this place, it had deliberately created a spiritual illusion of Yu Yi, leading him step by step to this very spot. He didn't care what the hidden boss's purpose was, and he sure as hell didn't care if it was a hidden boss. Daring to use Yu Yi's image to mess with him like some B-tier Manhwa villain. Oh, it was so dead. Instantly, Xie Yu summoned his weapon. Preparing for battle, he glared into the darkness, his voice dripping with ice. "Come on out, you coward hiding in the wings." But the second the words left his mouth, chains suddenly erupted from the ground. Without a single warning, they shot up and bound the illusion of Yu Yi, hoisting her into the air. Seeing this, Xie Yu's expression turned absolutely venomous. He took a deep, shaky breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "That's not Yu Yi," he told himself. "It's just a puppet meant to piss me off." But before he could even process the thought, a sharp whoosh cut through the air, and Wu Yi was suddenly yanked backward, only to find a new enemy had appeared. Right beside him, a monster they call the soul-hunting witch. And to top it all off, she had a massive pair of wings on her back. The sight of it made Xie Yu's jaw just about hit the floor. For a guy who couldn't exactly launch long-range attacks, this was going to be a serious pain in the neck. But hey, he figured he'd test the waters anyway. With that thought, Xie Yu tightened his grip on the blade in his hand, let out a ferocious roar, and activated his overload state. In the blink of an eye, Xie Yu was completely shrouded in a swirling aura of raw energy. He stomped his foot down, and the ground beneath him simply shattered. But in that same instant, Xie Yu's figure had vanished as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning zipping across the battlefield. The next time he appeared, he was already right behind the soul-hunting witch. Unfortunately for him, she seemed to have anticipated his every move. She let out a cold, disdainful snort. The sound shot straight into Xie Yu's ears, making him flinch, but he didn't dare let his guard down. He immediately lashed out with his sword. At the exact same time, the soul-hunting witch launched her own attack. 3 ghostly souls immediately charged straight for Xie Yu. With a grunt, Xie Yu swung his blade in a powerful arc. But surprise, his attack did absolutely nothing to them, and they just kept closing in on him step by agonizing step. Before Xie Yu could even process what was happening, one of the ghosts sank its teeth right into his shoulder. Just like that, Xie Yu crashed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Xie Yu scrambled back to his feet, muttering under his breath. A flying type like this, her attack methods are probably all magic-based, which means close quarters combat has to be her weakness. But with that kind of speed, how the hell am I supposed to even get close to her, he wondered. This was a classic Manhwa dilemma. Right at that moment, the soul-hunting witch descended from the sky. She landed on a high perch, looking down on him as she spoke with utter contempt. "Humph. Another boring little insect who doesn't know his own limits. You must feel so incredibly lucky, don't you? Stumbling upon this hidden door, thinking all you have to do is beat the boss to get your hands on a ton of rare rewards. Plenty of rewards." At this, the soul-hunting witch let out a cruel smirk. "But you're just a worthless little thing. A pathetic soul that I lured to this very place." Hearing these words, Xie Yu couldn't help but mutter in shock, "This boss is sentient. So I was right, this thing, it lured me here." Seeing that he wasn't reacting, the soul-hunting witch raised her scythe once more, and the demonic souls began to howl again. She let out a cold snort. "You pitiful human! Before I claim that little soul of yours, why don't you be a good boy and let me have some fun tormenting you?" For a bit. In the blink of an eye, all of the ghostly souls tore through the air, hurtling forward. But what caught Xie Yu completely off guard was that their attacks weren't aimed at him. While he was still trying to figure out what was going on, a hand suddenly burst from the ground. Xie Yu's eyes flew wide open in shock. Right before his horrified gaze, an entire army of the undead clawed its way to the surface. Never in his wildest dreams did Xie Yu imagine that this hidden manhwa boss could actually manipulate an army of the dead. This was going to make getting close to her a whole lot harder. At that very moment, the undead legion let out a deafening, frenzied roar and charged straight for him. Xie Yu had no other choice but to charge in himself. His blade sliced down again and again, cutting down the ghouls rushing toward him, but he was wasting way too much of his energy on these grunts. Xie Yu swung his blade one more time, but on this occasion it was blocked. The sight left him absolutely stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. His attack had been stopped cold by a single monster. Immediately after, it swung a massive fist right at Xie Yu, sending his body flying and slamming hard into the wall behind him. Luckily, Xie Yu managed to throw up an energy shield to absorb the blow. He pushed himself up from the rubble, pursing his lips and muttering, "This puppet, it can actually block my attack, even after I fully charged it up. And what's with that gear it's wearing?" He suddenly had a flash of realization, and that brought up a chilling problem. The puppet he just fought used to be a player. Their soul had been imprisoned here by the boss. At that realization, Xie Yu's gaze turned razor sharp. He declared with grim determination, trying to fight them head-on like this is just a suicide mission. Without a second thought, he initiated a 100% power overload. In an instant, his energy erupted. Countless beams of power shot out from Xie Yu's blade in every direction. Boom! A massive shockwave from the exploding energy blasted outwards. It simultaneously incinerated the entire army of wraiths. The soul-hunting witch's jaw practically hit the floor when she saw this. She hastily scrambled backward. She couldn't help but gasp. "He took care of all my spirits in a single move. But my scythe still holds plenty more souls." As soon as she finished speaking, another horde of ghostly apparitions materialized. The sight sent a wave of panic through Xie Yu. His current energy and physical stamina would only allow him to use a move that powerful one more time. But this was a classic Manhwa dilemma. If he wasted it on these minions, Xie Yu would have nothing left to finish off the boss. Was this it? Was he really going to die here? Seeing the color drain from Xie Yu's face, the soul-hunting witch let out a smug cackle. "Heh heh heh, just hand over your soul, you pathetic little human." Xie Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. If Yunjiao saw him in this sorry state, wouldn't she laugh herself sick? Plus, Wu Yi was still waiting for him. He absolutely could not lose. No, as long as it's a game, he would never ever lose. With that thought stealing his resolve, Xie Yu roared, "If I'm gonna die anyway, I might as well go down fighting." At that very moment, the soul-hunting witch shrieked, "Get him, my slaves." In a flash, Xie Yu initiated another forced 100% overload. His energy surged once more just as the horde of ghouls lunged forward. This is it, thought Xie Yu, seeing the ever-changing expression on Xie Yu's face. The soul-hunting witch gloated with a wicked grin. "Hehehe, hand over your soul, human." Xie Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his nerves. If Yunjiao saw the state he was in right now, wouldn't she just die of laughter? Besides, Wu Yi was still waiting for him. He couldn't afford to lose. No, as long as this is a game, he will never be defeated. With that thought, Xie Yu roared with conviction. "If I have to die, then I'll risk it all." At the same time, the soul-hunting witch screamed, "Go, my slaves!" In that split second, Xie Yu activated the process of a forced 100% overload. His energy erupted violently once again, and this new horde of spirits was no joke. Model was right in front of him. Xie Yu didn't dare let his guard down, and slammed his blade into the ground. With a loud boom, A powerful wave of energy collided with the rack of ghostly souls. The ghost souls scattered in a panic, but any that weren't fast enough were instantly incinerated. Witnessing this spectacle, the soul-hunting witch couldn't help but smirk and say, "Oh, trying to destroy the other walking corpses before the souls descend. That's quite commendable. But even without me lifting a finger, you've already hit your limit, haven't you?" Just as she predicted after unleashing that one attack, a weakened Xie Yu collapsed to one knee. The soul-hunting witch smirked again. "Have you had your fun making a mess? Can't you just lie down and die obediently? Still, since you provided me with a little bit of entertainment, I'll grant you a peaceful end." But just then Xie Yu let out a defiant smirk. "Who said I was definitely going to lose? The real show is just getting started." The moment he finished speaking, the blade in his hand began to glow ominously. Devour mode activated. Xie Yu roared with all his might, "All you souls who became vengeful wraiths in this place." In an instant, the soul-hunting witch's smug expression vanished, replaced by absolute utter panic. Ignoring her reaction, Xie Yu tightened his grip on the blade and screamed, "Become my strength, soul devour." In a flash, all the ghost souls swarmed toward his blade, merging as one with the sword's energy. This is the kind of over-the-top power-up you only see in a manhwa. Xie Yu bit his lip, trying to endure the immense power surging into him. So it's true, souls really are just another form of life energy. Before long, the energy coursing through the blade swelled to an unbelievable level. The system's mechanical voice rang out once more. Energy has exceeded the allowable limit, automatically converting to overload form. Kaboom! A massive wave of energy erupted into the air. A moment later, the low-pitched voice sounded again. Energy has exceeded the allowable limit, automatically converting to overload form. Kaboom! Another powerful blast of energy shot into the air. It wasn't long before the deep voice announced again, energy has exceeded the allowable limit, automatically converting to overload form. Kaboom! A third torrent of raw power surged through the atmosphere, and moments later that low voice, Xie Yu's voice, rang out again. "I can hear them, and I can feel every soul you've ever tormented. And right now they're begging me to collect their debt." Those words wiped the smirk right off the soul hunter witch's face. But Xie Yu couldn't have cared less. He strode out from within the colossal vortex of energy. His voice was pure ice. "Repent, you monster who gets your kicks from toying with the souls of others." The devouring blade began to transform, and like something out of a system manhwa, a new skill automatically downloaded right into Xie Yu's mind. The sensation was identical to when he learned quantum eruption, and his body surged with newfound power. The strain from that 5% overload was completely gone. And the power from these souls is absolutely insane. After a long, stunned silence, the soul hunter witch finally managed to speak. "So you actually possess that kind of power?" Xie Yu paid no mind to the sarcasm dripping from her voice. He just roared back, "Why don't you try and survive this next attack before you run your mouth?" The moment the words left his lips, he swung his blade down. A torrent of energy beams morphed into deadly sword waves, crashing into the soul hunter witch. But somehow she managed to block them. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yu vanished and instantly reappeared right behind the soul hunter witch. Her eyes shrank to pinpricks as she shrieked in disbelief. How are you that fast?" Xie Yu couldn't be bothered with her reaction. He just brought his blade down again. A storm of souls, sharpened into deadly spikes, began to relentlessly pummel the soul hunter witch. She desperately tried to defend herself, but against this relentless, lightning-fast assault, she didn't stand a chance. And just like that, she was blasted out of the sky, slamming into the earth below. Seeing this, Xie Yu let out a triumphant shout. Hell yeah, it worked. A cloud of dust and smoke erupted from where the soul hunter witch had crash-landed. Moments later, a figure stumbled out from the haze. Half her health bar was gone. In a cold voice, she hissed, "To think that someone could you actually thought you could injure me. Fine, I'll show you what my true power looks like." With that, the soul-hunting witch flashed a grin that was pure, unfiltered evil. The next second, she hoisted her massive scythe high into the air and roared with terrifying power, "My slaves, become my energy now." Watching this all go down, Ziyu's face immediately paled. This was not looking good. The witch's own scythe then plunged right through her body, and a moment later she just exploded. When the smoke finally cleared, the soul-hunting witch was standing there holding a brand new blade. She even had a bizarre halo thing floating behind her back. And to top it all off, her health bar was back at 100%. Xie Yu's jaw hit the floor as he muttered in utter disbelief. She transformed and got a full heal. Before he could even process this cheap trick, the soul-hunting witch's figure vanished into thin air. The next thing he knew, she was right in his face. A wicked smirk spread across her lips. Xie Yu, on the other hand, was absolutely terrified. With cold sweat pouring down his forehead, she's way too fast. Without saying a word, the soul-hunting witch lunged forward with her dual blades. Xie Yu managed to parry, but the sheer force of the blow sent him flying back several meters. He slammed into the wall so hard that the entire thing shattered on impact. Xie Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body staggering from the brutal hit. Pure panic was written all over his face. The soul-hunting witch's speed and power after her transformation were on a completely different level. This is some top-tier Manhwa villain power-up. Just then, the soul-hunting witch spoke, her voice dripping with ice. The fact that you forced me to take this form means you deserve some credit. But this is as far as you go. Bind him, my undead. As the words left her mouth, she raised her blades for the final strike. Xie Yu's eyes widened in terror. Countless undead hands were now bursting from the ground, grabbing at his legs. A cold, indifferent smile played on the soul-hunting witch's lips as she spoke. Your soul belongs to me now. Rest in peace. Immobilized by the relentless grip of the undead, Xie Yu could only watch as she smiled that chilling smile. The soul-hunting witch declared coldly, your soul is mine. Now rest in peace. The second he spoke, a torrent of energy erupted from the blade. Xie Yu's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. In the blink of an eye, a massive beam of pink energy came hurtling straight for Xie Yu. His expression instantly turned foul. A head-on attack like this, there was no way in hell he could dodge it. He figured he was a goner for sure, but for some bizarre reason the guy was smiling. Oh, that's right, because Xie Yu is the protagonist of this manhwa, and more importantly, he's a player. And for a true gamer, what could possibly be better than a last-second near-death comeback that gives you a massive HP boost? With that thought, he let out a cold smirk. You think you've got me locked down, but you're completely paralyzed right now too, aren't you? The words barely left his lips before Xie Yu hurled the saber. This was a one-time use skill, and he had been waiting for this exact perfect moment. In an instant, the saber transformed into a bolt of lightning, rocketing forward with insane velocity. In no time, it slammed right into the pink barrier of the soul-hunting witch. Xie Yu roared with all his might, break. The second he yelled, that bolt of lightning tore right through it. The sight threw the soul-hunting witch into a panic, but she was completely rooted to the spot, helpless as the lightning pierced straight through her. And just like that, her body began to slowly fade away. Seeing this, Xie Yu cracked a small, smug smile. I win! In just a few moments, the soul-hunting witch's body was already half gone. But right before she vanished completely, she suddenly smiled, and her voice, filled with a bittersweet sorrow, echoed out. I knew it. From the very moment you set foot in this place, I had a premonition that if it was you, you might just be the one to bring true release to my soul. And in the next instant, she was gone. The system's mechanical voice chimed in. Boss successfully eliminated. Loot will be automatically transferred to your item inventory. Seeing the notification, Xie Yu let out a satisfied smirk. I won. The soul-hunting witch's body was already halfway to disappearing, and just before she faded completely, a smile graced her lips. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. Phew! It's finally over. That was way too close. At the same time, the chains binding Yu Yi high above also vanish into thin air. Her faint, ghostly figure starts to plummet downwards. Seeing this, Xie Yu instinctively reaches out to catch her. But before he can even touch Yu Yi's hand, her body becomes completely transparent. And just like that, she's gone. Xie Yu can't help but let out a frustrated sigh. Of course, she was just an illusion from this game. Still, just being able to see her here, I'm satisfied. With that thought, he collapses onto the ground, totally spent. Xie Yu looks up at the sky, his lips tightening as he mutters, "The next time we meet, it'll be when I bring you back to life for real." After dealing with the boss, Xie Yu heads back home. He scrubs himself clean and crashes onto his bed, ready for some R&R, but not before checking out his status window. Hot damn, he's jumped from level 2 all the way to level 8, and his points have shot up by 1,000. Not bad at all. Getting tortured in that last fight was totally worth it. The loot isn't half bad either. Xie Yu scored a soul stone, which is basically a power source he can use to download models later on. After giving everything a once-over, a grin spreads across his face. This is awesome as long as I can gather enough of these power source items and combine them with the download model I have now. I'll become seriously powerful. Talk about some classic Manhwa power-ups. But just then, Xie Yu notices something odd on his hand. When he takes a closer look, he sees these bizarre black patterns have appeared out of nowhere. Xie Yu is completely stunned. Is this from the last battle? No, that can't be right. I didn't get hit by anything like this. Totally freaked out, he yanks his shirt off to get a better look. It's not just his arm, the same weird patterns are all over his body. He gasps in shock. What the hell is this? These strange marks are on my body too. His mind racing with panic, he quickly strips off his shirt to check. And sure enough, it wasn't just his arm. The marks were spreading across Xie Yu's entire torso. He cries out in disbelief, "What is happening? These insane patterns are covering my whole body. Could it be from the fight? No, that's impossible. I never took a hit that could do this." Completely bewildered, he frantically inspects his skin. It's not just his arm. These dark veins are creeping over his entire body. He shouts, his voice trembling, "What is going on? These weird markings are everywhere. What is this? It's all over my body." Quite a lot, actually. Could this be the backlash from using the devouring blade every time I force a download? Without an energy source, is the thing being consumed my own body? All those times he'd forced it before, Xie Yu had just gritted his teeth and pushed through the physical discomfort, figuring if he just ignored it for a bit, everything would be fine. Thinking about it now, Xie Yu was suddenly hit with a wave of regret. He should have realized it sooner. A power this immense, how could it possibly be so easy to use? Turns out the price was his own body. This whole situation feels straight out of a dark fantasy manhwa. Xie Yu collapsed onto his bed with a helpless sigh. Guess I can't be so reliant on that thing anymore. But on the other hand, doesn't this just go to show how unbelievably powerful the devouring blade truly is? Even without using that download feature, just by relying on the devouring blade's powerful skills to boost his attribute points, Xie Yu's combat strength would still see a massive increase. He decided he'd check out the trading market tomorrow. The next morning at Xie Yu's school, the classroom was a chaotic mess of noise. "Hey, class president," one student called out. "After school, you should totally join the Taekwondo club. It's a great workout." Yun Zhao looked embarrassed by the sudden attention, fumbling for a response. But before she could answer, another student shouted indignantly, "Are you kidding me? Why would you want the class president doing something so dangerous? She obviously needs to join our basketball cheerleading squad where she belongs." As the two were about to throw down, a pair of hands landed on their shoulders, stopping them. Then a low voice cut through the noise. "You two can stop fighting. The class president has already agreed to tutor me tonight in all the subjects I've fallen behind on." The two guys looked over and were shocked to see it was Xie Yu. "Xie Yu, you finally decided to show up to class. Dude, you've changed so much I barely recognize you. Hey, new kid. You just got here and you're already trying to run off with the class president. A little shameless, don't you think?" A slight smirk on his face, Xie Yu casually shot back. "What can I say? I'm like the classic manhwa protagonist who's way behind in his studies. The class president can't just let me drag down the entire class average. Now can she?" Yun Zhao gave a reluctant nod in agreement. "All right, fine, just get to your seat, class is about to start." Hearing that, the other three immediately scattered. But Xie Yu deliberately slid into the seat right next to her, a teasing grin on his face. "Hey, class prez, you don't mind if I sit here, do you?" Yun Zhao gritted her teeth in annoyance and snapped, "Get away from me." Her fiery reaction only made Xie Yu chuckle. Why the long face? I just saved you from them. Besides, I've got a really important favor to ask you. With a soft Yunjiao asked coldly. What is it? You already rejected my invitation once before, so don't even dream of me partying up with you now. Finally figured out how hard it is to go solo, have you? But just as she finished her sentence, her eyes landed on the strange patterns covering Xie Yu's hands. Yunjiao gasped in shock. Your hands? Did you get injured while clearing that underground fortress yesterday? Xie Yu slowly explained, it's nothing really. It's a long story, so you don't need to worry about it. Hearing that, Yunjiao scoffed defensively. I'm not worried. Why would I be worried about you? Honestly, as if I'd be worried, seeing right through her. Xie Yu decided to stop teasing her and got straight to the point. Let's talk business. Shall we? I'll pay you 300 points for your time. Can you take me there tonight? Though Xie Yu was vague, Yunjiao knew exactly what there was. She pouted and said, I'm already going. Tonight, 500 points. You're welcome. Xie Yu didn't seem surprised in the slightest. He just smiled and replied, deal, I knew you'd say that. Right at that moment, his phone suddenly lit up. It was a mission. It was the system's daily notification. Xie Yu picked up his phone to take a look, muttering in confusion. What's this, another one of those daily quests with pitifully low points? Yeah, hard pass. I don't want anything to do with it. But hearing this, Yunjiao shot back in annoyance. You moron, don't say. I didn't warn you, but if you have too many incomplete quests, the system is gonna switch on punishment mode. Xie Yu started to sweat when he heard that, but this mission just required him to answer a question from the teacher. Right on cue, the teacher on the podium suddenly spoke up. Would any student like to provide an explanation for this question? Instantly, a forest of hands shot up into the air. Xie Yu let out a helpless sigh. Forget about whether I can even answer it. The real question is whether the teacher will even see me. Yunjiao, sitting beside him, also raised her hand, all while shamelessly enjoying his misery. You better pray for yourself. And yet, at that very moment, Xie Yu's lips curled into a smirk. So naive. I've still got a secret weapon up my sleeve. Immediately after, he raised his hand as well, simultaneously activating the title he had received just the day before. And just as planned, the teacher's eyes locked onto Xie Yu. That unfamiliar student seems quite spirited. You in the blue jacket. Please answer. Yunjiao couldn't hide her shock, while Xie Yu, on the other hand, was feeling incredibly smug. This ability was just too OP. There was just one tiny problem. What on earth was that equation on the board? He had absolutely no idea. Xie Yu's brow furrowed as he began negotiating with the system to trade points for the answer. The system immediately complied, and the solution quickly flooded into his mind. Man having knowledge downloaded directly into his brain felt incredible. A second later, Xie Yu answered loud and clear. The answer is 1.2 meters. The teacher's face lit up with praise. Exactly right. To have calculated the answer so quickly, this student isn't half bad, you know. Yunjiao, watching this whole Manhwa-like scene from the side, couldn't help but sigh. That title really was made for you, wasn't it? Xie Yu just smirked and said, you flatter me. Bagging 30 points, not bad at all. And just like that, another chill class session drifted by. But what Xie Yu didn't know was that the teacher up on the podium had already noticed him. Meanwhile, over at the headquarters of the Blood Moon Guild, Yingsha was kneeling on the ground, reporting in a low voice. Guildmaster Kong Xing is dead. The newbie is extremely suspicious. Hearing this, the guildmaster immediately let out a cold laugh. What, the new guy got himself killed? A moment later, he was watching footage of Xie Yu in the middle of a fight. After he finished, the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. He snorted coldly and said, so that's how it is. It seems the other guilds will be making their moves soon. You know what to do, don't you? Organize another team. Yingsha nodded slightly. I understand, Guildmaster. But before he could even finish his sentence, another man cut in with an indifferent tone. Just leave this sort of thing to me. Give me one day. He said he didn't care if the target was alive or dead. He would absolutely drag Xie Yu before the Guildmaster, just like a villain from an action manhwa. After class, Xie Yu was standing at the subway station waiting for someone. He kept checking his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. Xie Yu grumbled in frustration. We said we'd take the train to the trading market, but she still hasn't bothered to show up. Girls are such a hassle. He checked his watch again. Almost 12 o'clock. Xie Yu muttered irritably. I mean, we said we'd take the train to the trading market, and yet she still hasn't deigned to arrive. Girls, honestly, how is this even possible? He hadn't even finished his thought when an unhappy voice rang out. Hey, what are you muttering about over there? Startled, Xie Yu looked back and saw Yun Zhao approaching. She pouted, asking, You weren't talking trash about me, were you? Xie Yu hurriedly shook his head and denied it. No, how would I dare? Whoa, why is your outfit so different from what you were wearing during the day? Letting out a small huff, Yun Zhao pursed her lips and replied, Obviously, it's so other players don't recognize me. This isn't some flashy manhwa, you know? Hearing this, Xie Yu just pursed his lips and thought to himself, Yeah, right, I recognized you the second I saw you. Shortly after the two of them boarded the train and left. Xie Yu couldn't help but speak up. Phew, that was a close one, we almost missed the last train. Yun Zhao scoffed, You dummy, the last train is exactly the one we needed to catch. Hearing that, Xie Yu decided to stop pestering her. He asked, full of curiosity, So, which stop is ours? Yun Zhao didn't answer right away, replying with a cool indifference. No need to be so antsy, you'll find out soon enough. As they spoke, the train doors began to hiss shut, and right on cue, the lights inside the car died completely, causing Xie Yu to practically jump out of his skin. Whoa, why'd the lights go out? A power outage. But Yun Zhao, on the other hand, was as cool as a cucumber. She just tightened her grip on the handrail, a sly, knowing smile on her face. Don't get your panties in a twist. Go on, take a look outside. See any beautiful scenery out there? Totally bewildered Xie Yu couldn't help but peek out the window, and his pupils instantly shrunk to pinpricks. Outside, colossal skyscrapers blurred past in a dizzying streak, their shimmering lights painting the sprawling city below. Xie Yu gasped, his voice filled with disbelief. Holy crap, where are we? A smirk played on Yun Zhao's lips as she spoke. The very second we stepped onto that last train, we entered the underground city. Hearing this, Xie Yu's jaw just about hit the floor. Wait, the underground city, isn't that just a place to grind mobs? Yun Zhao patiently laid it all out for him. There are two kinds of underground cities in this manhwa world. The first is the system-generated kind, where all you can do is hunt monsters. The other kind is built from the ground up by players. And in those, as long as you've got the money, honey, you can do whatever you want. She explained, this place used to be a top-tier fortress, but it was later conquered by the Jin Chan Guild. They repurposed the whole thing and converted it into a massive trading hub, and that very market is what propelled them into the ranks of the four major guilds. Heck, rumor has it that plenty of the game's rules had to be rewritten just to accommodate their demands. As far as Yun Zhao could tell, the guy who attacked them was very likely a member of the Xie Yu Guild, which is why she warned Xie Yu that he still needed to watch his back. After hearing the explanation, the light bulb finally went on for Xie Yu and he nodded, so that was the story. Alright, so this game is way more unpredictable than I thought. After they'd been chatting for a while, the train finally rolled to a stop. Their journey was over just as the station was about to close. As per the Golden Toad Guild's regulations, players aren't allowed to conceal their identities, so Xie Yu's disguise was instantly and forcibly removed. Not that Xie Yu cared one bit, he had already spotted the city outside and he exclaimed with excitement, Is this the central trading market? This place looks insane. The market hub was absolutely packed with players. Bustling everywhere, trailing behind Yun Zhao. Xie Yu voiced his concerns. You just said we had to be careful. Are you sure just strolling down the main street like this is a good idea? Yun Zhao explained patiently. The Golden Toad Guild forbids any kind of fighting in the trading market, but you do have a point. We should probably stick to the side streets. It'll help us avoid any unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Xie Yu mumbled anxiously, There are side streets. Why do I have a really bad feeling about this? But before he could even finish, Yun Zhao snapped irritably. Stop doubting me. I know this place 1,000 times better than you do, and yet They'd barely taken a few steps before a loud shout echoed from up ahead. Hey, sweet cheeks! Stop right there, Yunjiao's expression instantly turned sour as she grumbled. Did I really just jinx us that fast? Xie Yu quickly pulled her into the shadows. Don't worry, he whispered. They're not talking to us. They both peeked around the corner and saw two thugs blocking a young woman's path. And it was a woman Xie Yu recognized. It was Xie Yu who was part of that whole Manhwa-style hunt to take him down. The poor girl was trying to get away from the two men, pleading with a shaky voice, I don't want to, just let me go. Over in the shadows, Ziyu gasped in shock. It's the girl from before. Yunjiao gave him a confused look. You know her? Jiyu gave a slight nod. Yeah. I ran into her the day I had that big brawl with Kang Xing. But seeing the spectacle unfolding before him, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, it's bad enough that those scumbags are ganging up on someone, but they have the nerve to lay their hands on a little girl like that. Xie Yu was about to charge in, but Yunjiao grabbed his arm, holding him back. She whispered urgently, You moron, don't be so reckless. If she was our enemy once before, then we don't need to stick our necks out for her. Xie Yu shot back completely unconvinced. Those are two totally different things. There's nothing I hate more than seeing old-timers picking on the new kid. Seeing how dead set he was, Yunjiao took a deep breath and muttered through clenched teeth, Fine, then you'd better stay put right here. The second the words left her mouth, she let out a massive, ear-splitting scream for help. The sheer force of her voice made the objects around them vibrate. Immediately, the two thugs heard a new sound, as a system somewhere registered the distress signal. And just like that, the most bizarre scene imaginable began to unfold. A nearby trash can suddenly morphed into a robot, and it was dragging its other trash can buddies along with it. At the same time, warning sirens started blaring from all directions. Xie Yu could only stare his jaw practically on the floor. Are those trash can robots? This is awesome. It's like something straight out of a manhwa. Yunjiao grinned, looking incredibly pleased with herself. When you're in danger, all you have to do is scream real loud, and you'll activate the emergency alert system of the Golden Flash Guild. The Trashbot speaker crackled to life. Warning, violators have been detected. Cease all rule-breaking activities immediately. The two thugs, however, didn't look scared in the slightest. One of them sneered with contempt. You think a tiny little rust bucket has any hope of stopping us? Don't be ridiculous. And with that, they launched their attack on the robots. In a flash, one of the bots was down for the count. The goons gloated, puffing out their chests. You dare to mess with members of the Blood Moon Guild? Hilarious. Then they turned their gaze to Ji Yu, a nasty smirk spreading across their faces. Hey there, little lady, stop struggling. Big brother here wasn't exactly overflowing with patience. Seeing things were about to go south, Xie Yu wanted to charge in again. But Yunjiao grabbed his arm, stopping him. What is wrong with you? I told you to stand still. And watch the show. Just then, a massive fireball suddenly appeared in the sky, along with a booming authoritative shout. Who dares to make a move on the Golden Toad Guild's turf? The words had barely faded when the fireball slammed into the ground, the intense heat, feeling like it could incinerate everything. When the smoke and dust finally cleared, a massive robotic arm was revealed. The faces of those two thugs, so arrogant just moments ago, were now drained of all color. Perched on the robot's back was the silhouette of a woman. The girl quickly leaped down, snapping in an icy voice. Humph, you dare cause trouble here and even damage my precious little robot, Ji eyed the newcomer, muttering in confusion, Is that someone from the Golden Toad Guild? Yunjiao calmly explained, The trading market is the Golden Toad Guild's territory. Anyone who dares break the rules here, well, they're just asking for a death sentence. The blonde girl was holding a massive gun, a smirk playing on her lips. All right, little golden pincer, let's have ourselves a big old battle. But then in a complete change of pace, she whipped out her phone and started punching in numbers. Damage to property from the rescue bot, plus the appearance fee for a security management officer from the Golden Toad Guild. Her AI Xiaohuan quickly spat out a number. That'll be a grand total of 3,000 points. Please confirm the transfer. or you'll have to deal with the guild directly. Hearing this, one of the thugs just snorted in contempt. "Ha, points we ain't got any." Xie Yu, watching from a distance, felt his eyes narrow, because one of the goons had just launched a sneak attack from behind. He cackled with glee, "But I've got a weapon right here." Xie Yu immediately screamed a warning, "Watch out," and then he bolted forward. Yun Zhao couldn't stop him in time and could only watch helplessly with a long sigh. What a classic Manhwa protagonist. What a fool. In the blink of an eye, Xie Yu had practically caught up to the guy. But just then a smirk spread across Xiaohuan's face. You dare try to ambush me." The moment she spoke, the robot's eyes suddenly glowed bright red. In the next second, it sent the goon flying with one hand, while catching Xie Yu's blade with the other. The sheer force sent Xie Yu stumbling backward. Sheathing his sword, he let out a sigh. "Well, it looks like I was just sticking my nose where it didn't belong." Xiaohan strolled up to him, raised an eyebrow, and said with a grin, "Hey, handsome, that was pretty brave of you back there. But you also kinda damaged public property." In the heat of the moment, Xie Yu's blade had plunged into the ground, leaving a nasty crack. Completely ignoring his horrified expression, Xiao Huan calmly quoted him a price. "I'll even give you a 20% discount. That'll be just 100 points. Xie Yu couldn't believe his ears and protested. "What I'm getting fined for that?" Ignoring the bickering pair, Yun Zhao rushed over to Qin Yu, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Qin Yu shook her head gently and replied, "I'm fine, thank you, everyone." At the same time, the other attacker saw his buddy get flattened on the ground. He scrambled over to check on him. "Away, don't you die on me." But the guy gave no response whatsoever. He began frantically patting Wei down. At the same time, the other attacker saw his buddy get flattened on the ground. He scrambled over to check on him. "Away, don't you die on me." But the guy gave no response whatsoever. So he whipped around to confront Xiaohuan. "Damn you. Does your Golden Toad Guild have a death wish? Daring to touch a member of the Blood Moon Guild? We will absolutely not let this," but before he could finish his threat, his eyes shot wide. A blade had already pierced straight through his stomach, killing him on the spot. This whole Manhwa plot twist was insane. The sudden turn of events made both Xie Yu and Yun Zhao jump and look over. Xiaohan, on the other hand, was a bit more composed. The newcomer wore a mask and had a whole crew with him. He let out a cold laugh and sneered, "Pathetic trash, daring to impersonate members of our guild. Oh, us, they should be killed." Yun Zhao's eyes narrowed to slits. Staring at the newcomer, she muttered under her breath, "Well, look what we have here. Looks like the man himself has finally shown up." Xie Yu also gave a slight frown and spoke up. "We're on the Jin Chan Guild's turf. We shouldn't have to worry too much, should we?" But Xiaohan wasn't showing an ounce of fear. She marched right up to the new guy and confronted him. "Gui Mian, since you killed him, you're the one who has to cough up the 3,000 points he owed." But Gui Mian couldn't care less. He didn't even register her words, brushing past her without a second glance. He even had the audacity to sneer. "Sorry, I'm not interested in underdeveloped kids." In a flash, Gui Mian was standing right in front of Xie Yu. His voice was laced with ice as he questioned him. "Was it you two who killed him?" Like a true Manhwa protagonist, Xie Yu stepped forward, shielding Yun Zhao behind him. He declared defiantly, "I'm the one who killed him. It has nothing to do with her." Yun Zhao, however, just rolled her eyes at his little performance. "Oh, please don't be ridiculous, as if you could have killed him without me." Seeing the two of them bickering to protect each other, Gimian couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Well, isn't this interesting? Don't you worry, neither of you's getting away." While they were busy with their dramatic standoff, Xiaohan was practically fuming on the sidelines. She gritted her teeth and finally exploded. "Hey, Gui Mian, are you just going to completely ignore me? Is that how it is?" It was only then that Gui Mian seemed to notice her. He quickly put on a fake smile, saying, "Ah, if it isn't little Miss Xiao Han from the Jin Chan Guild. The Golden Toad, you say? No wonder you looked so familiar. My deepest apologies for my behavior just now. Will take full responsibility for the damages." To that end, he demanded the Jin Chan Guild open the luck betting arena. Hearing this, Xiao Huan let out a cold snort. raising an eyebrow as she shot back, "Are you sure about that?" Xie Yu, meanwhile, was completely lost. He muttered in confusion, "A luck betting arena. What's that?" Yun Zhao explained grimly. "Both sides wager every single point they have, and their very lives. And right now we're completely on the back foot. But we can win." Demon Face arched an eyebrow at the two of them, a smirk playing on his lips. "What's the matter? Don't tell me the little brat's already got cold feet." Yun Zhao's eyes narrowed, her voice laced with gravity. "I never thought the Blood Moon Guild would go to such lengths. Just for the two of us." Xie Yu, on the other hand, was completely unfazed, looking like a total manhwa protagonist as he spoke with dead seriousness. "If there's a chance to win, why on earth would I turn it down? I accept your challenge." Hearing him accept Demon Face couldn't help but let out a cynical chuckle. Just what I'd expect from the guy who took down Kong Sing. "You've got guts." But just as the words left his mouth, he leaned in close to Ziyu's ear and whispered, "That little egg of Kong Xing's, it's on you, isn't it, you little punk?" With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Xie Yu with one final chilling warning. "See you in half an hour at the gambler's arena. Don't even think about running, or your end will be 1,000 times more gruesome." Xiaohan, paying no mind to the drama, casually strolled over to Qin Yu. "Hey kiddo, what's your name? You know, saving people doesn't come for free around here." Qin Yu answered quietly, "My name is Qin Yu, but I don't have any points to give you." The little girl explained she'd come here hoping to trade for some points to save her brother. Hearing this, Xie Yu's brow furrowed. "Your brother?" he asked. "The one who attacked me with you that last time? What happened to him?" Qin Yu's voice was heavy with sorrow. "That time they were purging the newbies. He gave me all his points so I could recover, but he was badly injured himself." Xie Yu couldn't help but gulp. Damn, that's some serious dedication. The more Qin Yu spoke, the more her grief showed. She whispered, her voice trembling, "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, my brother wouldn't have gotten hurt. That's why I snuck off to come here without telling him." Hearing her story, Xiaohuan's heart softened. She said nonchalantly, "All right, look, I'll give you a discount. Plus, I'll buy your stuff for a premium price. After we balance it all out, I'll transfer the points to you immediately." At this, Qin Yu's face lit up as she eagerly pulled out a pile of gear. "So I showed all my gear to Xiaohuan." But after a quick look, Xiaohuan just let out a long, disappointed sigh. "This stuff is basically worthless." Qin Yu's face fell and she stammered through her tears. "But this is everything I own." Xiaohuan did some quick mental math and reluctantly told her, "Even if I'm being generous with all this stuff of yours, you're not even gonna get 500 points. Xie Yu, who'd been watching from the side, couldn't hold his tongue any longer and jumped in. "Just 500 points. Are you trying to rip off a newbie or something?" Xiaohan shot him a dirty look and scoffed. "Excuse me, what was that?" The Golden Toad Guild, for your information, prides itself on its honesty. However, if this young lady really needs the points, there is another option. She pointed out that coincidentally, Ziyu and his partner were short-staffed. So why not have Qin Yu join their team and enter the high-stakes luck betting arena? Xie Yu immediately shot that idea down. "Absolutely not. This is our beef with the Blood Moon Guild. And it's a life-or-death situation. We can't just drag this kid into our mess." But Qin Yu, with surprising firmness, spoke up. "No, if I don't get those points, my big brother isn't going to make it. For his sake, please let me join your team. I'm begging you, Captain. Please, Captain. I'm begging you, Captain." The Golden Toad's luck betting arena is a brutal show. Players stake everything. All their points become betting chips, a gamble on their own skill and luck, with the very real risk of losing their lives. The whole thing is broadcast as entertainment for thousands of spectators, and this awesome manhwa shows that every time a new match kicks off, the folks at Golden Toad rake in a massive profit. Ziyu figured that was Xiaohuan's real motive for wanting them to join. Xiaohuan didn't even bother denying it. Instead, she just led them towards the entrance to the arena. She shoved the doors open and announced with a booming laugh, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the arena of fateful wagers." The moment he saw what was inside, Ziyu's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. Xiaohuan calmly explained, "This is the very foundation that allows our guild to stand firm as one of the four great guilds. The level 98 chieftain Lord Tianhuan, the golden toad, Xie Yu stared at the golden toad before him, and after a long moment he couldn't help but mutter, if this guy went all out, even if every single player here teamed up, we wouldn't stand a snowball's chance in hell against him, would we? Xiaohuan let out a soft chuckle. Lord Tianhuan is only interested in things related to money, like trades and bets. Besides, we have a pact. He will never harm a player. As they were speaking, Miangui and Yingsha swaggered in from outside. Miangui curled his lip into a sneer. Well, aren't you a brave little bunch? You all ready? Because your life is about to come to a screeching halt. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Xiaohuan immediately stepped forward to mediate. Before we begin, I must ask both sides to refrain from any verbal sparring. Now allow me to explain the rules of the game. The Golden Toad's Casino is divided into two sections, the Wheel of Fortune above and the battlefield below. Once the game starts, each team will get their own personal Wheel of Fortune. You must choose one person known as the gambler to ascend to the wheel. That person will use 1,000 points per spin to draw for rewards. If you're not happy with the prize you get, you can always spin again. The rewards you win are then sent down to your teammates below. Both teams must attack the opposing team's toad-shaped totem wall while defending their own. The first team to have their totem destroyed loses the game. The losers get nothing. In fact, they'll even lose their lives. Once you enter this game, there is no escape until an opponent's totem has been shattered. The whole setup is wild, like something straight out of a manhwa. After finishing her explanation, Xiaohuan looked at both sides. Have you two thought this through? Xie Yu didn't answer her. He just glanced at Xie Yu and asked, this is a life or death battle. It has nothing to do with you. Are you absolutely sure you want to be a part of this? Without a shred of hesitation, Xie Yu nodded firmly. Yes, for my brother, I can do anything. Seeing this, Yun Jiao couldn't help but pout and huff. How come you didn't bother asking if I wanted to join? Xie Yu let out a soft chuckle. What are you talking about? We go way back, don't we? Even though he had no clue about Xie Yu's actual power level, he knew he had to play this like a chess master. While Xie Yu was lost in thought, Xie Yu suddenly snuck up to him, whispering softly, Brother Xie Yu, Sister Yun Jiao, I've got a little something for you. And just like that, she slipped something into Xie Yu's hand. The moment he saw what it was, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull in shock. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Yingsha was giving some careful instructions. Miangui don't get too cocky about this fight. But Miangui just laughed it off, brimming with confidence. Relax, there's no way those chumps can win on their own. Seeing that both teams were ready to rumble, Xiaohuan yelled out, all right, looks like everyone's made their decision. Yunjiao, however, couldn't help but pout and huff in annoyance. How come nobody bothered to ask if I was okay with this? Xie Yu let out a soft chuckle. What's all this nonsense? We go way back, don't we? Even though he had no clue about Xie Yu's actual power level, he knew he had to think strategically, playing this out like a grandmaster of chess. While Xie Yu was racking his brain, Xie Yu suddenly appeared and whispered, Brother Xie Yu, Sister Yun Jiao, I've got an idea for you. With that, she placed a little something into Xie Yu's hand. When he saw what it was, he couldn't help but gawk, his eyes wide with astonishment. At the same time, Yingsha was busy giving a little pep talk. Miangui, don't get overconfident in this fight. But Miangui just shot back with a cocky grin. Relax. There's no way those guys can beat us. Seeing that both sides were itching to go, Xiaohuan shouted at the top of his lungs. All right. Miangui just sneered, ha, child's play. Immediately after, he swung his sword down with relentless force. Since both teams are ready, I declare this match. Begin. The second he finished speaking, both teams charged forward. They stared each other down, a burning desire to win blazing in their eyes. At the same time, this high-stakes betting match was being broadcast live for all to see. Every single screen in the trading market was tuned into this epic Manhwa showdown. The crowd of spectators was absolutely massive. Given the fearsome reputation of the Yue Guild, the crowd immediately started roaring, placing their bets on Miangui and Yingsha. This, of course, was exactly what the Jin Chan Guild had been hoping for. Just then, Xiaohuan's voice boomed once more. We now invite the great Lord Tian Huan to activate the battle arena. No sooner had he said it than the ground began to tremble violently. Xie Yu stumbled a bit, and in the blink of an eye, the scene before him changed completely, leaving him stunned. Xie Yu and Yingsha suddenly found themselves trapped inside a giant spinning top. Turns out this was a virtual battlefield created by Tian Huan of the Jinchan Guild. So they were the ones pulling the strings. Welp, the very thing he was worried about had finally come to pass. With that thought, Xie Yu buzzed Yun Jiao and Qin Yu on his comms. You guys hear me? The actual brawling is all on you two now. Yun Jiao shot back instantly. Look, I know your luck's pretty decent, but if you dare screw this up, I swear I'll personally rearrange your face. Xiaohai, ever the professional MC, declared loud and clear, looks like both sides are all prepped and ready to go, huh? In that case, let the first round the Wheel of Destiny begin. Xie Yu didn't waste a second immediately cashing in his points to give that wheel a spin. The wheel was loaded with all sorts of goodies, big, small, long, short, you name it all, conveniently color-coded by rarity. White was the top-tier god-level stuff, followed by red for the super premium loot, then yellow and blue. But Xie Yu wasn't sweating it. Why? Because when it comes to pure, unadulterated luck, this Manhwa protagonist has never lost to anyone. And yet, right at that moment, Xie Yu stumbled for a second, and in the blink of an eye, the scene that unfolded before him left him completely stunned. He and Ying Sha had been sucked right into a giant spinning top. This was the virtual battlefield created by the Tianhuan Jinchan. So they were the ones pulling the strings. Welp, the very thing he was worried about had finally come to pass. With that thought, Xie Yu buzzed Yun Jiao and Qin Yu on his comms. You guys hear me? The actual brawling is all on you two now. Yun Jiao shot back instantly. Look, I know your luck's pretty decent, but if you dare screw this up, I swear I'll personally rearrange your face. Xiaohan, ever the professional MC, declared loud and clear, looks like both sides are all prepped and ready to go, huh? In that case, let the first round the Wheel of Destiny begin. Xie Yu didn't waste a second immediately cashing in his points to give that wheel a spin. The wheel was loaded with all sorts of goodies, big, small, long, short, you name it all, conveniently color-coded by rarity. White was the top-tier god-level stuff, followed by red for the super premium loot, then yellow and blue. But Xie Yu wasn't sweating it. Why? Because when it comes to pure unadulterated luck, this guy's never lost to anyone. And yet right at that moment, Xie Yu stumbled for a second. In the blink of an eye, the scene that unfolded before him left him completely stunned. He and Ying Sha had been sucked right into a giant spinning top. This was the virtual battlefield created by the Tianhuan Jinchan. So they were the ones pulling the strings. Welp, the very thing he was worried about had finally come to pass. With that thought, Xie Yu buzzed Yun Jiao and Qin Yu on his comms. You guys hear me? Suddenly, 3 portals ripped open right in front of Xie Yu, making him jump. This is Ying Sha's skill not too long. After Ying Sha popped right out of one of the portals, landing perfectly on a space on the wheel, which made Xie Yu absolutely furious. He cursed, the hell using a skill to just move. Your position isn't considered cheating in this Manhwa. Seeing that both contestants had finished their turns, Xiaohan immediately spoke up. Since this is the first round, both sides haven't made any major moves, both landing gently. The result of this round goes to Ying Sha. Snagged the red item, the Tyrant's Blade, which can jack up attack power by a whopping 50%. In the blink of an eye. As for our boy Xie Yu, he drew the short straw and got a blue crystal core, which is completely and utterly useless in a fight. But hey, after the game ends, you can trade it in for 10 points as startup capital. The more you trade, the more you profit. Xie Yu, however, was not having it. He protested, look, I can accept my garbage luck, but isn't Ying Sha's skill basically cheating? Shouldn't that be a foul? Xiaohuan replied nonchalantly, without Lord Tianhuan's permission you can't bring in illegal items or use unapproved skills, you know. Don't lose heart. All you have to do is shell out double the points and you can spin the wheel again. But Xie Yu wasn't buying that for a second. He shot down the offer immediately, deciding it was better to just watch and wait. Down below, when Yun Jiao saw the useless item Xie Yu had sent down, she couldn't help but grumble, that guy, he actually managed to pull this piece of junk on the very first round. But what could they do? The two of them still had to move forward. Yun Zhao called out, Xie Yu, let's go. If we go together, we might just have a chance to turn this whole mess around. Xie Yu nodded quietly. Right, I understand. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Ghostface got his hands on the sword, sent down by Ying Sha, and cackled with glee. Just as I'd expect from Ying Sha to get such an amazing item on the first round. Talk about classic manhwa protagonist luck. With that, he shot a nasty glare at Yun Zhao and her partner. Ghostface curled his lip into a nasty sneer. Listen up, little ladies. I'm about to give you a taste of true despair. Skill activated. In a flash, a second Ghostface appeared out of thin air, leaving Yun Zhao and Xie Yu completely frozen in shock. Ghostface laughed triumphantly. My skill lets me create a clone of myself. A perfect copy that has half of my original strength, and my weapon can be restored at any time. So tell me, do you really think you stand a chance of winning? Watching from above, Xie Yu saw this and could only let out a helpless sigh. Well, so much for having the advantage in numbers. But down on the field, Ghostface was still radiating pure, unadulterated confidence. The villains sneered, hey, let me let you all in on a little secret. Killing you lot out in the real world would cost me points. But in here, winner takes all. The second he finished speaking, both the real Gui Mian and his clone charged forward. Not letting her guard down for a second, Yun Zhao quickly shouted out, Xie Yu, let's try that combo we planned. Xie Yu gave a slight nod. Right. Immediately, Yun Zhao unleashed a slash from her blade. A whirlwind instantly materialized. At the same time, Xie Yu brought his own sword down. In a flash, the two streams of energy fused into one. A raging tornado tore through the air, but Gui Mian just scoffed in disdain. Child's play. With that, he swung his own sword relentlessly. The tornado was completely shattered. Not only that, but the force of his attack shot straight past them towards the toad statue in the back. Just like that, Yun Zhao and Xie Yu each lost 1 health point. They had lost the first round. Gui Mian laughed triumphantly. This match is already over. Go on, entertain me with your pathetic final struggles before you die. All the while, Xie Yu had been observing. The tornado was completely shattered. Not only that, but the force of his attack shot straight past them, towards the toad statue in the back. Just like that, Yun Zhao and Xie Yu each lost 1 health point. They had lost the first round. Gui Mian laughed triumphantly. This match is already over, so go on, entertain me with your pathetic final struggles before you die. Meanwhile, Xie Yu had been analyzing the attack. Boom! 2 powerful streams of energy had collided. Everything. It finally clicked. Ying Sha could control where the prize would land, and Gui Mian's cloning ability could multiply the power of whatever item they won by several times. Simply put, the way their skills complemented each other in this high-stakes gamble was their most devastating weapon, a combo straight out of a top-tier manhwa. But Xie Yu was no pushover either. A wicked grin spread across his face. The real show was just about to begin. Just then, Xiao Huan's voice boomed out. The first round is over. The blue team has lost 1 health point, while the red team is completely unscathed. The result was exactly as predicted. The crowd of onlookers let out a collective contemptuous sneer. This newbie is such a joke. He thinks a tiny bit of dumb luck is enough to challenge the mighty Xie Yu. But hey, who cares what they think? Round 2 of Xie Yu's showdown was officially underway. Xie Yu launched himself into the air. He figured that if he just got the angle of his jump right, he could totally pinpoint his landing spot. Ying Sha, on the other hand, just used his actual skills to pick his landing zone, and of course it was red tier gear. As for our boy Xie Yu, he landed squarely on a piece of blue gear. Seeing this, Xiao Huan, the host, called out, Do either of you want to spend some points? And to roll the dice one more time. This time, Xie Yu didn't hesitate for a second, replying, I do. A grin spread across Xiao Huan's face. That's the spirit in this game. If you're not willing to pony up the points for high-tier loot, you've got absolutely no shot at winning. The peanut gallery, watching from the sidelines, just smirked at the sight. This kid's running on nothing but fumes of luck. Whatever he tries is completely pointless. Now, this is getting interesting. I can't wait to see the look on his face when he gets absolutely crushed. Meanwhile, Ying Sha sitting pretty with his red tier item. had no intention of rolling again. So Xie Yu leaped up and came back down. But unluckily for him, he once again chose blue. He landed on blue. It was a weeping forehead crystal, which is about as useful as it sounds. Without missing a beat, Xie Yu yelled, "I'm rolling again." Xiao Huan's face lit up with glee. Team Blue wants to keep going. Will his luck be any better this time around? Come on, this Manhwa protagonist has to at least snag a yellow tier item, right? Unfortunately for Xie Yu, he hit blue again. Xiao Han let out a helpless sigh. Man, your karma must be in the absolute gutter. You wanna try one more time. Who knows, maybe this next roll is the lucky one. But this time, Xie Yu simply raised his hand, cutting her off. Now let's just stop here. But the crowd watching this from the outside erupted in a frenzy. Quick bet on the red team. You might still be able to make a few bucks. The blue team is a complete lost cause. They're just asking for a beatdown at this point. Inside the battle, Xie Yu was already on the comms. Yunjiao Qinyu, the power gap between us is just too massive. We can't fight him head on. Just let him score the point. Yunjiao was a little confused, but she nodded in agreement. At the same time, Ghostface was silently observing Yunjiao and her partner. How can they be so calm in a situation like this? Are they cooking up some kind of plan? But he didn't ponder for long. A wicked smirk spread across his face. What a real shame. All your little schemes are completely useless against me. Immediately after, another Ghostface clone appeared. Without another word, Ghostface charged forward to attack. To absolutely no one's surprise, he won yet again. Xie Yu, watching from above, didn't seem the least bit concerned. This is perfect, let's get to the next round quickly. Just then, Xiao Han announced loudly. The blue team is still incredibly composed. Luck isn't set in stone, folks. Maybe one big gamble is all it takes to turn the tables. The moment she finished speaking, the wheel began to spin again. Xie Yu's expression remained unchanged. And he landed on blue, again. Xiao Han let out a sigh of utter helplessness. The blue team is still incredibly composed, but luck is a fickle thing, isn't it? He landed on blue, so he decided to spin again. And he landed on blue, again. Xie Yu didn't stop there, choosing to spin yet another time, only for it to be blue every single time. You'd have to be insanely lucky to be this unlucky. After several consecutive spins, it was still blue. Xiaoha couldn't help but sigh. I honestly can't tell if this guy's luck is absolute trash or if it's some next-level strategy. This is the kind of epic losing streak you only read about in a manhwa. The blue team has now hit blue 10 times in a row. All the while, Ghostface's advantage just kept getting bigger and bigger, leaving the blue team completely unable to fight back. Yunjiao and Qin Yu were desperately trying to hold on. The crowd watching from the sidelines started whispering and snickering. What's wrong with that dude? Can he only land on the blue spaces or something? Xiao Huang, who was observing the match from outside, got more and more worked up, shouting loudly. After a few rounds, Team Blue's situation is looking pretty dire, folks. Right now, our two contenders Yunjiao and Qin Yu are down to their last 2 health points, while the Ghostface team hasn't suffered a single scratch. The outcome of today's battle seems pretty much set in stone. High above the spinning wheel, Yingsha's voice dripped with condescension. This is the last round. You might as well accept your defeat. Letting out a soft snort, Xie Yu smirked. Oh, is that so? What if I told you that all of this has been completely under my control? And what if you win the next round, huh? Xiao Huang couldn't help but laugh mockingly at his words. Are you serious in a situation like this? Team Blue still has the nerve to talk so big. But hey, I guess it's not entirely impossible, unless of course they can land on the white space. The spectators clearly didn't believe it for a second, their jeers filling the air. Has this guy lost his mind, knowing he's about to lose? Does he really think he can pull off some epic manhwa comeback? Ghostface, on the other hand, just curled his lip into a sneer. So Xie Yu did have a trick up his sleeve, but it didn't matter. Not one bit. He couldn't care less. With that thought, he made a suggestion. Ying Sha on the next turn. Let's aim for the white area. Ying Sha hesitated. But I can't guarantee it. 100%, Ghostface nonchalantly proposed. Then just keep pumping points into it until you can. Over on the other side, a worried Xie Yu looked to Yun Jiao. Sister Yun Jiao, do we still have a chance to win? Yun Jiao frowned slightly. When it comes down to the wire, you can actually put your faith in that guy. At this point, they had no other choice. Their only hope rested on Xie Yu. Just then, Xiao Han shouted out again, asking the million-dollar question. Is the blue team just being ridiculously stubborn and refusing to give up? Or do they actually have some kind of secret weapon up their sleeve? And with that, the most important round began. Our two competitors, Xie Yu and Ying Xia, leaped into action, once more kicking off the final gacha spin. The result this time, Xie Yu once again landed on blue. Shocker. As for Ying Xia, it was the same old story. Red equipment, but here's where it got different. This time, both Xie Yu and Ying Xia chose to up the ante. The two of them seemed to be desperately trying to roll for that coveted red gear, but Xie Yu still landed on blue. Meanwhile, Ying Xia hit red again, and both of them decided to raise the stakes once more. From the sidelines, Xiao Huan couldn't stop commentating. They've raised the bet several times in a row right now. The point total has skyrocketed to 6,400. It looked like both sides were absolutely determined to get what they wanted in this final nail-biting round. Xie Yu's face was a mask of sheer determination. After this roll, he wouldn't have any more points to bet with. But man, his luck was truly atrocious. He still pulled that same soul-crushing blue. This guy's gacha luck is worse than a side character in a tragedy manhwa. But what made Xiao Huan's jaw drop was what happened on Ying Xia's side, because he managed to pull a white item, a record that nearly 100 people had failed to break. Was just completely shattered. Everyone watching from the outside saw this and immediately erupted in cheers. Oh my god, Ying Xia did it. It's the white one. At this point, even Xiao Han couldn't help but click his tongue, utterly impressed. What a pity. Looks like the contest ends right here, folks. Next up, we get to witness the once-in-a-millennium ultimate technique of Lord Tianhuan. Guimian was looking incredibly smug, thinking to himself, see, Ying Xia is always reliable. Over on Yun Jiao's side, she and her companion looked like they'd just swallowed lemons. The only person who seemed completely calm in this whole situation was, you guessed it, Xie Yu. He just smirked and said, you really think I've lost for sure, huh? Watch closely. You always save the best for last. The moment the words left his mouth, Xie Yu pulled something out. It was the item Qin Yu had given him, the very same one Qin Yu had given the little girl, telling her to use it as a get-out-of-jail-free card if she ever faced a life-or-death situation. Mogui was floored when he heard this, and even Xiao Huan had absolutely no clue what Xie Yu was plotting. While everyone was completely baffled, Xie Yu roared, "Get up there, Qin Yu!" Hearing him, the little girl immediately pulled out an item identical to the one in Xie Yu's hand, and then she yelled, "Big brother, lend me your strength." The second she finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure materialized above the spinnings platform, while Xie Yu was teleported right back into the fight. Xiao Huan witnessed this and couldn't help but gasp in shock. What? Unbelievable. The blue team can actually use a position-swapping skill. The crowd outside, however, was less than thrilled and started pointing fingers and shouting, "What kind of cheap trick is this? Just give up already, you coward. I've got a mountain of cash riding on Blood Moon." But on Mogui's side, not a single ripple of concern showed. He just let out a cold snort. "So that's your game. You were waiting for this exact moment, weren't you? But so what? You really think you can withstand a single attack from the Heavenly Ring Golden Toad?" The moment the Golden Toad appeared, the crowd outside erupted in a massive cheer. "Lord Jin Chan is here. Now beat that arrogant little punk who doesn't know his place." Xie Yu was also a bit surprised to think the prize wheel could spit out something so threatening. Now that was a truly unexpected plot twist for this manhwa. But that didn't mean he was about to lose. He'd been getting 2 extra spins each round, burning through a total of 700 points. It wasn't that Xie Yu's luck was just that bad, it's that the points he had could only be exchanged for that specific number of crystals. And in this place, those crystals were the source of Xie Yu's power. With that thought, he plunged his blade into the ground and roared, "Skill Devour, activate." Seeing this, Mo Gui couldn't help but let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Heh, I knew you were gonna pull this move. This right here is the level 98 Tianhuan Jin Chan. He taunted that even if Xie Yu managed to unleash the same technique, he used to finish off Kong Xing, there would be no way he could block this single attack. The moment the words left the demon-faced man's mouth, the Tianhuan Jin Chan launched its assault, unleashing a massive ball of lightning. Seeing this, a worried Yun Zhao screamed, Xie Yu, but Xie Yu paid her no mind, still laser-focused on his preparations. He just scoffed, beating Kong Xing. Dude, that was 2 weeks ago. This guy right here is not the same person. I was back then, you got it. As luck would have it, his earlier encounter with Xie Yu was exactly what he needed to complete his goal for visiting the trading market in the first place. In no time at all, the absorption process was complete. Xie Yu's attribute points skyrocketed in the blink of an eye, but he wasn't done yet. Xie Yu whipped out another crystal. He smirked, and let's not forget this little beauty I picked up earlier. I've been saving this one. Using it will give me another 5% boost. With that, Xie Yu unleashed his own attack. With a deafening boom, the two immense energies crashed into each other head-on. Shockwaves ripped through the air. And unbelievably, he actually blocked it. Seeing the clash, Xiaohan got a little nervous. Shockwaves ripped through the air, and unbelievably, he actually blocked it. For Xiaohan, this level of intensity was no simple matter. It was far more thrilling than any high-speed race on a track. He roared with excitement. The blue team unleashed their ultimate move. It completely stopped Lord Tianhuan's lightning strike. It only lasts for 5 seconds. If he can just keep holding on, the blue team might actually pull this off. The crowd outside, meanwhile, was completely losing their minds, shouting in utter disbelief. How is that even possible? Is this guy using cheats? A power-up like that is straight out of a manhwa. Where in the world did he get a weapon that powerful? Inside the storm of battle, Xie Yu was giving it everything he had to hold on. His knees were already starting to buckle. He bit his lip hard, refusing to yield an inch. His eyes filled with utter shock. Is this the power of a level 98 fighter? Seeing this unfold, Yun Zhao immediately charged forward. She stood right beside Xie Yu, helping him hold the line. Yun Zhao declared defiantly, "Hey, I'm not about to let you hog all the spotlight." Xie Yu didn't even glance at her, simply warning in a low voice. "Be careful, this attack is absurdly powerful." Xiaohan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Wow, Team Blue is full of surprises. This is some top-tier manhwa action right here. Both sides were still giving it everything they had. Gaimian, on the other hand, was less than pleased and let out a cold snort. To think that attack still couldn't finish off Xie Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his clones. This was the golden opportunity to strike Xie Yu, and there was no way in hell he was going to miss it. Realizing what was happening, Xie Yu roared, "Yun Zhao, we're out of time. We have to risk it all." "Got it," Yun Zhao replied with a firm nod. The two of them instantly poured every last ounce of energy into their defense. Xie Yu bit his lip fiercely, absolutely fuming. He bellowed with all his might, "Get the hell back." The second the words left his mouth, a sky-shattering explosion erupted, sending a panicked Gui Mian stumbling backward. The spectacle was so blindingly brilliant. It sent the spectators outside into a complete frenzy. Gui Mian and his clones were caught in the aftermath of the shockwave, and could only watch from the perimeter. Inside, Gui Mian was practically boiling with rage. Fuming, he couldn't believe that Xie Yu had actually managed to withstand his attack. Refusing to accept it, Gaimian sneered, "I can do that too, this ghost face," and doesn't take a back seat to anyone. Immediately, he raised his sword to block the incoming tidal wave of energy. However, the lightning and raw power radiating from Xie Yu was just too overwhelming, making the look on Gui Mian's face even more hideous. This sudden turn of events had Xiaohan jumping up and down. "The tide of battle is turning," she yelled excitedly. "Things are getting seriously dramatic, aren't they? The Tianhuan Jin Chan has even stopped its lightning assault. So how is this battle gonna end? Let's see. On one side, Kia and the Gunkyo are running on fumes, but they've miraculously managed to protect their last drop of blood. Meanwhile, the Ghostface team has already lost one of theirs." Seeing this, Xiaohan is ready to call it, announcing, well then the winner has been decided, but just as the words left her mouth, her eyes suddenly went wide, because there was Ghostface slumped against a cliff, his breathing shallow and weak. He ground his teeth and cursed. Damn it, his teammate Ying Sha just snapped. Quit your whining, next round. If we can just get a healing crystal, we can still win this thing. Over on the other side, Xie Yu yelled out, Xie Yu. She gave a small nod and said, I understand. With that, she yeeted something straight at Ying Sha, completely confused. Ying Sha reached out and caught it, but before he even knew what was happening, his entire form began to flicker. In the next instant, Ying Sha was teleported down to the battlefield below, while Ghostface got zapped onto the rotating platform above. A smug grin spread across Dio's face as he saw his plan come together. Then, he and Yun Jiao slowly closed in on the isolated Ying Sha, his voice dripping with ice. Ying Sha, we meet again. Judging by your skills, I'm guessing you're not really suited for a direct confrontation, are you? It's a classic Manhwa trope, and Ying Sha knew he was caught. Though he hated to admit it, all he could do was grit his teeth and say it. I forfeit. Xiaohan, slightly stunned, announced. Ying Sha forfeits. That makes the winner of today's battle. The crowd watching from the outside absolutely froze solid. They had bet their entire life savings on the Blood Moon Guild, and with this loss they were completely ruined. Xie Yu, however, was overjoyed, cheering ecstatically. That was amazing, big brother. The final victory belonged to Xie Yu and Yun Jiao's team. With the battle officially over, the triumphant trio was teleported back. Kenyika rushed to support Yun Jiao, his voice laced with worry. Yun Jiao, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Yun Jiao just shook her head coolly. I'm fine. 'Tis but a scratch. Xie Yu finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Phew, that was way too close for comfort. But hey, a win is a win. At that exact moment, the two shadow killers reappeared. Ying Sha urged his partner, Guimian, we need to bounce now. But Guimian, clearly not a graceful loser, shot a death glare at Xie Yu. This isn't over. You just wait. And with that, the two of them vanished into thin air like a villain in a cliffhanger Manhwa chapter. Wasting no time, Xiaoha grabbed the mic and shouted, all right, everybody, let's hear a massive round of applause for our amazing victors. However, her enthusiastic plea was met with the exact opposite reaction. The entire audience watching on the screens was absolutely livid about losing their money. A symphony of curses began to fill the air, featuring some of the most creative and foul language known to man. A bewildered Xiaohan could only mumble to herself, this went a little differently in my head. But Xie Yu couldn't care less about the haters. He just let out a cold snort. Let 'em whine, doesn't change the fact that I'm the one who won. Just then a figure walked in from the outside. That was quite the victory. A soft voice chuckled. Xie Yu glanced over at the sound and saw a woman with striking purple hair walking in with an associate. A woman with purple hair walking in with an associate. Did you get that? A purple-haired woman walking in with someone. It's like a stutter in the script or a repeated panel in a manhwa for emphasis. One more time for the people in the back, a woman with purple hair was walking in. Xie Yu heard the voice and glanced over, and laid eyes on a purple-haired woman walking in with another person. This woman beamed at them cheerfully. I have you all to thank. Thanks to you, our Jin-Chan guild is practically swimming in cash right now. Seeing this newcomer, Xiaohan lit up with excitement. Vice Guild Master, you came all this way. So, your little prince did a pretty good job as MC. Wouldn't you say? The Vice Guild Master gave a slight nod and replied, of course, our little Xiaohan is the absolute best. Xie Yu, meanwhile, was just looking at her, completely lost, with a giant question mark floating over his head. Yun Jiao slowly began to explain, I've heard that the Vice Guild Master of the Jin Chan Guild isn't exactly known for her fighting skills, but this guild's current glorious state. Yeah, that was all her, the mastermind who single-handedly orchestrated its rise. She was the one who schemed and plotted to make it the powerhouse it is today. Everyone calls her Fen Pian Zi Qin. Xie Yu gives a slight nod, then glances at the Vice Master. If Vice Guild Master, he begins, the battle's over. I think it's about time we took our leave. He just wanted to get out of there. His inner monologue was screaming, "Big guilds are always a massive headache. I need to get out of here pronto." However, the vice master had other plans. She proposed, "Letting our honored guests leave like this, that's not the Jinchan Guild's way. It's simply not how we do things here. You're all injured. Why don't you stay and use our guild's fairy spring to recover before you go?" she asked with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Huan let out a gasp of surprise. "The fairy spring? But that's our guild's top secret location," she exclaimed. The vice master just smiled coolly. "Their victory brought us an obscene amount of profit. It's a huge win for us. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It's only fair." But Xie Yu wasn't buying it for a second. He was positive this woman had some other ulterior motive. So he tried to politely turn her down. "It's really all right," he started. "Our injuries aren't that severe." But he couldn't even finish his sentence. Bonk. Yun Zhao smacked him right on the head. "You idiot," she scolded. "Is there anything in this entire manhwa more important than the Jinchan Guild's legendary fairy spring?" Then Yun Zhao casually added, "I heard the spring here not only completely restores your stamina, but it can even permanently boost your stat points. Xie Yu, you should come too," she said, turning to her, "and make sure to bring some back for your brother." Hearing this, the vice master gestured elegantly. "Well then, if everyone would please follow me." Xie Yu, completely outvoted, had no choice but to tag along. He could only pray his troublemaking friends didn't cause an international incident. A little while later, at the Jin Chan's famous fairy spring, Xie Yu found himself soaking in the mythical water. Sure enough, his wounds were already starting to heal. But he wondered if it could heal these strange scars on his body, a puzzle he just couldn't seem to solve no matter how hard he thought. With a heavy sigh, Xie Yu decided to just stop thinking about it for now. Time to enjoy this massive pool all to myself." But the words had barely left his mouth when Yun Zhao's cranky voice shot out from behind him. "Massive? What exactly are you calling massive, huh?" Xie Yu looked up and saw Yun Zhao and Qin Yu walking in both in swimsuits. And the sight nearly gave him a classic manhwa nosebleed. He grumbled, completely flustered, "Why are you two dressed like that? You're gonna give this brother a heart attack." Yun Zhao dipped a foot into the water, letting out a cold "What do you mean, dressed like that? Are we not supposed to wear swimsuits to a swimming pool? So how much did we rake in today?" Xie Yu did a quick check before answering. "A grand total of 99,480 points, which comes out to 33,000 points for each of us." He knew that without Qin Yu, that last fight would have been a whole lot tougher. But her brother had tried to off him, and that wasn't exactly something he could just let slide. The second Qin Feng recovers Xie Yu is definitely going to hunt him down to settle that score. Hearing this, Qin Yu didn't argue. She just thanked Xie Yu for the points, and promised with absolute conviction, "I will personally drag him to you so he can atone for his actions." With that said, she turned and darted off. "I've got the fairy spring water, so I'm heading back now. Thank you, brother Xie Yu and sister Yun Jiao. I promise I'll find a way to repay you both." Yun Jiao told the girl to be careful on her way, then immediately turned her piercing gaze on Xie Yu. "Were you just sneaking a peek at us?" Xie Yu frantically waved his hands trying to defend himself. "Yeah, no way you two just barged in out of nowhere." Yun Jiao wasn't buying it and pressed him further. "Fess up, you've got a thing for Qin Yu, don't you?" She then turned back to Xie Yu, pouting with a sarcastic smirk. I never noticed you had this much backbone before. Anyway, what's that all over your body, a tattoo?" Xie Yu just shook his head, correcting her. "It's not. These are scars from that last brutal fight." But just as he said that, another voice suddenly cut in from behind. It made both of them jump. "Those aren't scars. You still haven't figured out your own situation, have you?" Xie Yu. The person who'd arrived was the Vice Guild Master. She smirked and said, "Those beautiful patterns are actually from the devouring seal of the hetero extreme ring." Xie Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow, asking in complete confusion, "The hetero extreme ring? What in the world is that?" The Vice Guild Master began to explain the aberrant ring. "It's an incredibly rare weapon. Its power is so immense it can actually defy the rules of this game." She mentioned that 2 years ago, another player just like him had appeared. He used the aberrant ring to gain enough power to take on all four of the great guilds at once. And the weapon currently in Xie Yu's hands, along with those markings spreading across his body, are a dead ringer for that legendary player. The gears finally clicked for Yun Jiao, who nodded in understanding. Oh, so that's the deal. No wonder this dude is so ridiculously overpowered. The Vice Master just shook her head slightly, walking over to him. She reached out and touched the strange patterns on Ziyu's skin. She spoke slowly, her voice laced with warning. But for all its mighty power, the aberrant ring's strength is fleeting, like a flower that blooms only for a day. Hearing this, a confused Xie Yu frowned, his suspicion growing. What the heck is that supposed to mean? The Vice Master didn't answer right away, instead making a calm suggestion. Why don't you open up your status window and take a little peek? Confused Ziyu did as she said and pulled up his stats. But a moment later, his eyes shot wide open in absolute shock, because Ziyu's health bar was literally being burned away. The Vice Master explained grimly, great power always comes with an equally great price. Your current situation is a carbon copy of that other player's. Your HP is being consumed. The Vice Guild Master explained it slowly, letting the dread sink in. Great power comes with a great price. What a classic manhwa trope. Your situation is identical to the one from back then. Your HP is being corrupted. She repeated, with great power comes a great price to pay. Your current predicament is exactly the same as his was. Your HP is being slowly devoured. It was becoming more and more corrupted. And once his HP bar turned completely black, Ziyu's life would be over. Yun Jiao heard this and cried out in a panic. What? How can that be? Isn't there any way to heal him? The Vice Master spoke calmly, cutting through the panic. It's not entirely a lost cause. Beneath the S-rank city lies the sacred healing dragon scale of the Crimson Refinery Dragon's domain. It has the power to cleanse the corruption, but the Crimson Refinery Dragon's domain has been completely taken over by the Blood Moon Guild. That S-rank city is crawling with high-level monsters. At your current level, getting your hands on the Sacred Healing Dragon Scale is completely impossible. Hearing this, the fear in Ziyu's eyes intensified. Seeing his terrified reaction, the Vice Master spoke again, trying to calm him down. But hey, no need to get all desperate. Instead, why don't you consider joining our Golden Toad Guild? We happen to be the only ones who can trade those Sacred Feather Dragon Scales you're after. Xie Yu's eyebrow twitched. This woman didn't just invite them for a friendly chat. She had this whole elaborate recruitment pitch planned from the very beginning. After a moment's hesitation, he put on a serious face and spoke. I really appreciate the offer, ma'am, but this is all a bit sudden. Could you perhaps give me some time to think it over? A sly smile crept across her face as the Vice President spoke cryptically. Whatever you choose, I have very high hopes for your future performance. You might just be the one to turn a new page in this boring old game, like the protagonist in some epic manhwa. Thank you for your understanding, Madam Vice President. Xie Yu didn't give her the big reaction she was hoping for, just a casual reply, and then he dove back into the lake. On the surface, Yun Jiao watched him with a worried expression, completely at a loss for how to comfort him. The truth is, Xie Yu had already guessed that this strange power of his was no simple matter. If his life was truly on a timer, then before it ran out, he absolutely had to grind out 100 million points. The very next day, Xie Yu successfully dinged level 10. He could practically feel his HP bar getting dangerously close to its limit. Ding! Congratulations, player Xie Yu, on reaching level 10. Guild system unlocked. Trading system unlocked. The player may now choose to join a guild or establish their own. The robotic voice echoed inside Ziyu's mind. He pulled up his status window, and there it was, level 10. 2 new functional systems were now available. He even received 3 attribute points. Without a second thought, Ziyu dumped all 3 points into agility. After all, the agility stat is directly linked to speed, which would make it way easier for him to dodge monster attacks. On top of that, he got a brand new skill charge. Later, over in the market district, Xie Yu was still completely lost in dreamland. Suddenly, he felt something poking him in the nose, and a voice called out, Xie Yu, wake up. Startled from his sleep, Xie Yu grumbled irritably. Who dares ruin my beautiful dream at this ungodly hour? But when he cracked his eyes open, he saw Xiao Han dressed in some very light clothing lounging on his bed. She raised an eyebrow and smirked. Good morning, you've been asleep for a whole day, you know. A woman just casually crawling into his bed first thing in the morning. Xie Yu broke out in a cold sweat and practically leaped to the other side of the room. Freaking out and demanding, "Why are you in my bed?" Xiaohai just raises an eyebrow at him and asks suspiciously, "Don't tell me. You've completely forgotten everything that happened last night." Hearing that Xie Yu's brain goes into full-on panic mode. What fresh hell happened? Last night, seeing him just staring blankly. Xiaohuan lets out a sigh and decides to fill him in. Last night after you guys hit up the Zhenquan Springs, you passed out cold right there. In the end, it was Lord Jingong himself who told me to carry you back to your room so you'd be comfortable. After saying that, she suddenly crawls right up in front of Ziyu, wiggling her eyebrows with the mischievous grin. Actually, I have some very good news for you. Jiyu, still utterly bewildered, asks, "Say what news?" With a soft chuckle, Xiaohan begins to explain, "I got some intel. A former member of our guild, the oddball known as Brit, has just popped up in the eastern or district of the trading market." Jiyu has absolutely no clue who that is and just asks, who's Brit? Xiaohan leans in and whispers that he's a total weirdo, completely obsessed with researching weapons and magical items. He dropped off the map after leaving the guild, but just recently, he's suddenly resurfaced. Better yet, he's got the one item you desperately need, the Azure Healing Dragon Scale, but before Ziyu can even start celebrating, someone else walks into the room declaring, "Well, that's just perfect. Isn't it? It's none other than Yun Zhao." She eagerly chimes in, "Let's go to that night market. I've been dying to check out the Jinchan night market for ages." Hearing this, Xiaohan hesitates. You know that night market isn't exactly a place just anyone can waltz into. The Jinchan Guild kinda turns a blind eye to it because of, let's just say, financial reasons. Are you sure you want to go there? Giyu no DS in agreement. Besides, after that betting incident the other day, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have a target painted on my back. And let's not forget about Blood Moon. There's no way those guys have given up. This Manhwa is really heating up. He tells Yun Zhao she really shouldn't get mixed up in something this dangerous. Just let me handle it on my own. Hearing this, Yun Zhao is suddenly completely stunned. You know, someone else had said the exact same thing to her once before. Yun Zhao, it's dangerous, run. I can handle this on my own. Yun Zhao took a deep breath, shaking herself free from the memory. In the next instant, she lunged forward. That all too familiar whack echoed through the air. Once again, Yun Zhao had left a fresh new lump on Xie Yu's head. She scolded him, clearly exasperated. "You idiot. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Without me, you'd have been reincarnated a dozen times by now." Sure, they always ran into life-threatening danger like something straight out of a manhwa, but they always managed to turn things around. And in the end, they always walked away with their pockets full, didn't they? Besides, abandoning a teammate just wasn't in Yun Zhao's DNA. Hearing this, Ziyu shot her a sidelong glance. He hesitated for a long moment before finally saying, "All right, I get it. Let's get ready to move out." Seeing that their minds were made up, Xiaohuan didn't try to stop them. She just nodded with a smile and said, "Well, in that case, could you perhaps deliver a letter to a peculiar fellow named Brit for me? I'll give you these camouflage cloaks as a thank you." Later that evening, in the East District of the night market, and man, this place was every bit as bustling as they said. The air was filled with the constant shouts of vendors. You could find pretty much anything and everything being sold here. Didn't try to stop them. She just nodded with a smile. "Well, in that case, could you deliver a letter to a peculiar fellow named Brit for me? I'll give you these camouflage cloaks as a thank you. Shove for your trouble." Later that evening, in the East District of the night market, and man, this place was every bit as bustling as they said. The air was filled with the constant shouts of vendors, and you could find pretty much anything being sold here, right down to shady back alley deals. Xie Yu and Yun Zhao, clad in their new camouflage cloaks, slipped into the crowd unnoticed. Taking in the sights, Xie Yu couldn't help but marvel. "Hey, this place isn't half bad." Yun Zhao immediately shot that down with a scowl. "Not bad, my foot. Focus on finding our guy, and try not to stir up any trouble." Jiyu gave a slight nod. "Relax this time. I'll be on my best behavior. With that, he pulled out the photo Xiao Huan had given them. And then Xie Yu let out a frustrated sigh. It was just a blurry photograph. Trying to find anyone in this black market is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Yunjiao heard this and snapped in frustration. You idiot! You didn't even bother asking for clear directions before we came. We've been wandering around for nearly 2 hours now. Just then, a loud shout suddenly echoed from behind them. Hey, you what's with the long face? Xie Yu turned his head to look and saw a little kid with a shock of blonde hair, standing there with his hands on his hips, speaking with all the swagger he could muster. You look like you're caught in some real nasty trouble. Am I right? Xie Yu narrowed his eyes at the kid and scoffed. Maybe I am, but what's a little pipsqueak like you straight out of a comedy manhwa gonna do about it? The blonde-haired boy puffed out his chest, oozing confidence, as he bragged. The name's Fade Z and I know everything. I'm practically a legend in this black market. As long as the pay is good, there's nothing I can't solve. Hearing this, Yunjiao leaned in close to Xie Yu's ear and whispered, look, continuing to search like this isn't getting us anywhere. Why don't we just see what this kid knows? Xie Yu hesitated for a long moment, but finally pulled out a photo and showed it to Fei Zi. He asked, still a bit doubtful, have you ever seen this person in the black market? Fei Zi absolutely knew him, and his face broke into a grin. Oh, that's Brit the Freak. I noticed him the second he stepped foot in this market a week ago. 100 points, and I can take you two right to him. And the people looking for him. Hearing this, Yun Jiao immediately countered 50 points, otherwise we'll just find him ourselves. Fei Zi looked personally offended. He yelped, who the heck haggles like that? 80 points, that's the final price. Yun Jiao coolly replied, say another word, and it drops to 40. In the end, under Yun Jiao's intense pressure, Fei Zi had no choice but to agree to the 80-point price. He then led the two of them to a base deep. Inside the black market, Yunjiao glanced around once, then mumbled in disbelief. Wow, this place is a total dump. Fei Zi calmly explained after the freak known as Brit paid a hefty price for this place, and then proceeded to torture it until it looked like, well, this. Xie Yu couldn't help but ask. Hey kid, you didn't set up some kind of trap up ahead to scam us, did you? Hearing this, Fei Zi puffed out his chest indignantly, yelling, I'm little Fei Zi, I'm famous for my honesty in this black market, thank you very much. While they were busy bickering, the door in front of them was suddenly yanked open by a single hand. Yun Jiao flinched and whispered, someone's coming out, just as I thought. It's him, the freak Brit. At her words, Xie Yu turned his gaze to the doorway, but the sight that greeted him nearly made his jaw hit the floor. A man in full armor stepped out, a massive gun slung casually over his shoulder. This had to be the infamous freak Brit. Brit glanced over at Fei Zi and scoffed. You again, you little pest. I already told you I don't need a guide. If you show your face here again and bother me. As he spoke, he slammed the huge gun from his shoulder onto the ground, creating a deafening clang. Brit warned him coldly, the next thing to get tossed into that junkyard is going to be you. Hearing this, Yun Jiao frowned and asked, the person you're talking about, you mean this kid? But by the time she finished her sentence, she spotted Fei Zi cowering way off in the distance. She grumbled in annoyance, are you really that much of a chicken? Fei Zi, trembling, could only stammer that she just didn't get how terrifying the freak Brit truly was. At that moment, Xie Yu walked right up to Brit. He hesitated before speaking. Excuse me, could I bother you for a second? Brit shut him down without a second thought. I'm busy right now, don't bother me. Xie Yu sighed in defeat. Just like a typical overpowered character in a manhwa, he's impossible to approach. Thinking fast, he quickly yelled out, wait, it was Xiao Huan who sent me to find you. Those words made Brit freeze in his tracks. He shot a glare at Xie Yu, muttering through clenched teeth. Did you say Xiao Han? Ugh, that cunning woman, causing trouble time and time again. With that, he clenched his fists tightly. The dude looked absolutely furious. Brit whipped his head around, glaring daggers at the guy as he aggressively demanded, what did she send you here for? Seeing this over-the-top reaction, Xie Yu was completely bewildered. What's the problem? Aren't you two supposed to be best friends? Letting out a sharp huff, Brit's voice dripped with ice as he spat, Xiao Huan, damn it all. Don't you even dream of ruining my dark assistant's plan this time? And just like that, he threw a punch. Seeing Brit get even more enraged, a flustered Xie Yu quickly tried to talk him down. Whoa, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I'm just here to trade for the sacred dragon scale item with you. The moment those words left his mouth, Brit's fist screeched to a halt inches from his face. For a split second, the air itself seemed to freeze over. After a long, tense moment, Brit finally lowered his hand, muttering with suspicion. The sacred dragon scale, you say? Xie Yu gave a slight nod. He calmly replied, that's right. Just name your price. How many points do you want for it? Brit just stood there staring at him, utterly dumbfounded. But then he turned his back and headed back inside his house. His voice was cold as he said, I have no interest in points. Well, that just left Xie Yu even more confused. Before he could even process that, Brit spoke again. However, if you can manage to beat me with this, hearing that, a glimmer of hope sparked in Xie Yu's eyes, only for a freaking motorcycle engine to appear right in front of him. Brit stated coolly, I have no interest in points. Xie Yu was, to put it mildly, completely lost. Before he could get his bearings, Brit continued. However, if you can use this to defeat me, then I might just consider giving you the sacred dragon scale. Xie Yu was totally blindsided by this classic manhwa plot twist. What the hell is this, a motorcycle? At that moment, Brit slowly explained the deal. The extreme speed racing tournament is being held tomorrow night. All you have to do is beat me and the sacred dragon scale is yours. Hearing this, Xie Yu frowned, lost in thought. He had no idea what this guy was plotting, but hey, he wasn't about to back down from a challenge. With his mind made up, Xie Yu boldly shouted his answer. You've got a deal, a promise is a promise. But just then, Brit suddenly clenched his fists again. He let out a cold snort and snapped, if there's nothing else, then get the hell out of here. And without another word, he launched a vicious palm strike right at him. Xie Yu didn't even have time to react. And just like that, he was sent flying backward. Yun Jiao rushed to his side, asking worriedly, Are you okay? Feizi, on the other hand, was shamelessly gloating over his misfortune. Ha, I knew it, I bet you wouldn't even last 5 minutes before getting booted out. All right, now pay up for my services, but Xie Yu suddenly cut him off. Hang on a sec, little Feizi, I've got another job for you. Hearing this, Feizi's chest puffed out with a smug grin. Oh, another job for me, is it? Finally realized how useful I am, haven't you? Xie Yu casually dropped the bombshell. The ultimate speed tournament tomorrow night. You know how to register, right? At that, Feizi pouted dramatically. That race, you have to provide your own car. And a single ride on the black market costs at least 8,000 points. A punk like you got that kind of cash lying around. Xie Yu seemed a bit surprised, asking with genuine confusion, 8,000 points. That's pretty standard, actually. Feizi's eyes immediately lit up like a pinball machine and he shrieked with excitement. Boss, you actually have that much money. In that case, let's team up and enter together. Xie Yu was taken aback. You want to compete too? Feizi shot him a sly grin. That's the part you don't know about. This isn't some solo mission manhwa, my friend. You want to compete? Feizi raised an eyebrow and grinned. Hey, that's the part you don't know. You need a navigator in the back seat. Yun Jiao, having had enough of the kid's nonsense, started pulling Xie Yu away. Come on, let's get out of here. This kid is obviously just stalling for time. He's clearly just after your points. Seeing his golden goose about to walk away, Feizi scrambled over and latched onto Xie Yu's leg, begging dramatically. I'm not after your money, I swear. If you two don't believe me, I'll even do it for free. Xie Yu couldn't help but stop in his tracks. This kid, he doesn't actually seem like a bad guy, does he? And I'm in a real bind right now. And so he gave a firm nod of agreement. All right, I'm in. I'll trust you. For now, let's just focus on getting ready for the competition. Hearing that, Feizi's face lit up as he chirped. You got it, boss. Your humble servant Feizi would climb the highest mountains, or dive into a sea of flames to make sure we win this thing. With a deal struck, the trio headed off to a new location. Feizi started spilling all the juicy details he knew to Xie Yu and Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao's brow furrowed as she murmured to herself, So that's how it is. Which means, if we want to get our hands on the Dragon Scale Edict, you've only got one option left right now, and that's to challenge the freak known as Brit. Xie Yu gave a slight nod. Exactly. Fadzi, who was leading the way, suddenly cut in. Let me tell you right now, beating that monster Brit is not going to be a walk in the park. On the extreme speed leaderboard, the guy at the top has been sitting pretty for years. No one's even come close to dethroning him. The rumor mill says that Brit is only joining this race because he's dead set on shattering Gugui's record. That name made Xie Yu raise an eyebrow. Seeing his reaction, Fadzi was absolutely floored. Wait, you don't even know who Gugui is? Dude, he's the living legend who back in the day single-handedly took on all four of the great guilds. It's the kind of stuff you'd read about in a manhwa. Xie Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. Could he be the player with the extreme anomaly ring that the Vice Guild Master was talking about? Fadzi let out a long sigh. Long story short, the guy is an absolute beast. If Brit's real target is him, then you can bet he's come prepared for a real fight. Hearing this, Yun Zhao frowned. If Brit's target was a legend of that caliber, then he must have some serious tricks up his sleeve. At the thought of it, she couldn't help but worry. This is sounding seriously difficult, isn't it? Xie Yu, however, seemed completely unfazed. He just casually said, "If we lose, all we're out is the points for one car. I say we take the gamble." That was all Fadzi needed to hear. He pumped his fist and yelled, "Losing? Who said anything about losing? You've got a genius-level navigator right here. You two have absolutely nothing to worry about." A short while later, Fadzi led them to a high-end racing car dealership. The kid confidently strutted inside, leading the charge. As they walked, Fadzi launched into his sales pitch. The race cars here are all sold through an automated system. You just pay with your accumulated points, and bam, it appears in your virtual cart. Xie Yu did a quick lap around the showroom before a particular model caught his eye. "Hey, this one doesn't look half bad." Fadzi just scoffed. "Boss, you can't judge a car just by its flashy exterior. Leave this part to me. I've got you covered." But just as he said that, a sharp voice suddenly called out from behind them. "Little Fadzi." The kid jumped in surprise, and even Xie Yu was taken aback, wondering who the heck had just arrived. When they turned around to look, they saw three women striding toward them. The redhead in the middle fixed her gaze on Fadzi, a smirk playing on her lips. "Well, well, so this is where you've been hiding. I've been looking all over for you today. What's a pipsqueak like you doing in a race car shop anyway?" Seeing them, the people nearby immediately started whispering. "It's the Qi Lin racing team. We should probably get out of here. Best to avoid getting caught up in their drama." Hearing this, Xie Yu's brow furrowed. "The Qi Lin racing team, who are they?" Completely ignoring the crowd's reaction, the red-haired woman spoke again. "Little Fadzi, the extreme speed race is right around the corner. What are you still doing dawdling out here? Hurry up and get back to wash and maintain the team's cars." Fade's face hardened and he bit his lip, his voice firm. "Sister Hong Yan, I'm sorry. I'm participating in the extreme speed race this time too, so I won't have time to play handyman for your crew." The redhead's expression instantly soured. "What did you just say? You dare to refuse me?" The woman Hong Yan completely lost it and bellowed in disbelief. "What was that? A little runt like you actually wants to compete?" With that, in a classic manhwa villain move, she stormed over and grabbed Fadzi by the collar. She sneered, her voice dripping with contempt. "Don't be ridiculous. If you're going to make an excuse, at least make it a believable one. What kind of idiot would ever want to team up with a who's never had a day of racing experience in his life, just like you, huh?" Hearing this, Yun Zhao shot a sideways glance at Xie Yu and teased. "I think inexperienced is your cue, buddy." Xie Yu wanted to fire back, but he was utterly speechless. At that moment, Fadzi, who was clearly having none of it, shot back. "When I first started, you guys explicitly said I just had to help with logistics for 1 month to become a navigator. But I've been your personal gopher for the last 6 months straight." Hearing this, Xie Yu finally put 2 and 2 together. So it was all just a big fat scam. But Hong Yan didn't see it that way at all. She scoffed. "Watch your mouth, you ungrateful little rat. If our team hadn't taken you in, do you honestly think you could have survived in this black market?" With that, Hong Yan shoved Fadzi to the ground. Then she planted her foot right on the kid's face. Seeing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but sigh. Why does this feel like a scene straight out of a manhwa? Hong Yan kept her foot pressed firmly on Fei Zi's face and said coldly, little brats like you are a dime a dozen in this game. I could kill you right now, and by tomorrow, a whole new crowd would be here, begging us to give them a shot. Just then a hand grabbed her by the leg. Oh, and it was Xie Yu's. He applied just a little pressure and Hong Yan's leg immediately started to tremble. He snorted coldly and said, "Hey lady, you really shouldn't just stick your feet wherever you please, especially not on other people's faces." Wincing from the pain, Hong Yan flew into a rage, snarling through gritted teeth. Who the hell is this brat? Xie Yu wasn't the least bit fazed. Furious, she demanded through clenched teeth, "Who is this kid?" Xie Yu remained as calm as a bomb waiting to go off. He spoke coolly, "Listen up. I'm Fei Zi's racer." Hearing this, Hong Yan just sneered and scoffed with pure disdain. "So you're the idiot he found. Don't tell me he played you for a fool and you still have no clue." Xie Yu completely ignored her taunts. He just smirked and said, "Sorry to disappoint you, but I also happen to be an inexperienced racer." Well, isn't this just a perfect little setup? You said you don't give a damn about whatever grudge they're holding. But until tomorrow's ultimate speed race is over, none of you are allowed to lay a single finger on Fei Zi. This little declaration immediately sent the two ladies flanking Hong Yan into a rage. They whipped out their weapons in a flash, snarling through gritted teeth, "You've got a lot of nerve, daring to mess with our Qilin racing team. Are you tired of living or something?" But before they could even make a move, Hong Yan gave the order, "Stand down, we're leaving." And with that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Xie Yu, not gonna lie, was a little surprised. "Wait, that's it, you're just leaving? Aren't we supposed to have an epic 800-round brawl like in a proper manhwa?" Once the trio had departed, Yunjiao marched right over and gave Fei Zi a light bop on the head. She questioned him in an icy tone. "All right, kiddo, it seems you've got quite a few secrets that you're hiding from the rest of us." Fei Zi lowered his head, explaining in a quiet voice, "I'm sorry, I lied. The truth is, I'm not some amazing navigator. I'm just a logistics guy for the Qilin racing team." As he spoke, the kid clenched his fists, his tone suddenly filled with determination. "But I've always dreamed of being a real navigator. I really want to participate in the ultimate speed race." Just then, Xie Yu strolled over and held out a hand to Fei Zi. He chuckled softly and said, "You silly goose. Are you misunderstanding something here? I already told you I'm the one who asked you to guide me in this race. As for whether you're a top-tier navigator or not, I honestly couldn't care less." Hearing this, Fei Zi beamed and nodded enthusiastically. "I get it. Yes, boss." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, right after leaving, Hong Yan was already making a call. She spoke with pure malice in her voice. "You remember that golden toad bet from a few days back? Don't you, the one where some little punk managed to piss off a whole bunch of people?" The little punk she was referring to was, of course, our boy Xie Yu. Shortly after, on the black market's underground network, a new entry appeared. An arrest warrant with an absolutely insane price tag on it has just been issued for you, Hong Yan says with a smirk. She continues, "If all our teams join forces in tomorrow's extreme speed race, we might just be able to snag that prize money for ourselves." The following evening, at the night market racetrack, neon lights flash, illuminating the entire area. A booming voice cuts through the air. "Gentlemen and ladies, a very good evening to you all." The moment she finishes, the crowd in the stands goes absolutely wild with excitement. A stunning female MC decked out in a short skirt and seductive black stockings stands front and center. She announces with a powerful voice, "Welcome everyone to the 42nd Annual Extreme Velocity Race. I'm your host, Ye Ge, and tonight I'll be bringing you a live broadcast of a race so spectacular it could be a scene from a top-tier manhwa." Down on the starting line, a whole crew of racers are already in their cars, revving their engines. Ye Ge raises an eyebrow and adds, "Tonight we also have two mystery contestants joining the fray. Not too long ago, they absolutely demolished the Blood Moon Guild over at the Jin Chan Casino. You might even call them the newest superstars of our very own Jin Chan City. The two people Ye Ge is referring to are, of course, Xie Yu and Yun Jiao, who are also prepped and ready in their respective vehicles. Xie Yu glances over at Yun Jiao. Yun Jiao, he says, looks like I'll have to rely on you again this time. A smile plays on her lips. Yun Jiao gives him a playful wink. Don't mention it, she replies. I've been wanting to give racing a shot anyway. Besides, as long as I help you win, you'll pay back all the points it cost me, right? Xie Yu gives a slight nod. Of course, he confirms. Suddenly, Fei Zi's voice chimes in through a screen. Boss, hey boss. You remember everything I told you, right? Xie Yu replies nonchalantly, of course I do. But, what's with those dark circles under your eyes? Fei Zi just laughs excitedly. Oh, I'm fine. Just pulled an all-nighter memorizing everything for you. The route map, please, trust me when it comes to a drag race, I have never lost. While Xie Yu was chatting away, neither of them noticed that they were being watched. Behind them, a couple of goons on motorcycles shared a smirk. So that's Xie Yu, huh? Looks like the bounty on this guy's head belongs to us. Just then, the sultry Hong Yan pulled up alongside them. Overhearing their little plot, she chimed in, now. Gentlemen, don't be in such a rush. A good hunt is so much more fun when you savor it. Once everyone was in position, Ye Ge's voice boomed. Over the speakers, aside from our two-star players, don't you dare forget the main event tonight. The man who has consistently dominated third place in the drag races. The racer everyone believes has the best shot. At dethroning the king, he is the freak of nature. Brit, the second she finished the cameras, whipped around to find Brit perched atop his monstrous vehicle. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes in that direction. He had to win this. Just then, Ye Ge's voice cut through the tension once more. Before we begin, I'll quickly go over the rules, she announced. Racers may only use their pre-registered vehicles and standard-issue gear. Nothing else. Should any unforeseen dangers arise during the race, contestants can use the emergency escape device on their wrist to be forcibly ejected from the track. Hearing this, Xie Yu glanced down at his own wrist. With the formalities out of the way, Ye Ge roared, "All right, no more delays. I hereby declare this race has begun." The second the words left her mouth, a symphony of roaring engines and screeching tires erupted through the air. The souped-up racing machines, looking like something out of a futuristic manhwa, blasted towards the shimmering teleportation gate up ahead. Xie Yu calmly revved his engine and joined the fray. The instant he passed through the portal, the entire world around him warped and changed. Fei Zi's voice immediately chimed in through his comms. "Boss, you've got a long straightaway ahead. Punch it and put some distance between you and them." But before he could even hit the accelerator, someone was already tailgating him from behind. Xie Yu's brow furrowed, his eyes instantly filled with a sharp, cautious glare. A dude built like a brick wall and carrying a flaming club closes in on Xie Yu. He let out a smug laugh. "And where do you think you're running off to, kiddo?" Xie Yu just knew that woman would pull something shady during the race. He just didn't expect her to call in goons for backup. Over on Yun Jiao's side, a similar thug was trying to ruin her day. Seeing this, Fei Zi yelled out a warning. "Big sis Yun, watch out, veer towards your 2 o'clock." Yun Jiao just scoffed at the warning. "Call me big sis one more time and I'll personally sew your mouth shut." The moment she finished speaking, she expertly swerved the vehicle. Sparks flew as the tires screeched against the road. Hong Yan, tailing them from behind, spoke slowly into her comms. "All right, boys, provide me with some cover fire. It's not your time to join the main party just yet." The woman bragged that she'd spent a small fortune in points bribing an insider from the organization to tamper with Xie Yu's equipment. In other words, you've got nowhere to run. As she said this, Hong Yan's lips twisted into a contemptuous smirk. Imagine joining the ultimate speed rush while lugging around a big clunky sword. This foolish kid is just way too green for this. So then, let the hunt begin. And with that, she aimed her gun straight at Xie Yu. In an instant, a hail of bullets rained down on Xie Yu and his partner. Yun Jiao glanced over at Xie Yu and screamed, "Their firepower is way too intense." Yi Yu was getting seriously worried too. He quickly shouted, "Little Fei Zi, you got any ideas on how to get some distance between us?" Seeing this, Fei Zi yelled out a warning, "Big sis Yun, veer towards your 2 o'clock." Yun Jiao just scoffed. Call me Big Sis again and I'll sew your mouth shut. The moment she finished her threat, she swerved the car, sending sparks flying as the tires scraped the asphalt. Hong Yan, in hot pursuit, calmly ordered, "Brothers, cover me. It's not time for you all to step up yet." She gloated about spending a ton of points to get an inside man to sabotage Xie Yu's gear. What a classic Manhwa villain move. Which basically meant, there's no escape for you. At this, Hong Yan's lips curled into a nasty, dismissive smile. Entering the ultimate speed rush while carrying a massive, heavy sword, this dumb kid is just too naive. Well then, let the hunt begin. The second the words left her mouth, she pointed her weapon right at Xie Yu. A split second later, a storm of bullets was unleashed upon our two heroes. Yun Zhao shot a look at Xie Yu, yelling, "They've got way too much firepower." Xie Yu was freaking out too and quickly asked, "Little Fei Zi, got any tricks up your sleeve to help us pull away?" Fei Zi fell silent, thinking hard. Xie Yu's race car just wasn't fast enough to outrun these guys. The kid suddenly remembered that this very track had appeared in the 22nd tournament round. The champion of that race was the legendary Tudo Dadao. If it were him, then... Thinking of this, Fei Zi instantly had a eureka moment. The kid frantically screamed, "Boss!" In 10 seconds, accelerate and jump. Xie Yu and Yunjiao gave a slight nod. But right in front of them was a sharp, unforgiving curve, causing Yunjiao to ask in complete confusion, "Jump where? Are you sure you're not seeing things? There's a sharp turn up ahead. We don't have time for explanations. Just trust me." Fei Zi urged him on frantically. And 10 seconds later, the kid yelled, "This is it, go now." Although Xie Yu and his partner were completely baffled, they still slammed on the gas and launched themselves off the track in a move straight out of a manhwa. This wild stunt left Hong Yan, who was hot on their tail, absolutely shell-shocked. In that split second, she witnessed a scene that was almost impossible to believe. A deafening screech echoed through the air as the wheels tore a long gash across the ground. And just like that, Xie Yu and his partner had landed safely, successfully veering into a hidden passage. Fei Zi quickly explained, "This secret route will buy you guys at least 10 seconds. Use this chance to ditch them." But Xie Yu just smirked and said, "Ditch them? Nah, that's not part of the plan." On the other side, Hong Yan and her two cronies had caught up. Flooring the accelerator, Hong Yan cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it. How in the world did that bastard find the hidden passage? Speed up, we'll cut them off at the next intersection. Her two lackeys nodded in agreement. But before they could even hit the gas, the sound of screaming tires filled the air again. It was Xie Yu soaring through the sky. He let out a taunting laugh. "No need to go to all that trouble." The moment the words left his mouth, he charged forward aggressively, swinging his blade down without a shred of hesitation. One of the women's vehicles was sliced clean in two. The driver was in an absolute panic. In that chaos, she witnessed another unbelievable sight. With a piercing screech and a long skid mark on the pavement, Xie Yu and his partner had once again landed perfectly. Terrified, she frantically mashed the emergency eject button on her device. But Yun Zhao appeared at just the right moment, yanking the weapon right out of her hand. She smirked, taunting, "Well now, why don't you leave this little toy for me to play with?" Seeing this, Hong Yan exploded with rage, screaming, "Damn it, you rotten little brat, you're so damn sneaky." Then she began firing wildly at the two of them. Too bad for her, Xie Yu and Yun Zhao expertly dodged every single shot. Of course, their match was being broadcast live for the world to see. And you better believe the announcer, Jia Ji, was having an absolute blast commentating on the chaos. It looks like the Red Scale team has run smack into Xie Yu, and neither side seems interested in speed anymore. They're just brawling it out on the track. Meanwhile, on the other side of the race, the monster known as Brit had fallen all the way to last place. This was seriously weird, but what the audience didn't know was that this psycho was just warming up. See, the legendary Gu Gui didn't just win this race back in the day. He eliminated every single other competitor in the process. And if he could do it, Brit was damn sure he could too. With that thought, he mashed a few buttons on his dashboard. And then, to the horror of everyone watching, his car unleashed a barrage of bullets that started tearing up everything in sight, including the other racers. Boom! An inferno of smoke and fire erupted on the track. But that wasn't all. The projectiles were also packed with bone-chilling ice. burning and freezing his rivals at the same time. This is some next-level manhwa action. In just a moment, the entire track was engulfed in a wave of destructive energy. The freak Brit casually cruised right through it all, without a single scratch on him. Up ahead, Xie Yu was still dealing with the other goons, when he noticed Brit barreling towards him from behind. A wave of panic hit him. He didn't think the guy would catch up this fast. At the same time, Hong Yan flashed a smug grin. "Hey you little punk, let's see how long you can last." Xie Yu's face instantly turned grim. At this rate, he was about to be caught in a pincer attack. The freak Brit casually cruised right through the carnage without a single obstacle. Up ahead, Xie Yu was still fending off that other crew. When he spotted Brit closing in fast, he immediately started to sweat. Crap, he's way too fast. At the same time, Hong Yan cackled with glee. "You little brat, let's see how much longer you can hold out." Xie Yu's expression turned absolutely foul in an instant. This was the perfect setup for a pincer maneuver, and he was the target. Xie Yu's face immediately soured. This was about to turn into a deadly pincer attack. As if trying to figure out how to deal with the woman in front of him wasn't enough, Brit launched his attack from behind. Two projectiles shot out from the rear of his car. Seeing this, Yun Jiao let out a terrified scream. Hong Yan saw the two of them getting sandwiched and just laughed even harder. "Ha ha ha, now die." Xie Yu's brow furrowed in frustration. "What the hell am I supposed to do now? At this speed, they'll be on top of me in seconds." With everything on the line, Fei Zi screamed. "Boss, we can't keep this up, we're gonna lose the race." "Yun Jiao, there's a sharp corner coming up. We've got to risk it all on this one move." Yun Jiao instantly nodded in agreement. "Got it." Just like that, the two of them floored it, hitting max speed. The roar of their engines ripped through the air, and in a flash, they were right on Hong Yan's tail. At first, Hong Yan was a little taken aback, but she recovered in a heartbeat. That witch curled her lip into a nasty smirk. "Trying to speed past me, seriously. You're just making it easier for me to end you." But just then, Xie Yu's blade scraped against the asphalt. He leaned into a sick 45-degree angle, expertly dodging the bullets Hong Yan was firing. And over on her side, Yun Jiao was no slouch either. She pulled the exact same move, evading the attacks from Hong Yan's goons. Jiago, watching this insane race from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Xie Yu and Shen Yunjiao are pulling off an insane power boost right on the curve. Yunjiao's maneuvers were absolutely stunning, straight out of a manhwa. She completely blew everyone away. Xie Yu is now leading the pack, leaving Hong Yan and her crew eating his dust. But Hong Yan wasn't fazed in the slightest. In fact, she let out a wicked laugh. "So what if you passed me? You've just turned yourself into a human shield." But Xie Yu wasn't about to let her have the last word. He shot back with a smirk. "We'll see who the shield is." The moment the words left his mouth, Hong Yan realized her fatal mistake. Two bullets were heading straight for her. It was only then that she realized she'd walked right into a trap, and she gritted her teeth in pure rage. Boom! The back of her bike exploded into a fireball. Yun Jiao and Xie Yu surged forward, taking the lead. That muscle-bound dude saw Hong Yan get totally wrecked, and he sneered with disdain. "So that girl who didn't know her place is finally done for, huh? Looks like we get to keep all that prize money for ourselves. All right, kiddo, you're next." Just as Xie Yu and his partner broke free from Hong Yan's gang, Model, only to run into these two clowns. Seriously, what a pain in the neck. Ye Yu shot Yun Jiao a look, silently suggesting they use the usual trick on these guys. Yun Jiao gave a slight nod. Message received. Just then, the muscle-head's flaming club came swinging at them. Not daring to be careless, Xie Yu raised his blade to block the blow. The brawny goon laughed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Listen up, kiddo. When it comes to close-quarters racing combat, I've never lost to anyone." His partner in crime immediately launched his own attack. He chucked a few grenades right at Xie Yu's team. They swerved violently to get out of the way. Boom! An explosion ripped through the air. With no time to waste, Xie Yu yelled out another warning. "Yun Jiao, get clear." Yun Jiao immediately banked her vehicle, dodging the attack. The muscle-bound idiot was so focused on attacking Xie Yu's crew that he suddenly noticed something was very, very wrong. It was Brit charging up from behind them. His absolute monster of a vehicle was barreling a straight line right towards those two morons. Seeing this, the two of them started to panic. They slammed the emergency eject and got the hell out of there. Yegi, witnessing the spectacle, launched into an excited play-by-play. The monster Brit is unstoppable. This is like something straight out of a manhwa. The Da Chi Che team has been eliminated. At the same time, Fei cheered enthusiastically. Awesome, boss. That's the tempo we need. Let's switch to Route B according to plan. Xie Yu nodded curtly in response. Route B got it. After taking out the two stooges, Brit just snorted in disdain. Pathetically weak. Up ahead, as Yunjiao was driving, she suddenly spotted a trap right in their path. Xie Yu noticed it at the same time. He screamed, "Watch out!" His eyes widened in shock as he frowned. When did they even set that up? But the landmines didn't wait for him to process it. They detonated, sending Xie Yu into a full-blown panic. Both Xie Yu and Yunjiao were sent flying by the explosion's shockwave. After somehow stabilizing himself mid-air, he looked anxiously over towards Yunjiao. From the sidelines, Ye Ge couldn't help but click his tongue, a mix of awe and concern on his face. Yunjiao and Xie Yu were charging ahead like absolute mad lads. But in the end, they just couldn't break through the attacks from that monster Brit. And just like that, both of them plunged straight into the sea. On the sidelines, Hong Yan, who'd already been knocked out, had been watching the whole match. The moment she saw Ziyu's team get taken down, she immediately strutted over to Fei Zi. He sneered, thinking to himself that this little punk had finally lost in the end. And thanks to you, my race car is completely totaled. Just you wait. The second we're off this track, I'm gonna make you pay for this, you little punk. But the moment she finished her rant, Fei Zi just smirked. Oh really, and who said we lost? Flashback to before the race, Fei Zi had told Xie Yu and Yunjiao that in this extreme speed zone, there were tons of hidden routes, and finding a good one was the real key to winning. During the race, Fei Zi would use hand signals to indicate where the hidden routes were up, down, left, or right. As a secret code, he'd confidently declared that he would find them a path to victory, which is why in this moment Fei Zi was laughing his head off. You'd better watch closely. The race has only just begun. No sooner had the words left his mouth than on the screen over the surface of the sea, a car engine suddenly appeared. Xie Yu and Yunjiao from who knows where had hit the gas and were now racing inside the water. This spectacle made Ye Ge's jaw drop in utter shock. No way, that's absolutely insane, she screamed in disbelief. Xie Yu and Yunjiao had just burst out from under the water. This was the kind of crazy comeback you only see in a manhwa. They weren't eliminated yet. Meanwhile, the monster Brit was on a rampage, cleaning up all the other players. He was a literal machine, just racking up the KOs. The convergence point was just up ahead. When they clash again, is there any chance Ziyu's team can escape Brit's onslaught this time? At that moment, Brit was holding the lead. Seeing that Xie Yu and Yunjiao were perfectly fine, he didn't even flinch. He just let out a cold, arrogant scoff. Lady Luck won't smile on you a second time. The instant he said that, a hail of bullets erupted from the back of Brit's car. Xie Yu didn't dare to hesitate, immediately activating his overload. Seeing this, Yunjiao instantly piped up with a warning. Don't use overload, your body can't handle it. Xie Yu bit his lip hard, his voice filled with determination. I've got no other choice. If we lose, I'm even more screwed. The moment the words were out, he unleashed a powerful slash. He successfully neutralized Brit's critical hit. Right after Ziyu and his partner were hot on Brit's tail. Seeing his critical attack get completely shut down, Brit couldn't help but express his surprise. So you really are an S-class player, huh? But he didn't stop there, firing off several more rounds. Brit casually raised a hand, clicking his tongue. This is a move I wouldn't normally use on some average player. But if it's for a special S-class player, well then the gloves are coming off. Immediately after, he waved his hand, drawing a circle in mid-air. Then he clenched his fist, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. At the same time, the bullet seemed to get a massive power boost. A crackling sound exploded through the air. This insane sight left Xie Yu and Yunjiao completely stunned. In a flash, the supercharged ammunition was barreling right towards the two of them. Not daring to waste a second, they desperately dodged. The scene was absolutely mind-blowing. Jago couldn't help but exclaim, "It's here, the monster Brit's ultimate move. The gravity field, a skill that creates an absolute lockdown. It can even completely destroy an opponent's high-level skills. On a narrow racetrack like this, it's basically a death sentence. And now within this enclosed space, Xie Yu's skills had been completely sealed. If they were hit by that explosion, they would be absolutely annihilated. Just then the bullets were upon them. Xie Yu let out a furious roar. This is the monster Brit's ultimate technique, the gravity field. It can create an absolute lockdown and even destroy high-level skills of his opponents in this manhwa. On a narrow track like this one, can Xie Yu and Yun Jiao possibly escape Brit's onslaught? It seemed escape was nearly impossible for Xie Yu and Yun Jiao. Xie Yu's face was dead serious. His body felt like it was being crushed by a massive mountain. The two of them were frozen in place by the gravity field, and Brit was just about to cross the finish line. Fadzi watched the scene unfold, letting out a helpless sigh. So I guess there's really no beating that monster Brit, huh? But the moment those words left his mouth, Xie Yu immediately fired back. Xiao Feizi, what's with all the doom and gloom? Where'd all your confidence run off to? Hearing this, Xiao Feizi just slumped and muttered, but it's hopeless now. Even if we could escape this gravity field, there's no way we could catch up. Yun Jiao just let out a little scoff, pouting as she spoke. You silly goose, just shut your trap and watch closely. That ridiculously unpredictable guy, Xie Yu. As long as he's still standing, we've always got a shot. And right on cue, Xie Yu whipped out a spirit stone and began to absorb its power. A surge of immense energy began to radiate from the great sword in his hands. Seeing this, Jia Ge couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Wait, Xie Yu hasn't thrown in the towel yet. His great sword underwent a jaw-dropping transformation, morphing right into a long spear before their eyes. Simultaneously, Yun Jiao began gathering energy in her own hands. Everyone was glued to their screens, waiting with bated breath. They were dying to see how Xie Yu and Yun Jiao, a classic manhwa duo, were going to pull off this impossible comeback. Back in the race, Xie Yu gripped the newly formed spear and yelled, Yun Jiao, it's all up to you now, and with that he hurled it forward. The spear shot through the air, practically tearing a hole in the wind. Yun Jiao quickly threw her hand out, and with perfect precision snatched the spear right out of the air. Instantly, the spear's momentum yanked Yun Jiao forward, launching her like a rocket. The sight made Jia Jia gasp in utter disbelief. That's insane. I've never seen a combo skill like that in my life. And just like that, with Xie Yu's spear in hand, Yun Jiao became a literal blur. She was moving at lightning speed, blowing past Brit in the blink of an eye. The poor guy didn't even have time to process what happened before Yun Jiao left him in the dust. Brit let out a frustrated roar, refusing to accept it. But Yun Jiao was already closing in on the finish line. Clutching Xie Yu's spear, she was on the home stretch. She rocketed forward, blasting through layer after layer of the oppressive gravity field. Her current speed was simply off the charts. In a flash, she was already about to overtake that beast Brit. Brit himself couldn't believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao's hand felt like it was on fire from the strain, but there was no way she was giving up. Her grip on the spear remained ironclad. She wouldn't let go, not even for a single second. The monstrous Brit's power burst was utterly useless. Brit couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Xie Yu was using his explosive power to boost his speed. Not to attack Brit, but just to catch up, a seriously smart move. Before long, Yun Jiao was closing in on Brit inch by thrilling inch. And wouldn't you know it, the finish line was right dead ahead. Xie Yu watched them both, his eyes wide with anticipation. Meanwhile, the concubine on the sidelines was just as tense, biting her lip and muttering, just a little more, just a little bit more. Yun Jiao was feeling the pressure too. Come on, faster, faster, she urged herself on. A few seconds later, their wheels were practically kissing the finish line at the same time. It all happened in a blur. It was a photo finish straight out of a manhwa. Impossible to tell who was the champion. Sensing the crowd's unbearable anticipation, our announcer Ye Ge quickly took the mic. We're gonna let the system analyze the results, folks. Instantly, the system spat out the time difference. It was a difference of just 6 milliseconds, and the winner is Yun Jiao. After 20 long minutes, the oppressive pressure field created by the monstrous Brit finally vanished. And the last player standing, Xie Yu, finally managed to cross the finish line. Ye Gu immediately made the official announcement, and with that, the race is over. Xie Yu's time might have been on the slow side, But since there were only 3 racers left in total, he still lucked out and snagged 3rd place. Additionally, there was a major shakeup on the all-time leaderboard. But alas, no new records were broken tonight. Right after that, Ye Gei invited our top 3 onto the podium to receive their prizes. The trio quickly made their way to the stage. The crowd in the stands erupted in cheers. Yunjiao took her rightful place in the center, with Brit and Xie Yu flanking her on either side. Ye Gei began to hand out the awards. First up for our 3rd place finisher, Xie Yu. Next, our runner-up, Brit. And finally, our grand champion, Yunjiao. Not only did she clinch the victory, but she created a legend here today. The crowd went wild again, and Yunjiao just stood there beaming with a smile. Standing on the highest podium, she was absolutely radiant, while poor Brit, on the other hand, looked a little down in the dumps. The concubine was getting all emotional, thinking, "This is fantastic. I can't believe she actually won. This makes me the mentor of a champion. Now that red-clad vixen won't dare to mess with me anymore." Up on the podium, Xie Yu glanced over at Yunjiao full of praise. "You were absolutely incredible back there." Yunjiao grinned smugly. "Oh, that's just a walk in the park, all in a day's work for me." Xie Yu, totally ignoring her, just shoots a smug grin at Brit and says, "All right, Brit, a deal's a deal. That saintly dragon scale is all mine now." Hearing this, Brit just scoffs, completely unimpressed. "I listen, kid, I got 2nd place, you got 3rd. How in the world do you figure you beat me?" Xie Yu practically blue screens for a second before firing back, totally indignant. "That's not it, I helped Yunjiao get 1st place, so like by the transitive property of winning, I totally beat you too, right?" Brit just deadpans, "Sorry, I only care about the official scoreboard." Just then the host Ye Gei steps up to the mic. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed viewers, for this year's award ceremony, our organizing committee has once again invited a very special guest to join us. As you all know, the legendary Mr. Gu from the rankings he's passed on from this world. Therefore, tonight we've invited the man who holds the number 2 spot on the leaderboard to make an appearance." The second the crowd heard that, the entire stadium erupted in nervous chatter. "Are you kidding me? Why on earth would they invite that guy here? This is just asking for trouble." Ye Gei, completely unfazed by the crowd's panic, just keeps going. "A heroic figure who crushes all his enemies, and at the same time, a man who has become a household name in the world of this Manhwa. The one, the only, your guild master of the Blood Moon Guild." The moment Xie Yu and Yunjiao heard that name, the color drained from their faces. In their wildest nightmares, they never expected him to show up here. At Ye Gei's grand introduction, the master of the Blood Moon Guild made his grand entrance one deliberate step at a time, ignoring the crowd's reaction. He continued to speak. "A heroic figure who crushes all his enemies, and at the same time, a man who has become a household name. The guild master of the Blood Moon Guild." The moment Xie Yu and Yunjiao heard that name, the color drained from their faces. In their wildest nightmares, they never expected him to show up here. At Ye Gei's grand introduction, the master of the Blood Moon Guild made his grand entrance one step at a time. The master of the Blood Moon Guild made his grand entrance one step at a time. Xie Yu broke out in a cold sweat just looking at the guy, muttering with a tremor in his voice, "That guy? He's the guild master of the Blood Moon Guild." Ye Ge handed the trophy over to Leng Jing and said with a smile, "All right then, the next part. Hey, I'll be leaving it in your capable hands." Leng Jing gave a slight nod. "Think nothing of it. In fact, I should be thanking you for inviting me here tonight." Xie Yu squinted at the man, a flicker of panic in his eyes. "Oh hell no, he's not really here to settle the score, is he?" Just as his anxiety was spiking, Leng Jing made his way over, stopping in front of Yunjiao with a practiced smile. "You must be the lovely Miss Shen Yunjiao, I presume. Your performance tonight was absolutely brilliant, and this trophy looks particularly stunning in your hands." With that, he presented the award to Yunjiao. She reached out to take it, but her face was a mask of pure terror as she stammered in a trembling voice, "Thank you." Leng Jing, however, couldn't care less. He simply moved on to Brit, handing him his trophy. "Been a while. A real shame about tonight, though. You were this close to shattering my record." Brit, utterly unimpressed, shot back with a scowl. "Shut your mouth and get the hell away from me." Leng Jing completely brushed off his hostile attitude and instead sauntered over towards Xie Yu. He looked the boy up and down, then asked with a raised eyebrow, "So you're the famous Xie Yu?" He went on about how he'd heard Xie Yu's name for quite some time, and how the Blood Moon Guild had received so much of his special attention. Xie Yu knew this guy was nothing but trouble, but he couldn't quite figure out what game Leng Jing was playing. Still, he put on a polite front and shot back, "The feeling's mutual. Your Blood Moon Guild has given me plenty of attention as well." And with that, the two of them shook hands. In that single moment, Leng Jing's gaze turned razor sharp. Xie Yu instantly felt a crushing pressure building inside him, a power move straight out of a manhwa, and his eyes instinctively narrowed. It felt as if Leng Jing was simply playing with him like a puppet on a string. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, another pair of hands clamped down on Leng Jing's. In a flash, a completely different surge of energy erupted, directly challenging Leng Jing's power. The one who stepped in was Brit. He warned in an icy tone, "Leng Jing, you're the head of a damn guild. Are you seriously trying to pick a fight with a teenager who isn't even 20 years old yet?" Hearing this, Leng Jing immediately retracted his hand, letting out a hearty laugh as he said, "Whoops, my apologies. It's just he is a unique holder of extreme endurance after all." He could barely contain his glee. Xie Yu, on the other hand, bit his lip fiercely. Even though their clash was just for a split second, he could sense that this guy was leagues stronger than him. Seeing the look on his face, Leng Jing just raised an eyebrow. "Xie Yu," he said, "don't be so tense. I didn't come here looking for trouble this time. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I've actually got some good news for you." With that, he turned to the roaring crowd in the stands and made a grand announcement. In half a month, the S-rank dungeon under the control of the Blood Moon Guild will be opened. The Crimson Smelting Dragon's domain. He declared that any player under level 40 was welcome to take a crack at the challenge. And aside from snagging some super rare items and equipment, the first player to clear the dungeon would also earn a chance to join the legendary Blood Moon Guild. This announcement left Xie Yu completely stunned. Yun Jiao was just as shocked. "Wait a minute, the Crimson Smelting Dragon's domain? Isn't that the dungeon where you can get the sacred healing dragon cloud?" But while they were connecting the dots, the entire stadium absolutely erupted with this news. This was exactly the reaction Leng Jing had been hoping for. He continued, "All you dissatisfied players out there, bring your burning desires and come slaughter each other. We, the Blood Moon Guild, will provide you all with the most spectacular stage imaginable." As he finished, he shot a pointed glance directly at Xie Yu, a provocative smirk playing on his lips. "Xie Yu, you're not gonna tuck your tail between your legs and run this time, are you?" "Right." Xie Yu glared right back at Leng Jing, his face a mask of deadly seriousness. A little while later, over at Brit's workshop, the man pulled out a single shimmering scale. It was a dragon scale humming with a faint golden energy. The second Xie Yu laid eyes on it, he gasped in delight. "No way, is that the sacred healing dragon scale?" Brit gave a small nod, "The one and only." Thinking Brit was about to hand it over, Xie Yu reached out to take it. His eyes were sparkling with excitement. This was an item straight out of a legendary manhwa. "So you called us all the way here just to say you've changed your mind and are handing it over?" Brit just snorted, shoving him away without an ounce of pity. "Nope," he said deadpan. "You weren't the one who beat me. Why in the world would I hand it over to you?" Hearing that, Xie Yu just about lost his mind. "Then what the hell did you call us over here for?" Brit just shrugged, pouting, as he said, "The one who defeated me was Shen Yunjiao. So this holy healing dragon scale, I'm giving it to her." This just cranked Xie Yu's rage meter up to 11. Could your logic possibly be any more twisted? And just like that, the two of them started bickering. Yunjiao took the item and immediately handed it over to Xie Yu. He looked at it completely baffled and asked, "So this little gadget, do I drink it or like rub it on myself?" "You moron." Hearing that, Yunjiao couldn't help but snap at him in frustration. Then she raised her hand and shouted like the hero of a manhwa. "Use item Holy Healing Dragon Scale on player Xie Yu." While Xie Yu was still trying to process this, he saw a brilliant golden light. It completely enveloped his body. In that very instant, his health bar began to clear up. All the nasty signs of corruption started fading away. Before long, his health was almost back to normal. Seeing this, Xie Yu practically jumped for joy. Yes, it actually worked. This is awesome. My health is finally restored. Alright, next up is the Crimson Smelting Dragons domain. I'm gonna farm a ton of these holy healing dragon scales, and then I'll finally be free of this cursed side effect. But while he was busy celebrating, Yunjiao cut in with a sharp reminder. Hey Xie Yu, now that you've gotten what you came for, did you happen to forget all about the little prince? Xie Yu frowned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but it didn't take long for the memory to hit him like a ton of bricks. He really had forgotten. A sudden wave of shame washed over him. The prince's father had placed so much trust in him. How could I have messed this up? He couldn't help but think of his own father. Before she left, Xiao Huanzi told me to bring this letter and deliver it straight into your hands. With that, he held the letter out to Brit, but Brit slapped it violently out of his hand with a cold scoff. Don't you dare bring anything related to her in front of me again. But just as the letter was knocked through the air, something from inside tumbled out, and along with it came a voice. A mechanical voice announced, "Monster Brit has been detected. Nearby, the system will now automatically activate and release an electrical current." In the blink of an eye, Brit was completely surrounded by a crackling field of electricity. Xie Yu had no clue what was going on, stammering in a total daze. What's the situation here? Just then a ridiculously smug voice suddenly echoed through the room. My dearest Brit, by the time you hear this recording, I trust you've been hit by a 100% effective shot of the armor dissolving ray I've spent years developing. Brit bit her lips so hard it could draw blood, cursing under her breath. Damns. This is such a pain in the ass. Then he looked up at Xie Yu and his companion, barking in order. You two get out of my sight, right now, except they didn't really want to go. Xie Yu, looking way too excited, piped up, come on, let's just watch a little longer. Yunjiao pursed his lips and muttered, but my gut instinct is telling me that something absolutely terrifying is about to happen, and wouldn't you know it, his gut was right. Soon after, Brit's body began to change in a bizarre way. The layers of armor all over his body started showing signs of cracking, and peeking through the gaps was flawless pearly white skin. Xie Yu and Yunjiao just froze on the spot, completely shell-shocked. The monster, Brit, was actually a woman. This kind of plot twist was just way too wild. Brit glared at the two of them, her eyes absolutely blazing with fury. She snarled through gritted teeth, "You, too, I told you to get out. Since you've seen what I really look like." Seeing that Brit was about to go on the offensive, Xie Yu and his pal quickly tried to calm her down. Monster. Brit, no wait, Miss Brit, we didn't do it on purpose, we swear. Thankfully, Brit just slammed her fist into the wall, muttering in frustration. Damn it, this is all Xiaowanzi's fault. With that, she plopped right down on the steps. Brit looked up at the two boys, her voice turning ice cold. You two are still useful to me, so I won't harm you, but you will take what you saw today to your graves. Hearing that, Xie Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He nodded in agreement. Not a problem, Miss Brit. But just then, Brit decided it was time for a proper introduction. My name, she stated, is Ya Lin. Xie Yu blinked a little, taken aback. Wait, so Brit isn't your real name? At that question, Ya Lin's face soured as if she'd just remembered something incredibly annoying. Flashback time, a younger girl. Xiao Huan was bouncing in front of her, chirping away non-stop. Wow, you're so pretty big, sis. Are you a new member of the guild? What's your name? Hey, if you keep ignoring me, I'm just gonna call you Brit from now on, okay? Ugh, the more she thought about it, the more ticked off she got. Yalin snapped back to the present, her voice laced with irritation. Long story short, you are not to call me Brit when I look like this. And another thing, you punk. You just said you wanted to go to the Crimson Purgatory Dragons domain, didn't you? Xie Yu gave a slight nod. Duh, it's an S-rank dungeon, he said, stating the obvious. Not only does it have the coveted Holy Healing Dragon scales, but it's also packed with other rare resources and a massive amount of points. There's no way I'm passing up a chance like this. Yalin's expression grew serious. Her tone was grave as she spoke up. Do you really think that scumbag Leng Jing is just going to let you walk away that easily? Let me tell you something. Leng Jing also possesses the unique extreme tolerance trait. That little bombshell made Ziyu's eyes go wide with shock. Yalin explained that Leng Jing is the meticulous scheming type, a real puppet master in this whole manhwa. The fact that you've even survived this long is probably all part of his grand scheme. And now by luring you into the Crimson Purgatory Dragon's domain, it means he's absolutely certain he has you right where he wants you. However, you don't need to panic just yet. I can help you. Saying this, Yalin leveled her gaze at Xie Yu. But our boy Xie Yu wasn't scared in the slightest. He just raised an eyebrow. A smirk played on his lips. But I've got my own reasons for why I have to push forward. I can't just run and hide from him forever, can I? Yalin scoffed, her voice dripping with cool indifference. You idiot. Who said anything about running away? If you get stronger, you won't have to be afraid of that bastard anymore. And lucky for you, I can be the one to teach you the true method for using the abyssal ring. Xie Yu was completely floored. There's another way to use it. After a long, awkward silence, Xie Yu finally asked hesitantly, "But why are you helping me?" Giving me the Holy Dragon's scale was already a massive favor, wasn't it? Yalin didn't bother to explain. She simply stood up and walked toward them. She said nonchalantly, "There is no why. If you absolutely need a reason, just assume I'm doing this because I feel like it." Classic manhwa logic, I love it. The moment she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. And bam, a teleportation gate materialized right behind Ziyu. Xie Yu started to panic. Wait a minute, I never agreed to this. But before he could even finish his sentence, Yalin punted him right in the back. Scoffing coldly, "Stop dawdling." And just like that, Xie Yu was launched through the portal. Yunjiao was worried sick, but there was absolutely nothing she could do. A moment later, in some random pocket dimension, Xie Yu crash-landed with a painful thud. He grumbled under his breath, "Damn it! That crazy woman! Where the heck am I?" And speak of the devil, the moment the words left his mouth, Yalin appeared before him. She stated coolly, "This is my personal training ground. And from now on, I will be training you here." Hearing that, Xie Yu's panic mode reactivated. You can't be serious, can you?" Yalin's expression was deadly serious. She summoned her two massive mecha arms and announced in a grave tone, "Brace yourself, you have two options. Either you defeat me, or you prepare to be beaten within an inch of your life." As soon as she spoke, Yalin's cybernetic arms began to crackle with energy. Without a single moment of hesitation, she slammed one fist into the ground, shattering it. I love a good training arc in a manhwa. Witnessing this insane display of power, Xie Yu stammered in pure terror. I'm actually gonna die, aren't I?" "You bet," Yalin replied with ice in her voice. "If you don't start taking this seriously, you can prepare to die under my fists." And with that, she shot towards Ziyu like a missile. Ziyu didn't dare mess around, quickly drawing his blade to block. Seeing this, Yalin just let out a cold, dismissive snort. "Don't you dare think you can parry my attacks that easily." The moment the words left her lips, her mech's fists came flying. Each impact was accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions. Xie Yu was completely overwhelmed, getting shoved backwards across the ground. He desperately dragged his blade along the floor just to slow himself down. The force was so immense it carved a massive trench in the earth, just like in some epic manhwa. But before Xie Yu could even catch his breath, Yalin was on him again. She scoffed, her voice dripping with contempt. "Too slow." Without a shred of hesitation, she brought both of the mech's arms crashing down. Xie Yu didn't stand a chance, getting sent flying once more. He slammed hard into the stone wall behind him. Yalin glared down at him, her tone practically oozing provocation. "What's the matter? Is this really all you've got?" Xie Yu bit his lip, trying to contain his simmering rage. Man, this girl was so aggressive, it was seriously starting to get on his nerves. All right, it was about time he taught her a little lesson. With that thought, he let out a furious roar. "Fine, if you want to see my real power, then watch closely." In that instant, he activated his overload mode. In the blink of an eye, Ziyu's figure materialized right behind Yalin. But just as he brought his blade down, she casually raised an arm and blocked it cold. She raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh, so it's not just your power, but your speed has gone up too. Xie Yu was absolutely floored. How in the world could this heavy-ass mech keep up with his overload speed? Fine, let's go even faster. And just like that, he cranked his speed up to another insane level. But to his dismay, Ya Lin parried every single blow. Xie Yu was fast, but she was somehow even faster. In a flash, the two were locked in a blistering exchange of blows. Xie Yu was in total shock. How was this clunky mech keeping up with his insane speed? Fine, I'll just have to go faster. Without a second thought, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit. But it was no use. Ya Lin effortlessly blocked everything he threw at her. He was a blur of motion, but she was a literal phantom. In an instant, the two were clashing again. After trading a few more blows, Ya Lin fixed her gaze on Xie Yu, pouting as she laughed, "Your attack. Patterns are just way too simple. With skill like this, you'll never even be able to scratch me." With those words, she applied just a bit of force. Xie Yu was sent stumbling backwards yet again, but this time Xie Yu wasn't panicked in the slightest. He simply raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Is that so? Well, then I guess I'll just have to stop. I was still going easy on you, by the way. In that last attack, I left slash marks embedded in the ground." His words made Ya Lin jump. When she looked closer, sure enough, there were slash marks etched into the ground, and right at that moment, they began to glow with a layer of energy. In just a flash, that energy erupted violently. Seeing this, Xie Yu gloated. "Getting hit by this little trick of mine finally managed to scratch you, didn't it?" But when the dust finally settled, Xie Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, because Ya Lin was completely encased in a protective barrier, totally unscathed. Xie Yu's face instantly turned ugly. Those massive mechanical arms, that feeling, it was as if his greatsword had transformed into a soul spear, while Xie Yu was still trying. To process this, Ya Lin had already dashed forward. A smirk played on her lips as she taunted, "What's wrong? It's only been 3 minutes and you're already spent." Xie Yu's expression changed drastically yet again. "Damn it, I can't dodge this." He'd already overloaded his system by pushing his speed to the absolute limit. And now his stamina was completely shot. And just like that, Xie Yu was snatched up by Ya Lin's powerful mecha arm with no other choice. Xie Yu had to speak up, "Miss Ya Lin, I surrender." Hearing this, Ya Lin just scoffed in disdain. "What? You really are as weak as they say, and to think, I actually bothered to activate my heterogeneous ring." Xie Yu seemed to have anticipated this, asking for clarity. "So your weapon really is a heterogeneous ring?" Ya Lin gave a slight nod. "That's right. The so-called heterogeneous ring is a weapon that, upon meeting certain conditions, can awaken into a completely new form. This type of transformation, a classic power-up in any good manhwa, is called heteromorphosis. Depending on the wielder's willpower and physical state, the degree of heteromorphosis for each ring will also differ. In Xie Yu's case, his ring is able to undergo heteromorphosis only after absorbing a certain amount of energy. But Ya Lin said, "Even if you can, unleash the aberrant form of your spear." But that didn't change the outcome. He got totally smoked by her. That's because Xie Yu's so-called anomalous transformation does absolutely nothing to fix his single biggest weakness in a fight. See, the problem is that Xie Yu relies way too much on his overload party trick. The moment he faces a truly powerful enemy, he just burns through all his stamina and face plants into the dirt. It's his fatal flaw, plain and simple. Hearing this blunt assessment, Xie Yu heaves a helpless sigh. "But what am I supposed to do? It's a passive ability of the devouring ring. It's not like I can just turn it off." Ya Lin just raises an eyebrow at him and says sternly, "Thinking like that proves you're content with being a slave to that ring. If you want to get stronger, you have to find a way to counter it." Xie Yu frowns, muttering to himself in confusion, "Counter it?" Ya Lin explains calmly, "If you truly want to become more powerful, you must awaken the next stage of your transformation, which in simple terms means finding an energy item that can trigger your next evolution." Hearing this, Xie Yu looks absolutely deflated. "That last soul stone, I nearly died a dozen times just to get that thing." Ya Lin says coolly, "Energy items are by their very nature incredibly rare. Even my own intelligence network has no records of any dungeons that might drop one. But at the end of the day, that anomaly ring is a double-edged sword. Even though we both possess a devouring ring, it seems I overestimated you, Xie Yu. I hope you won't disappoint me the next time we meet. And with that parting shot, Ya Lin turns and leaves. Xie Yu just stares at her back, his mind racing. He knew she was right. This whole Manhwa plot was proving it. His fighting style was a one-trick pony. He was all about that short-term power burst from his overload. The second his stamina hit zero, he was just a sitting duck waiting to be carved up. Counter it. How am I supposed to counter my own power? When he looks up, Lin is gone. He panics and yells out, "Hey, you're just gonna leave like that." But of course, there was no reply. He sighs in frustration. What a complete weirdo! I have absolutely no idea what her angle is. Still, thanks to Ya Lin, at least now Xie Yu has a much better understanding of how the devouring ring actually works. Next up, he just needs to figure out how to upgrade his transformation. Who knows, you might even get as strong as Ya Lin. And when that happens, racking up points will be a piece of cake. If I can just get those points, Wu Yi can finally be brought back to life. Just the thought of it hardened Xie Yu's resolve. With a dead serious look on his face, he declared, "Just you watch, I'm about to get a whole lot stronger." The next morning over at Xie Yu's school, Yun Zhao arrived like any other day. The second she walked in, all the guys were practically tripping over themselves to say hello. And Yun Zhao, ever the polite one, greeted them back. But her eyes widened when she stepped into the classroom and saw Xie Yu already sitting there. She frowned, completely baffled. "Xie Yu here this early in the morning. Is this for one of the system's daily quests or something?" With that thought, Yun Zhao strolled over and tapped him on the shoulder to say hi. Except, Xie Yu looked like an absolute train wreck. He had dark circles so bad he looked like a panda, which made her yelp in shock. "What in the world happened to you? You look awful." Xie Yu let out a long, weary sigh. "It's nothing. I was just up all night wrestling with that impossible problem Ya Lin gave me. I didn't get a wink of sleep." Yun Zhao nodded, figuring that explained it. Then her eyes fell on the notebook sitting on his desk. She asked suspiciously, "What are you writing there?" Xie Yu quickly puffed out his chest and explained. This is my top-secret one-of-a-kind manhwa guide to leveling up that I spent all night creating." Hearing that, Yun Zhao just rolled her eyes, completely unimpressed. She just really didn't get it. "Why are you in such a mad rush to get stronger? Are you dead set on trying to conquer the Crimson Dragon's domain or something?" Xie Yu gave a slight nod. "You bet I am. Speaking of which, do you happen to know which dungeon drops those energy items?" "Energy items. Never heard of them." "Drops those energy items." "Energy items." She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Nope, never heard of them," she said, looking completely puzzled. "But wait a minute, didn't we just meet a friend who's supposed to be a total know-it-all?" That's when it clicked for Xie Yu, and he remembered that guy. He shot up excitedly. "Oh yeah, that dude has to know something." And yet when he shot a message over to Fei Zi, the reply he got back was incredibly cheeky. Fei Zi's tone was just unbearably smug. "Who the heck are you, buddy? I'm pretty sure I never friended a fat pig like you." Xie Yu bit his lip hard. This guy clearly had a death wish. Fuming, he quickly explained that he was in fact Xie Yu. Realizing his blunder, Fei Zi scrambled to reply. After reading the message, Xie Yu just about tore his hair out. Leveling up is obviously important. But for him right now, mutating was the express lane to boosting his combat power. As Xie Yu was lost in his own little world of power scaling, the lecturer strolled down the aisle to give him a friendly reminder. "Hey you there, this part of the lesson is a mandatory key point, so maybe try to look alive." And to really drive the point home, the professor called him out. "Why don't you stand up and enlighten us? What exactly is the law of conservation of energy?" Xie Yu shot up from his seat. But thankfully, his brain hadn't completely short-circuited. He answered honestly, "Energy can't be created or destroyed. It doesn't just appear out of thin air. It can only be transformed from one form into another, right?" The lecturer gave a slight nod. "Correct. Furthermore, energy is a reflection of motion, and even though the forms of energy are different, they can be converted into one another." He explained that fire and lightning were once terrifying natural disasters back in ancient times, but then humanity learned to harness them which gave birth to the age of steam and the age of electricity. Reading this kind of world building in a manhwa is always so cool. Similarly, nuclear energy can wipe everything out, like a nuke, but as long as it can be controlled, it can be converted into an incredibly efficient power source. Hearing this, Xie Yu's brows furrowed. He asked, a little confused, "So that what you're saying is we can abide by the law of conservation of energy and use it?" The professor nodded slightly. "Precisely. As long as we can properly control and use energy, we have a real shot at entering a new energy age, an age where human society will have limitless potential." As he said this, a particular glimmer appeared in his eyes. A knowing glint in his eye, Xie Yu mulled over his professor's words, and a moment later he shot up in excitement, shouting, "I've got it!" The lecturer raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. "Oh, you've already figured out the answer to the problem on the board? Well then, by all means come on up." But before the professor could even finish his sentence, Xie Yu was already making a mad dash for the door. "Professor, my stomach suddenly feels like it's staging a rebellion I gotta use the restroom," leaving the poor lecturer completely baffled. Even Yunjiao, sitting right next to him, was stunned, muttering, "What in the world is that guy up to?" You'd think the professor would be furious, but instead he suddenly cracked a sly, knowing smile. Meanwhile, as Xie Yu sprinted out of the classroom, he was furiously texting Fei, telling the kid to send him the location of the underground city. He had a wild, audacious idea, and he absolutely couldn't wait another second to test it out. A short while later, he found himself standing before a glowing teleportation gate. This was the place he was looking for. He had no clue what this underground city was all about, but he figured he'd just dive in head first and sort out the details later. The sign read, "C-Rank Underground City, the Fallen Frontier." Filled with battle lust, Xie Yu stepped right in. "All right, where are all the small fry monsters hiding? Come on out and face me." But before he could even lay eyes on a single creature, a desperate shout echoed from behind him. "Big bro, get out of here, run." Xie Yu flinched, startled, and whipped his head around only to see poor Fei Zi tied up by that ghoul-faced creep. The villain smirked, his voice dripping with malice. "Xie Yu, it's been a while." Xie Yu's face instantly darkened. Fei Zi screamed in panic. "Big bro, it was him. He impersonated me and sent you that message to lure you here. This is a trap." Getting real tired of the kid's non-stop shouting, Mo Gui callously flung him aside. He scoffed, "You little pest, you're annoyingly loud." Then he turned his cold gaze back to Xie Yu, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "Now that you're here, you're not going anywhere. Make your move, Ying Luan." So it turned out this wasn't just a one-on-one. The ghost-faced villain had backup. Xie Yu's pupils constricted instantly. His gaze filled with sharp caution. This classic manhwa ambush was unfolding. The person stepping out to help Mo Gui was a woman. And to top it off, he's got a cape that looks like a pair of bat wings. Guimian smugly called out, "Xie Yu, the guildmaster might have told us not to cause you any trouble. But I'm still not over what happened last time. I just can't swallow that bitter pill. So I hope you enjoy the little party I've prepared just for you." The second he finished his monologue, Ying Luan made her move. In the blink of an eye, all the metallic objects nearby seemed to come to life. They began to gather in one spot. Right before Xie Yu's astonished eyes, they morphed into a small mech. Before long, he was completely surrounded by an army of these mechs. Guimian wasn't just standing around either. He activated his own doppelganger. He smirked. Ying Luan's little trick is that she can control mechanical puppets. In a place littered with scrap metal like this, it's basically like letting a tiger out of its cage. Over on the side, Fei Zi was freaking out, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Big bro, watch out!" But Xie Yu was the picture of calm. He nonchalantly replied, "Little Fei Zi, don't sweat it. Since you called me big bro, I'm not just gonna stand here and let them take me out, am I?" With that, Xie Yu shot a glare at Goi Mian. His tone was menacing. "Gi Mian, since you want to play dirty, you'll be the perfect test subject for my brand new move." Up until now during his fights, Xie Yu had never really paid attention to managing his energy. Pumping more energy into a skill increases its area of effect. But for a one-on-one duel, it just burns through your stamina faster. Overloading it causes the energy to envelop his entire body. His whole form becomes wreathed in lightning. This creates a protective barrier around the outside. And while it boosts both his defense and attack power, he can't maintain it for very long. This was a killer move that Xie Yu figured out all on his own, straight out of a top-tier manhwa. Thunder God's Descent. Seeing Xie Yu crackling with electricity, Guimian wasn't scared in the slightest. In fact, he looked pretty pumped. Lightning, huh, perfect. Let's see what's stronger, your sparks or my gun. This mode enhances all his attributes, but it also drains his energy at a ridiculous rate. Since energy isn't infinite, Xie Yu knew he had to avoid any unnecessary waste. The smart play was to focus all that power into a single point, using it only to defeat the enemy right in front of him. With that thought, Xie Yu pointed his blade at Guimian and roared. "Bring it on, Guimian!" His brazen attitude was seriously starting to annoy Guimian. He let out a cold, contemptuous snort. "Stop putting on a show! You don't have a prayer of winning this." Xie Yu paid the guy no mind, calmly squaring up against that horde of mechs. Now, even though Xie Yu didn't have the special item needed to trigger his mutation, he remembered what Ya Lin had told him. As long as he had enough raw energy, he could force the mutation to happen anyway. And wouldn't you know it, Xie Yu had just been healed by the sacred dragon scales, which meant he was practically overflowing with life force. Realizing this, he immediately let out a roar. "Come on, devouring blade. Let's have you feast on my body one more time." In a split second, a whirlwind of energy completely enveloped Xie Yu's body. It didn't take long for that energy to surge past its limits, shifting into an overload state. A torrent of pure power whipped through the air, slamming straight into the swarm of mechs. The sight left Guimian and Ying Luan absolutely shell-shocked. Even the concubine was completely bewildered. As everyone stared in utter disbelief, Xie Yu wiped out every last one of the mechs. Guimian's eyes bulged in disbelief. What the hell was that? According to all our data analysis, a move like that shouldn't even exist. Xie Yu, however, just let out a smug smirk. Heh, it worked. To conserve energy, he'd wanted to mutate his great sword into a smaller form. But he never expected the blade to be so greedy that it devoured his entire left arm. Not that it was a problem, though. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow, taunting him. "Your move, Guimian. I'm feeling pretty damn good right now." Guimian quickly regained his composure. Far from being scared, he actually let out a cold laugh. The devouring blade certainly lives up to its name. But yes, have you ever seen my mutation? The moment he finished speaking, Guimian's body began to transform. A sinister purple aura wrapped around him. This was a high-level mutation, Evil God's Descent. Xie Yu felt an immense pressure crashing down on him. He knew this next part of the manhwa wasn't going to be an easy fight. Steeling himself, he scoffed coldly. "Seriously, you think a little light show is enough to scare me?" "Ying Luan, we're taking him on together," Guimian commanded. Hearing his words, Ying Luan instantly obeyed, beginning to manipulate her puppets. Once again, the mechs charged towards Xie Yu. But unlike when he wielded the great sword, Xie Yu's speed was now on a whole different level. He didn't even need to switch on overload mode, but instead focused every ounce of his power on his blade. And just like that, in less than 3 seconds, he had sliced through every last one of the mechs that were swarming him. At the same time, Mogui came diving down from the heavens. Xie Yu didn't even flinch, calmly raising his sword to cut him down. He scoffed, "Just a clone, pathetic." This little display sent Mogui into a complete rage. He summoned another wave of clones and roared, "You worthless worm, get him!" But Xie Yu wasn't the least bit intimidated, calmly swinging his sword to fend them off. He even had the gall to taunt Mogui mid-fight. "You still don't get it, do you? Defeating your little clones and puppets is as easy as cutting grass for me. Your little plan to wear me down isn't going to work." Mogui stared at Xie Yu, completely dumbfounded. He never imagined his opponent had another trick up his sleeve. And by this point, Xie Yu had already obliterated all of his clones. A smirk played on his lips. "What's wrong? You want to keep going? Looks to me like you're the one who's all out of juice to make any more copies." "Shut your damn mouth," Mogui roared in absolute fury. He charged forward, and the sound of clashing steel filled the air. Just then, Mogui suddenly dug his heels in. and two more clones popped into existence surrounding Xie Yu. As if he saw it coming a mile away, Xie Yu wasn't surprised at all. He just chuckled calmly. "Oh, so you were holding back a little something. What a coincidence, so was I." The words had barely left his mouth before he unleashed his sword energy burst. A volley of energy beams shot up from the ground, giving Mowgli absolutely no time to dodge. "Oh, so you were holding back a little something. What a coincidence, so was I." The words had barely left his mouth before he unleashed his sword energy burst. A volley of energy beams shot up from the ground, giving Mowgli absolutely no time to dodge. Mowgli frantically scrambled backward, but Xie Yu gave him no room to breathe, instantly charging forward again. The action in this manhwa is non-stop. "It's over, Mowgli." In an instant, a massive volley of sword energy beams blasted towards Mowgli. Not daring to be careless, Mowgli raised his sword to defend himself. But it was shattered by Xie Yu's energy blades in a matter of seconds. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow at him and smirked. "You lose." And yet, even though he was clearly defeated, Mowgli just started laughing. "Oh, do I?" Xie Yu was completely baffled, having no clue what this guy was up to. But it didn't take him long to figure it out. Turns out another one of the Demon Face's clones had grabbed the Imperial consort hostage. He let out a sinister laugh and warned, "Drop your sword, or don't blame me for being merciless." Then he shot a look at Ying Luan and screamed, "Ying Luan, get over here and finish him." Hearing this, Ying Luan just stood there, not moving a muscle. Right at that moment, a fiery sword appeared in a flash. What a classic manhwa entrance. Yun Jiao showing up out of thin air, diced the Demon Face's clone and scoffed coldly. "Don't get ahead of yourself. You're the one who's about to die." After taking out the trash, she looked over at Xie Yu and said, "I had a weird feeling about you, so I followed you to see what was up. Didn't think I'd actually walk into some major drama." With Yun Jiao crashing his party, the Demon Face was practically grinding his teeth to dust. "Damn it, you wretched hag, you just had to show up now." Xie Yu just glared at him and asked with ice in his voice, "Is that really all you have to say for yourself?" The Demon Face's entire demeanor flipped in the blink of an eye. He plastered on a sickeningly sweet smile. "Xie Yu, my friend, please let me explain. This is all just one big misunderstanding." But Xie Yu wasn't listening to a single word. He snorted, "Sorry, I already gave you a chance. Besides, when someone is in such a rush to come and gift wrap some points for me like you, how could I possibly say no?" And with that, he swung his sword, taking the Demon Face's life in a single stroke. After dealing with the demon, Xie Yu turned his attention to Ying Luan, his voice laced with indifference. "Now it's just you left. How could I possibly refuse an offer like that?" Finishing his sentence, he brought his sword down in a flash, ending the Demon Face's life right then and there. With the demon out of the picture, Xie Yu locked eyes with Ying Luan and said coolly, "Now it's just you. Forget it." But Ying Luan couldn't be bothered. She simply turned around and stepped into the teleportation gate. "This is a pointless fight. I'm not playing along." She warned that once they reached the Qi Lian Long Yu, she would make them experience what true hell feels like. Just then, Yun Jiao's eyes shot wide open in realization. A moment later, she gasped in shock. "It's her, she was the one who attacked the two of us back then." The moment she put two and two together, Yun Jiao lunged forward, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Hold it. Don't even think about running." Ying Lun flinched for a second, but that witch wasn't about to stick around. And just like that, Ying Lun vanished into the fiery abyss of the teleportation portal. Seeing Yun Jiao's frantic reaction, Xie Yu couldn't help but ask, "Whoa, what was that all about?" "There's no need to chase after her." Yun Jiao bit her lip in frustration, shaking her head slightly as she replied, I'm fine." Now that the immediate danger had passed, little Fei Zi scurried over and latched onto Xie Yu's leg. The kid immediately burst into a full-on ugly cry. "You saved me again. From now on, I'm clinging to your golden thigh, big bro, your incredible, magnificent grace. From now on, I'll be your loyal workhorse." Xie Yu let out a long, suffering sigh. "You don't have to thank me. In fact, that demon-faced creep only snatched you because of me." Hearing this, a light bulb went off in Fei Zi's head. "Oh, so that's what happened in that case. Big bro, you totally owe me one." Just then, Yunjiao cut in with a suggestion. This place still isn't safe. We should get out of here before we talk. All traces of fear instantly vanished from Fei Zi's face. The kid puffed out his chest and announced, "Why don't we go talk at my place? My house is like huge." A short while later, standing in front of a sprawling mansion district, the trio found themselves gaping at the front gate. Xie Yu's jaw practically hit the floor. Little Fei Zi isn't a house this massive, just a tad bit overkill. You didn't seriously cash in points from some manhwa to buy this palace, did you? Fei Zi sighed dramatically, as if this place belongs to my ridiculously rich old man. But he got sucked into this game world too. Besides, the system puts a cap on how many points you can exchange for cash depending on your level. Hearing that, Xie Yu nodded in understanding. Ah, so that's how it works. As they were chatting, the massive gates to the mansion swung open. 3 maids in crisp uniforms stepped out calling cheerfully, "Young master, you finally returned." Seeing the trio of maids, Xie Yu's eyes went as wide as dinner plates. So this is how the other half lives, huh? Before Fei Zi could even react, a maid rushed over and threw her arms around the kid. "You've been gone for 2 whole days," she exclaimed. "I was worried sick." Another maid walked up to Xie Yu and spoke. "You two must be the new private tutors the master hired, I presume. Thank you both so much for taking care of our young master." And with that, they ushered Yun Jiao and his friend into the massive villa. Fei Zi, on the other hand, was not thrilled about being manhandled by Lei Lei and irritably shrugged her hand off. "Hey, Xiaoli, let go of me. I know how to walk by myself." A moment later, the 3 maids had led them inside. "We've prepared dinner," Xiaoli announced respectfully. "Please make yourselves at home." A magnificent feast was already laid out on the table, a gourmet spread with every delicacy imaginable. Staring at the sheer amount of food, Xie Yu was left completely speechless. Just then, Xiaoli chimed in again. "Young master, if you need anything else, just call for me." And with that, she left the dining room. The moment she was gone, Xie Yu finally picked up a piece of food from the table. He couldn't help but sigh. "Man, little Fei Zi, I had no idea your family was this loaded." But Fei Zi didn't look happy at all, pouting with utter dissatisfaction. "This money belongs to my rotten old man, not me. Ever since I was a kid, that guy has had my entire life planned out for me. I'm so sick of this boring life. My backstory is like something out of a depressing manhwa. Ever since he started this game, it was as if Fei Zi had been reborn. In the game world, there were no strings attached. He could do whatever the heck he wanted." Fei Zi then spoke up. "My dad, as long as I don't cause any trouble, he'll agree to basically anything. But as soon as I'm in the game, that's no longer the case." Hearing this, Xie Yu and Yun Jiao exchanged a knowing look. "Looks like this kid was your classic rich boy runaway. But hey, that was his personal business. It really wasn't their place to ask too many questions." After stuffing their faces, the 3 of them headed back out. The 3 maids stood respectfully by the door. "Young master, are you heading out again?" "Yeah, I know. You guys just stay here and watch the house." With that, Fei Zi dragged Xie Yu and Yun Jiao out the door. This time, they were headed to a weapons shop. He was free to chase his own adventure, but as he was talking, Fei Zi suddenly whirled around and pointed an accusing finger straight at Xie Yu. "But you, last time you just had to step in and help me win the Flower Dart Championship, and now once again, so I've lost my purpose in life." Xie Yu was completely bewildered. "Wait, how is that my fault?" How is that my fault? But Fei Zi couldn't care less. Her heart and piped up excitedly. "Next, you're heading to the Crimson Dragon's training ground. Aren't you? You absolutely have to team up with..." Xie Yu furrowed his brow, slightly hesitating. "But you need to think this through. Sticking with me could mean running into all sorts of danger like that ghost-faced psycho." And yet, just as the words left his mouth, Yun Jiao also spoke up, making a request. "I want to go to the Crimson Dragon's training ground this time too." Hearing this, Xie Yu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly put 2 and 2 together. He narrowed his eyes and asked her, "Yun Jiao, that person earlier, the one named Ying Luan, she has something to do with you, doesn't she?" Yun Jiao didn't bother hiding it and admitted nonchalantly, "That's right. To be honest, I've been searching for her this whole time, and now finally, I found her." This all happened a few months before she even met Xie Yu. Back then, as a complete newbie Yun, Jiao was incredibly lucky to meet a player who was willing to help her out. Her name was Xie Yu, and she and Yun Jiao formed a party together. After that, they successfully conquered quite a few dungeons, looking like the main characters of some epic manhwa. Xie Yu soon became Yun Jiao's one and only friend, her absolute best friend. But Yun Jiao's best friend, but the good times didn't last long. On one of their dungeon runs, for how long during one of their encounters, the two of them were ambushed, and their attacker was none other than Ying Luan, Xiao. Yu, in order to protect Yun Jiao, decided to stay behind and cover her escape, and even though Xiao Yu was super confident in her own skills after that day, Yun Jiao never saw Xiao Yu online again ever since Yun Jiao has been trying to tell herself that maybe she just quit the game, or maybe she just unfriended her. But if their attacker was really from the Blood Moon Guild, then she's afraid something truly terrible might have happened. As she spoke, Yun Jiao's voice was laced with heartache, but she quickly followed it with a sigh, saying, "I don't know what happened. For now, all I can do is try to earn points." But the moment she finished, Xie Yu suddenly cut in. If the worst-case scenario has already happened, just 1 billion points, and she can live again. Yun Jiao's jaw practically hit the floor as she cried out in disbelief. "Are you joking? Bringing someone back from the dead? What kind of fantasy manhwa do you think this is?" Xie Yu calmly explained his reasoning. "Isn't the whole point of this insane game and to make the impossible possible? Believing in that is the only reason I've made it this far." He told them that his mind had been made up from the very beginning. He was going to earn 1 billion points and bring his friend back. Yun Jiao was utterly speechless. She never realized that this was the reason Ji Yu had been fighting like a man possessed. Even Fadesi couldn't help but stare at him with a newfound respect. Noticing their stunned expressions, Xie Yu couldn't help but pout a little. "What's with those faces? Why do you all look like I just grew a second head?" He nonchalantly poured himself a glass of water, and then spoke again, his voice steady. "Relax, it's not like we haven't made any progress, right? Thanks to you guys, we've been raking in a ton of points lately. If we keep pushing 1 billion points is no problem at all." A smile crept onto Yun Jiao's face. She was finally convinced. If it was Xie Yu, maybe just maybe he could actually do it. Fei was also fired up, shouting, "Boss, I get it now. Give me 10 days and I'll get the intel on the underground city." All polished up to S-rank perfection. And with that, the three of them raised their glasses in a toast. Next stop, the Scarlet Dragon Purgatory. Next mission to make a massive haul. A few days later, in a lavish room within the trade district, the trio was gearing up. The S-rank underground city was no joke. It was without a doubt the most dangerous area in the entire city. Even with the three of them combined, their safety was far from guaranteed. That's why they had to stock up on every supply imaginable before heading in. Elsewhere in the depths of a dungeon, a man was being protected by a glowing shield. He roared aggressively, "That's it, come and get me. You worthless trash, this is an A-rank dungeon." The Gloomfang Caverns, the man was completely swarmed by monsters, but he remained perfectly calm, shouting his next orders. "I'm done luring them in. Now it's your turn." On command, a girl outside sprang into action, unleashing a hail of gunfire in a split second. It was like a sun suddenly materialized in the sky, continuously blasting beams of energy at the monster horde. Xie Yu and his two companions were also on the scene, watching the incredible teamwork of the other group. Xie Yu couldn't help but be impressed. Man, to think the Golden Cicada Guild has a job class like that in their ranks. This is some next-level manhwa strategy. And right on cue, he leveled up to 24. Seeing this, Fei grinned excitedly. "Boss, you leveled up again," Xie Yu replied casually. "A few points are a small price to pay for this kind of efficiency." A moment later, the man from before stepped out from the fray, holding a new weapon in his hands. He scanned the crowd and announced, "All right, the skirmish is over and we've got a decent amount of gear drops. Anyone interested in buying?" Yun Jiao went over to take a peek, and her eyes immediately landed on a short spear. "Whoa, nice," she exclaimed excitedly. "This is some top-tier gear for speedy close-quarters combat straight out of a manhwa." Xie Yu, however, couldn't have cared less. He walked right up to the man and spoke. "Hey man, usual deal. All the low-priced green tier gear, I'll take it all. The guy nodded slightly. Yeah, I know. I saved it all for you. As they were talking, a chubby dude cut in, hey, team lead. If you get any good gear, remember to save it for me. I'll pay double in cash once we're back in the real world. And to your guild, Xie Yu completely ignored the guy, opening his own inventory to check out his haul. The score this time wasn't half bad. He'd managed to buy nearly 50 pieces of green tier gear for cheap. Seeing this, Fadesy couldn't help but ask in confusion, Boss, what in the world do you need all this equipment for? Isn't this a massive waste of points? Xie Yu just gave him a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I have my uses for these. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he began to devour the entire pile of gear, and in the very next moment, all of Ziyu's stats had just kept on climbing. This made him extremely satisfied. Ah, yes, that's the good stuff. He was feeling way stronger now. Just then, the person leading the group suddenly stopped. The woman spoke slowly. The final boss is just up ahead. You guys can't come with us. With that, she pointed off into the distance. When the fight starts, you all just hide behind this giant bone. It's the boss's blind spot, so it's perfectly safe. The man leading the team nodded along. This boss is a real handful. Even for the two of us, it could take over an hour. During that time, don't do anything stupid. Hearing this, the portly fellow from before started sighing dramatically. Ugh, so boring. The life of a rich guy paying to get power leveled is just so simple and mind-numbingly dull. After giving their instructions, the two of them charged forward together, ready to face the berserk beastman. But before they could even get close, its gigantic blade came crashing down. The team leader didn't dare hesitate, raising his shield to block. The two of them worked to draw the attention of the berserk beastman while simultaneously launching attacks to whittle down its HP. The chubby guy watching this whole display from the sidelines couldn't help but sneer. What a bunch of amateurs. Taking this long on a boss of this level. The Jinchan mercenaries are seriously weak. Fei annoyed shot back, if you're so tough, why don't you go fight it? Unfortunately, the fatty paid the kid no mind because he'd spotted something glittering in the distance. A gemstone. The chubby guy's eyes instantly lit up. Is that a gem? This is just like in a manhwa. If the quality's good, who knows? I could probably sell it for a high price, and with that thought, he started running over, planning to claim it for himself. Seeing him take off, Fadesy shouted a warning, hey you numbskull. They told us not to wander around. At that very same moment, the berserk beastman suddenly let out a deafening roar, which completely baffled the team leader. What's with this bizarre behavior? Right before his astonished eyes, the raging beastman completely changed its course. The chubby guy, however, was still blissfully unaware of the danger, still riding the high from scoring some sweet loot. The team leader finally realized what the raging beastman was really after, and screamed a desperate warning. You idiot, get out of the way. But alas, it was too late. By the time the big fella realized what was happening, a fresh coat of red paint was already decorating the scenery. He had been turned into a meat patty with a single brutal swipe from the raging beastman. The bloody spectacle had Fei so scared he started cussing up a storm. The female team leader was equally horrified by the sight. If this kept up, all of their clients would be wiped out. Over on Xie Yu's side, his expression had turned grim, while the others were completely paralyzed with fear. They definitely weren't ready to cash in their chips just yet. Just then, the raging beastman launched its attack straight towards Xie Yu. The team leader's face instantly turned ghost white. It's over, we're finished. And yet Xie Yu remained perfectly calm, standing his ground. The very second the beastman's claws swiped at him, the blade in his hand flashed out. With the speed of a hurricane, a brilliant arc of light from his blade sliced clean across the raging beastman's body. This incredible scene left the team leader completely speechless, his brain unable to process what he'd just seen. But it was true, Xie Yu had actually insta-killed the A-rank boss of the Undercity. Seeing this, Feizi's admiration went off the charts. He yelled, "That's my big bro for ya." The woman who was just panicking a second ago was now in a state of utter disbelief. He did it in one slash, killing an A-rank boss like that. This is like something straight out of a manhwa. What kind of god-tier player is this guy? Xie Yu, meanwhile, was quite satisfied with his own power. He chuckled, hey, I've gotten a whole lot stronger. On top of that, he had also leveled up to 25. After 10 grueling days of high-intensity grinding, the day the Red Flame Dragon's domain finally opened had arrived. The trio of Xie Yu, Fadzi, and their companions stepped out from the teleportation gate. Looking at the breathtaking landscape before him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. So this is the place, wow, it's packed. Fadzi piped up excitedly, you bet it is. See, endgame dungeons are split into two types, team dungeons and public dungeons. And get this, the Xie Yu guild actually opened up that S-rank dungeon, the very one they were guarding with their lives. So naturally everyone's whispering that maybe Xie Yu can't actually clear this dungeon on their own. Hearing this, Xie Yu just smirked. Something even Xie Yu can't conquer. Heh, sounds right up my alley. Seeing his cocky attitude, Yun Zhao couldn't help but warn him. You really need to tone it down. Don't you remember how many enemies you end up making every single time? After a long wait, the countdown for the gate finally hit 0. It creaked open and everyone could now enter. All right, let's move, Xie Yu said, ready to go. But before he could even take a step, he froze in his tracks, shocked. The space in front of him had suddenly become a wide-open path. Everyone had parted like the Red Sea. He muttered to himself, totally bewildered, what in the world are they doing? Why are they clearing a path? Seeing him just standing there like a lost puppy, Fei Zi frantically yelled, Boss, get to the side now. Xie Yu was completely baffled, but before he could react, a smug, annoyed voice cut through the air. Ugh, players these days have absolutely no class. Don't even know to make way for the mighty Jin Chan guild. The one mouthing off was a young man with blonde hair, with a woman standing right beside him. Ugh, players these days have absolutely no class. Don't even know to make way for the mighty Jin Chan guild. The speaker was a blonde pretty boy, with a stunningly beautiful woman by his side. Someone in the crowd recognized them and whispered in terror. It's the Jin Chan guild, get out of the way, we can't afford to get on their bad side. Xie Yu just narrowed his eyes, staring at the arrogant group before him. The moment the pair appeared, the crowd erupted in hushed whispers. Hey look, it's the people from the Jin Chan guild, and that's the new guy with the insane track record, a rising star in the whole manhwa scene, sword hoarder Mao Du. Hearing all the gossip about himself, the blonde dude puffed out his chest and said with a smug grin, Now Tian Ye, you're selling me short. After all, they don't call me Mao, do the #1 hottie of the Jin Chan guild for nothing. My popularity is practically legendary, you know. At this, Tian Ye just rolled her eyes so hard she probably saw her own brain. Ugh, spare me with this airheaded peacock of yours. She couldn't understand why she had to be teamed up with this raging narcissist. It's absolutely revolting. Just then, Mao Du's attention was caught by something in the distance. He cried out in surprise, wait a minute, you're not? Seeing the guy staring at him, Xie Yu spoke up defensively. What's the deal, I'm Xie Yu, you got a problem? But Mao Du just shoved him aside, whipped out a flower from who knows where and pranced right up to Yun Zhao. He grinned, well now isn't this the lovely Miss Yun Zhao? Your performance in the extreme speed race last time was truly spectacular. The color instantly drained from Xie Yu's face. What in the world is this little punk trying to pull? And where did he even get a rose from? Mao Du paid him no mind, continuing to lay it on thick with Yun Zhao. If you're not busy, maybe you could teach me how to race sometime. Yun Zhao was completely taken aback, not knowing what to do. Standing nearby, Xie Yu was breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified that Yun Zhao would actually agree. But in that moment, a giant mecha arm shot out and grabbed Mao Du, hoisting him straight into the air in a classic manhwa scene. It was Xiao Huan's doing, she scoffed coldly. Hey Mao Du, you're as slow as a turtle in molasses. Dangling in the air, Mao Du protested loudly. Is Xiao Han, put me down this instant. I'm in the middle of something very important right now. Once again, the crowd began to murmur, wondering how the heck the Golden Flash Guild had a member like that. A giant mecha arm shot out and grabbed Mao Du, hoisting him straight into the air. It was Xiao Huan's doing, she scoffed coldly. Hey, Mao Du, you're taking forever. Dangling helplessly, Maodu shouted in protest. Xiao Han let me down. I'm busy with something really important here. Once again, the people gathered there began to buzz, talking about the Golden Flash Guild. And they hadn't just sent two people, even little Xiao Huanzi had shown up. There was also one other person, the top-ranked support of Golden Flash Jin Genzi. Genzi sat beside Xiao Han, still clutching a snack in her hand. But her mouth was busy with a far more pressing question. Is there anything good to eat in this underground domain? Xiao Ha chuckled softly. I hear there's a ton. I'll treat you to some grilled meat skewers in a bit. With that said, Xiao Han waved a friendly greeting to Xie Yu. Well, if it isn't little brother Xie Yu, hey, thanks for helping me deliver that letter to the weirdo Brit the other day. We'll meet up in a bit. With that, she led her people inside. Only then could Xie Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Xiao Ha had scared him so badly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness nothing bad happened. Just then a sudden cry of alarm pierced the air. Well, look who it is. The Blood Moon Guild has arrived. Yun Jiao flinched, her eyes darting to the side. And there, stepping out from the portal, were two people and a dog. That woman Ying Luan, she actually showed up too. The other guy was the master of the mecha dog beside her. The rumor is he has never failed. The #1 assassin with a 100% kill rate, the demon Zhen Tian. Xie Yu was afraid Yun Jiao wouldn't be able to control herself and would attack that Ying Luan woman. He quickly warned her, Yun Jiao, you can't be reckless right now. It's not the right time to settle the score with that woman. Yun Jiao pressed her lips together and replied, I understand. But right at that moment, a cannon suddenly fired. Zhen Tian and his companion hurriedly took a step back. The mecha dog, however, bolted forward, opened its mouth, and caught the explosive shell. Boom, smoke and fire erupted everywhere. When the smoke cleared a moment later, Zhen Tian and his partner were standing there perfectly fine. At that very moment, someone else stepped forward. Three men roared with righteous fury. Zhen Tian, even if it costs us our lives today, we will have our revenge. Seeing this scene, some of the onlookers couldn't help but laugh. But right at that moment, a cannon suddenly fired. Zhen Tian and his companion hurriedly took a step back. The mecha dog, however, bolted forward, opened its mouth, and caught the explosive shell. Boom, smoke and fire erupted everywhere. When the smoke cleared a moment later, Zhen Tian and his partner were standing there perfectly fine. At that very moment, someone else stepped forward. The three of them roared with righteous fury, Zhen Tian, even if it costs us our lives today, we will have our revenge. Seeing this, someone couldn't help but sigh. Are these people tired of living or something, daring to challenge? The demon Zhen Tian. This is the kind of epic showdown you only see in a manhwa, but they showed no fear of death, charging all together toward Zhen Tian. Seeing this, Zhen Tian let out a cold snort. You pitiful ants. And if you wish to die, then so be it, saying that he slowly reached for the sword at behind him. The instant his sword left its sheath, a flurry of sword glimmers began to dance in the air. The speed was so insane, it made Xie Yu break out in a cold sweat. Damn, this guy's no joke. Zhen Tian squinted at the three of them and announced coldly, you lot aren't even worthy of being killed by me. Go get him, Lo Shawan. The words had barely left his lips when his mechanical dog lunged forward, ready to tear them apart. In this life-or-death moment, three streams of energy suddenly wrapped around the trio's bodies, successfully shielding them from harm. It seemed that at the exact same moment, a portal swirled open again and someone stepped through. Seeing who they were, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It's the Xiongshi Guild. No wonder someone could cast a barrier skill from so far away. So it's the spirit sword master of the Xiongshi Guild, Long Tian. The man known as the spirit sword master spoke slowly. Let's stop here, he declared, with the Xiongshi Guild present. Jueya shouldn't even think about causing trouble. The woman beside him was Ling Ran, and she too added an icy warning. Zhen Tian, I absolutely will not allow you to trample all over the established order. Seeing the two of them, Zhen Tian immediately lost his patience, pouting as he said, ugh, more of these pesky flies, let's go Ying Luan. And with that, the two of them turned and headed inside. After they were gone, Long Tian struck a heroic pose straight out of a manhwa and boomed, everyone listen up, as long as We of the Xiangshi Guild are here the pillar of a justice shall not fall any and all evil. Will face our judgment. Xie Yu, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh. So eloquent and refined, a complete 180. From the Jin Chan Guild. Just then a young man with blue hair suddenly shouted excitedly. The Xiangshi Guild is going in too. The Koi Wu members haven't shown up, so I guess they're not participating. Alright then, it's our turn, let's get moving. But just at that moment, from within the doorway, a figure stepped out sternly, holding them back. Everyone hold your horses, you can't go in just yet. The man introduced himself as the official in charge of maintaining order in this underground city, representing the Human Blood Guild. He explained that since the number of players entering had exceeded 122, the crowd was just too big. As a result, they'd be deciding the entry order by drawing lots. With that, he handed out a random number to every single person. Entry would be based on the number you drew in sequential order. Feizi got his ticket and immediately cheered with excitement. Yes, I'm number 22. Standing near the front of the line, Yun Jiao also happily announced. I'm number 25. Feizi then glanced over at Xie Yu and asked quizzically, Hey boss, with your crazy good luck, I bet. You pulled something like number 10, right? But at that moment, Xie Yu's arm was shaking like a leaf in a hurricane, and his face looked as sour as if he'd just swallowed a lemon whole. He grumbled under his breath, Wait a second. What did that chubby official say again? There are 122 people in total this time, is that right? Because I somehow managed to draw the number 1 spot, if you're counting from the very back. Hearing this, Feiza absolutely couldn't hold it in. Ha ha ha, oh boss. Your luck is straight out of a gag manhwa. Don't feel too bad about it, we'll handle your share of the fighting for you. Xie Yu pouted. The handful of points from the first floor, I couldn't care less about those. I'm just worried about you two going in there alone. What if it's dangerous? Yun Jiao shot him a glare, snapping back irritably. Stop underestimating us, you should be thinking about how you're ever going to catch up. About how you're ever going to catch up. Feizi also chimed in to reassure Xie Yu then, pointed to a spot on their map. Alright, let's set a rendezvous point just in case. The exit of the first floor, the tomb of the spirit serpent. Alright, let's regroup, then we'll make our grand entrance to the second floor. While they were busy chatting, everyone else had already started filing in one by one. And now it was Feizi's turn to shine. Xie Yu, still playing the brooding observer outside, watched as the others headed in. His expression tightened. He had a bad feeling this wasn't going to be so simple. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the underground city, a colossal serpent, Wan Yuan, was lunging at the group. Mei Du scrambled to parry with his sword, channeling his power into the blade. In a flash, the serpent's back was enveloped in a pale blue light. A moment later, Ma Du unleashed an explosive sword strike, taking the serpent down in a single blow. Ma Du slicked his hair back, grinning smugly. Too easy. Gotta make sure the hair stays perfect. Then he turned to the others and proposed, All right, little crown prince, let's pack it up. But just as he was admiring his own work, 2 more serpents shot out from the shadows and attacked. Caught completely off guard, he was instantly wrapped up in their coils. He yelped in panic, How are there still more of you? Just in the nick of time, Tian Ye charged in with her sword. She scoffed, dripping with contempt, Ma Du, you really do make the perfect bait. With that, she moved like a dancer in the middle of a battlefield. Impossibly graceful, yet the flashes from her blade were lethally sharp. A classic Manhwa swordmaster move that dealt with both serpents in a heartbeat. But all around them, countless more blood-red eyes began to appear, staring them down from the darkness. Tian Ye pouted, muttering under her breath. You've managed to attract every single snake monster in the area. At that exact moment, a bubble of water suddenly appeared. Jin Genzi, while creating the bubble, shouted, Have no fear, for Jin Genzi is here. I won't let any of you get hurt. In a flash, a bubble of water suddenly appeared. Jin Genzi, while creating the bubble, shouted, Have no fear, for Jin Genzi is here. I won't let any of you get hurt. In an instant, the water bubble enveloped Ma Du, who immediately started gloating from inside, you can't touch this. At the same time, Xiao Huang yelled out a command. Xiao Jinggang, activate assault mode. Barbecue these monsters before us. The words had barely left her mouth when the mecha behind her locked and loaded every single weapon in its body. Without a shred of hesitation, they unleashed their full firepower. Boom, an absolutely earth-shattering explosion went off, blowing the giant serpent to smithereens. The three ladies high-fived in celebration. Our teamwork is just flawless. The only one not celebrating was poor Mao Du. Covered in soot and looking as black as charcoal, he complained bitterly. Flawless, are you kidding me? You blew me into a walking piece of barbecue. You did that on purpose. Didn't you? Unfortunately for him, the three ladies couldn't have cared less, turning and walking away, which only made him even more furious. Don't you underestimate me, you bunch of women. Little did they know up above, someone had been observing their entire battle. Ying Luan spoke with a condescending tone, so this is the Golden Toad Guild. They really don't look like much of a threat to us. Hearing this, Zhen Tian offered a word of caution. Don't be fooled by appearances, let's go check somewhere else. In another part of the snake cavern, a different group was also under attack by giant serpents. Suddenly, the monsters started breathing fire, causing the players to panic. But there was one man who remained completely unfazed. He slowly drew his sword. Long Tian stated coolly, fire-type monsters. Then their weakness is ice. As he spoke, he unleashed a single frost-infused slash, instantly freezing two of the giant serpents solid. At the same time, Ling Ran charged forward with his own blade, which was glowing with a brilliant, holy light, and sliced down, dicing the serpent's body into a million pieces, a classic Manhwa hero move. Witnessing this incredible display, the other players immediately lit up with joy. It's the Lionheart Guild, we're saved. After the dust settled, Ling Ran asked with a confused look on his face. Long Tian, this place is called the Scarlet Purgatory Dragon's Domain. So why have we only been fighting snake monsters this whole time? Long Tian calmly explained, in ancient legends, snakes are known as little dragons. They possess the ability to one day transform into a true dragon. Just like us, every snake here dreams of becoming a dragon. Hearing that, Ling Ran didn't ask any more questions. He quickly suggested, all right, let's get a move on. We need to stick to the plan and reach the final floor as fast as we can. But little did they know they were being spied on by members of the Blood Moon Guild. Ying Luan couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Man, as expected of the Lion Guild, not only are their individual skills off the charts, but their coordination is just flawless. Zhen Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, but they're not our target. Wing Laoan gasped in surprise. Not them, then, who could possibly be important enough to make the guildmaster himself show up? Could it be? Before she could even finish her sentence, Zhen Tian nodded, confirming her suspicion. That's right, I've already made all the arrangements. Your next mission is to make sure those two don't show up and get in my way. This guy is insanely strong. I have to give it my all to make sure he's put down for good. Meanwhile, in another part of the cave, a lone figure was moving stealthily. It was Yun Jiao all by herself at the moment, and she was muttering unhappily to herself. That little rascal Xiao Feizi told me to go this way, so where is everybody? But after just a few more steps, she suddenly froze in her tracks. Something liquid was dripping from the ceiling above. Yun Jiao dodged back in a flash, and sure enough, right at that moment, a massive python dropped down. Without a shred of fear, she launched herself into the air. She let out a cold, and cursed, you disgusting monster. And with that said, Yun Jiao brought her blade down in a single swift strike, killing the python instantly. And for her troubles, she obtained a poison sac. She gasped in amazement, so this really is an S-rank dungeon. Even the materials dropped by trash mobs are high grade in this manhwa. But as she was collecting her loot, a sudden noise from behind made Yun Jiao jump. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the source of the sound, ready to eliminate whatever monster was hiding there. But just as her weapon was about to strike, a scream rang out that made Yun Jiao freeze. Hold it, her attack freezes mid-air. The fluffy helmet suddenly falls off, and what do you know, it's Fei Zi. The kiddo quickly pipes up, it's me, Big Sis Yun. Yun Jiao sees him and looks completely unimpressed. Little Fei Zi, what in the world are you doing? Fei Zi just grins cheekily. This is my special monster-proof outfit. With this, I'm not scared of any surprise monster attacks. Hearing this, Yun Jiao looks at him with pure disgust. That thing is absolutely hideous. Take it off now. From now on, you just stick close to me, understand? Fadzi gives a small nod. Okay, so let's head to the final point on this floor and wait for Big Bro. Meanwhile, Ying Luan is lurking in the shadows, spying on them. He then immediately reports back to Zhen Tian. The other two have no intention of meeting up with you. Zhen Tian's reply is swift. I understand. In another part of the world back on the outside after several long hours. The number 122 is finally called. Xie Yu, looking utterly fed up, tilts his head back and curses the sky. What kind of garbage rules are these? Making me wait for half a day, just you wait. This underground city is as good as mine. After his little speech, he storms off in a huff. And with a whoosh, he dives straight into the portal. In a flash, Xie Yu finds himself inside the first floor cave. He glances around, taking in the scene. He can't help but frown and mutter to himself, "This place is massive. Which way am I supposed to go to meet up with Yun Jiao and the others?" But right at that moment, a voice suddenly rings out. "So you finally decided to show up." Xie Yu flinches, startled. Just as the weapon comes slicing down, a sudden scream makes Yun Jiao jump. Wait, her attack freezes on the spot. That goofy-looking furry hat falls off, revealing none other than Fei Zi. The kiddo yelps, "It's me, Big Sis Yun." Seeing him, Yun Jiao demands with pure annoyance, his eyes instantly filling with caution. The newcomer is Zhen Tian, accompanied by his mecha dog. This is some classic Manhwa villain entrance. He opens his mouth, his voice cold as ice. Too bad, you don't need to choose a path, because this is where your journey ends. Zhen Tian's tone is absolutely dripping with killing intent. Xie Yu's eyes narrow. So they were plotting against him after all. They had been targeting him from the very beginning. You know, this is actually a good thing. It proves Zhen Tian isn't after Yun Jiao and Feizi. With that in mind, Xie Yu arched an eyebrow, his voice dripping with provocation. Bring it on, Blood Moon. Why don't you all just come at me at once? Taking you out one by one is just a damn hassle. Zhen Tian just scoffed, his voice ice cold. Don't be in such a hurry. For all the sins you've committed against the Blood Moon, I'll make sure you pay for every single one of them right here. The moment the words left his mouth, he drew his blade and freaking threw it. Xie Yu couldn't help but freak out. Aren't these samurai wannabe types you see in every action manhwa supposed to be all about their precious swordsmanship? Who the hell just throws their sword like that? The blade sliced through the air with ferocious speed. But just as quickly, a pair of hands snatched it mid-flight, giving Xie Yu another minor heart attack. Somehow Zhen Tian had appeared right in front of Xie Yu out of nowhere. But our boy was no slouch either. He reacted in a flash, raising his own blade to parry. His first strike foiled. Zhen Tian didn't even flinch. He just let out a cold snort. Not bad reflexes. With the command Rakshasa, his mecha hound lunged at Xie Yu in a frenzy. Hey, isn't this a 2-on-1 fight? Not daring to let his guard down for a second, Xie Yu quickly transformed his blade of devouring, which morphed into a long sword. He unleashed a flurry of wild slashes, forcing Zhen Tian and his pet project backward. This sight made Zhen Tian's lips curl into a wicked smirk. He reached behind his back, drawing another blade. His voice was practically dripping with bloodlust. A weapon that can shapeshift. How fascinating. Prey like you is something I just can't let go of. Xie Yu didn't back down an inch. He raised his sword in response. Then bring it on. And with that, they charged. Their clash sending a shower of sparks flying everywhere. The blade of devouring in Xie Yu's hand began to tremble, as if it was buzzing with pure excitement. Xie Yu went on the offensive with a barrage of slashes, but Zhen Tian was his equal in every way, effortlessly parrying each and every blow. He smirked condescendingly. I'll give you this, you're not half bad. At least you didn't go down in one hit. Biting his lip with ferocious intent, Zhen Tian threw his blade away again. His voice was a chilling whisper. Now then, try not to die on me too quickly. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette vanished. The next time he appeared, he was already clashing blades with Xie Yu. Xie Yu couldn't shake the feeling that this guy wasn't just his equal in raw power. He could also freaking teleport to wherever his blades landed. Just as Xie Yu was trying to process this madness, Zhen Tian's silhouette vanished in a flash, only to pop up right behind him. He then aggressively hurled the blade in his hand. Thankfully, Xie Yu's reflexes were on point, and he managed to parry with his own sword. But no sooner had he blocked one blade than another came flying at him, pushing him further and further onto the defensive. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged several more blows, with Xie Yu being forced back with every single one. But Zhen Tian had absolutely no intention of letting him off the hook. He recalled his two blades, giving Xie Yu the perfect opening to lunge forward with a savage strike. Unfazed Zhen Tian simply tossed another blade with chilling composure, forcing Xie Yu to dodge once more. A look of pure annoyance flashed in his eyes. Seriously, does this guy have an infinite supply of blades? While he was busy dealing with Zhen Tian's spam attack, his pet suddenly charged in blade in hand. Xie Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. He scrambled to dodge, narrowly escaping the pincer attack from master and pet. Zhen Tian arched an eyebrow, his face oozing with smug satisfaction. Time to end this. There's no escaping this next one. With that, he lunged forward with ferocious intent. Only at that very moment, Xie Yu just smirked calmly and replied, "What if I don't need to dodge?" Zhen Tian paid his words no mind, unleashing a vicious slash. A massive wave of purple energy surged towards him. Not daring to be careless, Xie Yu knew this was a classic Manhwa showdown. He began to unleash his own radiating sword energy. Boom! The two immense energies slammed into each other. The air crackled with the sound of pure power. The energy crescendoed for a moment before erupting in a massive explosion. Dust and debris filled the air. Seeing this, Zhen Tian couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Well, to think you actually blocked that. You're making this hunt more and more interesting. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes, raising a challenging eyebrow. We'll see who the real prey is here. But I'll admit you're not half bad. If I take you down, I'll rake in a boatload of points. The words barely left his mouth before both of them vanished in a flash. Clang. The sound of their clash echoed through the air. Zhen Tian scoffed coldly. Heh, you're welcome to try. But just then a cloud of purple smoke erupted out of nowhere, startling them both. Boom! The smoke bomb exploded with a deafening bang. Zhen Tian glared cautiously in that direction, his voice sharp. Who's there? When the dust settled, a figure was revealed casually sitting on a broomstick, floating in midair like a character straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Xie Yu's eyes went wide with disbelief. Who in the world is this person? That's when the mysterious figure decided to speak. All right, you two, that's enough. Break it up. According to the guild's peace treaty, fellow guild members have the right to supervise one another and to prohibit any pointless third-party combat. She announced that she, on behalf of the Kuai-Wu Guild, was officially forbidding this private duel between Xie Yu and Zhen Tian. Hearing this, Zhen Tian was obviously not having it. The Kuai-Wu Guild. Don't you guys usually mind your own business and stay out of other guilds' affairs? Don't even think about stopping me. Anyone who gets in my way dies. With that, he pointed his blade straight at the girl as a final warning. And a second later, Zhen Tian charged right at her. The girl hastily dodged out of the way and gracefully landed on the ground. She eyed Zhen Tian warily. Meanwhile, a confused Xie Yu also spoke up. Kuai-Wu Guild, what exactly are you trying to pull here? I won't hesitate to treat you as an enemy if I have to. Hearing this, the girl quickly tried to explain. Wait, hold on, I'm from the Intelligence Guild. Here, this is our insignia. Let me finish talking, will you? I came here to deliver an urgent mission. Then she grumbled, enemy, what enemy? I'm here to save you, genius. Xie Yu was completely lost watching as she activated another spell. And in the blink of an eye right beneath their feet, a teleportation circle materialized. Seeing this, Zhen Tian roared in frustration. Luo Shawan, don't let her get away with this. At his master's command, the hound lunged forward, aiming straight for the girl. Seeing things were about to go sideways, Xie Yu immediately jumped in the middle of it all, using his blade to block the attack. But in the chaos, he accidentally bumped into the girl. In that single instant, the teleportation circle's energy flared wildly. And then the whole thing just exploded with power. Zhen Tian was so furious he could grind his teeth to dust. Damn it! You Ash Guild bastards, just you wait. Meanwhile, at the other end of that disastrous teleportation, Xie Yu blinked his eyes open, utterly bewildered, and muttered, what the hell just happened? That last moment. But when he finally got a look at where he was standing, His confusion cranked up to 11. Xie Yu glared at the girl demanding answers. How did I end up in this godforsaken place? What did you do? Where even are we? The girl, however, looked just as clueless as he felt. Mumbling in a daze, yeah, where are we? I'm sure I set the coordinates for the exit. Hearing that, Xie Yu's frustration boiled over and he yelled, Are you kidding me? What kind of messed up manhwa plot is this? Wasn't this your doing? How can you not even know where you are? The girl frantically started checking the coordinates. And after a long moment, she finally spoke up. Found it. We've been teleported to the border region of the underground city. Xie Yu heard this and asked skeptically, So how far is it back to where we just were? The girl answered slowly. Roughly a 2-day journey. Those words just made Xie Yu even more furious. He roared, Are you messing with me? Teleport me back right now. She was clearly terrified by his outburst and quickly shook her head, saying, I'm sorry I can't do that. And even if I could, I wouldn't send you back. Getting you far away from the battlefield, that was my entire goal. You can't go back. Hearing her confess made Xie Yu's blood boil. That battlefield is the whole reason I came to the underground city. Xie Yu's brow furrowed as he questioned her suspiciously. What do you mean by that? If you don't start explaining, and fast, then I'm not going to let you off easy. The girl let out a resigned sigh. Because if I hadn't interfered, you would have died in the underground city. This revelation shocked Xie Yu even more. The girl began to explain slowly, You probably don't know this. The leader of our Grey Mist Guild, you see, has a power you'd only read about in a crazy manhwa absolute prediction. That day our leader foresaw a great calamity descending, a disaster that would claim countless lives, and that the chosen one would be buried right here in the Black Flame. All our other members were tied up on other missions, so the guild leader sent me here. Even if we can't stop the disaster, the hope was to at least save you, Xie Yu. Hearing all this, Xie Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Seriously. This game even has powers as ridiculously OP as clairvoyance. But he still didn't get it. Even if the prophecy was real, he had absolutely no connection to the Grey Mist Guild. So why on earth would they go out of their way to help him? The girl patiently explained, It's because the weapon in your hand is connected to something our guild is desperately searching for. So to us, you're basically a precious endangered panda. Having said her piece, she cheerfully introduced herself. Alrighty then, the name's Lin Wei Er. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. All we have to do now is wait right here for my skill to come off cooldown. Then I'll teleport you right out of here. And, bam, mission complete. However, Xie Yu immediately turned to leave. Sorry, but I can't just sit around and do nothing. Wei Er was completely baffled by his reaction. Wait a minute, you still don't believe me. Xie Yu's voice was firm and unwavering. I have teammates in another location. If what you're saying is true, they're in even more danger right now. His words sent a jolt of panic through Wei Er. Her voice trembled as she stammered. You have teammates. I'm sorry, but trying to get out of this place is completely impossible. My guild leader and I specifically predicted that you would meet your end right here, which is exactly how I knew to come and save you beforehand. Xie Yu latched onto that immediately. In that case, it means we can still save the others. Do you know where your guild leader is right now? Going back to where you were, the route is incredibly long and dangerous. But no matter how much she pleaded, Xie Yu's resolve was unshakable. If you're too scared, then you can just stay here. I can't afford to waste another single second. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon at the Serpent's Grotto, Yun Jiao and his partner were having a pretty successful haul. But a sense of unease was starting to creep in on Yun Jiao. Still no word from Xie Yu? Feizi answered nonchalantly, he's probably still just chilling at the entrance. But just as he finished speaking, a crackling, static-filled sound burst through. Hey little Feizi, you there, can you hear me? Feizi immediately beamed and said, Speak of the devil and he shall appear. I'm getting a signal from the boss. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Xie Yu was busy slicing and dicing his way through a horde of monsters. He was desperately trying to contact the others to warn Yun Jiao. Listen to me. He tried to say, this underground city is probably way more dangerous than we imagined. Both of you stay exactly where you are and wait for me to regroup with you. Except Feizi couldn't make out a single word and asked back in utter confusion. Boss, what are you saying? I can't hear you clearly over here. Oh, you're saying you're in a hurry to meet up with us. Xie Yu roared back in frustration. You idiot! I said the two of you need to stop moving. Stay put and wait for me. I'm gonna be a little late. Unfortunately, it was the same story. Faisy still couldn't hear a thing. Our hero would say one thing and the kid would interpret it in a completely different way. The signal is awful, boss. So, you're saying we should just keep moving forward? And just like that, Yun Jiao and his partner advanced to the second floor. Back on his end, Xie Yu was absolutely beside himself, screaming into his comms. Hey, the signal's cutting out. What is this piece of junk communicator? It's like something out of a badly drawn manhwa. How is it that I can hear you perfectly fine, but you can't hear a single word I'm saying? After his rant, Xie Yu glared at Wei who was hovering right behind him. He asked warily, and what exactly are you doing? Wei explained with an awkward blush. This is my first time seeing an extreme hetero ring up close, you see. Could I maybe touch it for a second? Get away from me. I've got enough problems as it is. Wei explained with an awkward blush. This is my first time seeing an extreme hetero ring up close, you see. Could I maybe touch it for a second? Stay away from me. I'm annoyed enough as it is. Stay away from me. I'm annoyed enough as it is. Hearing that Xie Yu snapped at her before turning to check his system again. To his surprise, it announced a new route had opened up, asking if he wanted to proceed. With no other options, Xie Yu followed its guidance, but when he arrived at the location, he mumbled in confusion. Is this the branching path it was talking about? But now there are new routes on both sides, and they look a little strange. Just then Wei offered, in that case allow me to scout things out. Without another word, she activated her magical probe. But in just a few moments, the expression on Wei face turned incredibly ugly. She trembled and muttered, maybe we shouldn't go this way. I can feel it. There's an incredibly powerful and terrifying magic source up ahead. But of course, Xie Yu just smirked, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of a fight. Nope, this is exactly the way we're going. It's a faster route, and it's got stronger monsters. What's not to love? And just like that, he plunged headfirst into the danger zone. It wasn't long, however, before Xie Yu ran into some monsters. But he didn't even flinch, calmly squaring up to face them. He pouted, thinking to himself, the mobs in this area are definitely no joke. Just as Xie Yu was getting into a rhythm with them, a massive fireball suddenly shot past him from behind, which understandably scared the daylights out of him. He whipped around to see Wei behind him blasting away with her fire magic. She kept shouting warnings at him, be careful. This type of monster has a poison effect. Getting hit would be a real pain. But instead of being grateful, Xie Yu just got annoyed and yelled at her. You nearly gave me a heart attack and you just stole my EXP. Getting yelled at, Wei sheepishly apologized. He just huffed and said coldly, I'll handle the rest myself. With that, his weapon rapidly transformed into a spear. Seeing this, Wei couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The weapon's form, it changed. Is that the legendary abyssal blade? It's like something straight out of a manhwa. Xie Yu didn't bother answering. He just dashed forward in a blur of motion. It didn't take long at all before Xie Yu ran smack into another pack of monsters. But he didn't back down, calmly preparing to deal with them. He pursed his lips. Well, now the monsters here really are on another level. While he was tangling with them, a blast of fire suddenly erupted from behind him, making him jump out of his skin. He looked back and yup, there was Wei launching fire attacks from a safe distance. All while she was shouting, watch out. These things can poison you. Getting hurt would be a huge hassle. And again, instead of thank you, Xie Yu just got ticked off and yelled. You scared me half to death and stop kill-stealing my experience points. Getting chewed out again, Wei just apologized guiltily. He snorted, then said frostily, the rest are mine. I'll deal with them. And with that, he swiftly changed his weapon's form into a spear. In the blink of an eye, he zipped past the entire horde of monsters. Wei watched from the sidelines, her eyes filled with pure admiration. So the abyssal blade truly possesses a power beyond the ordinary. But even so, the guildmaster's warning can't be wrong. I just hope my teleportation skill finishes its cooldown before we run into a real catastrophe. This way I can protect Xie Yu. Of course, our boy was completely oblivious to what was going on in Wei head. Xie Yu was still laser-focused on destroying monsters, and he had just taken down his 20th one. Xie Yu gave a satisfied nod. The EXP payout isn't half bad, he thought. Ding leveled up again, but just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes suddenly shot wide open. It's a dead end, Xie Yu exclaimed in surprise. All that's here are these bizarre statues. Wei also furrowed her brow, muttering, the system guide shouldn't be wrong. After a long, thoughtful silence, Xie Yu finally spoke up. Ah, I get it now. Take a look around this place. Doesn't this whole setup just scream puzzle level to you? Following his gaze, Wei looked down and immediately saw them. 4 orbs of different colors lying on the ground, with 4 stone pedestals surrounding them. In addition, 4 massive dragon statues loomed before them, set against the backdrop of a blood-red moon. As he spoke, Xie Yu picked up one of the orbs. Based on my vast experience from every RPG and manhwa I've ever binged, these differently colored orbs must represent 4 dragons with different elemental attributes. This red one, for instance, has to be for the fire dragon. The next step is obviously to place each orb on its corresponding stone tower. The one with fins on its head, that's the water dragon. So it gets the blue orb. The one covered in green moss must be the wood dragon, which pairs up with the green orb. And Mr. Spiky Head over there is obviously the thunder dragon, so he gets the yellow orb. Wei followed Xie Yu's logic, and together they placed the orbs on their pedestals. Then she asked uncertainly, so that we just put the orbs on the towers and that's it. The words had barely left her mouth when a strange rumbling started from beneath them. But Xie Yu felt like something was off. He frowned, thinking out loud, hold on, isn't this a little too simple? With only 4 orbs, even if you just guess randomly through trial and error, there are only 16 possible combinations. Before Wei could even reply, her eyes widened at a new sight. She gasped in horror. When in the world did all these monsters show up? They're completely blocking our way in. Xie Yu didn't look too happy about this either. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, so you're telling me? And we still haven't solved the puzzle. Of course, it was never going to be that easy. Did we miss something? With that, he went back to examining the array on the ground. The light from the 4 giant dragons was all converging on the center of the altar, as if they were summoning something, but there wasn't any spare orb lying around for this kind of central piece setup. But it didn't take long for an idea to strike Xie Yu. Wait a minute, the dragons are summoning something, and this place is the Blood Moon Underground City. Don't tell me this has something to do with that dragon egg I got from Blood Moon ages ago. With that thought, he quickly whipped out the egg. Wire, looking extremely worried, hesitantly asked, Xie Yu, what do we do? These monsters are about to charge us. Should we fight our way out? Hold on, let me try something first, Xie Yu replied, shaking his head slightly before placing the egg right in the center. A moment later, the altar reacted again, and the surrounding monsters froze in their tracks. Seeing this, Wire cheered happily. It worked, the monsters stopped, but Xie Yu remained still, muttering in confusion. But I'd say that's not right, it still hasn't hatched. Just then, a sudden burst of energy erupted from above. The force was so overwhelmingly powerful that it sent both Xie Yu and Wire flying backward. Biting his lip hard, Xie Yu gritted his teeth and mumbled, an attack from above. Who is it? But when he looked up, a colossal figure had appeared overhead, and along with it came a voice brimming with majestic authority. Humans, you are bold, not only daring to enter this forbidden land, but also foolish enough to activate a forbidden seal. This is an absolute classic manhwa trope right here. For your ignorance, and you will pay with your lives, it was a massive dragon, and the aura it radiated was absolutely terrifying. Wire screamed in horror. This is bad, that oppressive power is insane. I'm afraid this is a vicious beast. Hearing this, Xie Yu was confused and muttered, a vicious beast. What's that? Wait. Ni slowly explained, legend has it that deep within the underground city, there's a special kind of monster. It's intelligent and can even talk with players. Up until now, only someone with the power of a guild master has been able to stand against it. This type of monster is what we call a vicious beast. And right on cue, The evil dragon attacked Xie Yu and Wei Ni scrambled to defend, but in the blink of an eye, Xie Yu's health bar was chopped in half. He bit his lip and cursed, "Damn it, this thing hits like a truck, and my HP wasn't even full to begin with." Wei Ni was also panicking, muttering, "Don't tell me this is the calamity the prophecy was talking about. If so, does that mean I'm the one who personally led Xie Yu straight to his doom?" Just then the evil dragon roared out, "Go forth, my minions. Go and crush these humans." Hearing this classic line, Wei Ni panicked even more, yelling, "This is bad, those monsters are about to swarm us." With that, she immediately threw up a defensive barrier. She yelled out an order. "Xie Yu, I'll hold them off here. You go take out the monsters at the entrance. That's our only way out of this Manhwa mess." "Got it." He gave a slight nod and then charged headfirst toward the monster horde at the exit. Meanwhile, Wei Ni was getting absolutely hammered by the vicious beasts. Energy getting pushed back step by step, she screamed. "A little faster, the vicious beasts' attacks are more than I can handle. I'm about to break." Now these lesser monsters were numerous, but they weren't all that tough. They could definitely still make a run for it. But the puzzle, he was so clearly just one step away from solving it. Xie Yu couldn't understand why that egg just wouldn't hatch. What on earth had he missed as this thought raced through his mind? He shot a frustrated look back towards the egg in the distance. That's when he saw it. It moved, and at that exact moment, Wei Ni screamed again, "I'm not gonna make it," but Xie Yu was actually getting super pumped up, shouting, "I get it now, this is the spot," and just like that, he swung his blade, unleashing a wave of energy so powerful it completely shattered the cliff face in front of him. With a loud rumble, the stone wall crumbled right before their very eyes. Xie Yu then roared, "Lin Wire, I'm coming to help you." Without a moment's delay, he swung his blade down again, a powerful arc of energy, shooting straight into Wire's defensive formation. She cried out in shock, "We're saved, but wait. You just blocked the exit. How are we supposed to get out of here?" Xie Yu, who wasn't worried in the slightest, just chuckled and said, "And what if we don't need to run? The moon's reflection moves the anomaly. Zhu Guangran stirs its heart." This was the information from the egg. He asked Wire if she'd noticed. The shadow on the ground was slowly creeping towards the position of the egg. If Xie Yu's guess was right, this was the reason why the blood moon in the sky was gradually shifting, which also meant that they just had to wait a little longer and the moon's shadow would completely cover the egg. Right on cue, Xie Yu raised his blade to the sky and roared, "Let's go." The second he spoke, his energy and the evil beast's power began to clash relentlessly. The evil dragon watched this epic Manhwa-style scene unfold and couldn't help but muse, to think a mere human possesses this much strength. However, it's still far too weak. But Xie Yu couldn't care less. He suddenly yelled, "Lin Wei, look over there." Hearing him, Wire snapped her head around and saw that the sacrificial altar was now completely covered by the moon's shadow, with the egg lying right smack in the center of it all. Xie Yu immediately roared, "This is it. Use your fire ability and attack the egg." Wire was a little bewildered, asking back, "Are you serious? We have to attack the egg?" He nodded with absolute certainty. "Trust me, attack it now, or the moon's shadow's going to disappear." Hearing that, Wire didn't dare hesitate for another second. He blasted the egg with a full-on fire attack. In an instant, it was scorched and the eggshell started to tremble. Xie Yu gnawed on his lip, waiting for the results. "This has gotta work," he thought. "Otherwise, I'm a goner." Thankfully, the universe didn't ghost him. The egg began to shake violently and then crack. The shell gave way. Weir's eyes went wide at the sight. Xie Yu's jaw was practically on the floor. Right on cue, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, player, you have successfully unlocked a new quest, The Secret of the Dragon Egg. The quest reward is one pet, the little winged dragon." The moment it hatched from its shell, the little winged dragon laid eyes on Xie Yu from across the way. It immediately launched itself into his arms, but he just grumbled in disappointment. "I thought this egg was hiding some kind of legendary weapon, but in the end, It just hatched a baby dragon. What the heck am I supposed to do with this? But before he could finish his sentence, the little winged dragon chomped down on Xie Yu's finger, which just made him even more ticked off. Hey, you dare bite your master. Weir, on the other hand, was totally delighted. She scooped up the little winged dragon, laughing. As she said, don't underestimate him, pets. In this kind of manhwa game have insane potential. Take Gen Tian's Asura Ringhound, for example. When it teams up with its player, it can unleash unbelievable combat power. Since you're its master, you can probably see all of its attributes and functions now. And wow, this little fella was loaded with functions. Something Xie Yu had never expected. Just then, the evil dragon's voice boomed. Out, so you've broken the seal. Perfect timing. Now you can all be destroyed. Together, as soon as the words were out, another bolt of lightning shot out. Weir saw it coming and shrieked in panic. Oh crap, the evil beast is attacking again. Xie Yu was also sweating bullets. He thought to himself, is this little winged dragon really all that powerful? Well, let's find out. And just like that, he activated the Dragon Wing support skill. In an instant, the little winged dragon's eyes began to glow. A blinding beam of energy erupted from its tiny body, shooting straight up into the heavens. Xie Yu and his companion, watching from the sidelines, could only stare with their jaws on the floor. When the light finally faded, they finally got a look at Xiao Yilong. Except he wasn't so Zhao or little anymore. He'd gone full-on Da, as in gigantic. He had evolved into the Yan Yilong, a magnificent beast straight out of a fantasy manhwa wreathed in scorching flames. The evil dragon saw this and just scoffed, oozing contempt. Yan Yilong, you itching for another round of getting utterly annihilated by me. Seeing how ridiculously powerful his new dragon was, Xie Yu immediately spent some points to unlock the Soaring Wind ability. The great dragon strode over to the pair and lowered its body. Weir muttered in confusion. Is it telling us to get on? Just then another bolt of lightning from the evil dragon came crashing down. But Yan Yilong had already taken to the skies. It blasted right through the lightning storm and soared upwards, carrying Xie Yu and Weir along for the ride. In a flash, they were face to face with the evil dragon. Our boy leaped off the dragon's back and yelled with icy determination, "It's our turn now." And just like that, Xie Yu plunged his blade straight into the evil dragon. But he wasn't done. He dragged the sword along its back, carving a massive gash. Roaring in pain and fury, the evil dragon screamed, "You insignificant little human!" Meanwhile, Weir wasn't just sitting around looking pretty. She unleashed a barrage of fire and shouted, "Xie Yu, I've got your back." With her covering fire pinning the beast down, Xie Yu found the perfect opening. He yanked his blade free and rammed it straight through the evil dragon's skull. At the same moment, the system announced that the mission was complete. Xie Yu expertly dodged the dragon's thrashing death throes and plunged his sword into it one more time for good measure. See, he'd cleverly left an attack sigil on its body earlier. And right on cue, that energy erupted in a massive internal explosion. Xie Yu dodged the fallout and bellowed, "Yan Yilong." Instantly, the flame-winged dragon swooped in, catching Xie Yu and Weir midair. Our guy was seriously pleased, praising his partner, perfect teamwork. Weir, ever the practical one, suggested we should get out of here while we can. But the second the words left her mouth, her pupils shrank in terror. "Model?" She let out a terrified shriek. As expected, a beast that monstrous wasn't going down that easily. In the blink of an eye, it was about to surround them completely. The evil dragon blocked the flame-winged dragon's path and roared menacingly. "You pathetic humans don't even dream of escaping my grasp." Seeing this, Wei Ni yelled at the top of her lungs, "Xie Yu, get down." She then tried to cast another spell, but her mana hadn't fully recovered yet. She was just hoping she could at least manage a short-range teleport. A moment later, Wei Ni activated the transportation circle. The flame-winged dragon zipped right through the magic circle, successfully dodging the evil dragon. Seeing that, he let out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. How is anyone supposed to fight a monster like that? It's like a final boss from a dark fantasy manhwa. Wei Ni, seeing that she'd been useful, gloated with a smug grin. "So pretty amazing, right? My teleportation skill really saved our skins." Xie Yu just shot her a disgruntled look and snorted. Let's not forget it was your teleportation that dumped me in this godforsaken place to begin with. Cornered by the truth, Wei Ni quickly changed the subject. Okay, stop blaming me, just look at this. I managed to grab something on the way out. In her hand was a shimmering stone. It was a holy edict dragon scale of the thunder attribute. When Xie Yu was fighting the wicked beast earlier, this little thing had fallen off it. And Wei Ni wanted to give it to him. Hearing that, Xie Yu's eyes lit up. For real, awesome. Even though her little teleporting mishap had cost him a ton of time. In the end, he scored a flame-winged dragon and a holy edict dragon scale. Xie Yu asked, a little curious, so what does this thing do? Wei Ni eagerly explained, this is a holy edict dragon scale. It's an insanely rare item. It can give your thunder attribute powers a massive boost. Xie Yu was over the moon when he heard that. He never imagined he'd score such a huge prize. He couldn't stop thanking Wei Ni. Wei Ni just giggled. No need to thank me. Just think of it as my way of making up for dragging you into this dangerous mess. After chatting for a bit, the two decided to find a safe place to rest. They desperately needed to recover their strength after that insane battle. Along the way, Xie Yu couldn't stop thinking about the new power he'd just obtained. He felt like he was on a completely different level than before. He promised himself that he would use this power wisely, to protect the people he cared about. A holy edict dragon scale? Man, I really hit the jackpot. Thank you. Wei Ni's face suddenly turned bright red. She stammered shyly, No, you don't have to. Thank me. This was all part of the mission the Guildmaster assigned to me. Now that we have the Flame Wing Dragon, it looks like we'll be able to get back to where we started pretty soon. Wei Ni thought that, since they'd successfully escaped from that monster's turf. Phew, so much for the Guildmaster's prediction. I just hope this doesn't lead to any more trouble. Just then Xie Yu barked out an order. Yan Yi Long full speed ahead. I have to regroup with Yun Jiao's and Xiao Feizi and fast. Hearing that, Yan Yi Long kicked it into overdrive and blasted off. Meanwhile, back where Xiao Feizi and Yun Jiao were waiting, they had run into a little monster problem of their own. Xiao Feizi tossed a bomb and yelled, "Don't you dare underestimate me, eat this." With a massive boom, the bomb detonated, but that wasn't all. A flash of a sword came flying in from a distance. Looking like a total pro from some action manhwa, Yun Jiao skillfully annihilated the beast. She flashed a cheerful smile and said, "All right, all the dragon souls on this level are collected. Let's get ready for the next floor." Xiao Feizi chuckled. "We're clearing these stages so fast. I'm worried Big Bro won't be able to keep up." But just as the words left his lips, the kid suddenly yelped in surprise. Wait a sec. The radar's acting weird. There's a red dot that's been following us from not too far behind. Could another monster be on our tail? But just as quickly, Xiao Feizi dismissed his own theory. "No, that's not right. I think someone's, stalking us." Hearing this, Yun Jiao's brow furrowed as she muttered suspiciously, "Someone's stalking us." Then she swung her sword right at the empty air and bellowed, "Who is it?" Kaboom! The wall in front of them was instantly pulverized, filling the air with a cloud of dust and debris. When the smoke finally cleared, the figure of Ying Luan was revealed. She smirked. "Oh, so you found me? Have you?" Yun Jiao's eyes went wide in disbelief. Of all the people it could be, it had to be her. Ying Luan didn't even bother to look at them. Pouting as she said, "I have no interest in you two. I was only following you to find out where Xie Yu is. Why hasn't he met up with you yet?" But while she was still busy running her mouth, Yun Jiao had already lunged forward to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched a full-blown assault on Ying Luan. Her flaming blade cut through the air, blazing with pure fury, only to be stopped dead in its tracks by Ying Luan's delicate threads. But Yun Jiao wasn't about to let up. She pressed the attack with ferocious intensity. All Ying Luan could do was retreat step by step, forced completely onto the defensive. A little baffled by this onslaught, she asked with a hint of confusion, "Why on earth are you so furious with me?" Biting her lip hard, Yun Jiao snarled through gritted teeth. "You've forgotten already, have you? That day you ambushed me and Xiao Yu. What did you do to her after that?" Ying Luan blinked, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. "Oh, so this was about that." She casually raised a hand, her threads dancing at her fingertips. Ying Luan replied with chilling indifference. Sorry, can't tell you. Besides, you're the one who came at me so recklessly. Did you really not notice you've already walked right into my trap? She explained that the slightest move from Yun Jiao would cause the threads to shred her to ribbons. If you don't want to die a horrible death, you'd better start talking. And tell me where Xie Yu is. Watching from the sidelines, Fei Zi cried out in terror. Sister Yun. But just then Yun Jiao's voice cut through the tension. So this is how it was. Was Xiao Yu caught by these cheap tricks of yours too? With those words, she clenched her fists, grabbing the deadly threads with her bare hands. She roared with defiance. Just you wait. Even if I'm torn limb from limb, I will never let you go. And just as Ying Luan had warned, the instant Yun Jiao moved, the razor-sharp threads sliced deep into her flesh. In a heartbeat, her body was covered in dozens of bloody wounds. But in that same instant, every single thread snapped under Yun Jiao's sheer force. Ying Luan stared, thinking this woman had to be the craziest manhwa protagonist she'd ever seen. But Yun Jiao didn't even flinch. She just charged forward again. Whatever suffering you put Xiao Yu through, I'll pay you back tenfold. Ying Luan just scoffed, her voice dripping with scorn. You alone, please. Allow me to demonstrate the massive gap between our power levels. As she spoke, her threads began to writhe once more, and a colossal statue erupted from the earth beneath them. But Yun Jiao remained unfazed, calmly raising her blade to meet the challenge. Model. She pursed her lips and muttered, Ever since I found out you were a member of the Xie Yu Guild, I've been preparing non-stop, just waiting for the day I could finally take you down. And now that day has finally arrived. With that, she channeled a massive amount of energy into her blade. Then she completely obliterated the giant statue, leaving Ying Luan utterly speechless. Over on the sidelines, Fei Zi was also gobsmacked. No way, she yelled in disbelief. So that's what Sister Yun spent all her skill points on. A faint golden light suddenly enveloped Yun Jiao's body. In the blink of an eye, her entire outfit changed, transforming into a badass new form, like something straight out of a power-up manhwa montage. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Xie Yu was soaring through the skies on the back of his Yan Yue Long. He glanced at his map and spoke. According to this map, at our current speed, we should be there in a jiffy. Just then, Xie Yu managed to get a signal through to Fei Zi. Yes, the call's connecting. Little Fei Zi, can you hear me? What's the situation on your end? Fei Zi frantically replied, Big bro Sister Yun is throwing down with Ying Luan from the Xie Yu Guild. Xie Yu's eyes widened in sheer panic. Don't you dare engage her, he yelled desperately. Get out of there now. But Fei Zi, high on adrenaline, just sounded thrilled. What are you talking about, big bro? Sister Yun is a total beast. There's no way she can lose. After Yun Jiao's epic transformation, she was obviously on a whole new level of power. But Ying Luan didn't seem the least bit concerned. She just scoffed arrogantly. Well, look at you. You've gotten a little stronger. But let's see just how much stronger. A black staff materialized in Ying Luan's hand, and she began to chant an incantation. Countless magic circles appeared beneath her feet, unleashing a terrifyingly dark and sinister aura. Sensing the immense danger, Yun Jiao charged forward to attack. But it was too late. Ying Luan had already completed her spell. A colossal puppet appeared out of thin air, blocking Yun Jiao's path. You're much stronger than before, I'll give you that. But don't you dare underestimate me. After all, I'm an A-rank assassin of the Xie Yu. As she finished speaking, Ying Luan's puppeteer threads began to move once more. This time, 3 grotesque poisonous insects burst forth. Watching from a safe distance, Fei Zi did a quick analysis and said, I've heard that the Xie Yu Guild's internal ranking system goes from highest to lowest. A B, C, and D. That masked weirdo from before was only a D rank, which means this Ying Luan she could be ranked A-class. According to the kids' analysis software, her combat power fluctuates just a tad higher than Yun Jiao's. But Fei Zi was convinced that a tiny difference like that was no reason for Yun Jiao to lose. Just then, Yun Jiao slowly advanced toward the 3 venomous bugs. She declared coldly, I saw through these pathetic little tricks of yours a long time ago. Her pure dance form boosts Yun Jiao's speed by a massive margin. It doesn't matter how strong Ying Luan's puppets are. The only person she's aiming for is that witch herself. The moment the words left her mouth, Yun Jiao zipped right past the three venomous bugs, making a beeline straight for Ying Luan. Seeing this, Ying Luan just scoffed in disdain. So naive. You really think you can get to me that easily? With that, she manipulated her threads again. A whole new swarm of venomous bugs popped into existence. But Yun Jiao didn't even flinch. She pushed her speed even further, and in a split second, she was gone in a flash of lightning. By the time she reappeared, she was already right behind Ying Luan. She let out a cold laugh, gotcha, and with that she swung her blade down. Ying Luan scrambled out of the way, but even so she still lost a good half of her health bar. Furious Ying Luan bit her lip, refusing to accept defeat as she manipulated her threads. And just like that, Yun Jiao was bound tight. Ying Luan's voice was ice cold. This time I'm not letting you get away. Crush her, my puppets. The second Ying Luan gave the order, more venomous bugs appeared, but Yun Jiao wasn't about to back down. She tried to boost her speed, her energy flaring like a bolt of lightning for a split second. The venomous bugs closed in on Yun Jiao, ready to strike. Gritting her teeth, Yun Jiao shut her eyes, her mind flashing back to the past. A few months earlier, during a training session in this Manhwa, Yun Jiao had broken her weapon. She'd said, sounding dejected, "Xie Yu, am I just an idiot? This is the third blade I've snapped." Xie Yu had just chuckled softly. "How could you say that?" "It's because your combat power is off the charts. Your ability to adapt is just incredible. Mastering a whole bunch of different fighting styles is the secret to unlocking unbelievable combat power." Hearing this, Yun Jiao immediately thought she was being made fun of. She pouted and shot back, "All right, you can stop laughing at me. I couldn't even hang on to that last weapon I had." But just then, Xie Yu whipped out a magnificent long saber and offered, "How about you give this a try? I have a feeling this one is going to be a perfect match for you." Yun Jiao was incredibly grateful to her. She swore she would never again abandon a weapon given to her as a gift, and that she would use her own unique fighting style to unleash its absolute greatest potential. In that very instant, Yun Jiao's body underwent another transformation. In a scene straight out of a manhwa, she summoned her blade aura form. Yun Jiao spun the hilt of her long saber in a dazzling circle, and then in one clean motion sliced the heads right off several of those venomous bugs. The sight left Ying Luan absolutely horrified. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, "Wait, she has more than one power set." While that girl was still panicking, Yun Jiao charged forward. With a thunderous crash, Ying Luan's body was sent flying like a kite, with a snapped string slamming into the ground. Yun Jiao pointed her blade directly at Ying Luan. Her voice was pure ice as she demanded, "If you don't want to die, then you'll tell me why you ambushed Xie Yu. And did you kill her?" Ying Luan pursed her lips, a cruel smirk on her face. "The Xie Yu you're talking about, you mean that high-ranking elite? The one everyone praises as the Azure Glass Jade? With my abilities, you think I could actually kill her? Get real." Hearing this, Yun Jiao cried out in shock. "What?" Ying Luan pursed her lips, a cruel smirk on her face. "The Xie Yu you're talking about, the one everyone fawns over, the Azure Glass Jade? With my power alone? How could I possibly kill her?" Hearing this, Yun Jiao cried out again in disbelief. "What? But I could. The day after she met you, she vanished. Where is she?" Ying Luan hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, she finally spoke up. "It was the guildmaster, he..." But before she could finish her sentence, a dagger came hurtling from the distance. Yun Jiao was completely startled, scrambling to dodge out of the way. The dagger shot past like a bolt of lightning. Then with a deafening boom, the ground exploded. The force of the blast sent Yun Jiao stumbling backward. The one who had attacked was Zhen Tian. The man blocks Ying Lan's path, his voice practically dripping with ice. "Listen up, girl, tell me where Xie Yu is." Meanwhile, our boy is still hightailing it on his Yan Yi Long. They're soaring past crowds of people, scaring the living daylights out of everyone. They probably think it's some kind of boss-level monster on the loose. But nope, Yan Yi Long doesn't even spare them a glance, just zipping right past them. Then someone spots Xie Yu and yells out in total shock. "Wait, am I seeing things? It looks like someone is actually riding that dragon." But of course, others are in total denial. Xie Yu couldn't care less about their reactions. He's got bigger fish to fry, desperately urging his mount on. Yanya Long, you've got to go faster. If Yun Zhao runs into that guy, it's going to be a disaster. And let me tell you, Xie Yu is seriously panicking right now. And wouldn't you know it, his worst fears are coming true. Because at this very moment, Yun Zhao is locked in combat with none other than Zhen Tian. The two of them are in a dead-even standoff. But on closer inspection, you can see she's slowly being pushed back. Zhen Tian glares daggers at Yun Zhao, his tone dropping to absolute zero. I'll ask you one last time, where is Xie Yu? Biting her lip defiantly, Yun Zhao shoots back with a cold snort. Like hell, I'm telling you anything. In fact, you're the one who needs to get out of my way. I've still got a bone to pick with Ying Lan. Meanwhile, Feizi finally digs up some intel on this Zhen Tian guy, and gasps in shock. His name is Zhen Tian. He's an A-rank assassin from the Blood Moon clan. His combat power stats are completely off the charts. Just then, Zhen Tian orders his mecha dog to attack. The cyber beast lunges forward, a short blade clamped in its jaws. Yun Zhao knows she can't afford to be careless for a second. This guy Zhen Tian, an A-rank assassin from Blood Moon. His combat stats are just ridiculously high. What is this, a top-tier Manhwa villain? And right on cue, Zhen Tian sicks his mecha dog on her. It charges a wicked-looking dagger clenched in its teeth. Not daring to underestimate her opponent, Yun Zhao instantly summons her angel mecha. The mecha dog strikes with its blade, but Yun Zhao doesn't even think about dodging. Instead, she meets the attack head-on, swinging her own blade in a desperate parry. Zhen Tian is forced back a few steps, but he immediately retaliates, hurling his dagger through the air. Yun Zhao scrambles backward in alarm. The spot where she was standing just a second ago is completely obliterated by the impact. But before she can even catch her breath, a blood-red mist begins to fill the air around her. And somehow in that split second, Zhen Tian has appeared directly behind Yun Zhao. Without a moment's hesitation, he raises his blade, slashing down with insane fury, right onto Yun Zhao. Seeing this, Feizi screams in a panic, "Big sis Yun!" A single strike from Zhen Tian just wiped out 2/3 of Yun Zhao's health bar. She bites her lip hard, muttering to herself, "Damn it, I used up way too much energy before. Right now, I'm no match for him at all." Just then, Zhen Tian speaks up, his voice dripping with ice. "I've changed my mind. Since you refuse to talk, I'll just kill you first. Xie Yu will come looking for me for revenge on his own anyway." The moment he finishes speaking, he teleports right in front of Yun Zhao, ready to land the final blow. Yun Zhao is completely out of strength to resist. She purses her lips, whispering, "So, this is how it ends, huh?" Zhen Tian's blade is already swinging down. All she can do is shut her eyes and wait for the inevitable. But in that exact moment, a colossal shadow suddenly appears, blotting out the entire sky. It's the Yan Yi Long. Xie Yu, riding on its back, immediately bellows out, "Zhen Tian, stop right there." Hearing that voice, Zhen Tian freezes, clearly startled. Our boy has already leaped down from the Yan Yi Long. Seeing his real target has finally arrived, Zhen Tian's lips curl into a nasty smirk. "Finally decided to show up, have you?" He then raises his blade to parry Xie Yu's incoming attack. Boom! Another massive explosion rocks the area like something straight out of an action manhwa. Seizing the opportunity, he glances over at Yun Zhao and asks, "Are you all right?" She shakes her head weakly, "I'm fine." But as Xie Yu's gaze lingers on her, he can't miss the countless wounds covering her body. Xie Yu's expression instantly turns absolutely murderous. He grits his teeth and roars, "Zhen Tan! You dared to hurt her." He grits his teeth, his voice a low growl, "Zhen Tian, for harming a member of my team," and with that, he brings his weapon down with furious, unrelenting force. The overwhelming energy pushes Zhen Tian back step by step, forcing him into a retreat. But the blade's energy blast doesn't stop there, smashing straight into the wall behind him. On the other side of the battlefield, Wei Er has already rushed over and activated a healing formation for Yun Zhao. As she feels her body suddenly, as her condition stabilized, she asked suspiciously, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Weini quickly replied, "I'm Lin Weini from the Kuiwu Guild. Don't worry, I'm on your side now." Meanwhile, back in the thick of the fight, thanks to that last clash, Zhen Tian's dagger shattered into pieces. He hissed in annoyance. Xie Yu, you really are the kind of prey that knows how to show a guy a good time. Xie Yu had zero patience for his monologuing. He roared back, cut the crap. And let's finish this with a faint smirk. Gentian coldly replied, fine by me, I'll be sure to grant you a very, very swift death. And just like that, he cranked his combat power all the way up. Seeing this, Fei Zi cried out in terror. Sister Yun, are you okay? That Gentian guy's power is on another level, like something from a brutal manhwa. We need to bounce now, Weini. Nodded in agreement, the demon Tian, it's best we don't clash with him head on. In the next instant, she conjured up a thick mist completely obscuring Gentian's vision. Seeing this, Gentian bellowed in rage. More of these cheap tricks from the Kui Wu Guild. Don't even think about escaping. With that, he swung his blade again, but Fei Zi just chuckled. Hook, line, and sinker, that was just my dummy. Gentian's brow twitched, his eyes turning absolutely murderous. Over on the other side, Yan Yi Long had already swooped up the entire crew onto its back, including a very disgruntled Xie Yu. He complained, why the hell are we running away? If we don't deal with that guy now, he's just going to be a thorn in our side. Later on, Fei Zi tried to calm him down. Boss, you can relax on that front, because our next destination is the Dragon Sky Island. It's not like Gentian can just easily chase after us. After all, not just anyone has a sick flying mount like you do. Plus, the path through the Xuanya of Dragon Sky Island is absolutely crawling, with high-level monsters lying in ambush, trying to clear this the normal way. Yeah, that's harder than climbing to heaven. But Xie Yu's crew, they're built different. They just casually ride on the back of the flame wings. Dragon and soar through. Fei Zi couldn't help but sigh. Boss, seriously, how in the world did you even get a pet like this? Xie Yu just shook his head. It's a long story, let's just say I found it on the side of the road. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao looked gratefully at Wei and said, Lin Wei thank you. With your healing, I'm feeling so much better already. Wei just gently shook her head and replied, don't mention it, it was nothing. A moment later, the flame-winged dragon touched down. This was the place, the lair of the final boss. Yun Jiao saw the flame-winged dragon shrink down to a smaller size and couldn't help but gush, oh, it's so small now, adorable. Fei Zi shot a glance at Xie Yu and smirked. So boss, you ready for this? This is an S rank dungeon lord we're talking about. To this day, the number of people who have defeated an SS rank boss is even smaller. But according to the intel the kid dug up, any team that successfully takes down an S rank lord is guaranteed a reward of at least 1,000 points. Hearing this, Xie Yu was stunned. A whole 1,000 points? Wait a minute. If he successfully cleared 100 S-rank dungeons, wouldn't that rack up 100,000 points? The thought alone solidified his resolve. All right then, he nodded firmly. This time I'll risk my life if I have to, but I'm taking down this dungeon lord and getting those points. But just then, something unexpected happened up ahead. Seeing it, Fei Zi yelled out in a panic. Danger! In the absolute nick of time, Wei threw up a magic formation blocking whatever was hurtling toward them. Xie Yu was completely baffled. An attack from up front. Did I miss the start of the party? He quickly dashed forward, stopping in front of a crack in the cliff face. And when he peered inside at the scene unfolding, he was absolutely dumbfounded. A ridiculously fierce battle was already underway, and it looked like the climax of a whole other manhwa. The final boss's health bar was already practically empty. Xie Yu grumbled in disbelief. Damn it, we're a step too late. The Lionheart and Golden Cicada guilds are already wailing on the boss. Fei Zi cried out in a panic. Boss, what's the play now? At this rate, they're going to snatch the kill right from under our noses. Seeing them freak out, Wei calmly reassured them. Relax, a legendary S-rank dungeon straight out of a manhwa is always going to have some kind of special gimmick. Even if the Lionheart and Golden Cicada guilds team up, it's going to be tough for them to melt the boss's health bar in a short amount of time. And sure enough, it wasn't long before the boss made a spectacular comeback. Xiao Huan, who was just about to attack, shrieked in disbelief. You cannot be serious. Are you using cheat codes again? In the blink of an eye, the boss's body was enveloped in a brilliant holy light. and its health bar shot right back to full. It immediately launched an attack straight at Long Tian. He hurriedly raised his shield to block, but was still sent skidding backward. At that exact moment, he spotted Xie Yu's party and yelled out, "Xie Yu, so you really did show up." Hearing that, Fei Zi started to panic. Wait, they're not planning to wipe us out and hog all the loot, are they? Xie Yu narrowed his eyes at him, speaking cautiously. You're Long Tian of the Lionheart Guild, aren't you? Don't think you can just get rid of us that easily. A small smile playing on his lips, Long Tian casually made his offer. No, quite the opposite. I was hoping you might join us and help me take down this raid boss. Xiao Hao heard this and screeched indignantly. Long Tian, you don't get to make that call by yourself. If we add another party to the mix, how in the world are we supposed to split these measly rewards? Medu chimed in, yeah, that's right, don't you try to bully us. Ling Ran just scoffed back at them. And you have a better idea, do you? The Holy Light Spirit Dragon can heal itself infinitely. The only way to actually win this thing is to focus all our firepower and burst it down before it can recover. The light bulb went on for Xie Yu. So that's the angle. He wants to borrow our firepower to make sure our damage could punch through the Holy Light Spirit Dragon's insane regeneration ability. But with you guys joining, the cut of the points we'd get is just pitifully small. After a moment of silence, Xie Yu made a proposal. Let's make this a gamble. The team that lands the final killing blow gets 60% of the bonus points. That means the other two teams get an even split of 20% each. How does that sound? Hearing this, Xiao Han smirked and said, looks like you didn't get your fill at the Jin Chan casino last time, huh? But hey, if it's a bet on luck, then my Jin Chan guild has absolutely no reason to refuse. Long Tian also nodded in agreement. As long as we take down the boss, my Jiangshi guild is fine with whatever. With everyone's consent, Xie Yu glanced over at Yun Zhao to give his orders. Yun Zhao, are your injuries from earlier, okay? I'll be handling the main assault in a moment. Yun Zhao nodded slightly. Don't worry, she replied. I won't hold you back. He didn't say anything more to that. Instead, he glanced at Wei and asked, you want to join in? Wei agreed without a shred of hesitation. This is a rare S-rank boss raid. I wouldn't miss it for the world. This is the kind of action you only see in a manhwa. Xie Yu cracked a small smile, then turned his attention to his concubine. All right then, little concubine, the next part is all up to you. The concubine looked completely baffled by this, but in the end she did as she was told. And with that, their team charged forward, heading straight for the raid boss. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene back in the real world, a man burst in completely panicked. After receiving the alert, the man had sprinted over immediately. Inside the laboratory, a man in a white lab coat was staring intently at the data streams on the monitor. Report test subject Zero's data is showing abnormal fluctuations. Quick, inject it with a high dose of tranquilizer. Bursting onto the top floor of the company headquarters and screaming, "This is bad, Guildmaster. Our men are completely unable to stop that girl. Should we activate the combat domain to deal with her?" Hearing this, the Guildmaster paused his target practice. He let out a sneer. A whole mob of you can't even stop a single girl. Are you trying to make our Xie Yu guild into a laughingstock? This man was none other than Leng Jing. The woman at his side couldn't just sit there, so she jumped in and offered. President, how about you? Let me go teach that little intruder a lesson. Leng Jing let out a soft chuckle, his reply dripping with cool indifference. No need. When a woman is serving herself up on a silver platter right at your door, who am I to refuse? The moment the words left his lips, the door to the room was blasted to smithereens. The person outside came flying and landing with a heavy thud on the ground. A cloud of dust instantly filled the entire room. Leng Jing squinted, peering into the chaos. A look of pure excitement spread across his face as he grinned and said, well, if it isn't you, it really has been a while. And to think I've been reminiscing about you these past few days. It was Ya Lin. The person who crashed the party was none other than Ya Lin. And judging by the look in her eyes, she wasn't here for a friendly chat. She scoffed coldly, is that so? Don't try to act familiar. You and I are anything but close. Leng Jing narrowed his eyes at her, his voice chillingly calm as he asked, so what could possibly be so important that you'd grace me with your presence personally? Ya Lin's reply was like ice, cut the nonsense. You know damn well why I'm here. This whole Manhwa-like confrontation is your fault. I'm just here to get one thing straight. She demanded to know what kind of twisted game he was planning to play with Xie Yu. After all, he'd already gotten rid of Gugui. Was he still afraid of the Blade of Devouring? The second she said that, Leng Jing absolutely exploded. Shut your mouth, don't you dare mention that name in front of me. But Yalin didn't flinch, coolly pressing on with her questions. What's the matter? We're this far into it and you still don't have the guts to admit it. Leng Jing arched an eyebrow, firing back at Yalin. Shut your mouth, don't you dare mention that name in front of me. But Yalin was completely unfazed, questioning him with an icy glare. What's wrong? Have things gone so far that you can't even own up to what you did? Leng Jing's eyebrow twitched as he shot back a question. After all this, you still don't dare to admit it. Leng Jing raised an eyebrow, questioning Yalin. So that's it? You've come all this way to get your revenge on me. I'm ready whenever you are. Yalin retorted fiercely, oh, don't you worry. The day will come when I'll be the one to deal with you with my own two hands. Shrugging with utter indifference, Leng Jing sneered. You really are a dreadfully boring woman. Fine, I can tell you what I'm planning to do next. But we'll do it by the old rules. Think you can beat me with this? Fine by me, he said. Yalin scoffed, snatching the pool cue from Leng Jing's hand. She leaned over the pool table, and her voice was pure ice as she spoke. I am not the same girl I used to be. With that, Yalin got to work on the balls scattered across the table. One after another, they sank perfectly into the pockets. In no time at all, she had cleared the entire table, looking like a pro from a sports manhwa. She raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Whoops, looks like I win. Leng Jing, true to his word, snapped his fingers and chuckled, not bad at all. All right then, I'll grant your wish. Instantly, a projection screen materialized in midair. On it, an image of Xie Yu's group appeared, preparing to fight a massive boss. Yalin stared at the screen for a long moment before speaking. This is a live feed from the Crimson Dragon's domain. Danmo nodded in confirmation. That's right, Leng Jing replied nonchalantly. Watch closely now. The answer you're looking for will reveal itself soon enough. On the screen, the battle was already raging. The entire team was relentlessly hammering the boss with attacks. Bursts of energy from their skills lit up the air. On the perimeter, Tian Ye was busy dealing with the smaller mobs. She yelled out as she fought. Leave these small fry to us. You guys just focus on taking down the leader. Lingran wasn't slacking off either. She raised her sword high and bellowed. Genshan, nice hit. Now leave the rest to us. 10,000 swords. The second the words left her mouth, an annihilating sword formation materialized and shot straight for the boss. Xie Yu watched. He couldn't help but be blown away by the sight. Whoa, that's insane. Xiang Shi's power is the real deal, all right. Hearing that, Long Ran cut in with a sharp reminder. This is no time to get distracted. Focus all your energy on the boss. Without missing a beat, he then shouted, Everyone get clear of the boss now. Then swung his own sword down for a devastating blow. In the blink of an eye, a storm of lightning engulfed the boss leader, instantly chopping its health bar clean in half. Seeing this, Xiaohan smirked and quipped. Well, the Lion Guild sure packs a punch, doesn't it? But don't think for a second I'm letting you have the final blow. With that, she went absolutely berserk, unleashing a furious assault on the boss. Over on the other side, Xie Yu was also gearing up for his attack. Yun Zhao, let's move in. In perfect sync, the two of them launched a combined strike against the leader. Meanwhile, Wei Ni was providing backup with a magic formation. This little number was a major attack power amplifier. The twin beams of light from Xie Yu and Yun Zhao's blades sliced deep into the boss leader. Long Tian saw their chance and roared, just like that, everyone keep up the pressure. Even with its healing, the leader can't withstand this. And he was right, the boss's health bar was practically scraping the floor. But just then, a sly, triumphant grin spread across Xiaohuan's face. It's almost down, Jin Chanzi, do it now. Heard, Jin Chanzi replied instantly, before launching a volley of massive water bubbles. In a flash, Ziyu's entire party was trapped. The same thing happened to Long Tian's crew. He roared in fury. Si Xiaohan, what the hell do you think you're doing? Xiaohai just let out a little chuckle. A smug look on her face as she said, Isn't it obvious? This boss kill belongs to us. The moment she finished speaking, her robot activated its 1,000,000 horsepower overdrive. A world-destroying energy cannon, the kind you only see in the craziest manhwa, began to fire. The boss leader threw up its hands to defend, managing to hold off the damage but only for a moment. Seeing this, Long Tian screamed. Xie Yu's entire group was still helplessly trapped. Long Tian's team was in the exact same predicament. He furiously bellowed, "Xiao Han, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Han just giggled, her smirk widening. This just made him even more livid. He spat with contempt. "Humph, Jin Chan, don't you dare think a dirty little trick. Like this is enough to stop me." As he spoke, his sword rapidly began to shift its elemental properties. Then he launched another attack on the boss. Leader Yunzhao, seeing how bad things were, asked nervously, "Xie Yu, what are we going to do? We're completely stuck in these bubbles. This mob, at this rate, those guys are gonna steal our boss kill." But our hero just calmly smirked and said, "No need to worry. If these jokers want to fight dirty, then we don't have to play nice. Don't forget we've got another friend on our side." Hearing this, Xiao Han glanced over at Fei Zi and scoffed in disbelief. "You mean this string bean seriously? What's he gonna do?" This comment really pushed Fei Zi's buttons, and the kid shot back indignantly, who are you? Calling a string bean? Last time I checked, I'm way bigger than you." Xie Yu didn't have time for this squabble and yelled, "Little Fei Zi, stop messing around. The Grand Dragon is about to get swiped. Release the dragon." Fei Zi gave a slight nod and then unleashed Xiao Yilong. Xie Yu figured that after beating the extreme speed and demon face guys last time, he had racked up a decent amount of points. If he could just bag this S-rank boss, the payday would be even juicier. Right now, everything was riding on that one unused feature of Xiao Yilong. "No more thinking," Xie Yu roared. "Go Xiao Yilong, activate." The roar of the fire dragon king, just this one skill alone, had cost him a staggering 50,000 points. Instantly, Xiao Yilong began to change. A powerful energy field erupted around its body. Then its wings started to sprout, more and more of them, multiplying by the second. In just a moment, Xiao Yilong's body had transformed to its absolute limit, becoming a colossal dragon. This insane spectacle made Xiao Han totally freak out, screaming, "Why did another boss-level monster just appear? What is going on?" Fei Zi was just as stunned, muttering, "Bro, where on earth did you find this pet? 'Cause I seriously want one." Even the man himself, Xie Yu, couldn't believe it, stammering out, I honestly didn't expect it to be this over the top." Under everyone's terrified gaze, Xiao Yilong's eyes suddenly blazed with light. Then with a mighty flap of its wings, it soared into the sky and launched its attack without a shred of hesitation. A furious pillar of fire slams down from the heavens. In a flash, the boss is completely engulfed in flames, its agonizing screams echoing non-stop. And just like that, it was toast, literally. The system promptly dings. Player Xie Yu has successfully obliterated the Holy Light Spirit Dragon. Ling Ran watches this unfold and can't help but let out a sigh. Damn, Xie Yu beat him to the punch and took down the boss first. Long Tian nods along, totally on the same page. With an evolving pet in his arsenal, Xie Yu is clearly no ordinary dude. Meanwhile, Xiao Han is practically losing her mind, screaming, "How did this happen? We were this close to killing the boss ourselves." Seeing her meltdown, Gen Z can't help but tease her. "Don't get so worked up, little Xiao Huan. Here, have some popcorn for the show." Over on our hero's side, after that epic takedown, the little winged dragon shrinks back to its adorable pocket-sized form. It immediately dives straight into Xie Yu's arms, and he scoops it up for a big hug. He laughs, beaming with pride. "Little winged dragon, you were absolutely amazing." Fei Zi is hyped up too, shouting, "We were so lucky to have the little winged dragon. We totally hit the jackpot this time." Watching from the outside, Ya Lin finally breathes a sigh of relief. But then she shoots a mocking eyebrow raise at Leng Jing. "Is this what you wanted to show me? You seriously underestimated Xie Yu. His growth rate is beyond what any normal player could achieve. And that's why you're so terrified of him, isn't it?" But instead of getting mad, Leng Jing just scoffs, a smug smirk playing on his lips. "Xie Yu is certainly a wild card, I'll give him that. But that's only because he hasn't faced me yet. Looks like it's time for me to get my hands dirty." The second the words leave his mouth, a suffocating killing intent explodes from his body. A single glance from him sends the surrounding players tumbling to the ground like bowling pins. The weaker ones even start coughing up blood on the spot. Classic Manhwa power move. Is this the power of a Tier 3 player? That's terrifying. A single look is all it takes to kill someone. Just then Xie Yu and his crew emerge from the dungeon. He takes one look at the scene and his brow furrows. Why is there such a huge crowd here? The moment Ya Lin spots Leng Jing, her face darkens instantly. Get Xie Yu out of here now. This guy will stop at nothing. But Xie Yu, our fearless protagonist, isn't intimidated in the slightest. He stares right back at him. Leng Jing, far from being angry, actually has a smile plastered on his face. His eyes sharpen, glinting with menace. He asks in a low, dangerous tone, "And what if I told you that all of this went exactly according to my plan?" That bombshell makes Ya Lin's eyes go wide with shock. Leng Jing begins to explain, slowly savoring the moment. The destruction of light only means that darkness is about to rise. Inside the game, once a boss is defeated, when suddenly a sinister black aura swirled around him. The next thing they knew, it was silently creeping towards Xie Yu and his crew, as if sensing the murderous vibe. Xie Yu's gaze snapped back to see what was up, but alas, he was too late. That shadowy energy had already completely swallowed his body, hoisting him into the air right before everyone's horrified eyes. Long Tian and Xiao Han could only stare, their brows furrowed in confusion, having absolutely no clue what was going on. In the blink of an eye, high up in the sky, a massive soul-devouring dark dragon materialized out of thin air, and poor Xie Yu was now trapped by its soul-binding ability. He was forced to become its sacrificial pawn for the next 2 hours. After those 2 hours, his soul would be completely devoured by the soul-devouring dark dragon, which would then be reborn once more, transforming into a freaking sacred light dragon. Right on cue, the soul-devouring dark dragon threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, a sound that struck pure terror into everyone's hearts. Yunjiao was understandably freaking out over Xie Yu's safety, while Wei screamed in utter disbelief. You're telling me this boss can not only heal itself, but it also has a full-on resurrection skill? What kind of broken manhwa logic is this? Oh, but the nightmare was just getting started. The corpses of all the minions they had just defeated began to be shrouded in that very same dark energy, and just like that, they all popped right back up and went on the attack. Madu, reacting in a flash, immediately threw himself in front of Tian Ye. He yelled in a panic, "What is going on? We definitely just wiped the floor with these things. So how in the world are they alive again?" Xiao Haoan was just as baffled, muttering in sheer horror. Seriously, what is happening right now? In a flash, every single minion in the area had been resurrected, and they were all charging straight for them. Yep, every last monster in this place was back from the dead. Seeing the team descending into chaos, Long Tian quickly tried to rally the troops. Everybody stay calm. If they've come back to life, then we'll just have to beat them all over again. Priority 1 is saving Xie Yu. With that, he unleashed a powerful whirlwind attack on the monster horde, but the soul-devouring dark dragon didn't even flinch. It simply spat out. Suddenly, a sinister beam of dark energy shot right towards the vortex. This shocking turn of events made Long Tian's eyes narrow in utter disbelief, his face a mask of pure horror. The energy beam just plowed straight into the mountain behind them, and just like that, poof! An entire mountain was turned into a pile of rubble. Long Tian, who'd luckily dodged in the nick of time, yelled out in a panic, "Is everyone all right?" But poor Xiao Han was having a full-blown meltdown, and for good reason. Her precious mecha had just lost an arm. At that moment, everyone snapped to high alert. Tian Ye screamed at the top of his lungs, "Watch out, those reanimated dragon freaks are back for round 2. And it looks like they've seriously leveled up." Yun Zhao, while expertly fending off an attack, chimed in with a suggestion. "Lin Wire, this situation is not looking good. We've got to come up with a way to bust Xie Yu out of there and then beat it." Wire gave a grim nod. "I'm on it, just..." Then a voice suddenly crackled to life in Long Tian's earpiece. "Long Tian do?" "You copy." Long Tian immediately shot back. "What's going on?" The guy on the other end was practically hyperventilating, his voice trembling with absolute panic. It's the Crimson Purgatory Dragon domain. It's all gone to hell. In the blink of an eye, a massive horde of monsters, all across the Crimson Purgatory Dragon domain, just came back to life. And that's not all, they're way stronger now. Player casualties are skyrocketing as we speak. The whole server is in an uproar. The entire Crimson Dragon domain is a freaking disaster zone. Hearing this delightful news, Long Tian's face immediately went dark. He trembled, muttering, "How could this happen? Does this mean the entire underground city has no escape route?" What a classic Manhwa cliffhanger. Just then, Wire's voice cut through the chaos. "This is the last of my mana, even if I can only move him an inch. I've got to get Xie Yu away from that monstrous boss. Right now." Without another word, she slammed her hands down, creating a teleportation circle, desperately trying to warp him to safety. But nope, the teleportation circle couldn't even get close to Xie Yu. The moment it touched him, that sinister black energy just shattered it to bits. Weir's expression immediately soured. This was not good. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring dark dragon's eyes were glowing with pure malice. It spewed out waves of pure, unadulterated dark energy. Jin Chan's crew was caught right in the blast zone, while Ling Ran found herself completely shackled by the shadowy tendrils, sending Long Tian into a full-blown panic. The sheer hopelessness of it all caused Wei Er to collapse to the ground, utterly defeated. She trembled, mumbling to herself, "I get it now. All this time, I was completely wrong. The beast we fought earlier, that wasn't what the Guildmaster warned us about. This is the real catastrophe he predicted. So many people were going to die here, including Xie Yu, and she was completely powerless to stop any of it." Right now, Long Tian was the only one left standing, his brow furrowed in fierce concentration. This boss was nuts. When it dies, its body becomes a soul-devouring dragon. Then by sacrificing players, it resurrects as a holy light spirit dragon. It was an endless, unbeatable cycle. Talk about a broken game mechanic. The only one who could still fight was Long Tian. But even his energy was running on fumes. Just how in the world was he supposed to defeat this boss? If he failed, they were all doomed to become permanent residents of this underground city. But just when all seemed lost, a flash of crimson light suddenly sliced through the air, carving a line straight across the dark dragon. Long Tian's eyes widened in shock as he muttered, "It's you." The newcomer was none other than Zhen Tian. The guy smirked mockingly. "Long Tian, you look absolutely pathetic. A dungeon of this level is enough to bring your entire Zhangshi guild to its knees. Seriously, that's just hilarious." Long Tian bit his lip, fuming. A flash of crimson light suddenly sliced through the air, carving a line straight across the dark dragon. Long Tian's eyes widened in shock as he muttered, "It's you." The newcomer was none other than Zhen Tian. The guy smirked mockingly. "Long Tian, you look absolutely pathetic. A dungeon of this level is enough to bring your entire Zhangshi guild to its knees. Seriously, that's just hilarious." Long Tian bit his lip, fuming. He retorted, "Cut the crap. Even you, I would have a hell of a time trying to beat this boss in its current state." Zhen Tian just arched an eyebrow and let out a chuckle. Clearing the underground city and defeating this boss are two entirely different problems, my friend. The boss is only this strong because it siphoned power from the sacrifice. If you want to kill the boss, you have to kill Xie Yu. Those words hit Long Tian like a ton of bricks, leaving him completely stunned and speechless. Seeing his reaction, Zhen Tian just kept on smiling, clearly enjoying the classic manhwa drama. "You're too much of a righteous hero to go along with this plan, aren't you?" Before Long Tian could get a word in, Yun Zhao erupted. "Don't you dare spout that nonsense. You wanted to kill Xie Yu from the start, and now you want to manipulate Long Tian into doing it for you." But in that moment, Long Tian clenched his jaw and muttered, "No, what he's saying, it's the only way." Yun Zhao stared at him, aghast, her voice trembling. "How can you say that? Lin Wei you have another way, don't you?" Wei slowly shook her head, her voice filled with despair. "I don't know. My magic is gone. I'm sorry." Xiao Huan cried out in a panic. "If this keeps up, none of us are making it out of here alive." The group's reaction sent a wave of utter hopelessness through Yun Zhao, her eyes wide with dread. Outside, Ya Lin, who had witnessed the entire exchange, screamed furiously. "Leng Jing, this was your grand plan, wasn't it? to use this dungeon's mechanics to make Xie Yu a sacrificial pawn in your game. Leng Jing let out a smug laugh. This underground city has some truly wicked mechanics, a real classic Manhwa death trap. It almost annihilated my entire team the first time. Ya Lin bit her lips so hard it could have bled, snarling with a cold huff. I won't let you have your way. With that, she turned to open a portal and make her escape. But just as she did, Leng Jing struck. Ah Ya Lin, he cooed with a sneer, always such a hothead. In a flash, he had her completely immobilized. Are you out of your mind? She gasped. This is about Long Tian's team. Why are you interfering? Leng Jing just shrugged, a picture of pure apathy, for fun. And besides, Long Tian already knows your little secret. At that, Ya Lin froze solid. Knows what? She stammered. That you're head over heels for him. Leng Jing chuckled softly. You're lying, Ya Lin shrieked, her composure shattering. I also know, he went on, that you were about to sacrifice yourself to save Xie Yu. He gently mockingly patted her cheek. Such a pity, you won't get that chance. He then trapped her inside a column of energy. Leng Jing announced nonchalantly, this is a premium-grade prison I had made just for you. Even you would need at least half an hour to break free, I'd say. Until then, just be a good little girl and watch me. The real show is just getting started. Ya Lin's fury reached its peak. She thrashed against her prison, but it was no use. Meanwhile, back in the game, Zhen Tian and Long Tian charged into the fray together. Long Tian couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought he'd ever team up with this guy? Hearing this, Zhen Dian just scoffed. Less talking, more fighting. The mission: take down Xie Yu. Seeing its chance, the soul-devouring dark dragon unleashed a blast of pure dark energy. At the exact same moment, Zhen Dian's mecha dog lunged forward. Jin Dian roared, Rakshasa transformation, become my power. In a flash, man and beast fused into one. It transformed Zhen Dian into some kind of monstrous beast-man hybrid. He was practically overflowing with insane energy. Watching from the sidelines, Fei Zi cried out in terror. Those two teaming up, if this keeps up, Big Brother is actually going to get killed. Damn it, I'm completely useless. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao just stood there in silence. She was completely lost on what to do in this chaotic situation. Back on the battlefield, Long Tian and Zhen Dian closed the distance in an instant. Right in front of the soul-devouring dark dragon. Zhen Dian, now wielding two glowing blades, went on a frenzied offensive. Flashes of light from his blades danced through the air, unleashing wave after wave of immense power. At the same time, Long Tian made a break for the trapped Xie Yu. He muttered apologetically, for the greater good, don't blame me for this, Xie Yu. With that, he lunged forward, dagger ready to strike. But just then, a sharp swoosh cut through the air. In the blink of an eye, Yun Zhao appeared, blocking his path. Her longsword parried Long Tian's attack. Long Tian let out a wry chuckle. Well, look at us. Who'd have thought we'd ever be on the same side? Zhen Dian just grunted. Less talk, more killing. Our only goal is to eliminate Xie Yu. The soul-devouring dark dragon got the memo and spewed a torrent of corrupting energy. At the same time, Zhen Dian's cyborg canine pounced. Zhen Dian roared, by the power of Rakshasa, I fuse. In an instant, man and machine merged, turning Zhen Dian into a full-on beast mode warrior straight out of a manhwa. His aura exploded with raw, untamed power. Watching from a safe distance, Fei Zi shrieked, no way those two are working together. At this rate, Big Brother is toast, he's really going to die. Damn it all, why am I so useless? But Yun Zhao remained frozen, her mind a blank, totally lost about her role in this chaotic scene. He glared at her, demanding furiously, Shen Yun Zhao, do you have any idea what you're doing? Keep this up, and not only will you fail to save Xie Yu, but you'll get us all killed. I know, Yun Zhao replied, nodding calmly. But then her voice rose into a fierce shout. But how could I possibly just stand by and watch another one of my comrades die right in front of my eyes again? Hearing that, Long Tian nodded, getting the picture. I understand, you're not wrong to stand your ground. My apologies for this. The next second, he unleashed a sword strike, and a massive whirlwind of energy blasted Yun Zhao, sending her flying clean off her feet and slamming her hard against the back wall. Seeing that Long Tian still hadn't sealed the deal, Zhen Tian scoffed. He hurled his own blades forward, barking impatiently. Long Tian, you're taking way too damn long. Yun Zhao scowled fiercely, muttering under her breath. There's no way I'm letting this happen. The next instant, she charged forward again, using her longsword to block Zhen Tian's barrage of blades. At the same time, a flash of blood-red light filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Zhen Tian was right in front of Yunjiao. He spoke with an icy tone. "Lady, you're really getting in the way, so you can just die with them." The moment he spoke, his whirling blades spun wildly, effortlessly dodging Yunjiao's longsword. Then Zhen Tian drove his weapon straight through her torso. Yunjiao had no time to react. She could only watch helpless as the blade pierced her body, while her own weapon was shattered to pieces. Watching from the sidelines, Leng Jing saw this unfold, and his expression immediately darkened. Ever since she was a little girl, Yun Jiao had been an academic prodigy. She was the absolute pride and joy of her parents. But that brilliance slowly created a rift between her and her peers. For most of her life, Yun Jiao was always alone with her books. That is until this death game straight out of a grimdark manhwa showed up, and she met Xie Yu. But it wasn't long before she was gone. And once again, Yun Jiao was all alone. Xie Yu's sudden disappearance had plunged her into utter despair in this cruel game. But then Xie Yu appeared. At first, Yun Jiao just planned on using him to get ahead in the game. But time and time again, he risked his own neck to save her. And because of that, seeing someone like Xie Yu who would throw his own safety away for his goals made Yun Jiao find her hope again. He showed her that there was still a chance to bring Xie Yu back. But at that moment, she was utterly helpless. She'd been beaten to a pulp and even her weapon was shattered. But Yun Jiao refused to accept this. Gritting her teeth, she seethed, but how could he just die here so easily? The last time it was all her fault for running away. That's what led to Xie Yu's tragic fate. With that, Yun Jiao reached out and grabbed Zhen Tian's short blade. She roared with fierce determination. "This time, no matter what, I am not running away again. The guilt of being the only one to survive, I refuse to carry that burden a second time." The moment the words left her mouth, Yun Jiao's broken longsword began to transform. The remaining shards, still clinging to the hilt, suddenly broke away and reformed into a completely different weapon. This jaw-dropping spectacle left Zhen Tian absolutely flabbergasted. Yun Jiao paid him no mind, pouring every last drop of her energy into her new weapon. Her gaze was locked on it with laser focus. At the same time, Xie Yu was still out cold over here, when a golden energy suddenly pierced through the dark aura surrounding him and shot right into his subconscious. Xie Yu seemed to react, his eyelids twitching ever so slightly. A moment later, he jolted awake, completely bewildered. He glanced around in a daze, muttering in confusion. Where am I?" Just as Xie Yu was trying to get his bearings, a brilliant light suddenly appeared before him. An instant later, the light faded, revealing the silhouette of a young woman. What a dramatic entrance, typical for a manhwa. Xie Yu recognized that familiar figure instantly. He gasped in shock. "Yu Yi, what are you doing here? What are you doing here?" Yu Yi gave Ye Yu a warm, genuine smile. She chuckled and said, "Because I came to save you, silly. After all, if you're planning on bringing me back to life, we can't very well be meeting in the afterlife now, can we? I believe in you, we will absolutely meet again." Her words struck a chord deep within Xie Yu, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. Meanwhile, in another location at some guild headquarters, a mysterious orb was pulsing with purple energy. Meanwhile, a girl was desperately trying to maintain the energy of a magical sphere. She trembled, muttering to herself, "My prediction, it's been altered." A mysterious and incredibly powerful energy just changed everything, and as if on cue back inside the game. At that very moment, a brilliant flash of golden light suddenly erupted. Then a hand shot out and grabbed Zhen Tian's dagger, which, to put it mildly, really ticked Zhen Tian off. But down below, the moment Wei and Fei Zi saw who it was, they were so overcome with emotion they nearly burst into tears. Even Long Tian couldn't help but crack a smile, because their boy Xie Yu was finally back. He caught Yun Jiao, his voice full of genuine regret. "I'm sorry, Yun Jiao," and with that he casually crushed Zhen Tian's dagger into dust. Xie Yu shot a death glare at Zhen Tian, his voice dropping to an icy tone. "All right, pal, leave the rest to me." Zhen Tian, completely stunned, stumbled backward, screeching in disbelief, "Impossible! How could a scrub like you possibly break the binding of the soul-devouring dark dragon?" But the second those words left his mouth, He got blasted by the dark dragon's shadowy energy and was sent flying into the next zip code. Xie Yu didn't even waste a glance on him. He just turned to face the soul-devouring dark dragon and demanded, "So you're the big bad behind all this, huh?" The soul-devouring dark dragon's glare was absolutely venomous, as it stared down Xie Yu and his friend. A look so intense it felt like it wanted to absorb them right into its being. Outside the game, this whole spectacle had Leng Jing, roaring with laughter and pure excitement. Ha ha ha, it actually happened. Ming's prediction was spot on. The soul-devouring dark dragon's glare was absolutely venomous as it stared down Xie Yu and his friend. A look so intense it felt like it wanted to absorb them right into its being. Outside the game, this whole spectacle had Leng Jing roaring with laughter in pure excitement. Ha ha ha, it actually happened. Ming's prediction was spot on. A confused Ya Lin couldn't make heads or tails of what he was saying. "What on earth is going on?" she muttered, bewildered. An S-rank boss's designated binding skill. There's no way a normal player could just break that. This isn't some low-tier Manhwa plot armor. Leng Jing just chuckled softly and said, "But what if all of this wasn't about breaking it, but rather restoring it to how it was before, a function that, what if they aren't a regular player?" This statement completely stunned Ya Lin. It wasn't a normal player using it. That remark completely stunned Ya Lam. She couldn't believe her ears. "And not a normal player," she gasped. "Could it be Dan No?" Lan Qin smirked and explained slowly, "That is what I've been searching for all along, the fourth extreme Dao divine weapon." Inside the game, Wei Honam Long had launched an attack with dark energy, but it was blocked by the light surroundings being blocked by Ta Vu's light. Van Zhao couldn't believe what she was seeing and cried out, "This glass-like light is blocking the Black Dragon's attack." Speaking of which, Yun Zhao suddenly remembered, "That's right, this is the weapon Xiao Yu used before." Speaking of which, she suddenly remembered, "That's right, this is the weapon that Tuan Gok used before." "I'm sorry, Van Zhao's head, Van Zhao. By the time you hear this, I won't be by your side anymore." Yun Zhao instantly recognized it as Xiao Yu's voice. But why was it coming from inside this weapon? Overwhelmed by longing and regret, she couldn't. Van Jiao instantly recognized it as Tuan Gok's voice. But why was it coming from inside this weapon? After speaking with Yun Zhao, the voice then turned to Ta Vu, hugged the weapon, and sobbed, "So, you were protecting me all along." Hearing this, Ta Vu was startled. Lan Jing, watching from the outside, exclaimed, "Has been subdued by me. Now's your chance." The voice's sudden words made Ta Vu jump. After a moment of confusion, Ta Vu finally grasped the weapon and shouted, "Dev, see the power of two absolute extreme blades combined." As soon as he spoke, the dark energy rapidly flew towards him and then concentrated onto the blade. Ta Vu didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark energy surged towards him, then concentrated onto the blade. Just then a voice echoed in Yun. Ta Vu didn't hesitate for a second. This manhwa recap is getting intense. Zhao's mind, "It seems I'm not by your side anymore. I'm sorry. I left that day without even saying goodbye." In an instant, Yun Zhao recognized the voice. It belonged to Shai. Yeah, but why in the world was it coming from inside this weapon? A wave of regret and longings washed over Yun Zhao, clouding her thoughts. She couldn't think straight. She just hugged the weapon and cried, "So, you've been protecting me all this time?" After its little heart-to-heart with Yun Zhao, the voice turned its attention to Xie Yu. "The Black Dragon's power is now under my control." And just then he suddenly heard that voice and was understandably freaked out. Outside, Leng Jing was practically vibrating with excitement, shouting, "This is fantastic. Come on, show me, I want to see just how powerful those two ultimate blades are when they team up." After a moment of bewilderment, Xie Yu finally raised his weapon and roared, "Blade of Devouring, activate, swallow this foul darkness whole." The moment the words left his mouth, all that dark energy zipped straight towards him, getting completely absorbed into the blade. Xie Yu didn't hesitate, for he unleashes a single strike, slicing the body of the soul-devouring dark dragon clean in two, and almost at the exact same moment, a pair of wings sprouts from his back. Xie Yu scoops up Yun Jiao rockets into the sky. He declares, with absolute certainty, Yunjiao, don't worry. You're safe now. No matter who it is, if they dare stand in our way, I'll burn them to a crisp. With that, Xie Yu flies Yunjiao to a safe spot, whispering, gently, Yunjiao, you just rest here. Yunjiao looks at him, her eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? How did you change so much? All of a sudden, Xie Yu just shakes his head, replying, don't worry, I can feel it. I'm way stronger than I was before. But right at that moment, a massive surge of dark energy erupts from below. The soul-devouring dark dragon is already back on its feet. Well, Xie Yu isn't one to just stand around. He whips out his blade and without a second of hesitation, lets loose another slash. The soul-devouring dark dragon's shadowy aura is just, poof, gone. Immediately after, Xie Yu leaps back into the air. He gives his new wings a little flap, shooting forward, and in a heartbeat, Xie Yu is once again face to face with the soul-devouring dark dragon. He scoffs. I'm not letting you get cocky again. The words barely leave his mouth before Xie Yu swings down, with savage force sending the soul-devouring dark dragon's body crashing back to earth. But just then, a storm of razor-sharp blades comes flying right at him. Sensing the murderous intent closing in, his eyes narrow to slits. The attacker is Zhen Tian. Talk about a party crasher. Xie Yu quickly raises his blade to defend himself. He glares at the man, his voice dripping with ice. Zhen Tian, you actually dared to show your face here. With an indifferent shrug, Zhen Tian coolly replies, you're my prey. I'm not stopping until you're dead. Then bring it on, Xie Yu roars, unleashing a devastating strike of his own. In a flash, the two powerful energy waves collide. Zhen Tian is blown backward by Xie Yu's insane power. This is some next-level Manhwa evolution, but he is far from beaten. The blade in his hand was thrown in a flash. It tore through the air with a furious whistle, and in an instant Zhen Tian was already charging forward. A flurry of blade flashes began to dance in the air, each one looking sharp enough to finish Xie Yu right then and there. But what a shame. None of those blade flashes could even touch Xie Yu's body, as every single one was deflected by his wings. Letting out a soft huff, Xie Yu spoke with pure contempt. You still don't get it, do you? The level of your power right now is no longer in the same league as mine. With that said, he snatched Zhen Tian's blade right out of the air. His voice filled with murderous intent, he said, time and time again, you've hurt Yunjiao. I'm not letting you off the hook for that. And as he finished his sentence, Xie Yu swung the blade, once severing Zhen Tian's arm. He plummeted to the ground, muttering resentfully, damn it, you again. Too bad he couldn't even finish his last words. The dark dragon's soul guardian appeared and swallowed Zhen Tian whole. Seeing this, Xie Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow, muttering, he got eaten. Well, that saves me some work. Just then, the dark dragon's soul guardian fired a beam of energy at Xie Yu, but he effortlessly dodged it. The energy beam shot straight into the cliff face behind him, instantly blasting it into rubble. With its first attack, A missed the dark dragon's soul guardian, suddenly tilted its head back and let out a deafening roar. Billowing clouds of dark energy poured relentlessly into its body. This incredible sight made Long Tian freeze in terror, trembling as he stammered. The leader has this kind of power. Not even the master himself could do this. This sight absolutely terrified Long Tian, who stuttered, the leader has this kind of power, not even. Xie Yu must be scared. But oh, how wrong he was. Xie Yu, on the other hand, was completely calm, even smiling as he spoke. Finally deciding to use your full strength, are we? As the words left his mouth, he gripped his blade and charged forward. What a classic Manhwa protagonist move. In a mere moment, the dark energy had formed into a colossal sphere that looked like it would devour everything. But Xie Yu didn't back down one bit. He just kept charging straight ahead. Step by step, he forced the soul-devouring dark dragon's foul miasma to retreat. And right at that moment, Xie Yu let out a thunderous roar. Time to end this. The second the words left his lips, an immense wave of energy erupted forth, completely devouring the dark aura. In what felt like the exact same instant, all the little minions that were attacking everyone else turned to dust. Watching from the sidelines, Yunjiao couldn't help but marvel. That guy, he really never fails to deliver. With the job done, Xie Yu landed gracefully on the ground. Right on cue, the system interface popped up with a notification. Congratulations, player Xie Yu, for successfully eliminating the soul-devouring Dark Dragon boss. You have completed the raid. On the Crimson Dragon domain dungeon, Fatesy saw the message and cheered with excitement. He did it, big bro actually took down an S-rank boss. Wire let out a huge sigh of relief as well. My predictions were so wrong that Xie Yu, he's like the main character from some overpowered action manhwa. There are no other words for it. Meanwhile, Xie Yu was already checking out his rewards from the system. He grinned, finally it's over. And we made out with quite a haul this time. All right, everyone, let's get ready to blow this popsicle stand. But just as he was speaking, a teleportation gate materialized right behind him. Xie Yu's sharp senses picked up on it instantly, and he snapped his gaze toward the disturbance. And just as he expected, someone stepped out from within, a low, smug smirk playing on his lips. Xie Yu, don't be in such a rush to leave. As the self-proclaimed host of this little party, I haven't even had a chance to congratulate you properly. The newcomer was none other than Leng Jing, flanked by two of his underlings. A freezing cold murderous intent immediately flashed in Xie Yu's eyes. You again? His guard was up as he demanded aggressively. Leng Jing, what the hell do you think you're doing here? Long Tian was just as stunned by the sudden appearance. He muttered in disbelief. The guild master of Blood Moon. Why is he here? But Leng Jing simply arched an eyebrow and chuckled. Don't get so worked up, I'm not here for you. I'm here for Xie Yu. Hearing that, he just let out a cold scoff. Is that so? Well, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. But before they could even move, Leng Jing gave the command. Do it. The blonde woman beside him immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, President. In an instant, she let loose 3 arrows in quick succession. Xie Yu's eyes widened in sheer panic. Their target is Yun Jiao. And just as he thought, the 3 arrows flew straight for Yun Jiao. But to everyone's surprise, they slammed into some kind of invisible shield, stopped dead in their tracks. Yun Jiao eyed Leng Jing's crew with suspicion and demanded coldly, "What do you think you're doing?" The moment the words left her mouth, the arrows outside the barrier suddenly exploded, unleashing a dense shower of energy. But it still didn't leave a single scratch on Yun Jiao. Leng Jing, looking like the classic cool-headed villain from a manhwa, wasn't surprised by this at all, calmly muttering to himself. So that's Xiao Yu's divergent blade, just as I suspected. An attack of this level was never going to hurt her. With that, he strode right up to Yun Jiao and gave her a disturbingly polite bow. Leng Jing then made his offer nonchalantly. My apologies for the intrusion, Miss Shen Yun Jiao. On behalf of the Xie Yu Guild as its president, I've come to invite you for a little trip to our headquarters. With me. Yun Jiao was completely floored, questioning him in disbelief. You want me to go with you? Xie Yu, on the other hand, was having none of it. What kind of garbage are you spouting? He seethed. Like hell we'd ever let you take Yun Jiao anywheres. Saying that, he lunged forward to attack, but was instantly intercepted by one of Leng Jing's underlings. Xie Yu's face twisted in frustration. He brought his sword up to block, but that one punch from the henchman was so incredibly powerful it slammed him straight into the ground. Fadzi, seeing this, shrieked in terror. What is going on? It's not just Leng Jing, the other two with him. That man and woman are the absolute top-tier powerhouses of the Xie Yu Guild. We're talking their most elite members. Conquering the S-rank dungeon, Xie Yu gets slammed into the dirt by this goon, and he is not having a good time. Gritting his teeth, he snarls, "Damn it. You guys are really pushing your luck." You know that with that, Xie Yu explodes off the ground. Launching another attack, he completely ignores the lackey and zooms straight towards Leng Jing, his blade seething with dark energy swings down with a vengeance, but too bad. For him, Leng Jing blocks it effortlessly. The villain scoffs, dismissively, daring to attack me head-on. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Xie Yu is totally stunned, unable to believe it, as he mutters with just one hand, he blocked it. While he's having his moment of crisis, Leng Jing draws his own blade. He says coldly, "You didn't actually think that just because you awakened a tiny bit of the heretic blade's power, you could actually defeat me?" Did you? Without another word, he strikes. One of Xie Yu's wings is sliced clean off and he plummets to the ground like a broken kite, but Leng Jing's single strike didn't just stop there, it completely shattered the ground itself. This is some next-level manhwa power right here. This insane display leaves Fei Zi absolutely terrified. And Xie Yu, well, he's not feeling too hot either. The fact that Leng Jing could cause this much chaos with just a casual swing proves he's on a completely different level. Leng Jing glances at the battlefield. He just created and lets out a not-so-sorry chuckle. Haha, whoops, my bad. Guess I lost control of my strength for a second there. He glares down at Xie Yu, his voice dripping with contempt. Give up your pathetic struggle. No matter what happens today, I am taking Shen Yunjiao with me. Speaking of whom, Yunjiao is just floating inside a sphere of light. Hearing her name, Yunjiao is completely baffled. What on earth did she ever do to this guy? Why is he so dead set on taking her away? Xie Yu doesn't get it either. He demands, why are you so obsessed with taking Yunjiao? A smirk plays on Leng Jing's lips as he casually replies, fine, I'll let you in on the secret. A year ago, he discovered a very special support-type weapon, one with the ability of self-healing. Way more powerful than your average weapon. He figured it was a support-type abyssal blade. From there, Leng Jing managed to track down its owner, but she wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. Not long after, for some mysterious reason, Xie Yu completely vanished from the world of this manhwa game. That is until Xie Yu showed up on the scene, rocking a bizarre inherited abyssal blade of his own, which suddenly put him in the spotlight. But Leng Jing wasn't really interested in him. The one who truly piqued his interest was Yunjiao, the girl right next to Xie Yu. His running theory was that the abyssal blade that disappeared all those years ago was probably hidden on her somewhere, and so Leng Jing dispatched his ghost-faced lackey to scout the pair's true strength, while also setting up this special S-rank underground city just for them. Because only in an extreme combat environment like this one could that abyssal blade possibly be forced to awaken. After hearing all this, Xie Yu figured the guy was just spouting nonsense. He scoffed, and so what if it is? I'm not letting you take Yunjiao anywhere. Leng Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing at that. A smirk played on his lips as he said, it seems you still haven't quite grasped the situation you're in. I wasn't asking for your opinion, kid. The moment the words left his mouth, his figure vanished into thin air. By the time he reappeared a second later, he was already right in Xie Yu's face. The two of them clashed in a deafening roar of steel. But Leng Jing didn't even consider him a worthy opponent. He sneered with utter contempt. Know your place. With a casual flick of his wrist, he twisted his blade. The two of them clashed in a deafening roar of steel. But Leng Jing didn't even consider him a worthy opponent. He sneered with utter contempt. Know your place. With a casual flick of his wrist, he twisted his blade, and just like that, Xie Yu was sent flying backward. Refusing to give up, he swung his sword again, only to find he was swinging at absolutely nothing. A flicker of genuine terror flashed in Xie Yu's eyes before he could even process what happened. Leng Jing had already closed the distance in a blink, appearing right in front of Xie Yu once more. The blade in his hand moved non-stop as brilliant flashes of light began to dance through the air. Dancing through the air, Leng Jing's speed was unbelievably fast. It seemed like you could only catch a glimpse of his afterimages. Xie Yu didn't even have a chance to dodge before he was struck. Down with fresh blood gushing out like rain, Leng Jing watched him collapse, his eyes dripping with contempt. A mere level 40. Trying to take me on, truly naive. Just then, 3 bombs from who knows where came flying towards Leng Jing. The one who threw them was none other than Fei Zi, but unfortunately, before they could even detonate, Leng Jing casually destroyed them all. Seeing this, one of Leng Jing's lackeys snuck up behind Fei Zi and said with a sneer, "And where did this little rat scurry from?" With that, he snatched the kid up and asked, "President, what's the call?" On this one, Leng Jing replied coldly, "Anyone who gets in the way, kill them." Hearing this, Xie Yu became frantic with worry for Fei Zi, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't even get to his feet. The bald henchman tightened his grip, ready to crush Fei Zi on the spot. In this nail-biting Life or death moment, a beam of energy suddenly shot forward. The bald goon's arm was hit, forcing him to let Fades go. At the same time, Lun Jing found himself bound by countless threads. He grunted. In annoyance, what another pest trying to get in my way? Over on the side, Genza looked off into the distance, then shouted with excitement, "This is Great Yaowanzi, the guild president," came himself following their gaze. They saw countless teleportation gates appear, a grand entrance worthy of any manhwa. Two figures stepped out from within. One was the vice president of the Jin Chan Guild. The other, as Fei Zi guessed, was likely the president himself. Leng Jing narrowed his eyes at the man questioning him coldly. "This has nothing to do with you. You brought an elite team and barged into my territory uninvited. Are you declaring war on my Xie Yu guild?" The man took a long drag from his cigarette, smirked, and said, "Nothing to do with me, huh? You're currently trying to hurt the person most precious to me." Meanwhile, Fatesy over here was having a full-blown meltdown. He knew that face all too well. The kid practically shrieked in disbelief. "No, it can't be. It was him, all right. My good-for-nothing old man." This guy was none other than the guildmaster of the Golden Cicada Guild. And you guessed it, the very same good-for-nothing old man that Fei Zi was just complaining about. He shot Leng Jing a death glare and commanded in an icy tone, "If you know what's good for you, let my son go, now." Hearing this, Leng Jing hoisted Fei Zi up by the scruff of his neck, scoffing. "Oh, so you're telling me this little punk is your son? If that's the case, you can have him back." But the vice master standing beside him just raised an eyebrow and chimed in with a smirk. "The guildmaster's son is important, of course. But we can't just ignore his teammates, now can we?" The guildmaster nodded, completely on board with the idea. "That's right. As the head of the Golden Cicada Guild, I have always been a man of honor and loyalty. My son's friends, Xie Yu and Shenyun Jiao, I'll be taking them as well." Well, that just about set Leng Jing off. He growled through gritted teeth, "You've really got this all figured out, haven't you? Trying to take two of my people with an excuse that pathetic. Seems like I'm getting the short end of the stick here." With a casual shrug, the Golden Cicada Guildmaster shot back dismissively. "I only ever make fair deals. I'll trade you 2 S-rank dungeons managed by my Golden Cicada Guild." Leng Jing was so furious he actually let out a cold, bitter laugh. 2 S-rank dungeons. That's a steep price, I'll give you that. But it looks like you've forgotten something. The Vice Master leaned in and reminded him, "Sir, there's one small problem. According to our intel, the Blood Moon Guild isn't just a one-man show with Leng Jing." The Guild Master's eyes narrowed. "What are you getting at?" The Vice Master said coolly, "Inside his guild, there's someone else who's a much bigger wild card. The one who just walked into the city with him." Hearing this, the Guildmaster just burst out laughing. "You mean Chinmo? What's so scary about him? It seems you still don't understand my position." The second the words left his mouth, he waved his hand. And just like that, a horde of monsters materialized behind him. This is a classic Manhwa power move. Leng Jing roared, "Listen up. I don't care what it takes. I'm walking out of here with Shenyun Jiao today." But the Golden Cicada's Guildmaster didn't even bat an eye. He just smirked contemptuously. "What a shame. Looks like you'll have to unleash that little beast army of yours after all. So you're really choosing to declare war on me, rather than just letting her go." Right at that moment, a desperate cry pierced the air. "Hey, hold it." Immediately after, a pillar of energy slammed down from the heavens, a truly classic Manhwa entrance. A massive cloud of dust and debris exploded into the sky. And from within, a deep commanding voice rumbled. "You really think I'd just stand by and let you people trample all over the established order?" Hearing that voice, Long Tian and his companion instantly lit up with joy. Ling Ran exclaimed with glee. That voice, could it be the vice president himself? And sure enough, as the dust settled, a towering figure of a man stood before them, lugging a ridiculously oversized greatsword on his back. And he didn't come alone, he brought a whole troop of cavalry. A smirk played on his lips. "All right, you two, cool your jets. Starting a war is hardly the best way to solve your problems." Xie Yu stared at the new arrivals, his mind reeling in utter confusion. The Lion Guild, they're getting involved now too. What in the world is going on here? The Lion Guild's vice president shot a sharp glare at Leng Jing and began to speak. You're trying to just whisk Shen Yunjiao away. It's all because you want to exploit the power of the glazed scepter of time, so you can reopen that portal to the demon abyss. Don't even think about it. With every word the man spoke, Leng Jing's face grew darker and darker, and he was practically grinding his teeth to dust, barely containing his fury. Leng Jing finally snapped, roaring, Lion Guild. You're still running that mouth of yours, I see. Just save your breath. If you want her, you'll have to come and take her from me. Seeing how badly things were escalating, Xiao Han couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Oh, this is not good. The four great guilds are getting involved now. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. This is bad. The four great guilds, the grand alliance that the guilds worked so hard to establish, is probably going to be shattered in the blink of an eye. With representatives from 3 of the 4 great guilds now on the scene, this whole thing has blown up into a massive incident. Xie Yu bit his lip, his voice filled with frustration. Damn it all. I don't care what kind of squabble you all have going on. I have to get Yun Zhao and Xiao Feizi out of here. But in the middle of this tense, chaotic standoff, out of thin air, a few delicate threads began to appear. They danced gracefully through the atmosphere, weaving past the women from the Blood Moon Guild. And in the blink of an eye, another person materialized right in front of Yun Zhao. The faces of the 3 guild leaders instantly drained of color. Could this be the legendary Gu Gui? Xie Yu couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. He'd heard tales of the man's incredible power, but in the next second Leng Jing just burst out laughing. Interesting. Oh, this is very interesting. The moment the words left his mouth, a flash of crimson streaked through the air. Quick as lightning, he charged at this supposed Gu Gui, all while running his mouth. One clueless loser after another keeps popping up. Cut the act! The real Gu Gui has been pushing up daisies for ages. You're nothing but a cheap imposter. Gu Gui didn't bother with a reply. He simply swung his blade, unleashing a massive wave of energy that immediately erupted, sending Leng Jing flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, he raised a hand towards Yun Zhao, creating a triangular isolation barrier around her. He did the exact same thing for Xie Yu. With that, Gu Gui grabbed them both and made a break for it. But of course, it was never going to be that easy. A sudden slash of blade energy tore through the air, forcing Gu Gui to a dead stop. Leng Jing roared furiously. Don't even dream of escaping. And with that, he swung his blade again. A crimson slash ripped through the air, snaring Yun Zhao and holding her tight. Seeing her captured, Xie Yu desperately grabbed her hand. At the same time, Leng Jing, poof. In a move straight out of a classic manhwa, he teleported right in front of Gu Gui. He said in a chilling voice, "And where do you think you're going, you fake? Just die." Without a single ounce of hesitation, Leng Jing brought his blade down. Unable to parry in time, Gu Gui was wounded. But he still managed to conjure one last spell, forcing the tightly clasped hands of Yun Zhao and Xie Yu apart. And just like that, the two of them were being torn apart. He was yanked back by Gu Gui. Yun Zhao was absolutely frantic, but there was nothing she could do. Just like that, Gu Gui and Xie Yu stepped right into the teleportation portal. After escaping the underground city, Xie Yu was out cold for several days straight. Finally, he slowly started to flutter his eyes open, but the very first person he saw was a complete stranger. Xie Yu rubbed his eyes, mumbling, "Ugh, where the heck am I?" The girl chirped happily, "You're finally awake. Looks like the medicine worked. So, let's give you another shot." The moment he saw the needle in her hand, Xie Yu completely freaked out, screaming, "Who are you? What are you trying to do to me?" Seeing his wild reaction, the girl tried to calm him down. "Hey, big bro, don't be scared." Just then, the door swung open. A figure stepped in from outside and a deep voice cut through the air. "Sleeping for that many days, you finally decided to wake up, huh?" Xie Yu stared in shock at the newcomer and cried out in disbelief, "My physics teacher, you're a player in this manhwa too." The physics teacher let out a small chuckle and replied, "Long time no see, Xie Yu." Our boy frowned, his mind racing. "So, does that mean you're Gu Gui? You're the one who saved me?" The teacher gently shook his head. I was the one who saved you. But I'm not Gu Gui. Xie Yu was understandably confused and pressed on. Then who in the world are you people and why? Did you save me? The teacher slowly began to explain the esteemed Mr. Gugue back when he was alive. Founded a guild called the War Giants. Even though he's no longer with us, the guild has continued to operate in secret, and I, inheriting his will, am the current guildmaster. Hearing this, it finally clicked for Xie Yu, and he nodded. He hopped off the bed and asked, full of doubt, "All right, so where is this place? How long was I unconscious? I don't have any more time to waste here." But when he glanced at the view below, his eyes went wide in shock. Because Xie Yu was in fact still inside the game world. The guildmaster of the war giants seemed to understand his concern. He spoke slowly. That day, the war never happened. But Xue Yu still got exactly what they wanted. Hearing this, Xie Yu's face went pale. Does that mean Yun Zhao is in danger? With a soft chuckle, the guildmaster of the Titan Slayers casually remarked, "Relax, just use the team communication system and give her a call, you'll see." This just made Xie Yu even more pissed off. He roared. What good is that if she's in the clutches of Xue Yu? But before he could even finish his sentence, the guy was already dialing Yun Zhao. In no time, Yun Zhao picked up her voice, cheerful on the other end. "Xie Yu, I finally managed to get in touch with you." Hearing her voice, Xie Yu frantically asked, "Yun Zhao, did Xue Yu capture you? Are you all right? How are things right now?" At that question, Yun Zhao sounded a little awkward. After a pause, she finally spoke up. "Oh, you don't need to worry. They haven't hurt me or anything. In fact, they kind of forced me to go on vacation to Hawaii. Said something about me needing to recuperate." This revelation basically short-circuited Xie Yu's brain. He was picturing some kind of dark Manhwa torture scene, not a tropical paradise. Sensing his panic, Yun Zhao quickly tried to calm him down. "Look, long story short, I'm fine, so don't worry. Okay. I have to go before they catch me on the phone. That wouldn't be good." And with that, she hung up. The Titan Slayers guildmaster couldn't hold back a smug laugh. "Ha ha ha, what did I tell you? See, Shen Yun Zhao is perfectly fine." Xie Yu, completely lost, muttered to himself in disbelief. What in the world is going on? What the hell are those bastards from Xue Yu plotting? The Titan Slayers guildmaster just chuckled again, enjoying the show. "Haha, what did I tell you? Shen Yun Zhao is perfectly fine." Xie Yu, completely lost, muttered to himself in disbelief. What in the world is going on? What the hell are those bastards from Xue Yu plotting? The Titan Slayers guildmaster glanced at him and explained, "Shen Yun Zhao is a critical piece of Leng Jing's grand plan. He only captured her to make sure his most important asset was secure, not to actually harm her." Xie Yu's brow furrowed. He asked quietly, "You know Leng Jing's entire plan, don't you?" The guildmaster took a long drag from his cigarette, his tone turning dead serious as he spoke. "All right, let me lay it all out for you. This whole mess kicked off about 2 years ago. On that day, somewhere deep beneath the city, a mysterious gate just popped into existence. No one knew its raid level, the required stats, or any intel on the rewards. The only thing the system announced was this one cryptic little note. The Abyssal Demon Sealing Dungeon has been activated. Any player who could successfully conquer it would be granted absolute supreme power, the kind you only read about in a manhwa. So naturally, a tidal wave of players stormed the place. And that includes all the major guilds. Everyone was desperate to be the first one to clear it and snag that mysterious reward. But after a while, it became clear it was a one-way trip to the graveyard. The body count just kept climbing and climbing, and yet not a single soul managed to conquer that godforsaken dungeon. To stop the catastrophe, the legendary Gu Gui decided to step in and handle it himself. But in the end, even he never made it back out alive. The abyss was never successfully cleared, and its entrance was sealed shut. What exactly went down in there remains a complete mystery. After hearing the story, it finally clicked for Xie Yu. He muttered under his breath. So Leng Jing is trying to reactivate that death trap of a dungeon. The guildmaster of the War Titans gave a grim nod. Exactly. After all these years of stockpiling his strength, I'm afraid he's confident enough to think he can actually pull it off. The moment Leng Jing successfully clears that dungeon, he'll get his hands on the mysterious reward from the Abyssal Dungeon. And with that power, he'll completely shatter the current status quo. I'm afraid he's confident enough to think he can actually pull it off. Once Leng Jing successfully conquers it, he will obtain that mysterious reward from the Abyssal Dungeon and he will shatter the balance of power between the four great guilds, allowing Blood Moon to crush every other major guild and dominate the entire game world. And right now, that Azure Crystal Staff in Yunjiao's possession holds an incredibly potent restorative power, which happens to be the one critical key needed to reactivate the Abyssal Demon Sealing Dungeon. The War Titans Guild Master shot a meaningful glance at Xie Yu. So you get it now, all of you before this have been played like a fiddle by Leng Jing this entire time. Xie Yu's brow furrowed. He hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. There's just one thing I don't get, he said. Why are you helping me? What do you want out of this? The War Axe Guild leader couldn't help but crack a smile, casually stubbing out his cigarette. Ha ha, straight to the point, I like it, he said coolly. All right, I won't beat around the bush either. My guild will back you up and help you become the new king. In return, you help us annihilate the Blood Moon Guild and kill Da Leng Jing. Hearing this, Xie Yu's eyes went wide. He stared in utter disbelief, forcing himself to repeat the words. You want me to become the new king, and at the same time, take out Leng Jing. Dan Mo simply nodded. The War Axe Guild leader casually replied, That's right, this whole Manhwa game is just a food chain, a classic big fish eats small fish scenario. For us, the only way to survive now is to become the absolute strongest predator at the top. Xie Yu thought about it for a second, then shook his head in refusal. Thanks for the generous offer, but my only goal right now is to rack up 100 million points. What you're proposing sounds like way too much of a headache for me. It was as if the War Axe Guild leader had expected this. He let out a soft chuckle. Ha! And just as I thought, you're not interested. Just like that Gu Gui fella from back in the day. Hearing that name again, Xie Yu couldn't help but wonder. Who the heck is this guy? And why does his name keep popping up everywhere? But he decided not to get sidetracked. He asked coldly, so can I go now? The War Axe Guild leader gave a slight nod, pointing off into the distance as he spoke. Fine, I won't force you. If you want to leave here, just head in that direction. The source of that light over there is the teleportation gate. He added that he'd used up too much energy over the past few days, so he couldn't escort him. He did, however, give Xie Yu a parting warning. Be careful on your way. This island used to be home to an S-rank underground city. Xie Yu didn't waste a second, scrambling right out the window. Hey, thanks for saving me. He called back from that psycho Leng Jing. I owe you one. If I get the chance, I'll definitely repay this favor. And with that, he leapt from the window, activated his transformation, and vanished. The girl watched him go, completely bewildered. President, she asked, are you sure just letting him go? Like, that is a good idea. We went through so much trouble to... Before she could finish her sentence, the guild president cut her off with an icy tone. Just let him go. If my judgment is sound, there's a solid chance he might just be the one who can awaken that strange artifact that Sir Gugui left on this island. Hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up with understanding. She nodded. Oh, you mean that thing. Meanwhile, after ditching the base, Xie Yu darted into a forest. He immediately ordered the system to pull up his status. After that gauntlet of battles, he had shot up to level 42. Xie Yu nodded, muttering to himself. Looks like the EXP from the Scarlet Forged Dragon domain was pretty decent, and hey, I still haven't opened my loot from the Scarlet Forged Dragon domain. Let's see what I got. He immediately pulled up his inventory. The moment he saw the contents, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What, the 1 million points and a Sacred Edict Dragon scale? This is better loot than in any Manhwa. A second later, he was in a bit of a moral dilemma. Shoot, I did say I'd split the points with Xiang Shi and Jin Chan, but then all that craziness happened. So does this mean I get to keep it all for myself? With that, Xie Yu's new grand total was a whopping 1,228,694 points. Staring at that beautiful number, he was instantly hyped. Heck yeah, if I can just solo clear 100 S-rank dungeons next, Then hitting 100 million points isn't just a dream anymore. Just then a sudden rustle came from the bushes behind him. Xie Yu's eyes narrowed, a jolt of alarm shooting through him. In that exact same instant, a monster lunged straight for him. Luckily, he had. Whoa, get back, Xie Yu whips out his blade, frowning as he mutters, "There's a mob here." Wait, a level 60 fortified Trent. Without a second thought, Xie Yu charges right in. Perfect if I can take down a level 60 mob, he thinks. I'll definitely level up in no time. He immediately unleashes a powerful slash, and it connects, but the Trent is completely unfazed. It doesn't even have a scratch. Instead, it just swings an arm, casually swatting Xie Yu a good 10 meters away. He frowns, muttering, "Looks like this level gap is a bit too wide." Even for a regular mob, this is no easy fight, but as if on cue, he realizes it's not just one, it's three of them. Well, a whole party of them is just a pain in the neck, he thinks. Ugh, I really don't want to use that power. But while he's hesitating, a flash of sword light suddenly cuts across the battlefield. Xie Yu's eyes widen in shock, because out of absolutely nowhere a girl has appeared, and is single-handedly slaughtering the Trents. Meanwhile, back at the War Titan Guild's headquarters, a young man bursts in shouting in a panic. This is bad, guild leader, it's terrible. The guild leader of the War Titan Guild just looks at him confused. What's with all the rush? What happened? The young man hurriedly explains. Guild leader, it's Feng Ji. She went off to find Xie Yu all by herself. I tried everything to stop her, but it was no use. Hearing this, the guild leader's expression instantly sours. Are you kidding me? He asks, clearly annoyed. Didn't I tell you all to keep a close eye on her? Lan Si, who is standing nearby, hesitantly chimes in. Perhaps I should head out immediately and stop her. Back on Xie Yu's side of this whole manhwa drama, the mysterious girl has already turned the rampaging Trents into a pile of firewood. She glances over at him and asks, "You're Xie Yu, right?" Xie Yu is completely stunned, and notification pops up, level up. But who in the world is this girl, he wonders. Still, she did just help him level up, so he puts on a polite face. Thanks. You really helped me out big time back there. May I ask who you are? Meanwhile, back at the guild, the leader just shakes his head, rejecting the idea. Hold on now. Let's not rush in and make this situation even messier. Still, Lan Si couldn't help but voice her overwhelming concern. But if this keeps up, even someone as strong as Xie Yu is going to end up dead at Feng Ji's hands. And just as she predicted, Xie Yu hadn't even finished speaking, when another flash of sword light came screaming through the air. The girl named Feng Ji had Xie Yu pinned against a massive ancient tree. He couldn't help but stammer in shock. Who in the world are you? What the hell do you think you're doing? Feng Ji's voice was like ice. Cut the crap! Duel me. I'm here to take your devouring blade. Hearing this, Xie Yu frantically tried to talk some sense into her. Wait, even if you kill me, the devouring blade isn't a guaranteed drop. That's not how this works. To his surprise, Feng Ji actually lowered her sword. She stated calmly, "That's true. I won't kill you, so duel me. If you lose, you will hand over the devouring blade. I'm going to prove that I am far stronger than you. I am the one who truly deserves to wield this unique blade." As she spoke, her gaze was filled with an unshakable, fiery conviction. He narrowed his eyes at her, asking suspiciously, "So who are you, really? Don't tell me you're another one of those attack dogs sent by the Xie sect." Feng Ji scoffed in utter disdain. "Don't you dare lump me in with that pathetic trash. Listen carefully. I am Feng Ji of the Zhengju Guild." And just like that, it all clicked for Xie Yu. He'd rejected the invitation from the Zhengju Guild leader. And that's why Feng Ji was here, desperate to seize the power of his unique blade for them. With that realization, he spoke with a newfound calm. Feng Ji's eyes were burning with determination. He squinted at her, a skeptical question on his lips. "So then, who exactly are you? You're not another goon from the Xie sect, are you?" Feng Ji let out a derisive snort. "Don't even compare me to that garbage. Let me make myself clear. I am Feng Ji of the Zhengju Guild." It hit Xie Yu like a ton of bricks. It was because he'd turned down the Zhengju Guild leader's offer. That's why this Feng Ji woman was so hell-bent on ripping the unique blade right out of his hands. What a classic manhwa villainess. Thinking it over, he replied coolly, of the Zhengzhou guild leader, which is why Feng Ji is so desperate to get her hands on the power of this unique blade. Figuring it all out, he spoke calmly. You keep yapping on about a duel, but what's in it for me if I win? Hearing this, Feng Zhi exploded in frustration. What I would never lose, Xie Yu couldn't care less. He just shrugged and said nonchalantly, well, if there's no prize for me, then I have absolutely no reason to fight you. When she saw him actually turning to leave, Feng Zhi blurted out desperately, all right then, if you win, you can do whatever you want with me, so come on, get over here. A satisfied smirk spread across Xie Yu's face. Now this didn't sound half bad. With that, he immediately snapped into a battle stance. Seeing this, Feng Ji's eyes lit up with excitement, burning with fighting spirit as she grinned, bring it on. That devouring blade is as good as mine. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yu swung his blade, and a massive wave of energy erupted instantly. Except, it wasn't aimed at anyone, it just sent the ancient trees nearby crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yu turned tail and bolted. There was no way he was going to get into some pointless duel with a crazy woman, but he'd only managed a few steps before he froze in sheer terror, hearing a sharp whistling sound cut through the air right behind him. And then the inevitable happened. Feng Ji had already caught up. A flurry of sword flashes began to dance through the air, forcing Xie Yu to defend himself. He bit his lip hard. This girl's level and actual strength were obviously way higher than his. He couldn't afford to fight her head-on, while Xie Yu was busy thinking another of Feng Ji's sword strikes came at him, forcing him back. Feng Ji narrowed her eyes at Xie Yu, her voice cold as ice. If you won't accept this duel, then even if I can't kill you, I will torment you until the day you finally hand over that devouring blade. Hearing that, a shiver ran down Xie Yu's spine. He quickly yelled, wait a minute. This isn't what I'd call a fair duel. Feng Ji frowned slightly, asking with doubt in her voice. Not fair? How is it fair? Xie Yu blustered. I just passed level 42 and you're what? Level 60 already, how is a duel? Like that fair at all? This is a manhwa, not a public execution. At that, Feng Ji just snorted. Fine, as you wish, I'll make this duel a little more fair. And then she pulled out a rope. Under his utterly dumbfounded gaze of Xie Yu's, she had him tied securely to a tree. Feng Ji's voice was ice cold. Stay put. This is to make sure you don't run off again. My hands were tied, you could say. She told him that to earn his respect, she was going to give him the power leveling session of a lifetime. Then without another word, Feng Zhi pulled out a strange device, a monster luring machine designed to emit the most tantalizing sounds imaginable for monsters. A classic manhwa item. And what do you know, it wasn't long before a whole stampede of monsters was charging right for them. Every last one a beefy level 65, Xie Yu had no clue what this girl was up to, and getting a friend request from her only made him even more confused. Feng Zhi slowly laid out her plan. After you join my party, I can funnel a ridiculous amount of experience your way, so just sit back and relax. And with that, she launched herself forward. The sword in her hand was less a blade and more a butcher's cleaver, as every single swing sent another level 65 monster to meet its maker. Xie Yu, still tied to a tree, watched as his level shot all the way up to 58 in no time. He couldn't help but marvel. Damn, this girl's a beast. She's not bad to look at either, but I definitely don't have the stamina to spend on her right now. After personally dispatching every last monster she had lured over, Feng Ji returned to Xie Yu's side, cocking an eyebrow. So your level isn't that far off from mine anymore, is it? No more hard feelings, I hope? Xie Yu just gave a little chuckle and replied coolly, I am eternally grateful for the power-up, but sorry about this. Let's go, Xiao Yi Long. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yi Long burst out of his inventory. Feng Ji was completely taken by surprise, and by the time she could even react, it was already too late. Xiao Yi Long seamlessly morphed into the majestic Yan Yi Long, swooping down to carry Xie Yu off on its back. As they flew away, he hollered, you might be tough, but can you beat me in the air? Whoa, I didn't even know she could fly. All these free level ups. Ah, this feels amazing. Fengju, however, was absolutely livid at Xie Yu's little stunt. She gritted her teeth and hissed. Xie Yu, you just wait, but our boy couldn't care less. He and his Yan Yi Long soared onward. And soon enough, the exit came into view. But just as they were about to reach it, something launched a surprise attack. On Xie Yu, the Yan Yi Long banked hard, dodging in the nick of time. He muttered in confusion, "Where the heck did that come from?" When Xie Yu finally got a good look, he saw a whole swarm of monsters hovering in the sky, and they were all heading right for him. Xie Yu's expression immediately turned grim. Wait a minute, monsters can't launch attacks like that, he thought. Damn it, what fresh hell is this? And just as he suspected the ones launching, the attacks were the figures riding on the backs of those monsters. Xie Yu narrowed his eyes, trying to get a better look. He whispered to himself, those dragon riders, they're definitely not players. A moment later, he realized what they were: humanoid monsters. Level 60 Dark Knights. At that moment, a Dark Knight hurled a spear straight at Xie Yu. He hastily dodged, letting out an annoyed sk. He then sprang to his feet, standing steady and balanced on the back of his Yan Yi Long. Xie Yu snorted coldly, just a bunch of grunts. I don't have the time or energy to waste on you guys. Now scram! As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his blade, sending a powerful wave of energy, hurtling toward them, but a Dark Knight simply raised a shield and blocked the whole thing. Xie Yu was genuinely surprised. Wait, they have dedicated tanks? These guys are weird. First they hit him with magic, then they used shields to defend. And now they're pushing for close quarters combat. Compared to the monsters from the underground city, this crew in the Manhwa actually has tactical team-based intelligence. It looked like Xie Yu wasn't getting out of this one so easily. If he got careless, he'd be the one paying the price. With that in mind, Xie Yu transformed into his soul-devouring dark dragon form. But before he could even lift a finger, a Dark Knight suddenly whipped out a whistle and blew on it with all his might. Xie Yu was a little stunned. Are they calling for backup? And just like clockwork, dozens of Dark Knights riding some gnarly-looking monsters showed up in a flash. They completely swarmed Xie Yu. I mean, the sheer number of them was just ridiculous. Without even giving him a second to prepare, the Dark Knights launched their attack. Not one to slack off, Xie Yu quickly threw up his wings to block. He scoffed, sounding way too confident. An attack on this level? Please, you can't possibly defeat me with that. Famous last words. The second the words left his mouth, Xie Yu felt something was off. His wings were completely frozen solid. So that was their plan. They were trying to ground him and neutralize his ability to fly. Man, these monsters were definitely not your average grunts. While Xie Yu was still processing this, the monsters all raised their spears in perfect sync, and then hurled them with everything they had. But just in the nick of time, Fengju came charging in, riding a monster of her own. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a powerful sword strike. A flash of light shot out from her blade. It instantly morphed into a raging tempest that blasted away the monsters in front of them. Xie Yu shot her an annoyed look. You actually managed to catch up to me. But Fengju was in no mood for a reunion. She snapped at him, furious. Are you an idiot? Do you have a death wish? Charging through Snow Valley all by yourself is a classic move in any great manhwa if you want to get killed. Look, if you don't want to hand over the devouring blade, fine, but don't just throw your life away for nothing. With that, she chucked out 2 flashbangs. Boom! A blinding light erupted. It was like a miniature sun, so bright it seared everyone's retinas. Xie Yu shot her an annoyed look. You actually managed to catch up to me. But Fengju was in no mood for bickering. She snapped, Are you an idiot? Do you have a death wish? Charging through Snow Valley all by yourself? If you don't want to hand over the devouring blade, fine, but don't just throw your life away for nothing. With that, she chucked out 2 flashbangs. Boom! A blinding light erupted. It was like a miniature sun, so bright it seared everyone's retinas. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Yu frantically shattered the ice on his wings. But the Dark Knights were one step ahead, having already anticipated his move. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yan Yi Long didn't need to be told twice and immediately turned tail to bolt. Its flight speed was insane, and it didn't take long to shake those Dark Knights off their tail. A little while later, Yan Yi Long touched down in a safe spot. Xie Yu gently stroked his dragon, saying apologetically, "Sorry you got hurt, buddy. Go on, head back to the system and get some rest, Yan Yi Long." But as for Feng Ji, but instead she points her sword right at his face aggressively, declaring, "Xie Yu, I'm not letting you get away this time." Seeing this, Xie Yu can't help but let out a weary sigh, trying to reason with her. "Whoa, hold on, now is not the time for a duel. I thought the leader of the underground city was already defeated, right? So why are there still crazy dangerous dudes like this running around?" Feng Ju presses her lips into a thin line and explains, "The leader on this island was defeated, yes, but that just made things worse. The legions of knights hiding on Snow Mountain only grew stronger after their leader died. Their power has been expanding like crazy. They have incredibly high combat IQ and they're constantly conquering new territory. Any player who intrudes gets, punished. It's gotten so bad that most players are too scared to even come near this underground city. That's why the War Giant Guild decided to hide out here." Finishing her explanation, Feng Ju shoves her sword back in Xie Yu's face. "And now, thanks to you, we're smack dab in the middle of their territory. I'm not even sure if we can get out of this alive." Xie Yu lets out another exasperated sigh. It's not like he wanted this to happen. He gently pushes her sword away, offering a tired smile. "All right, let's pause this dramatic manhwa standoff for a second. Can we should probably focus on finding a way to escape these monsters first." Just then a noise from outside makes them both jump. It's two of the Dark Knights, but they aren't attacking. They're just standing there chatting about something, in a language neither of them can understand. Hiding off to the side, Xie Yu mutters to himself, "Looks like they have their own language." Feng Ju gives a slight nod. "They do. Our guild leader actually managed to decipher their language and created a translation system. It's perfect for gathering intel. Let's see what these two are chattering about." With that, she pulls up the translation app. And just like that, they could finally understand the conversation between the two Dark Knights. After a bit of back and forth, one of the knights finally speaks up. "Patrolling every single day. Man, it's been ages since I had a bath." The other one nods in agreement. "Tell me about it." And just like that, the two of them started taking off their armor. This scene left Xie Yu and his companion completely stunned. He gasped in shock, "Hey, wait a minute! They're taking off their armor!" Feng Jie was just as confused, muttering, "What in the world is going on? This is a first for me, too." Completely oblivious to their audience, the two Dark Knights finished disrobing. And beneath the armor were two girls. They looked mostly human, but with a pair of pointy ears. They casually strolled over to a nearby stream and started bathing like it was a spa day. The more Ziyu stared, the more flabbergasted he became, muttering in disbelief. "What is this, a plot twist from a fantasy manhwa? The enemies trying to murder us are elf girls." Feng Ji, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less. She said nonchalantly, "Who cares what they are? They're just characters generated by the game." He frowned slightly and asked, "So what's your brilliant plan?" Feng Zhi pulled out her trusty rope, a menacing look on her face. "Is that even a question? We tie him up first, ask questions later." Xie Yu was speechless, asking helplessly, "Do you have a single peaceful bone in your body?" With a scoff, Feng Ji snapped, "Cut the crap. If you keep dawdling, their main force will show up and then we'll really be screwed." And with that, she whipped her rope towards the stream. The two elves yelped, trying to dodge. But it was too late. Feng Zhi had already ensnared both of them. The sound of terrified screams filled the air. Feng Ji emerged from the shadows, declaring her intentions loud and clear. "Is that even a question? We tie him up first, ask questions later." Xie Yu was at a loss for words, asking helplessly, "Is there a more diplomatic approach you'd consider?" Feng Ji just snorted and shot back coldly, "Stop wasting my time with pointless chatter. If we hesitate any longer, their backup will arrive and we won't be able to escape." No sooner had the words left her mouth, she flung her rope toward the stream. The two elves flinched, attempting to get out of the way. But it was a futile effort. Feng Ji had them both tied up tight. Piercing screams echoed through the clearing. Feng Ji stepped out of hiding, dragging the two elves onto the bank by their hair. Both of them pleaded in terror, "Please don't!" But Feng Zhi showed no mercy, demanding coldly, "You're with the Dark Elves, aren't you? Spit it out. Where's your base?" She continued in an icy tone, "Don't move, that'll only make it more painful for you." Then she pointed her sword at them as a final warning. "If you don't want to die, you'll tell me how to get out of this place." But as soon as she finished speaking, the elf, with red hair, shouted back defiantly, "In your dreams, human, you're never leaving this place." The spirit next to her chimed in with just as much bravado. "That's right, do it, you will kill us or cut us up. We will never ever bow our heads to a human. Our kind and yours can never stand on the same side." Hearing this, Feng Ji absolutely lost it. She gripped her sword, ready to charge, grinding her teeth as she yelled, "You're just side characters in this Manhwa story. And you have the nerve to talk so big, watch me end you." Seeing this, Xie Yu quickly pulled her back. "Whoa, calm down." The red-haired spirit, who was so defiant just a moment ago, suddenly started sobbing. "Just you wait, our comrades will definitely get revenge for us." Right at that moment, a loud roar echoed from behind them. "Found you, humans." Feng Zhi flinched and looked back, only to see a whole squad of dark knights approaching. The one in the lead was carrying a massive mace, and he bellowed, "You dare trespass on Snow Mountain? I'm about to show you the true meaning of hell." He squinted, looking at the newcomers. His eyes filled with confusion. "Are those beastmen?" It looks like the spirits have teamed up with the beastmen. Feng Zhi, on the other hand, was surprisingly calm. She effortlessly dragged the two spirits onto the shore, and then placed her sword against their necks. Feng Zhi warned them in a cold voice, "I advise you all not to make any sudden moves or I'll kill them." Her actions completely infuriated the beastman leader. He snarled, gritting his teeth, "You foolish human! For a soldier to be taken prisoner is the ultimate shame for our people." With that, he snatched a spear from the hands of a nearby dark knight. "You fool, for a soldier to be taken prisoner is the ultimate shame for our people." With that, he snatched a spear from the hands of a nearby dark knight, and then without a shred of hesitation, he threw it. Right before Feng Ji's shocked eyes, the long spear pierced straight through the red-haired spirit's chest. A cold chill ran down Xie Yu's spine. He stammered in a trembling voice, "He has absolutely no feelings for his own comrade." Feng Ji was completely stunned as well. She never imagined things would take a turn like this. Model. Ignoring their reaction, the Beastman commander just roared, "Archers prepare," but the Dark Knights were clearly a little hesitant after what had just happened. They moved sluggishly, barely following the order. The Beastman shot them a furious look, demanding, "What's the holdup? Are you planning on disobeying my orders?" That seemed to do the trick. The Dark Knights quickly drew their bows and aimed them straight at Xie Yu's group. Our hero's face immediately turned grim. Xie Yu tried to activate his Dark Dragon Blade, but the darn thing was still on cooldown. Just then, a volley of arrows came flying. With no time to hesitate, he rushed forward to shield the two elves, deflecting the arrows with his sword. This heroic move left the elves completely stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Even more surprising, Feng Ji also jumped into action, shielding the two of them with her own body, and ended up taking an arrow straight through her arm. Feng Ji yanked the arrow right out and snarled through gritted teeth, "You are so dead." With that, she swung her sword and charged. And in the blink of an eye, Feng Zhi was right in the beastman's face, only to have her attack casually blocked by him. He let out a cold, contemptuous snort. That pathetic little attack. It didn't even tickle. Immediately after, the beastman swung his mace down, catching Feng Zhi completely off guard and sending her flying. But he wasn't about to let her off easy, charging aggressively after her. "For your insolence, I'll pay you back tenfold." Seeing things were taking a turn for the worse, Xie Yu quickly activated his sword's energy, unleashing a powerful blast that shot directly toward the beastman. But the moment it made contact, it simply shattered into nothing. The beastman looked smug as hell. He laughed loudly. "It's useless. Your attacks can't even scratch me." Feng Zhi was not having any of this guy's arrogant gloating. She immediately charged him again, sneering coldly. "In this entire Manhwa, there has never been an enemy that I couldn't cut down." With that, Feng Ji brought her sword down with ferocious power, but the beastman simply raised his mace to block it again. Too bad for him, Feng Ji wasn't holding back this time. He unleashed a furious storm of sword strikes, and the beastman was completely pummeled by the relentless barrage of slashes. The guy's body rapidly faded into nothingness. But before he completely checked out, he spat out one last threat, seething with rage. "So what if you beat me?" he snarled. "Just you wait, you detestable human. The great Lord Juela will devour every last one of you. He won't leave a single one of you standing." Seeing their beastly buddy get absolutely deleted, the squad of dark knights behind him immediately drew their bows, ready to let their arrows fly. Xie Yu saw this and immediately yelled out, "Wait a second, you're not like those beastmen, are you? Any chance you could, spare us? In exchange, I can heal this elf right here." The moment those words left his mouth, the lead dark knight let out a cold, mocking laugh. Then she took off her helmet. Her voice was pure ice as she said, "The words that come out of a human's mouth are absolutely worthless." Hearing that, Xie Yu was completely exasperated. He sighed, "Damn it. Looks like we can't avoid a fight after all. Even if they are just game characters, this really sucks." But just then, the blue-haired elf suddenly cried out, "Wait, Captain Nina. My healing magic, it's not working anymore. It's because that human, he just took an arrow for me." She pleaded that maybe, just maybe, they could be trusted. This is some classic Manhwa drama right here. At the very least, they should let Xie Yu give it a shot. Her voice trembling, she begged the captain to save her sister. Hearing this, Nina hesitated for a long, tense moment. Finally, she grudgingly agreed. She said that if they actually managed to heal the elf, then as a reward she would lead them out of this treacherous place. But if you don't, as a reward she would lead them out of this treacherous place. But if you don't, then don't even dream of walking out of here alive. Brimming with confidence, Xie Yu just let out a little smirk. "Don't you worry," he replied. "A little scratch like this is nothing for the Holy Edict Dragon Scale." With that, he took out the legendary Holy Edict Dragon Scale and used its power on the injured elf. In the blink of an eye, the girl's life force was completely restored. She looked up, her face a mask of pure astonishment. Hey, the wound's already healed, and the feeling of pain is completely gone. The sister next to her heard this and cried out in joy, "That's wonderful." Feng Zhi couldn't help but be impressed. "You've got some seriously rare healing items, huh?" Flattered by the praise, Xie Yu got a little cocky. "Hey, don't forget I'm the one who successfully conquered the Crimson Flame Dragon's abyss." The green-haired elf looked at Xie Yu and his friend gratefully, and started to say, "Thank you both so much. If it weren't for you, my sister." But before she could even finish, Nina cut her off with an icy voice. "That's enough. There's no need to thank these humans for anything. This was simply a transaction between us, nothing more." Hearing that, the green-haired elf fell silent. Nina shot a glance at the two men and gave an order. "You two go with the squad and get some rest for now. Leave the rest to me." With that, Nina walked right up to Xie Yu and said, "I will uphold my promise. I'll get you two out of here." Hearing this, the red-haired elf immediately grew worried. "Captain Nina, going by yourself is too dangerous. Let us go with..." But before she could finish, Nina cut her off coldly. "Relax. I'm more than enough. They're just two puny little humans after all. They pose no threat to me." That comment really got under Feng Ji's skin, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Nina paid him no mind, simply pointing to two sets of armor in a corner. "You humans, put on those two suits of armor for me." Feng Ji couldn't stand her high and mighty tone and shot back, "I am not your subordinate." Not missing a beat, Nina just scoffed coldly. "Fine, if you won't listen to me, then do as you please." Witnessing this entire exchange, Xie Yu could only let out a helpless sigh. Good grief, the personalities on these two. Are we really going to get out of here smoothly? This Manhwa plot is way too dramatic. Despite all the arguing, Xie Yu and his companion ended up putting on the armor anyway. Nina then took the lead, guiding them from the front. She instructed them coldly, "You two follow me. And no matter what happens in a minute, do not make a sound." A short while later, she had led the pair straight into the beastman's base. The moment they saw her, one of the beastmen immediately started to jeer. Well, well, if it isn't Captain Nina herself, and where might you ladies be off to? Nina explained calmly, there's been an intrusion. We're heading to the border to provide support. But that creep wasn't about to let her go, clearly looking to cause trouble. What's the big rush? Have a drink with me first. Nina bit her lip hard, refusing flatly. The situation is urgent. I can't afford any delays. Seeing her lack of cooperation, the beastman's temper flared. He snarled through gritted teeth, "It's not often that I personally invite you for a drink. You'd be wise not to refuse a polite offer and wait for the punishment." With that, he grabbed Nina's jaw, forcing her mouth open, and mercilessly poured the alcohol down her throat. And yet Nina didn't fight back. She simply allowed the beastman to humiliate her in this intense manhwa moment. Seeing this, Feng Zhu gritted his teeth and growled, "That bastard, let me at him." Xie Yu quickly held him back. "Don't be reckless, remember what she told us." A moment later, the beastman, having apparently had his fun, shoved Nina away with a cold snort, grumbling in dissatisfaction. "How boring. I pour all that liquor into you and you still won't get drunk. Every single one of your subordinates has collapsed at my hands, but you're the only one who refuses to go down." Nina wiped the remaining alcohol from her lips, then led Xie Yu and Feng Zhu away. The guy, still not satisfied, yelled after them, "Just you wait, this isn't over." Once the three of them were a safe distance away, Feng Zhu tore off his helmet. He couldn't hold back any longer, demanding, "Why did we just walk away from that? Aren't you a captain of the elves? How could you let those beastmen humiliate you like that?" But Nina didn't appreciate his concern one bit. She snapped back resentfully, "Stop pretending to care. Compared to intruders like you, what's a little humiliation from those beastmen to me, model?" She said that if they hadn't chosen to team up with the beastmen, the entire elf race would have been completely wiped out by humans by now. Hearing this, Xie Yu could only nod along. She's not wrong. In this manhwa world, the elf race is just another monster NPC in a game. And for players like us, you're just high-value targets with great loot, nothing more. Nina, having no clue what he was talking about, coldly cut him off. "I don't understand what you people mean by players. All I want is for us to survive here. But you people won't stop slaughtering us. You even got our elf king killed." Feng Ji's jaw dropped when she heard that. The elf king was the previous leader of this entire underground city. If that's true, then Professor Gugui. But before she could finish, Nina's icy voice cut in again. "You saved my comrades. I'll assume it was part of a deal, so I will lead you out of here. After that, our debt is paid. We're even." Feng Ji bit her lip, hard, fuming internally. Her professor could not have been wrong. Their mission objective was the leader of the underground city. So where did it all go wrong? Even Xie Yu felt that something was seriously off. This entire game's design. What secrets are buried in its core mechanics? Lost in their own troubled thoughts, the two followed her. After a short while, Nina came to a halt. "The preparation room is right ahead. Once you pass through it, you'll be at the border." They quickly made their way inside. But the second they stepped through the door, they were frozen by the sight before them. "This is an auto-generated response. This 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 is an auto-generated response." They quickly made their way inside, but as soon as they did, Feng Ji stepped in and immediately threw a hand over her eyes. Xie Yu, however, just blurted out, "Don't look," because right in front of them were female elves putting on their armor. He, trailing behind them, asked out of genuine curiosity, the elf tribe, "How come you guys are all women?" Nina, barely containing her fury, shot back, "Because our male warriors have practically all been killed in battle." "Is that a good enough answer for you?" Hearing that, Xie Yu was stunned, speechless. "Shut up and stop asking questions." The three of them continued onward until they reached the area where the flying beasts were kept, and then they stopped. Nina started to explain the plan. "In a bit, my team and I are taking the winged monsters out for a recon mission. When that happens, you two find a chance to get the heck out of here." But right at that moment, the ground suddenly started to shake. A set of massive claws stomped forward, followed by a booming shout. "All you elves get on the ground and stay there. Nobody moves." The second he said that, All the flying beasts flattened themselves on the ground. Nina immediately followed their lead, not forgetting to hiss at Xie Yu quick. Get down, he just furrowed his brow, muttering in confusion. Is this guy supposed to be the Beastmen's leader or something? A horned beastman was riding toward them on a giant wolf. What a classic Manhwa villain entrance. He spoke with an icy tone. I can smell it, no doubt about it. There are humans hiding among you. The beastman leader's eyes swept over the group of dark knights. A wicked grin spread across his face. Humans, hiding in plain sight. Now I wonder which one of you it could be. Well, this is just perfect. Guess I'll have a little fun with you all to find out. As soon as the words left his mouth, Juela gathered energy into his hand and blasted one of the dark knights. In a flash, the knight's armor was completely burned away, revealing an elf. Juela clicked his tongue. What a shame. Wrong guess. He didn't seem to give a damns, just sneering as he moved on. Just like that, Juela began to forcibly strip the armor off one knight after another, but each time, it was just another elf. Watching from the side, Nina bit her lip furiously. That bastard, she whispered. What do we do? Juela is just toying with us. I can't take this anymore. But she wasn't the only one who'd reached their breaking point. Someone else snapped and drew their sword right then and there. Fengju charged forward aggressively, screaming, You filthy beast man! Just die already. But Shuela was already on alert. The very instant, Fengju swung his blade down, the beastman threw a powerful punch. Oh, look what crawled out of the woodwork, he sneered. Got some nerve, don't you, human? Juela's raw power was insane. And just like that, Fengju was sent flying. But you're still pathetically weak, he scoffed. At the same moment, Xie Yu charged in sword at the ready. He channeled all his energy into the blade. But it couldn't even scratch Juela. A smirk played on the villain's lips. Are you trying to tickle me to death? Without missing a beat, Juela grabbed Xie Yu's head in a vice grip and viciously slammed him into the ground. I've got no interest in human men, he growled coldly. With his opponent down, Juela gloated for all to hear. Listen up, everyone, Juela will show absolutely no mercy to any human who dares to show their face in my presence. This world belongs to us now. We are its true masters. Hearing this, the beastmen erupted in cheers. Lord Juela is magnificent. Nina watched this all unfold, a troubled look clouding her eyes. I'm sorry, I can't get you two out of here. In a situation like this, I'm completely powerless. Meanwhile, Juela turned his attention back to Xie Yu. Human, he said with chilling finality. You will be player number 109 to die by my hand. You should be honored. That's when something clicked for Xie Yu, who whispered to himself. This guy, he can speak our language. And he called us players. That's it, he's the vicious beast. Fengju, leave the rest to me. Fengju gave a slight nod, understanding perfectly. Without a second's delay, Xie Yu summoned the Xiao Yilong. He had plenty of points to spare. So when facing a monster straight out of a manhwa, there was no reason to be cheap. Xie Yu dropped 10,000 points to activate the Xiao Yilong's ultimate form. In the blink of an eye, the Xiao Yilong transformed into the Yi Huanglong. Its body was wreathed in a magnificent blaze of hellfire. Without a word, the Yi Huanglong slammed its fist into the ground. A pillar of fire erupted, but Xuela didn't even flinch. He just laughed, completely thrilled. Not a bad attack, I'll give you that, but fire is completely useless against me. The second he finished speaking, the guy opened his mouth and straight up inhaled the entire blaze. This absolutely insane sight made Xie Yu scream his lungs out. What the did he just swallow the flames whole? Juela meanwhile let out a booming laugh, looking smug as all get out. I am the true Lord of the Flames. In an instant, his figure vanished into thin air. The next time he appeared, he was right in Yi Huanglong's face. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk and said, You little human-tamed slave, allow me to set you free. Without another word, Juela threw a vicious punch straight down. Yi Huanglong was completely powerless to stop it. Its energy was shattered in one blow, forcing it to revert back to its little Xiao Yilong form. Weakened, it fell right into Xie Yu's arms. He cried out in panic, Xiao Yilong, are you all right? Juela just let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Couldn't even take a single hit. Seeing that things were going south fast, Feng Qian rushed to stand in front of him. He pouted sarcastically. I thought you said you had this handled. So what was that? Xie Yu bit his lip, muttering under his breath. This guy's a monster. We need to figure out how to get the hell out of here. Overhearing this, Lao let out a deep, menacing laugh. No human has ever escaped from the palm of my hand. And with that, he slammed down another fist. But at that exact same moment, a flash of a blade appeared. Shula recognized who had intervened and grumbled in annoyance. It's you! Feng Chen's eyes went wide in utter disbelief. The person who showed up let out a deep, menacing laugh. No human has ever escaped from the palms of my hand. And with that, he slammed down another fist, but at that exact same moment, a flash of a blade appeared. Yela recognized who had intervened and grumbled in annoyance. It's you. Feng Can's eyes went wide in utter disbelief. The person who arrived it's the guild master of the war giants. Shula glared daggers at him, roaring furiously. Every last human here is going to die today. The guild master just scoffed at that, completely unfazed. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't quite have what it takes for that. The moment the words left his mouth, a hazy aura of power erupted around him. The sword in his hand began to transform. And in the blink of an eye, in a classic Manhwa power-up, it morphed into the Blade of Devouring, an exact replica of Xie Yu's. Seeing this, the kid was absolutely stunned. His weapon, it turned into the Blade of Devouring. Feng Ke calmly explained. Don't be so shocked, the president's power is unique. He can replicate any weapon he's ever made contact with. Just then, Shuela let out a maniacal roar. You got lucky and slipped away last time. This time, let's see how I rip you to shreds. But before the brute could even get close to the president, a single beam of energy erupted from the ground, followed by dozens more that completely encased Shuelo's body. The president of the giant war guild couldn't help but offer some praise. Xie Yu, that blade of devouring of yours is quite something. You're too kind, Xie Yu replied with a sheepish grin, knowing full well that the blade in the president's hand was just a copy. But its power was clearly on a whole other level than his own. Having been stung by the attack, Huelo wasn't feeling so cocky anymore. He snarled through gritted teeth. I'll admit, for a human, you've got some nerve. Wolf Riders advance. As soon as he gave the command, a horde of beastmen on wolfbacks slowly trotted forward, surrounding the three of them in the blink of an eye. The guild president calmly reassured them. Don't be scared. According to my intel, this beast Shui Liao has a weakness. Hearing this, the boy frowned and asked, a weakness? The man nodded slightly in response. That's right. Hit him with an ice-based attack, and it can severely weaken his flame abilities. For a short time. Hearing this, the boy frowned and asked, a weakness? The man nodded slightly in response. That's right, hit him with an ice-based attack, and it can severely weaken his flame abilities. Shown for a short time. It's a small window, so timing is everything. No sooner had the words left his mouth, the president's blade of devouring transformed into a sword of pure ice. This is the kind of epic moment you read a manhwa for. Then without a shred of hesitation, he charged forward. With a single downward slash, he temporarily froze half of Suela's body solid. And yet Shuela didn't even flinch. He just let out a cold, contemptuous snort. You fool! Trying the same move twice, don't even dream of it working again. His own flames immediately began to burn away the ice on his body, which made the War Titan Guild leader cry out in shock. This bastard's power, it's even stronger than last time. Just then, Shuela unleashed a scorching inferno. But not daring to be careless, the guild leader instantly threw up a wall of bone ice to block it. Seeing the situation was getting dicey, Feng Zhu rushed in to help. She yelled as she leaped into the fray, I'm here to back you up. I have ice-type skills too. The guild leader gave a curt nod. Excellent. Let's attack him together. With that, he unleashed a single icy slash, and in a flash, bone ice shot out and shackled Zuelo's legs. At the same time, a flying vehicle suddenly appeared in the sky and a loud voice boomed down from it. Guild leader, I'm here, everyone get on board now. Xie Yu couldn't help but gawk. Wait, they have even more reinforcements. The elven Dark Knights, seeing more party crashers arriving, immediately drew their bows ready to let loose. A rain of arrows shot towards Feng Zhu in an instant, making her panic. But stuck there in midair, she was a total sitting duck. Just as her life was hanging by a thread, another arrow suddenly zipped out of nowhere, splitting the one aimed at Feng Zhu clean in two. The one who fired it was Nina, who slowly opened her mouth to say, "This is as much as I can help you." Meanwhile, Zola was absolutely furious, letting out a massive roar. "Damn it, I will absolutely not let you escape." The War Titan Guild leader just let out a cold snort and said with ice in his voice, and she totally freaked out because stuck there in midair. She was a total sitting duck. Just as her life was hanging by a thread, another arrow suddenly zipped out of nowhere, splitting the one aimed at Feng Zhu clean in two. The one who fired it was Nina, who slowly opened her mouth. "This is as much as I can help you." Meanwhile, Zhuola was absolutely furious, letting out a massive roar. "Damn it, I will absolutely not let you escape." The War Titan Guild leader just let out a cold snort and said with ice in his voice, "You bunch of small fry better not get in my way." The War Titan Guild leader sneered coldly. "You're just an evil beast, don't get so arrogant. Thinking you're all that now, dance." Snow Blossom. As the words left his lips, an ice lotus erupted from the ground, completely blocking the entire view of the Beastmen, the kind of epic scene you only see in a manhwa. The guild leaders group and Xie Yu successfully made their escape. A little while later, at the War Titan Guild's base, the moment they returned, Lan Shi was already furious. "Feng Zhi, you acted completely on your own," he roared. "Do you have any idea the kind of danger you just put the entire guild in?" Realizing she'd royally screwed up, Feng Zhi lowered her head and admitted, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. But if it wasn't for this Xie Yu guy escaping from the snowy mountain." Hearing this from the sidelines, Xie Yu shot back indignantly. "What now this is my fault, the guild." Master finally snapped and yelled, "That's enough, Feng Zhi, I know you want to get stronger to prove to Master Gu Gui that you've matured. But do you really think he'll acknowledge you for swiping someone's ultimate blade like this?" Feng Zhi trembled, completely at a loss for words. After handling his own subordinate, the guildmaster turned back to Xie Yu and said apologetically, "This was my failure as a leader. Tomorrow morning, I will personally escort you out of this underground city." Xie Yu gave a slight nod. "All right, I'll be in your care then, Master." But just then a puzzled Feng Zhi piped up again, "Wait, there's something I still don't get. The king of the elf race, isn't he supposed to be the ruler of this underground city? Did Master Gu Gui really kill him?" Hearing this, the guildmaster's brow furrowed, as he asked in a grim tone, "Is that what the elves told you to? Fine then, let me set the record straight for you. The person who first attacked the elf king was not Master Gu Gui." Feng Zhi was floored. "But then who was it?" she stammered in shock. The guildmaster let out a weary sigh. "It's a long story. Luckily I have video recordings of every time we've conquered the underground city, which I keep for a tactical review. You all can see what happened that year for yourselves. Let's go." With that, he fired up the recording. The screen flashed to life and Xie Yu's eyes lit up with the kind of excitement you only get from binging a good manhwa. He was finally going to witness it with his own two eyes. He was about to see the legendary figure known as Gu Gui in action. The footage quickly cut to an intense battle where a magnificent, blood-red blade danced heroically across the screen. And the master of that blade, none other than Gu Gui. He's fresh off a major battle. And with a triumphant grin, he declares, "The boss of this underground city is way tougher than I expected. But too bad for him. My fire attribute powers are his perfect counter." And so Gu Gui's opponent, the Ice and Snow Elf King, got absolutely thrashed until his health bar was practically empty. Seeing this, the other elves went into a frenzy, watching their king on the verge of defeat, and angrily pointed their weapons right at Gu Gui. They started shouting, but nobody could understand a word they were saying. One of the players next to Gu, guy armed to the teeth, took aim at the elves and suggested, "Gu Gui, that was an awesome fight. Now let me deliver the final blow." Seeing this, the Ice and Snow Elf King's eyes narrowed instantly. He clearly had a plan. He waved his hand, extinguishing the flames in front of him. Immediately after, the Ice and Snow Elf King summoned the last dregs of his energy. He erected a massive wall of ice completely shielding all the elves behind him. This scene left Dati completely baffled. What's he doing? Why put up an ice wall? Now, the current guild leader of the Janju Guild, who was also present calmly, replied, looks like he has other plans. Gu Gui let out a cold laugh and said, that's right, he's surrendering. The Ice and Snow Elf King's true purpose was to create a barrier between himself and his soldiers, hoping they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire from Gugui's party. This act of sacrifice actually stirred a bit of compassion in Gugui. He sheathed his blade and spoke nonchalantly. Who would have thought a boss in this manhwa would have such humanity and intelligence? Even though he's a game boss, I honestly can't bring myself to finish him off. Hearing this, Da Tai couldn't help but try to talk some sense into him. Are you joking? We've been fighting this guy for a whole day. We barely managed to get him this low, but before he could even finish his rant, Gugui cut him off. All right, say no more. The Ice Snow Spirit King didn't understand human language, but seeing Gugui's group turn to leave, he looked genuinely surprised. Gugui, meanwhile, was getting all philosophical. Sacrificing oneself to save a comrade, isn't that the very creed of our guild? If we continue this attack, we'd be spitting on everything we stand for. And with that epic speech, he ordered a full retreat. Daytai tried to argue, but our man was resolute. But just then, the Ice Snow Spirit King suddenly uttered something. Then with a wave of his hand, a wall of ice shot up, blocking Gugui's path. Daytai panicked, yelling, "Look, he's not letting us go," while everyone was freaking out. A sword materialized in midair and began to float towards them. Gugui was baffled, but the man who'd become the current guildmaster just chuckled. Well, looks like he doesn't want us going home empty-handed. This must be his thank you gift for not finishing him off. What a gentlemanly monster. After presenting his gift, the Ice Snow Spirit King withdrew his icy aura. Watching this flashback, something finally clicked for Feng Ji. She drew a sword, her voice filled with urgency. Is this it? This is the sword that Master Gugui gave me when he was still alive. Xie Yu was completely stunned. You've had it this whole time. The guildmaster spoke, his voice laced with surprise. So Sir Gugui gave the legendary spirit sword to you. Feng Ji had never said a word about it. A gift for us, the Ice Snow Spirit King, after giving his gift, retracted his icy presence. Watching this, Feng Ji had a sudden realization. She drew a sword and quickly asked, is this the one? This is the blade that Master Gugui gave me before he passed. Xie Yu was shocked, asking, it was with you? The guildmaster, also caught off guard, spoke up. It turns out Sir Gugui entrusted the spirit sword to you. This is one of the biggest plot twists in this whole manhwa. She could never bring herself to use this precious memento, only drawing it earlier out of sheer desperation to fend off Cielo. The guildmaster spoke again. All right, listen up. Here's my theory. The one who truly murdered the Spirit King was that monstrous beast Shuela. He must have struck when the Spirit King was at his weakest. By doing that, his own power would no longer have a natural counter. More. Hearing this, he muttered in confusion. Wait a second. Aren't the monster characters in a game supposed to target the players? Even if it's some kind of evil beast, it shouldn't be team killing. The leader of the allied underground city. The guildmaster slowly explained that in this particular game, these so-called evil beasts are a special case. They're not just intelligent, the terrifying part is that they can grow and level up, just like one of us players. Ever since that Chuela guy killed the Ice and Snow Spirit King, he's been getting stronger and stronger, which is why I'm ordering you to Xie and Huzyu to stay out of Snow Valley and stop picking fights with him. Besides, he argued having a monster like Shua Liao guarding the entrance actually stops other random players from waltzing into our underground city. So in a weird way, it's actually a win for the War Guild. Feng Zhi didn't say a word after hearing all that. But later that night, alone in her room, her mind was an absolute mess. Feng Zhi desperately wanted to do something, but she couldn't just go against the guildmaster's direct orders. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? She grumbled. The image of Nina being humiliated, forced to drink by that beastman flashed in her mind. Sure, she's just a character in a game, but why does She feel more real and fleshed out than some actual people. It's like she's a character straight out of a tragic manhwa. After a long, hard think, Feng Zhi finally made a decision. There was no way in hell she was going to just swallow her anger. Meanwhile, outside the base, one of An Long's mechs was parked on the ground. Xie Yu gave it a quick once-over before nodding satisfied. Yep, this'll do, he thought. Riding this bad boy will definitely save me a ton of hassle. Poor Xiao Yi Long is injured, better let him rest up back at the base. But just then a hand clamped down on his shoulder, making him jump out of his skin. It was Feng Zhi. What are you doing skulking around in the middle of the night? She demanded coldly. Xie Yu immediately started stammering out an excuse. Nothing, I was just, out for a stroll. Hearing this, Feng Zhi let out a cold, contemptuous snort. And you expect me to believe that Xie Yu didn't answer? He just raised an eyebrow with a smirk and said, forget about me. So what about you sneaking all the way out here in the dead of night? Are you planning on defying what the guildmaster just said? Careful now, I might just have to snitch on you. Feng Zhi shot him an indignant glare. You wouldn't dare. Seeing his teasing had actually made her blush, Xie Yu decided to drop the act. He gave his mecha a friendly pat and said, all right, I was just kidding. I knew you'd show up, so I was waiting for you. Hearing this, Feng Zhi's eyes went wide with surprise. Xie Yu just grinned, raising an eyebrow. Look, even though I couldn't care less about the spirits on Snow Mountain, those evil beasts, on the other hand, are basically a giant walking pile of experience points for me. If you're heading to Snow Mountain, let's go together. Meanwhile, deep inside that very same Snow Mountain, sunlight was finally illuminating the snowy valley. But the scene was anything but peaceful as three figures were tied to a post out in the open. It was Nina and the two elf sisters. Zhula, the man who had captured them, sat on a high seat lording over them. Below him, the other elves were gathered. He began to speak, his voice as cold as ice. All of you look long and hard. We have those among us who dared to secretly conspire with the human race. This behavior is a disgrace to our kind, a crime punishable by death. The red-haired elf whispered apologetically, Captain Nina, this is all my fault. I'm the one who doomed everyone. Nina bit her lip fiercely, her voice low but steady as she spoke. Don't say that, we did nothing wrong. At that moment, Weilo gave the command. Do it, get rid of these treasonous beasts. The red-haired elf said, filled with guilt. Captain Nina, this is all my fault. I'm the one who dragged everyone into this. Nina bit down hard on her lip, her voice a defiant whisper. Stop talking, we did nothing wrong. At that very moment, Juela barked his final order. Do it, finish off these, wretched elves. The moment the words left his lips, the beastmen raised their spears high. Without a shred of hesitation, they hurled them forward. The other elves gasped in horror at the unfolding scene. But Nina remained unbelievably calm in a way that only happens in a manhwa. She simply closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable end. At last, she thought to herself, she could finally be reunited with the Elf King and their fallen comrades, but just when all hope seemed lost. At that very moment, a brilliant flash of swordlight suddenly appeared, shattering the incoming spear. This sudden turn of events left the elves completely and utterly dumbfounded. The beast tribe, on the other hand, was absolutely livid because they saw Feng Zhi and Xie Yu standing guard right in front of Nina and her friends. Spotting them, Nina cried out in disbelief, Why did you two come back? Feng Zhi simply snorted. Do you really need to ask? If we let you get killed, then the score between us could never be settled. Seeing Xie Yu and his companion Xuela let out a smug, booming laugh. You humans actually dared to show your faces again. All elves on my command capture. These two humans for me alive. The elves looked at each other, totally conflicted and unsure what to do. They hesitated, murmuring, now what? Are we really supposed to attack those two? From a high platform, Feng Zhi scanned the crowd of elves and bellowed, Hold on, you elves are being tricked by Juela, the one who murdered the ice. Elf King wasn't us. It was Juela. As she spoke, she presented the elf sword for everyone to see quickly, explaining, this is the proof. This was a gift from the Elf King to us humans back in the day. We didn't kill your king upon seeing the sword in her hand. The elves immediately broke into a flurry of whispers. How in the world does she have that? What are we supposed to do now? Could it be that this whole Manhwa plot twist is actually true? Nina's eyes widened in astonishment. The ice elf sword, back in the day, the great elf king would only grant those to his most trusted subordinates like us. She's telling the truth. Seeing the elves starting to waver, Chuela roared in fury, "You useless elves! Are you really letting these cunning humans mess with your heads? Die all of you!" And without another word, he unleashed a powerful attack. A fireball straight toward the elf tribe. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yu shot into the air, and with a single slash completely vaporized the entire attack. He then turned to the elves and tried to reason with them. "Hey elves, this fight is strictly between Shualo and US humans. We have no intention of being your enemies, so please don't get in our way." The Beastmen tribe heard this and just sneered in contempt. "Just two little humans and you've got such big mouths. Just watch, we're gonna grind you into a fine paste." But the second those words left their mouths, they felt an intense heat wave bearing down on them, and cold sweat instantly started pouring down their foreheads. The little Xiao Yilong had just transformed into the mighty Yan Yilong, and was now viciously blasting flames at the Beastmen. Seeing this, Xuela absolutely lost his cool. He let out a thunderous roar and a brilliant torrent of fire erupted from his mouth. At the same time, Feng Ji switched to her ice spirit sword. She quickly yelled, "Xie Yu, I'll provide you with support." A massive ring of frost materialized, completely enveloping Xie Yu's body, allowing him to charge straight toward the inferno. And just like that, in a classic Manhwa power-up moment, Xie Yu easily closed the distance and got right in Zola's face. The villain ground his teeth and seethed. "Human, this time I'm not letting you off so easily. I'm going to slowly savor the pleasure of watching you crumble into dust." Our boy just let out a cold snort and retorted with a smirk, "Is that so? Because I wasn't planning on sparing you either." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yu unleashed a wicked sword strike. A black aura instantly swarmed Xuelo, but somehow the big guy managed to dodge it all. Then he reached out and caught Xie Yu's blade with his bare hand. Zhula sneered contemptuously, "Pathetic?" before swinging a massive fist right at Xie Yu. Not about to get careless, our hero quickly dodged out of the way. Seeing her opening, Feng Zhi charged in, bellowing aggressively, "Don't you forget about me!" A single slash from her sword sent a wave of frost that instantly bound Xuelo's body. Xie Yu's brow furrowed slightly. If his guess was correct, then Zula's weak point was this exact moment while he was frozen solid. It was the only time his defensive power would be lowered, and so Xie Yu poured every last ounce of his energy into his blade and plunged it straight into Yuela's chest. Seeing this, Feng Qian pursed his lips and whispered, "It went through, we did it." But Zhula, reeling from the pain, grit his teeth in absolute fury. "You humans have really ticked me off now." The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed a single punch that sent Xie Yu flying. Zhula let out a low growl, his eyes blazing with pure rage. Xie Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy, he was holding back. Before everyone's horrified eyes, two massive scales suddenly erupted from Xuelo's body, and in the moments that followed, his entire body became encased in a suit of hardened scales. He threw his head back and roared, "Every last one of you will die." In a flash, the entire snowy mountain was engulfed in brilliant flames, and every single one of them erupted directly from Xuelo's body. One of his own minions, standing nearby, was caught in the inferno, trembling as he cried out, "Lord Zuela," but it seemed Zuela had completely lost himself to a berserker rage. Unable to tell friend from foe, he grabbed the beastman's head and squeezed. Fresh blood rained down in an instant as Zuela let out a psychotic roar. It was a brutal scene straight out of a dark fantasy manhwa. The blood, it makes my flames burn even hotter. I need more blood. Witnessing this gruesome display, Xie Yu and Feng Tian immediately flew into action. Xie Yu warned in a low voice, "Be careful. Zhuela's gotten stronger." Zhuela glared viciously at the two approaching figures. Bellowing with rage, "Humans, I'll drink every last drop of your blood. With that, he slammed a fist into the ground, causing pillars of fire to erupt from below. The fiery columns instantly shot up from the ground, blocking the path of our two heroes. Juela sneered coldly. Don't even dream of escaping my grasp. In a flash, the scorching flames danced wildly through the air, threatening to incinerate the entire snow-filled valley. Feng Care desperately tried to use his ice crystal spirit sword to extinguish the fire, but it was almost completely useless. She cried out in a panic, "The power of his flames is getting stronger. There's no way I can freeze it anymore." But just then, right in front of them, a wall of frost. Bones materialized out of thin air instantly, forming into a massive claw. A stunned Feng Zhuo whipped her head around, her eyes wide, and saw Jingling wielding the ice spirit sword. They were combining their powers to create the bone-chilling barrier. Nina took the lead, rallying the others. "People, we have to fight back too," she yelled. "Fellow elves, cast off this armor of shame, wield the swords that our great Jingling Wang bestowed upon us, and let's kill Zayla." Juela watched this little display of defiance and just let out a cold, condescending sneer. "You really want to fight back, you pathetic little ice elves? Fine, I'll just have to slaughter you all over again." The moment the words left his mouth, hellfire erupted from the sky, and in a flash, the flames twisted into hellish demons, a classic trope in any good action manhwa, which immediately lunged at everyone. Xie Yu tried to slice one, but his blade passed right through it. He clicked his tongue, muttering, "They can't be cut down." Feng Zhuo was also being cornered by one of the demonic spirits. She yelled out in alarm, "Shuela's target isn't us, he's going after the elves first." And she was spot on. A swarm of these phantoms was already pinning down Nina and the other elves, rendering them completely immobile. One of the spirits thrust its claws straight into Nina, and in an instant, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The sight of blood sent Shuela into an even greater frenzy as he let out a loud, ecstatic laugh. The blood of an elf. I've missed this taste. I do hope it's as fragrant and delicious as the blood of your Jingling Wang was." Seeing how bad things were getting, Xie Yu yelled out, "Feng Zhuo, this isn't working. We're not getting anywhere like this. Hurry up and use the spirit sword to freeze these damn things." Hearing him, Feng Zhuo bit her lip hard in frustration. "Damn it. I can't freeze them all with my power alone." By the flames of Shuela, she couldn't help but remember the words of her master, Gu Gui. He had believed this very sword could help her become so much stronger. Snapping out of her memory, Feng Zhe bit her lip and muttered, "I'm sorry, Master Gu Gui, I'm still not strong enough. But there are things more important to protect than just my own power." In the next second, she threw the sword, yelling, "Ji, you catch." He looked utterly bewildered, but managed to snatch it from the air. Feng Zhu quickly explained, "My power alone isn't enough to go up against Shuela, but if we add your art of devouring to the mix, we might actually stand a chance against him. Don't you dare let me down." "Got it," Xie Yu replied with a firm nod. He immediately unlocked his black dragon form and activated his devouring blade to absorb the power of the ice spirit sword. In that exact moment, the evil spirit right beside Feng Zhu was frozen solid. And not just that one, every single rampaging ghoul was instantly turned to ice. Xie Yu had successfully absorbed the ice spirit sword. Juela watched this display, his jaw practically on the floor. "You're radiating an aura similar to the Spirit King's. But this is great. Swallowing you whole will definitely make me even stronger." As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged forward, aggressively slamming his bare fist against Xie Yu's blade. The two were immediately locked in a stalemate, two torrents of fire and ice colliding relentlessly with one another. The sheer force from both was immense, each trying to push the other to their doom. It was a classic manhwa showdown, but Shuela was clearly much stronger. He landed a devastating punch right across Xie Yu's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, Xie Yu thought to himself, "Even after absorbing the power of the spirit sword, I still don't stand a chance." Just then, Shuela let out a sudden booming roar. "I've had enough of these games, human. Time for you to go to hell." As he spoke, he summoned forth Infernal true form, Xuela's spectral form blazing like a hellfire, unleashed a furious slash, right at Xie Yu. Not about to get careless, our boy hastily threw his sword up to block the attack. Witnessing this, one of the elves anxiously suggested, shouldn't we go help him, right now that human's power level is clearly no match for Xuela? But Nina just shook her head softly. No, their power has already surpassed ours by a long shot, she said. We'd only get in the way. But that human got a massive power-up from absorbing a spirit sword earlier. What if we, after a long, tense silence, she suddenly yelled out, "Hey human!" A second, he let out a powerful shout. How can a human listen to me? Xie Yu, startled, couldn't help but glance over. Nina held their spirit swords towards him and made an offer. So long as you can defeat Xuela, all of our spirit swords are yours. And just like that, the system blew up with a stream of notifications. A massive number of ice spirits were transferred to Xie Yu. A wicked grin spread across his face. Well now, you've just done me a huge favor, let's go. Devouring blade, eat your fill. In that very instant, every single spirit sword held by the elves dissolved into pure radiant light. Xie Yu's blade began to glow intensely, and the oppressive flames around him started to dim. Biting his lip with grim determination, Xie Yu roared, "Devour them! For me, let's go, devouring blade." The moment the words left his mouth, an explosion of frost erupted from the sword, immediately beginning to freeze the hellfire. Before long, the entire infernal true form phantom was encased in solid ice. This shocking turn of events left Huelo absolutely seething. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, You managed to freeze my flames. Only the Ice Spirit King should be able to do that, and you're just a puny human." Outside the battlefield, Nina and the others couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This icy power felt so incredibly familiar to them. It even carried a scent that brought on a wave of nostalgia. This power-up is straight out of a classic manhwa. They saw that Xie Yu had completely transformed. Wisps of bone-chilling frost now swirled around him, and the mere sight of it brought tears to Nina's eyes. "I look so much like our resurrected elf king." "You've got it all wrong." Xie Yu had just unlocked a brand new form, the Ice Elf King. That's why his current getup made him a dead ringer for the original Elf King. What a classic manhwa power-up. Feng Qian watched this unfold with a smug look on his face. "Heh, the power of the devouring blade is truly as deep and unfathomable as I thought." After his epic transformation, Xie Yu's power level had absolutely skyrocketed. He roared defiantly, "You vile beast Xuela! I will use this power gifted to me by the Ice Elves to finally defeat you." With a slight snort, Xuela replied coldly, "Delusional. Even the real Elf King was no match for me. You honestly think you stand a chance?" And with that, he launched another barrage of fireballs. Xie Yu, however, remained completely unfazed and shot back calmly. "You're lying. The only reason you had a shot back then was because Gu Gui had already weakened the Elf King. Because you're fundamentally no match for the Ice Spirit King." And with that, he unleashed a single clean slash. In an instant, shards of ice erupted from the ground, flash freezing the flames. And just like that, Xuela was trapped in a cage of ice. Oh, you could practically see the steam coming out of the guy's ears. He was absolutely livid. Grinding his teeth, he spat, "You disgusting mutt! I'm going to grind you into a fine paste." The words barely left his mouth before Xuela launched a furious punch. But Xie Yu was ready for it, raising his shield just in the nick of time. Then our boy roared with absolute confidence, "It's over." Xie Yu brought his blade down in a decisive strike. Once again, jagged ice shot out from the ground, extinguishing the raging flames. And poor old Xuela found himself trapped in an icy prison once more. At this point, his rage meter had completely shattered. He seethed, grinding his teeth again. "You filthy half-breed, I'll tear you limb from limb." And with another roar, Xuela threw a desperate wild punch, only to be effortlessly blocked by Xie Yu's shield yet again. Then Xie Yu bellowed, his voice echoing with power. "This is the end for you," Xie Yu declared, unleashing one final slash. Freeze! A storm of ice howled around them. Xuela's body took the full brunt of the attack, sending a jolt of pure agony through him. He was in absolute pain, but just then, fresh blood began to gush from his wounds, and Xie Yu suddenly let out a wild scream. Burn my blood, Ignite! Xie Yu's eyes went wide. You could practically hear the record scratch. Wait, what is he seriously using his own blood to power up his flames? While he was still processing what was happening, Xie Yu was already in his face. The brute roared aggressively. Gotcha, now burned to a crisp. For me, in the blink of an eye, in a scene worthy of a top-tier Manhwa flames straight out of the 18th level of hell. Blazed to life, completely engulfing Xie Yu's body. Xie Yu bit his lip hard. You think you can take me down with you? In your dreams, pal. Just then, Feng just swooped in, planting a solid kick right on Zula's head. She scoffed coldly. Don't forget about me. Then she shot a look at Xie Yu and yelled, Stop dawdling. Got it, Xie Yu. Gave a curt nod, then activated the power of ice. Instantly, a freezing vortex materialized. Yola found himself completely bound, and he roared in pure rage. Damn it, impossible. This is the signature move of the Ice Spirit King. This can't be happening. But no matter how much he screamed, his only fate was to become a human popsicle. Xie Yu casually snapped his fingers, and with a cold smirk ordered shatter. Zhuila couldn't accept it. He refused to go out like this, but at that moment, all he could do was crumble into a million pieces and vanish. The system immediately popped up. With a notification, Xie Yu had successfully eliminated the evil beast Shuela. He smirked, muttering, Go to hell and think about what you've done. Seeing Shuela turn into a pile of dust, the beastman completely freaked out. Lord Zuela was taken out by a human. No way. He's just one tiny little guy. Without Zhula to back them up, the beastmen started to panic. Without their leader, they were nothing, and they immediately dropped their weapons to surrender. We surrender, please, O great elven clan, spare us. The elves just scoffed at their groveling. Spare you? Your leader Zhuela didn't just murder our king. He humiliated our entire race. Why in the world would we ever let scum like you beastmen go? Realizing that begging wasn't working, the beastmen switched tactics and started making threats. Don't be so arrogant. After the Elf King died, if it weren't for Lord Zuela, we'd have been wiped out by the humans by now. The elves had to admit that was a solid point. The mood instantly soured as they began to whisper amongst themselves. He's not wrong. Now that we've lost our leader, we're just waiting to get slaughtered by the humans. But just as despair was setting in, Xie Yu suddenly spoke up. You can all rest easy about that. From now on, I will be the one to protect the elven race. As he said this, Xie Yu's tone was incredibly firm and confident. It made the elves instinctively look at him, their eyes filled with a desperate hope. Xie Yu calmly continued, You gave me this power, and it's time I returned the favor. If anyone dares to harm you, I absolutely will not stand by and do nothing. His words left the elves completely stunned. They muttered in disbelief, What? A human dares to say he'll protect us? Can we actually trust this guy? Nina, however, frowned in deep thought. Xie Yu did inherit the power of the Elf King. Those aren't just empty words. Realizing this, she immediately took the lead, knelt down, and shouted, I understand now. If you can truly protect my people, then I will gladly follow you. With her taking the lead, the other elves began to stir. If Captain Nina has chosen to trust you, then all of us elves will gladly follow you too. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation flipped like a classic manhwa plot twist. Xie Yu had won them over completely. One after another, they knelt to show their sincerity. I am Nina, captain of the knights. We of the elven race willingly pledge ourselves to you. Xie Yu gave a slight nod. All right, I understand. From this day forward, the elven people are under my protection. With that said, he turned to face the group of beastmen. We surrender, please don't kill us. The elves could only stare at him with pure admiration. And right on cue, the system decided to join the party with a notification. Congratulations, player, for completing the quest. Assist the elven race. But oh, that wasn't all. A tidal wave of alerts followed, announcing that countless elves had joined Xie Yu's party. The notification spam was so intense it made him lag in real life. Xie Yu stared at the elves, kneeling before him, thinking, Did that actually just happen? Has he really become their king? Watching from the sidelines, Feng Zhi couldn't help but be completely blown away. This is insane. A video game character has become a real-life ally. As far as she knew in the entire game, a setting crazier than any manhwa. Only 4 major guilds possess this kind of special unit. Could this be what the guild master was talking about? Aishi wondered. The secret he mentioned, the one hidden on this island, was the power to become a king, a power that Xie Yu had just unlocked right before her very eyes. Meanwhile, in a completely different location at the Blood Moon Guild's outpost, specifically the base for the Iron Fang squad, a blaring red alert suddenly started going off. The warning flashed, alert anomaly detected in the underground city of Ice Mirror Island. A massive energy source has been detected, and it's fluctuating like crazy. Hearing this, one of the goons perks up. He practically shouts with excitement, an underground city whose leader was just wiped out. Why would a powerful energy fluctuation be coming from there? Get me eyes on it now. I want to know exactly what's going down. His subordinate immediately snaps to it, yes, Lord G. In the blink of an eye, the recon system locks onto the headquarters of the Janju Guild. G's eyes light up with glee. Finally, I've found you. This has to be the hiding spot of the Zanju Guild. They've been in the shadows for too long. Lord Leng Jing's master plan is about to kick off. All units advance on Bingjing Island and wipe out the Zanju Guild. Meanwhile, back at the base, Lanshi is minding her own business when suddenly, alarm bells start blaring. The system screams that their location has been compromised. Lanshi panics. This is bad, guild leader. This is really bad. We've been discovered. The only ones who could have found us have to be the Xie Yu Guild. We need to prepare for an immediate retreat. But just as the words leave her mouth, her face pales. She starts trembling, whispering in horror. Oh no, they've already started opening a portal. And sure enough, the sky above is swallowed by a swirling vortex of darkness. It doesn't take long for the massive teleportation gate to rip open, spewing out a swarm of players riding on fearsome flying monsters. Someone gasps. Seeing this, the leader of the Zanju Guild didn't waste a second. Activate the teleportation equipment now, he commanded. Move all of our reserve supplies immediately. Hearing this, Lan Shi hesitated, muttering to himself. But the teleportation will take at least 15 minutes. The guild leader just smirked. Don't worry, he said coolly, I can hold them. Outside, the sky was filled with the flying beasts of the Ta Ya squad relentlessly spitting fire at the Janju's stronghold. But just then, one of the attackers' eyes went wide with pure terror, because what he saw was the combat form of Gu Gui relentlessly carving a path through his comrades. One of the grunts, seeing this, immediately opened fire and yelled, "You dare fight us alone, I'll roast you till you're extra crispy." But the thing is, the Janju guild leader was ridiculously fast, dodging the attack with ease. Then he roared with righteous fury, "Mr. Gugui, lend me your strength." In the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand became a blur, its brilliant light dancing through the air and tearing through the swarm of flying monsters. Ji saw this and cackled with excitement. Ha, just as I'd expect from the mirror face man. So Lin Chen really does possess countless legendary skills. Then allow me, the captain of the Taiyaya squad, to be your opponent. The words barely left his mouth before he was charging, axe in hand, straight for Lin Chen. Ji shot a look at his underlings and bellowed, "Brothers, I'll keep Lin Chen busy. You guys go and attack the mecha division." Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart sank. Oh, this is bad. In an instant, the Taya squad changed their target, diving straight for the Zanju base. But then out of absolutely nowhere, a wall of frost and bone erupted, creating a shield that reflected all the fire right back at them. This sudden manhwa-level plot twist left Ji completely stunned, his eyes practically popping out of his head. When he finally managed to focus, he saw a whole new group of people, clad in slick black armor, also riding flying beasts, and they were absolutely wrecking his men. He gasped in horror, "That black armor! Wait, whose reinforcements are these?" The aura coming off these dark knights in black armor is absolutely terrifying. They immediately gain the upper hand, dominating the battlefield. Members of the Xie Yu Guild start dropping like flies, cut down by their relentless assault. Seeing his forces get decimated, Ji grits his teeth in pure rage. Damn it all, what guild's reinforcements are these? Who in their right mind would dare to pick a fight with my Xie Yu guild? Just then a flash of icy blade light streaks across the sky, flash freezing every single one of the Xue Yu guild's flying monsters solid. Seconds later, another flying beast descends from the heavens, and on its back stands a majestic, awe-inspiring figure. It's none other than the new Elf King of the Elf King race straight out of a fantasy manhwa. Xie Yu, he said, his voice dripping with ice. So it was the Blood Moon Guild after all, huh? Perfect, this means I can finally take the gloves off. When Lin Chen saw Xie Yu, his jaw practically hit the floor. Don't tell me you actually conquered the place already. This brought back a memory of what Gu Gui had once told him. Lin Chen, I've made my decision. We're going to establish our guild's stronghold on this island. A stunned Lin Chen had asked at the time. What's with the sudden change of plans? Gu Gui had replied with a casual smirk. If my hunch is correct, then this underground city is hiding a reward of epic proportions. I'm talking about a prize that could very well completely flip the script on the power dynamics of this whole manhwa. Lin Chen had mumbled in disbelief. For real? This place looks so ordinary. How could it hold something so incredible? Well, if that's the case, we should hurry up and conquer it right now. Are you serious? Lin Chen had muttered, still trying to wrap his head around it. This totally normal-looking underground city could actually be a game changer. If that's true, we need to grab it while we can. We're right. And snag that reward, Gu Gui had boomed with laughter. Haha, hold your horses, it's not that simple. A massive reward also means the difficulty level is through the roof. We're just not strong enough to take it on yet. Later he had claimed he was finally powerful enough, and decided to set up the guild's base here. But as for the hidden reward, he planned to leave it for Lin Chen and the guild's successors to figure out how to conquer it. But as fate would have it, Gu Gui kicked the bucket not long after. In a desperate bid to restore the guild's power, Lin Chen dedicated himself to studying the island. But the Zula curse kept getting in his way, and yet somehow Xie Yu actually pulled it off. Just then a brute named Ji suddenly hoisted his axe, roaring, "Don't you dare underestimate me, you filthy mongrels! I am Ji, captain of the Iron Fang Squad. Of the Blood Moon Guild, I don't care who you are. You're all going to die by my hand." In the blink of an eye, a furious storm of lightning erupted, sending the Dark Elf Knights flying like ragdolls. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly threw up a protective barrier to shield everyone. Xie Yu then held out his brand new blade, making an offer. "Master, you should totally copy my new weapon." "Got it," Lin Chen replied with a slight nod, and just like that, the weapon in his hand morphed into an exact replica. He couldn't help but marvel at its power. Whoa, this ice weapon is absolutely insane. Let's show him what we can do. No sooner had he said it, two ferocious ice dragons charged forward, making Ji on the other side absolutely lose his mind. In a jaw-dropping moment straight out of a top-tier manhwa, Xie Yu and Lin Chen unleashed their Twin Dragon Ice Annihilation attack, which instantly flash-froze Ji right where he stood. The Blood Moon goons witnessed this and immediately started freaking out. "Lord Ji, he's been defeated. We're no match for them. Everybody fall back." Watching from the sidelines, Lan Shi couldn't contain her joy. Yes, the Blood Moon Guild is finally retreating. After the dust settled from the battle, Feng Zhi rushed over to Lin Chen's side, her voice laced with concern. "Guildmaster, are you all right?" Lin Chen just shook his head. "I'm fine. Just completely drained of energy." He then turned to Xie Yu, a look of immense gratitude on his face. "Thank you. Because of you, our guild is finally safe." But Xie Yu just shrugged it off. "Don't mention it. The Blood Moon Guild is my sworn enemy too." Seeing that he'd lost Xie Yu's attention, Lin Chen switched gears and made a proposal. "Your next move is to rescue Shen Yun Jiao, isn't it? Team up with us." Xie Yu couldn't hide his shock. "Team up with you? You mean you're finally going to do it?" Lin Chen gave a firm nod. "That's right, the time is ripe." He announced that he was launching an all-out war against Blood Moon, and to do that, he needed Xie Yu's help. Meanwhile, in a treacherous rocky mountain pass, Leng Jing, who was leading the way, glanced back over his shoulder. "Are you absolutely sure you're ready for what's coming?" The person walking with him was none other than Shen Yun Jiao. She responded with cold indifference. Enough talk, let's just go. Hearing that Leng Jing couldn't help but let out a loud, mocking laugh. Hey, you've got some serious nerve, Shen Yunjiao. All right then, let's get going. Time to bust down the next door. With that, he strutted forward. Yunjiao slowly followed behind him. A little while later, inside the headquarters of the Jianju Guild, Xie Yu strolled in to discuss their next move. But there was one tiny detail that left him feeling, well, utterly helpless. For some reason, Nina and her sidekick had decided to tag along with Xie Yu. He let out a sigh of defeat. I already told you, you really don't have to follow me around like this. Nina fiercely shook her head. Not gonna happen. You are our temporary leader now. We have to ensure your safety. Seeing this whole spectacle, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a little laugh. Haha, interesting. So this is the reward you get for defeating the Zelo. Isn't it, buddy? Xie Yu didn't exactly reject them, he just found it a little inconvenient. But then again, having these two around would probably make their next moves a whole lot smoother. Seeing that Xie Yu wasn't protesting, Lin Chen grinned and said, all right, let's start planning our next steps. We absolutely have to rescue Shen Yunjiao. You're Xie Yu. Ye Yu casually replied, yeah, you could say that. These guys have become my comrades now. Lin Chen chuckled softly. It seems you still don't quite understand. This isn't just about having teammates, this is about Legion power. A force that's incredibly rare to find in this kind of manhwa world. Hearing this, Xie Yu's eyes went wide in pure shock. Legion power. What in the world is that? Lin Chen slowly began to explain. Legion power is basically the juice a player gets when they have backup assisting them. We're talking about support characters who can help you absolutely dominate an entire region. But anyone who can actually unlock this Legion power is ridiculously rare, almost a legend in this manhwa universe. Xie Yu had actually seen this kind of power in action before. It belonged to the 4 major guilds currently running the show. There's Jin Shan's insane robot army, Sheng Shi's formidable knight formation, and of course Yue Yue's terrifying shadow beasts. And now our boy Xie Yu has a respectable force of spirit warriors at his command. Hearing all this, Xie Yu nodded the pieces, finally clicking into place. So that's where they all came from, he thought. Lin Chen continued his explanation. Look, even though your little squad is nowhere near the level of the 4 great guilds, and this power of yours is going to be a critical weapon in the upcoming fight against Xie Yu. The second those words left his mouth, Xie Yu couldn't stop himself from firing back. Hold on a minute, sir, I think you've got it all wrong. The spirits are my comrades, my partners. I don't see them as cannon fodder to throw away for my own gain, not like Xie Yu does. Lin Chen understood his point and gave a knowing nod. You can relax on that front, because you are not our main force in the fight against Xie Yu. Patch them through Miss Lan Xi. Lan Xi quickly replied, one moment, Guildmaster. And just like that, she connected the call. Miss Lan Xi replied hastily. Just a second, Guildmaster. In an instant, she had them on the line. Please wait a moment, sir. And just like that, the connection was made. An information link was established, and poof, the Guildmaster of Jinshan and the Vice Master of Xiangshi appeared on screen. They didn't seem surprised at all, greeting him calmly. It's been a while, Lin Chen. Xie Yu was standing right next to Wu Yi. With just one glance, Xie Yu recognized them immediately. He couldn't hide his shock. Wait, they're all on the same side now? Have they actually formed an alliance? Just then, the guild master of Jinshan suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen, Vice Master Han Shi, you guys can rest easy. Our spare weapons for this upcoming battle are fully stocked. We here at Jinshan are more than ready. Hearing that, Han Shi just rolled his eyes with a sneer. Don't look down on us. You're a crafty old fox, you know that. Always scheming, only worried about your reserve equipment, but we of the Xiangshi Guild are different. As long as you guys agree to help, we'll be the ones on the front, in a lines ready to crush the Xie Yu Guild. Lin Chen, seeing how fired up they were, couldn't resist speaking up. Thank you both, Guild Masters, and for attending this meeting. Besides all of you, here I've also contacted another ally, one who despises the Xie Yu Guild with every fiber of her being. And let me tell you, her power is no joke. She's on a whole other level compared to anyone else. In this room, with her help, she will be like a tiger that's just grown wings. And just then a pair of long, slender legs came strutting in. Turns out the newcomer was none other than Ya Lin. It wouldn't be a stretch to say she despises Xie Yu, because what she really wants is to kill Leng Jing. The leader of the Jinchan Guild saw her and practically vibrated with excitement, yelling, "This is fantastic!" Ever since that whole incident at the Abyssal Demon Underground City, Yalin has been gone from our Jinchan Guild, but now that she's on our side, we've got this in the bag. Han Shi nodded along, adding, "I heard that. Back in the day, there were 3 players who wielded the extreme heretical blade. After that incident, Leng Jing appeared. Having her on our side is the best possible outcome." Xie Yu's face lit up when he saw Ya Lin, and he greeted her cheerfully. "Ya Lin Long. Time no see." Ya Lin shot him a glare that could curdle milk. "Shut your trap," she snapped, clearly annoyed. "You idiot." With that, she turned to the 2 other men. "Listen up, you old geezers. Let me make this crystal clear. I may be teaming up with you, but my goals and your goals are completely different. All you want to do is stop Leng Jing from getting a power-up in the Abyssal Demon Underground City. As for me, I want to make sure at any cost that the Abyssal Demon Portal is never opened again in this Manhwa." Ya Lin paused for dramatic effect. Then she glanced at Xie Yu, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. She said coldly, "And I mean at any cost. Even if it means killing the key Shen Yun Zhao." Now that remark really got under Xie Yu's skin. "What in the world are you talking about?" At this point, Lin Chen decided to speak up. "Miss Ya Lin, you seem awfully invested in this Abyss Demon Underground City. Is it related to that incident from way back? You know, the one where a demon supposedly ambushed players?" Ya Lin replied with ice in her voice. "That wasn't just some rumor. What happened back then was real, and we're not talking about some simple little monster. Listen up, the things infesting that underground city are a massive swarm of vicious beasts." This bombshell of a reveal made the Golden Toad Guild leader's eyes pop out of his head. A massive swarm of vicious beasts. A single one of those things already has enough power to wipe out over 100 players. So what happens if there's a whole freaking army of them? Even Han Shi was rattled, muttering in disbelief. "This is the first I'm ever hearing of this. If that's true, then that underground city is an absolute death trap." Ya Lin bit her lip fiercely, her tone turning dead serious. "Leng Jing is most likely trying to make a deal with the vicious beasts in exchange for even greater power. The moment that underground city is open, every single player in this game will be in mortal danger." Xie Yu couldn't help but feel a chill. That colossal dragon he ran into in the Eastern Dragon domain and that blood-gore vicious beast were already opponents on a whole other level of impossible. If a massive swarm of those things appears, the entire player base is going to get massacred. This whole Manhwa plot is getting intense. Lin Chen's expression turned incredibly grave. "I get it," he said in a low voice. "If that's the case, we have no choice but to defeat and the entire Blood Moon Guild before things get any worse." Lin Chen's expression grew even more solemn. He repeated, his voice low, "I understand. If that's how it is, then we absolutely must crush the Blood Moon Guild completely before this all goes too far." Right as Leng Jing is about to activate the Abyss Demon Underground City, hearing this, Ya Lin just snorted. "Good, as long as you understand. You guys can figure out the next steps. Right now, I have other business to attend to." The moment the words left her mouth, she casually snapped her fingers. Xie Yu suddenly got a very, very bad feeling, stammering out, "Don't tell me you're—" But before he could even finish the thought, Ya Lin lifted her leg and delivered a swift kick straight to Xie Yu's face. "Get in there!" Xie Yu yelled in frustration, "Hey, could you maybe not kick me in the face?" But resistance was futile as she punted him straight through the teleportation gate. Xie Yu quickly landed on his feet. He glanced around, sighing as he mumbled, "Oh great, this place again." But before he could even get his bearings, 2 more figures came crashing down from above. It was none other than Nina and her companion. And they landed right on top of Xie Yu. He grumbled indignantly, "Why did you 2 have to follow me here?" Nina calmly replied, "I've told you before, we are here to ensure your safety at all times. The elf beside her also asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Lord Xie Yu. Just then Ya Lin slowly walked over and spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. "Get up." Xie Yu looked up at her and asked quizzically, "Ya Lin? You looking to pick another fight with me? Don't you dare look down on me, I'm way stronger than I used to be." Ya Lin glared at him and scoffed, "You idiot. We're about to engage in an all-out war with the Blood Moon Guild. Coordination between members is going to be far more important than any one person's individual strength." To be honest, she was shocked that Xie Yu had gotten his hands on the Legion's power. It was like something straight out of a power fantasy manhwa. But how much of that power could he actually wield? With that, Ya Lin snapped her fingers. Two mechs materialized in front of her. She announced coolly, "I'm going to test you 3-on-1. If you can't even handle the puppets from my formation, then you can just sit this battle out." Xie Yu didn't waste any time on words, immediately summoning his spear. He said icily, "Bring it on." Ya Lin gave a cold smirk as her two mechs immediately fired off laser beams. Xie Yu twisted out of the way, planting a hand on the ground to launch himself into the air. With a loud roar, he hurled his spear towards one of the mechs. In the blink of an eye, the spear found its mark. But he hadn't expected the other mech to close the distance so fast. It raised its leg, aiming a powerful kick right at Xie Yu. If he's this weak, we stand no chance of defeating Leng Jing. Nina and the elf immediately jumped in front of Xie Yu, saying in a cold voice, "Make your move. We'll show you just how formidable we elves can be." Hearing this, Ya Lin sneered disdainfully. "Just a couple of NPCs with a big mouth, huh? Besides, the two of you are a real eyesore. It won't be long before someone figures out you aren't actual players. It's going to be a huge disadvantage for you guys." With that said, she snapped her fingers. Suddenly, Nina's body began to glow, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were rocking brand new battle outfits. Xie Yu eyed the rather revealing new getup and couldn't help but let out a disgruntled sigh. "Ugh, well, thanks for the battle suit, I guess." Seeing him spacing out, Ya Lin pointed a finger and snapped, "Xie Yu, get your head in the game. I've told you before, this is not a drill. If we can't defeat Leng Jing, then we absolutely have to kill Shen Yunjiao." "I get it." Xie Yu nodded slightly in response, then summoned his weapon. Xie Yu spoke with a cool indifference. "I'm about to show you what real power looks like." At the same moment, he activated his Ally Resonance skill. Ally Resonance is a special skill, exclusive to the spirit form, capable of boosting all allied spirits' own elemental power by a solid 10%. Right on cue, the two puppets charged forward at lightning speed. Nina hastily swung her blade, sending a volley of ice spikes flying. But the puppet just threw a single punch, completely shattering the ice attack. The remaining puppet then launched an attack on the other spirit. Seeing this, Xie Yu immediately shot forward. "Just a couple of robots. Please, I'll take care of you in a flash." But he seemed to be forgetting someone, Ya Lin. She zipped out to block his path. "Don't forget you have to deal with me first." Holding nothing back, Ya Lin threw a devastating punch. A massive burst of energy exploded outwards. Thankfully, Xie Yu managed to dodge it. Not one to be outdone, Xie Yu unleashed a slash with his frostbone sword, a classic manhwa weapon. The icy blade tore through the earth, sliding straight toward Ya Lin. Unfortunately for him, Ya Lin just casually raised a hand to block it. She scoffed derisively, "An ice-type attack, that's way too weak compared to my fists. In other words, your ice power has been completely. My fists are your perfect counter." As she spoke, Ya Lin raised a provocative eyebrow. "Let me show you my Heretic Extreme Blade." The Heretic Extreme Blade is considered so special because it has absolutely no power limit, possessing infinite potential for growth. Her version of this amazing manhwa power, the power-storing fist, can absorb the force of an attack, add it to her own power, and then send it flying back with double the damage. The moment she finished speaking, Ya Lin unleashed a punch. Xie Yu, not daring to be careless, hastily raised his blade to defend. He knew his ice blade, which lacked any kind of instant burst damage, was a terrible matchup against this type of opponent. Realizing this, he immediately switched to his quicksword form, a flash of sword. Light erupted in an instant, and with a single downward slash, Xie Yu completely shattered. Yalin's fist attack, but Yalin just snorted. Coldly, you idiot, your quick sword might be able to handle my heavy punches, but you've lost the attribute boost from your spirit form. Xie Yu froze when he heard that. It was only then he realized that the moment he switched forms, his companion Nina was immediately put at a disadvantage. His other spirit was in the same boat. Neither of them was a match for the puppets in Yalin's battle formation, right? After that, Yalin charged forward again, taunting him, "Is this what you call battle coordination? It's absolutely pathetic." She told him that if he made a wrong move like that on a real battlefield, his own teammates would be the ones to die for it. The more Xie Yu listened, the graver his expression became. What was he supposed to do? In his ice spirit form, he'd be completely controlled by Yalin, unable to provide any support. But in his quicksword form, Nina and his other spirits stood no chance against those puppets. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Yu decided on the safest option. Just focus on stopping Yalin. He then activated Alley Resonance. But in response, Yalin just curled her lip into a smug grin. Too late, even with this power-up, you're not breaking out of my lockdown formation. Meanwhile, Nina was practically glowing, bathed in an aura of pure light, as her power levels shot through the roof. But was Xie Yu worried? Not in the slightest. He just chuckled. "Oh really? You did say the variant blade has no power restrictions, didn't you?" The moment the words left his lips, a sinister black aura erupted around Nina. The sight made Yalin gasp in utter disbelief. An ice spirit, wielding the power of black flame, Xie Yu shot back with a cold smirk, "You betcha. And I have you to thank for the reminder that the variant blade's power has no limits. If all this power belongs to me, then why on earth can't I use it all at once?" All he had to do was merge the ice attribute of the devouring blade with the black flame attribute, and voila, an absolutely insane power surge. With that, Xie Yu activated Alley Resonance once more. Instantly, a massive pair of wings sprouted from Nina's back, and she soared into the sky. The power radiating from both spirits was now completely off the charts. Yalin's eyes widened even further in shock. He actually fused the black flame power into the spirit's body. This is a classic Manhwa power-up. While she was still reeling from the shock, Xie Yu read, "Let's go unleash the black flame." The second he gave the command, Nina raised her blade high and unleashed a slash of dark energy that screamed through the air. Her two puppets scrambled to counterattack, but their pathetic strikes couldn't even graze Nina. Instead, that single beam of darkness effortlessly sliced both puppets in two. Yalin simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. She actually combined those two powers. Xie Yu's lips curled into a devilish smirk. "Oh, we're just getting started." And with that, he fired up Alley Resonance yet again. This time, a third stream of power began swirling around Nina. Yalin shrieked in absolute horror. That's lightning power. Don't tell me you're going to combine all three of them." Xie Yu just grinned. "Bingo!" Their palm strikes met the attack, but the energy was completely enveloped by the black aura. Xie Yu saw this and laughed smugly. "Your palm strikes might be able to shatter ice, but they can't do jack against my black flame." It just got eaten alive, didn't it? In the blink of an eye, the two puppets were penetrated by the dark energy which seeped into their very cores, and they slowly crumbled to the ground. He walked forward. Beside them, Nina piped up excitedly, "We won. We actually won." Yalin, meanwhile, watched her own puppet fall apart without so much as a flinch. She just arched an eyebrow at Xie Yu and praised him. "Your power, it never fails to surprise me." "All right, I'll admit it this time. You've got strength." Hearing this, Xie Yu looked at her firmly and said, "If that's the case, then I hope you can finally trust me. Stop using Yunjiao as a pawn. I will save her." Yalin gave a detached nod and said nonchalantly, "Relax. I was just saying that to provoke you. This time I will protect everyone." But as soon as the words left her mouth, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Protect everyone? Aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself?" Yalin whipped her head around. Her brows furrowed. "You," she muttered. The newcomer was Feng Zhuo. Her attitude was explosive as she stormed over yelling, "Isn't that the same crap you said back Then that you'd be Master Gugui's backup, and what happened? With that, Feng Zhuo lunged at her aggressively. Yalin scrambled to throw up a defense. Feng Zhuo interrogated her like a madwoman. You disappeared right after that. And now you finally have the gall to come back. Tell me, why were you the only one to escape that underground city alive? Why did you abandon Master Gu Gui? As her words landed, Yalin gripped her sword tightly. She spoke with a cold tone. Failing to bring Gu Gui back was my fault. I'm sorry, Feng Zhuo. Yalin's usual arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of guilt. She bit her lip, murmuring, I was so ashamed, that's why I went into hiding. I couldn't face anyone. But this time Yalin declared that she wouldn't run anymore. She would atone for the mistakes she made to everyone. She said, if you can still trust me, all right, Feng Zhi, I'm going to tell you everything. I'll explain what really went down in that deep abyss demon underground city. Feng Zhi's brow furrowed, and she hesitated for a long moment before finally asking, how on earth was Gu Gui defeated? Realizing this probably wasn't the best place to talk, Yalin teleported them all back to her home in the real world. Xie Yu couldn't help but get a little sentimental. A man thinking back, it's been ages since I've been back in the real world. Yalin poured them some tea and slowly began to speak. This is my home, so you two can just make yourselves comfortable. Meanwhile, Feng Ji was already flipping through an old photo album Yalin had handed her. She looked up confused. Why are you showing me this album? Yalin patiently explained, I compiled all the memories Gu Gui experienced back in those days into this one book. In here you can see a glimpse of the person Gu Gui used to be. Xie Yu, ever the curious one, leaned in for a peek too. His eyes immediately landed on one particular photo. In a classic setup for any good mystery manhwa, he tilted his head and asked, why does this picture look a little weird? The photo Xie Yu pointed to had a section mysteriously covered up. You could see a younger Gu Gui and Yalin held together with a piece of tape. Yalin slowly began to explain as she reached out a hand and carefully peeled the tape away. Seeing what was hidden underneath, Xie Yu couldn't stop his eyebrows from shooting up in shock. Yalin, however, remained perfectly calm. That's right, she explained coolly. This is exactly what I wanted the two of you to see years ago. The ones who ventured into the deep abyss demon underground city were the two of us and Leng Jing. In those days, the three of them were still a team of comrades who trusted each other implicitly. Feng Zhi looked as if she simply couldn't process this. She couldn't accept this reality. She blurted out, wait, hold on, you're telling me Leng Jing used to be your teammate? Yalin gave a small sad nod. He was, and that is the very reason I've been avoiding this topic. The reason I never wanted anyone to bring it up. Seeing Feng Zhi getting agitated, Xie Yu quickly jumped in. Feng Zhi, calm down, let's just hear the rest of the story first. Yalin then continued. He let out a deep sigh and said, all right, settle in, cause this story goes way back. This was long before any of you kids even logged into this game. Back in those days, the whole four great guilds power structure we have now, it didn't exist. The entire game world was dominated by the original Xie Yu guild. See, back then there was no order, no rules. It was a total dog-eat-dog world where the strong preyed on the weak. And the Xie Yu guild, they got a head start, so they grew into this unstoppable behemoth, and there wasn't a single dirty deed they wouldn't stoop to. The whole game was basically a living hell for any low-level player. It wasn't until much later that one single player stood up to challenge them. He decided to take on the entire Xie Yu guild, and with just his own strength, he did something that went far beyond anyone's wildest expectations. This one guy managed to completely wipe out the entire Xie Yu guild all by himself. It was like a scene straight out of a legendary manhwa. After that, he stood at the absolute pinnacle of the game world. And he was the one who established the order and rules we all follow today. He argued that this game should be like the real world, that there needed to be laws to bind players to prevent them from just slaughtering each other for fun. He wanted to turn this entire game world into a fair and peaceful society. That's right, that man was Gu Gui. Xie Yu couldn't help but let out an admiring sigh. Wow, Gugui is seriously on another level. Hearing this, Feng Ji just scoffed. You even need to say that that's my master we're talking about. Yalin waited for them to finish their little debate before she continued her story. But that was only the beginning. After Gugui established the new order, the major guilds started competing by raiding dungeons. The ones that rose to the top back then were the Jin Shan Hong Shi and Huiwu guilds. And it was around that time that by some twist of fate, Ai Ya-lin ended up joining the Jin Shan Guild. As a member of a top guild, during a joint operation to conquer a dungeon, I was lucky enough to finally meet the legendary Gugui. But by the time I met him, Sigugui was no longer alone. The man standing by his side, the subordinate who followed his every command, I was none other than Leng Jing, and his loyal little subordinate Leng Jing. Word on the street is Leng Jing used to be a member of the Red Moon Guild. But after Gugui came along and completely dismantled Red Moon, Leng Jing, seeing which way the wind was blowing, jumped ship and joined Gugui's side. And Gugui, for his part, trusted the guy implicitly. He brought him along for every single high-stakes conquest mission. From that day on, the three of them went on an unstoppable tear, successfully conquering all the most powerful underground cities. Their strength was just in a league of its own, far beyond the average player. Even the three major guilds with their massive member counts had to think twice before messing with them. But these happy, peaceful days, well, they weren't destined to last. Soon enough, the Abyss Demon underground city appeared. At first, Gugui didn't pay this new dungeon much mind. But then the demonic beasts inside started to get restless. They actually had the nerve to launch attacks on player bases. This event completely shattered the long-held notion that players were always the hunters. It was then that the trio of Gugui, Ya-lin, and Leng Jing finally realized something terrifying. When facing these demonic beasts, they were the prey. Hearing this, something seemed to click for Feng Ji, and he mumbled with a hint of suspicion. So that's why Gugui decided he had to conquer it. The Abyss Demon underground city, wasn't it? Ya-lin nodded slightly in response. Exactly. To avoid causing mass panic, she continued, only a handful of us knew at the time that these beasts would actively hunt players. It's also why the major guilds gathered all of their strongest players, organized them into an elite squad, and went to conquer the Abyss dungeon together like something out of an epic manhwa. But the sheer number of beasts in there was far beyond anything they could have possibly imagined. Even for a team of elites, they were defeated in no time, utterly crushed. But even so, Gugui, relying on his own incredible strength, led me and Leng Jing into the deepest part of the dungeon. Our strategy at the time was for me to handle the mobs, attacking from behind, providing cover for them to push forward. The final decisive battle was left to Gugui and Leng Jing. At that point, a skeptical Xie Yu interrupted with a question. Gugui didn't fight back against the demonic beasts after that. Did he sacrifice himself? Ya-lin gently shook her head, but if you looked closely, the hand holding her teacup was trembling non-stop. She bit her lip and mumbled, no, even though the beasts were powerful and there were so many of them, there's no way Gugui could have been defeated. The one who truly brought down Gugui was none other than Leng Jing. Ya-lin knew she would never forget that moment for as long as she lived. The moment Gugui was betrayed. In his final seconds, he was filled with utter rage and despair, while Leng Jing just stood there with the most sickeningly triumphant smirk on his face. Hearing the whole sordid tale, Xie Yu was completely stunned. So that's how it went down for Gugui. Feng Ji, on the other hand, was absolutely seething, grinding her teeth. She snarled, I knew it. There's no way Master Gugui could have possibly been defeated in a fair fight. She'd heard rumors from Lin Chen that it was Leng Jing who had killed Master Gugui, but she never imagined it was through such a low-down, dirty act of betrayal. Ya-lin swallowed her grief and continued, after that Leng Jing and I were lucky enough to escape from the underground city. The demonic abyss in the city automatically sealed itself shut behind us, but we only walked into the next version of hell. Leng Jing finally showed his true colors. That monster used the power he'd obtained in the underground city to rapidly expand his forces re-establishing the Qi Yue Guild, renaming it Xie Yu, and brazenly started hoarding resources while hunting down rookie players. The whole plot twist felt like something straight out of a revenge manhwa. Xie Yu couldn't help but ask, if you guys are still so devoted to Gugui, why not just use your accumulated points to revive him? Feng Zhi shot back full of scorn, you idiot. If that were possible, I would have tried it a long time ago. Players who die in combat during the game can't be revived with points. Ya Lin sighed and cut in Feng Zhi. I've been hiding this from you because I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle the truth and would rush off to get revenge on Leng Jing. But now the time is right. This time let's get justice for Gu Gui, together. Seeing the shared agony between them, Xie Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of sympathy. You know, even though I never actually met Gu Gui, it feels like he's practically a legend still living on in all of your memories. Musing to himself, he picked up a photo album and started flipping through it. His eyes immediately zeroed in on a photo of Ya Lin and Gu Gui. But in a split second, Xie Yu spotted a ridiculously familiar figure lurking in the background. He gasped, Ya Lin, what in the world is this picture? Where did you two even take this, and when? Ya Lin, looking completely bewildered, just asked, what about it? It's just a totally normal picture of us together. Normal? Are you kidding me? Xie Yu shook his head, his voice turning aggressive. Then why the hell is Wu Yi in a photo of you two? And sure enough, just as he said, there in the far background was the unmistakable silhouette of Wu Yi. Xie Yu had recognized her in a single jaw-dropping glance. A few hours later, back in Xie Yu's room, he'd come back, but he just could not get that damn photo out of his head. Why on earth would Wu Yi just happen to be there? When he'd grilled Ya Lin about it, she was totally clueless. She claimed she didn't even know Wu Yi. Xie Yu frowned, sinking deep into thought. Was it really just a coincidence? I mean, it's possible. This city is pretty small. Bumping into people by chance isn't exactly a plot twist worthy of a manhwa, is it? After wrestling with the thought, he finally let out a sigh and mumbled, whatever, forget it. This isn't the time to get hung up on ancient history. The most important thing is grinding for points. There are probably still a ton of those yellow goons left to deal with from the last attack. Fast forward a few hours back in Xie Yu's room. He had returned, but his mind was still completely fixated on that one photograph. What were the odds that Wu Yi just happened to be there? He'd asked Ya Lin about it, but she drew a total blank. She insisted that she didn't know Wu Yi. Xie Yu's brow furrowed as he fell into a contemplative silence. Could it really be nothing more than a coincidence? Then again, this city isn't that big. Running into someone by chance shouldn't be that weird, right? After turning it over and over in his mind, he finally sighed and mumbled to himself, forget it, now's not the time to obsess over this. The bigger priority is still racking up those points. After that last assault on the Zuelo, I bet there are still plenty of monsters out there way stronger than them. It's no exaggeration to say that the Poji Jidao holds a terrifying, almost infinite source of power. Han Shi did say that Lin Chen's Wusei Jidao is basically a weapon copying cheat code, and a copied weapon can reach up to 80% of the original's power. Speaking of points, the second he checked his balance in the status window, Ziya almost had a heart attack. He yelled, 300,000, that brings the grand total to 1,200,000 points. He couldn't stop himself from marveling the rewards you get. You for defeating these monsters are absolutely insane, and as for the loot, there's even a rare item from that Shuela creature. Perfect for my devouring chai technique. A blade might actually work, and probably boost my flame attribute, but Xie Yu already had his black flame state unlocked, so this wasn't much of an upgrade for him. And yet, while Xie Yu was busy weighing his options, the little winged dragon suddenly popped out, reaching its little claws towards the item. It was pretty clear it wanted the shiny new toy. Without a second thought, Xie Yu agreed. All right then, this one's for you. You're a fire type too, so who knows? This might just give you a nice little power boost. With that, he transferred the item over to his little winged dragon, who then proceeded to chew on it, making the most delightful crunch crunch sounds. Xie Yu couldn't help but yell in shock, you're eating it. Isn't that supposed to be equipment before long? The little winged dragon had completely devoured the item from Zula. At that exact moment, a voice from behind, Xie Yu, suddenly made him jump out of his skin. Xie Yu, who in the world are you muttering to? The newcomer was none other than Feng Ji. He yelped in panic. Why do you just barge into my room like that? Feng Ji looked at him like he was a clown, snorting coldly. You, idiot, you're the one who didn't close your door. Then she got down to business. I need you for something. The assault on Blood Moon has already begun. Let's go now. Xie Yu was completely stunned, asking in disbelief. The battle has already started. A short while later, inside a certain in-game base, Feng Shi led Ziego to a new location and announced, "This is our temporary command center." The whole setup looked like a high-stakes strategy manhwa. Spotting him, Lan Shi rushed over. Xie Yu, you're finally here. Xie Yu walked up to her side, asking quizzically, what's going on? I thought the attack wasn't supposed to start for another 3 days. Lan Shi slowly began to explain. It all happened so suddenly. 3 hours ago, we detected a massive power surge radiating from the Blood Moon headquarters. The kind of energy fluctuation you only see in the most epic manhwa. We're guessing that Leng Jing has already started the activation sequence for the Abyssal Demon Underground City. Lin Chen thinks it's too risky to wait any longer, so they decided to pull the trigger on their battle plan and launch an immediate assault on the Blood Moon. The operation was split into a two-pronged attack. The first team was spearheaded by none other than Lin Chen and Han Shi. With the combined power of these two heavy hitters, smashing through the Blood Moon's defenses was supposed to be a piece of cake. Xie Yu couldn't help but chime in. With two Guildmaster-level characters leading the charge, the Blood Moon doesn't stand a snowball's chance. But Lan Shi, ever the realist, shook her head and shot that down. No, the fight has only just begun. We can't judge the situation just yet. Meanwhile, over with the assault team, Long Tian was also on the scene. He glanced over at Han Shi and boasted, "Captain is the Blood Moon's monster army. Really, this pathetic? They're not even a warm-up for us. No, do not underestimate the enemy." Han Shi calmly shook his head, his voice laced with caution. The Blood Moon's army is vast and diverse. Among them are plenty of monsters. That could be the perfect counter to our entire bear division. And sure enough, the moment the words left his mouth, creatures straight out of a horror manhwa appeared in the sky. Han Shi's brow furrowed as he muttered, "Speak of the devil, the flying killers." Without missing a beat, he immediately gave the order, "Shoot those things down." In the blink of an eye, the flying killers were peppered with a volley of attacks. But they didn't even flinch, and simply spat a corrosive venom right back at them. Seeing this, Han Shi yelled out a warning. Careful, their attacks are acidic. But his warning came too late for a few unlucky soldiers. Seeing this, Han Shi issued another command. All units full defense, these flying centipedes are not going to be easy to deal with. At that very moment, the sky was already swarming with the flying monstrosities. Clashing with the bear division, the flying centipedes relentlessly sprayed their venom from above. But suddenly their attacks were being blocked. Long Tian noticed this and mumbled in confusion, "Someone's intercepting their attacks." Han Shi also, model. Raising an eyebrow with a smirk, he muses, "So this is the air support that Lin Chen promised would come to our aid. And who's the one making the grand entrance? None other than Xie Yu, hovering coolly in the sky. He speaks, his voice dripping with icy confidence. Looks like my timing was impeccable. Elves forward." As soon as the words leave his lips, his elven warriors, decked out in slick dark knight armor, materialize as one. With massive wings sprouting from their backs, they swarm and surround the flying centipedes in an instant. Xie Yu glances over at Nina and issues a warning. "Nina, this battle is no joke. You absolutely have to stay on your guard." Nina just gives a slight nod. "Don't you worry about me," she replies. "Monsters at this level are hardly a match for us elves." And honestly, she wasn't just talking big. The elf tribe moves in swiftly, taking on the flying centipedes, and they immediately gain the upper hand. This development makes the Blood Moon's commander absolutely livid. He roars in disbelief. "In no way, since when does the Lion Guild have an AIR force? A careless oversight. But it doesn't matter, the sheer number of our Blood Moon monsters will overwhelm them." Right on cue, he mobilizes the tail cannon monsters. to annihilate the enemy forces in the sky. One moment Nina is basking in her own confidence, but her victory lap is cut short when an energy blast rockets toward her, making her jump out of her skin. The other elves are in the same boat, finding themselves forced to constantly dodge the barrage of energy rounds. Seeing this, Xie Yu clicks his tongue in annoyance. Great, he mutters, have we become flying targets now? Those cannon-wielding monsters are a serious problem in this manhwa. They've been mobilized in massive numbers and they're firing non-stop. The air is just thick with projectiles. Nina urgently screams a warning, everyone watch out. Focus on your defenses. Down below, Han Shi finally decides it's his turn to join the party. He lets out a cold snort. Do they think the Lion Guild is just here for show? Charge, let's flatten every last one of these damn bugs. At his command, the Lion Guild's elite cavalry immediately charges crashing into the swarm of insect-like monsters. Han Shi himself raises his blade menacingly before bringing it down with immense force. In that instant, a ferocious wave of energy erupts from his sword, sending those creepy crawlies flying. Seeing her chance, Nina screamed out the order, now this is it. Focus all your firepower and attack. Without a moment's hesitation, the elves rained down a storm of attacks on the flying centipedes in midair. Even though they had never met before, the cavalry and the elves were now fighting with some insane unspoken synergy, pushing back the Blood Moon's horde of monsters. The Blood Moon commander, absolutely fuming, roared out. All Blood Moon assassin squads prepare to move out, but just then, a cool voice suddenly cut through the chaos from behind him. Commander, rushing in recklessly will only lead to more casualties. It's time you let us handle this. The commander shot a look over his shoulder and saw a woman, dressed in a black cloak, casually strolling towards him. He let out a contemptuous snort. And what are you gonna do with your little parlor tricks? You think that's gonna make a lick of difference in this fight? But the woman just oozed confidence as she replied, oh, you don't have to worry about that. We've already set the stage. And now we're about to flip the entire script of this battle. As soon as the words left her mouth, she coolly snapped her fingers. Instantly, intricate magic patterns began to materialize in the air. Someone from the Lionheart squad saw it and cried out in shock. Captain, there are some weird patterns appearing in the sky. Han Shi heard the shout and immediately looked up, and his jaw just about hit the floor. No way, don't tell me it's... Over on his side, Xie Yu also spotted the ominous pattern. He was just as bewildered, muttering, what in the world is that? Han Shi heard the shout and immediately looked up, and his jaw just about hit the floor. No way. Could it really be? Over on his side, Xie Yu also saw the ominous pattern. He was just as confused, muttering to himself, what in the world is that? Han Shi also saw the pattern, his eyes wide with disbelief as he whispered, what is that thing? It didn't take long for the horrifying realization to dawn on him, and he screamed a warning to everyone. Everyone, be on your guard, that's a technique from the Ash Fog Guild. Hearing this, Long Tian was completely floored. What a crazy manhwa plot twist. The Ash Fog Guild and the Blood Moon are working together. Right on cue, the mysterious woman reappeared, speaking with an icy sneer. You figured it out a little too late. Activate the fog barrier. The moment she gave the command, a thick fog instantly swallowed a huge section of the mountain. Han Shi yelled in panic, this thick fog is going to completely sever our team's communication lines. What's worse, it slowly drains the strength attribute of anyone caught inside it. Xie Yu, meanwhile, is completely baffled. What in the world is going on? Why can't I see a single thing? Han Shi bites his lip hard, cursing internally. The Kuei Wu Legion never gets involved in these conflicts. Why the sudden change of heart to side with the Blood Moon clan? Damn it! At this rate, our chances of winning are plummeting by the second. While the entire army is in a state of panic, something begins to silently approach from the shadows. Long Tian tries to blast away the fog, but his attacks are utterly useless. He roars in frustration, no matter what I do, this blasted fog won't disappear. In a corner of the mist, an elf lets her guard down for just a moment. And just like that, a monster lunges at her. Her armor shatters in an instant. Seeing this, Nina screams, everyone group up, don't get separated. Xie Yu also lands on the ground. The situation is too chaotic right now. Better to fall back and regroup. But the moment his feet touch the ground, something attacks him. Xie Yu dodges in a flash, but he can't see where the enemy even is. Before he can even catch his breath, a strange circular object appears behind him. On high alert, Xie Yu whips his blade around and slashes down. Instantly, the object is knocked to the ground. He demands in a cold voice, "Who is it?" To his surprise, the thing lying on the ground begins to speak. "I am. Everyone group up, don't get separated." Xie Yu also lands on the ground. The battle is too chaotic right now. Better to regroup first. But the moment he lands, something lunges at him. Xie Yu dodges in a flash, but there's no sign of the attacker. Before he can recover, another bizarre circular object appears from behind. Wary Xie Yu swings his blade down hard. Instantly, the object is sent flying to the ground. He barks out coldly, "Who's there?" But then the thing on the ground starts to talk. "I am." He demands icily, "Who is it?" Unbelievably, the thing on the ground speaks, "I am." Who it doesn't matter because you're about to die right here. As soon as the words are spoken, a figure emerges from the mist. It's an assassin. From the Blood Moon clan Mahaochin. This is some top-tier manhwa drama unfolding at the same time. Lan Si is watching from the war command room. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, suddenly take a nosedive, her expression turns grim. She trembles and mutters, "What in the world? What in the world is going on?" The view ahead is completely blocked by a thick fog. In the middle of the battle, with the regular army blinded and helpless, the assassins from the Xie Yu clan saw their opening and immediately launched a brutal sneak attack. The cavalry and the elves couldn't react in time and got hit hard. The Xie Yu assassins were like ghosts in the mist, appearing and disappearing, making it impossible to send backup. In the blink of an eye, the body count on Xiongshi and Xie Yu's front lines began to climb at an alarming rate. Realizing what was happening, Lan Si panicked and muttered, "What is this? We've suddenly walked right into a death trap." Deep in the fight, Xie Yu was facing off against Xiao Tian, and he scoffed contemptuously. "You really think a scrub like you can possibly defeat me?" Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly dissolved into mist, and his figure completely vanished. With his opponent gone, Xie Yu's senses went on high alert. A moment later, the assassin reappeared, right behind him, swinging his axe in a deadly art. Too bad for him, Xie Yu was already on guard. He spun around and blocked with his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. "An assassin-type character like you?" he quipped. "I knew you'd try a cheap shot." From behind, how utterly predictable. But Xiao Tian just threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Then how about a frontal assault?" And with that, he charged forward, engaging Xie Yu in fierce close-quarters combat. Xie Yu quickly activated his 2 dark dragon wings for defense. No matter how furiously Xiao Tian attacked, it was useless. Every blow was blocked by the black wings. He was forced to retreat, and he let out a cold snort. "I'll admit, you're strong. I'm not even sure I can kill you myself, but take a look around you." At his words, Xie Yu glanced across the battlefield. The elves, so many of them, had already fallen. Xiao Tian grinned wickedly. "All I need to do is keep you occupied," he gloated. "And as for your precious army, my men will slaughter them one by one." He smugly declared that this battle was already in the bag for them. Meanwhile, over on Han Shu's side, he was also hit by a sneak attack and roared in fury. "You cowardly bastards, get out here and face me, right." After that, he slammed down a fist, sending the assassin flying. Han Shu bit his lip, grumbling in frustration. "Damn it, we've basically paved a golden road for the Kuiwu Guild. If this keeps up, my Xiongshi Guild is going to be completely wiped out." But Han Shi was not about to accept this. He ground his teeth and roared, "I refuse to lose. The Xiongshi Guild does not know defeat." With that, he swung his blade again, and lightning instantly crackled around its entire length. With a deafening boom, a wave of energy slashed out, charged with ferocious lightning. The fog rattled by the shockwaves slowly began to dissipate. Before long, everyone's line of sight was no longer blocked by the thick mist. Long Tian saw this and cheered. "It's the Vice Guild Master's attack. It's making the fog clear up." Over on the other side, Xiao Tian saw this and cursed in annoyance. That old fossil from Xiongshi was hiding this kind of insane power. Just then Han Shi bellowed, "Now's our chance, everyone. Rally to my position, you hear me? The whole guild moved at once. Long Tian immediately scrambled towards Hanshi. Xie Yu also quickly began to rally her people. Nina guided the elves to regroup on the ground. Got it. Nina gave a slight nod and led the elves down to the surface. The enemy commander, watching from within, grumbled in annoyance. Figures, I knew it wouldn't be that easy to deal with them. In the blink of an eye, both sides had reformed their battle lines. No longer scattered about. That witch of a woman just let out a little scoff and said coldly, "And what good will that do? My fog isn't going to disappear that easily, you know? This is some top-tier manhwa villainy." No sooner had the words left her mouth than she began to cast her spell again. Once more the fog rolled in, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Long Tian absolutely livid. With a deep frown, he pressed his lips together and said, "Right now, we can only play defense for so long. If we can't wipe out this accursed fog." Xie Yu, on the other hand, was cool as a cucumber. He cracked a smirk and said, "Good thing the guild leader brought us all together. I've got a little idea that might just solve our fog problem." Han Shi's jaw just about hit the floor. You have a way," he stammered. Xie Yu just flashed a mysterious grin, then summoned Xiao Yilong out of thin air. Seeing the little winged dragon, Long Tian's eyes lit up in recognition. He nodded, murmuring, "That's right. If you can still pull off that one move from the Qilian Long Yu, the sheer heat should be enough to make all this fog evaporate." Right on cue, the system window popped up with a notification. Xiao Yilong has obtained a special power. Spend 1,000 points to activate a new skill, Flowing Fang Burst. Xie Yu furrowed his brow, totally confused. Flowing Fang Burst. Don't tell me that's the prize from that blood gnat that Xiao Yilong swallowed earlier. Shaking it off, Xie Yu yelled, "Take the points. Scorch every last enemy with your flames." Xiao Yilong, the moment he spoke, Xiao Yilong's eyes began to blaze with an intense light. The sight even caught Xie Yu off guard. Holy crap, it's transforming again. At that moment, Xiao Yilong had ballooned in size. Two massive wings unfurled from its back and a pair of wickedly sharp horns sprouted from its head. The beast tilted its head back and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Xiao Tian could only grit his teeth and mutter, "He can summon a freaking giant dragon too." Xiao Yilong stomped a single foot, making the very earth tremble. And then it began to breathe fire. But this was no ordinary fire. It erupted and tunneled beneath the ground, racing straight toward the hidden Shuiye assassins. In the blink of an eye, the flames exploded from below, turning every single assassin into a crispy critter. Han Shi stared at the carnage, his voice full of admiration. "Xie Yu, that was incredible." Xie Yu just let out a little chuckle. "Oh, you flatter me." But in reality, this epic power-up was straight out of a top-tier manhwa, and he was just as stunned as everyone else. Turns out the skill he got from that blood smelter loot drop is way more overpowered than anyone could have imagined. Han Tian, on the other hand, barely dodged the inferno, and he was totally freaking out, yelling, "Dude, the whole valley's been torched." Even the thick fog was completely evaporated by the sheer heat. Just like that, everyone's vision cleared up. Han Shi gripped his blade tightly and gave the order. "All units charge, pay them back for that little ambush tenfold." The elite cavalry of the Xiangshi clan immediately galloped forward, launching a full-blown assault on the remaining assassins of the Blood Moon. The enemy commander saw this, glanced at the woman beside him, and snapped, "Your Ash Mist Guild's little fog trap is broken. Now what?" The woman replied with an icy cold tone, "We'll do our best to stall them for a bit. The rest, well, that's a you problem now." Hearing that, the commander exploded with rage. "I knew it, you Ash Mist clowns are completely unreliable. There is no way I'm letting Guildmaster Leng Jing's plan get ruined. I'll take you all on myself. Say hello to my little friend." In an instant, the entire valley began to shake violently. A colossal beast came crashing right through the mountainside. Its massive body immediately began to wreak havoc on the Xiangshi cavalry. Long Tian's face paled as he watched the chaos unfold. "This is bad. Giant monsters are popping up all over the place." Han Shi gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't these Blood Moon guys have an endless supply of monsters? Is this some kind of infinite spawn manhwa trope?" Looks like we're right back in the danger zone. But just then, a massive robot suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Its massive body immediately began to wreak havoc on the Jiangshi cavalry. Long Tian's face paled as he watched the chaos unfold. This is bad, giant monsters are popping up all over the place. Han Shi gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't these Blood Moon guys have an endless supply of monsters? Looks like we're right back in the danger zone." But just then, a massive robot suddenly appeared on the battlefield. And in case you missed it, a massive robot appeared on the battlefield. It then casually fired a beam of pure energy. With a deafening boom, the giant beast was hit dead on and sent tumbling to the ground. Feng Ji arrived with her squad announcing, "We're here to link up with the reinforcements." Xie Yu saw them and yelled, "Feng Ji, why is it just you guys? Where's our master?" Feng Ji shook her head slightly. The moment the fog disappeared, the guildmaster was just gone. I honestly thought he'd already met up with you all by now. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the valley, a lone figure was darting through the landscape like the wind itself. The guy was moving so fast all you could see was an afterimage. Leng Jing narrowed his eyes at the newcomer and sneered. "So they couldn't stop you after all?" The person who arrived was none other than Lin Chen. He returned to his normal state and spoke with an icy calm. "Finally, the day has come when I can stand before you again. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be?" With that, he drew his weapon ready to strike. At the same time, the members of the Xie Yu guild knocked their arrows about to attack Lin Chen. One of them let out a cold laugh and warned, "Don't even think about it. We're not just going to stand by and watch you attack our guildmaster." But before they could even let their arrows fly, Leng Jing ordered them to stand down. "All of you combined are no match for him. This old friend is someone I must welcome personally." As he finished speaking, he also drew his blade ready to face his opponent. Hearing this, Lin Chen let out a cold, contemptuous snort. "Old friend, sorry, but I don't recall having a backstabbing, ungrateful traitor for a friend. For what you did to Gu Gui, I will have my revenge personally." In an instant, a powerful aura exploded around him. Leng Jing just smirked and said, "You really think you can beat me? You of all people should know the power of my anomaly blade. I'm pretty sure a single hit from this thing is more than you can handle." But Lin Chen didn't yield an inch, speaking with a chilling indifference. "Finally, the day has come when I can stand before you again. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be?" With that,